Smoking gelato right now, you know what I'm talking about?
Xavier, Jordan.
$20 a blunt. I wanna be the richest nigga in the room. Got it out the mud, ain't had no silver spoon. The realest nigga in the room. Got it off the block, I came a long way from a goon. The richest nigga in the room. The realest nigga in the room. My shit. The realest nigga in the room. The richest nigga in the room. My nigga in the room before I knew where I was at. We were catching Noble, I was on the block chasing stacks. I was in the schoolhouse, had that scrap in my backpack. Teacher get on the nigga ass, fuck it, I'm skipping class. Ayy, back to the block, I'm back to the hood, it's back to that bacon, nigga. Back to the bacon. Now I ain't playing, I ride with the K, and it's all safety, nigga. The richest nigga in the room without a bank account. The realest nigga when I move, X everybody right. I ain't gotta shout, ain't gotta make no noise. I just make one phone call and hit up my boy. You know yo come through in that 2-seat. He got Vino with him, that boy got 2 hits. I just hit Lil Savage up, he blowing reefer. City got a new plug and he cheap. This Sosa just shot me a test, got what I wanted. Told her pull up, I got cash, don't do no front. I wanna be the richest nigga in the room. Got it out the mud, ain't had no silver spoon. The realest nigga in the room. Got it out the block, I came a long way from a goon. The richest nigga in the room. The realest nigga in the room. My shit. The realest nigga in the room. The richest nigga in the room. My move. The realest nigga in the room and I ain't gotta lie. Nigga crawl a can, he gotta die. Put that on Mom Deuce, you know that I'm talking. Shout out to that Deuce, my little nigga bloody. Still in the mound with some folks, nigga. In my crib, niggas cut throat, nigga. You know what the bid, come and get a boat. I got gas, I got Reggie, I got blow. In the summertime, I'm still serving snow. DJ for the high, I don't do the low. Can with the move if it make a profit. That boy coming brown, so we call it block. Steak props, ABM, but the team's the rock. I'm like Shaq to the youngins, I still get the blocks. All these bitches jocking, whole team fly like choppers. And we came with choppers, these big necks just like whoppers. I wanna be the richest nigga in the room. Got it out the mud, ain't had no silver spoon. The realest nigga in the room. Got it out the block, I came a long way from a goon. The richest nigga in the room. The realest nigga in the room. My shit. The realest nigga in the room. The richest nigga in the room. My move.
All the way down with you, man. You understand me, you know what I'm saying? Never going broke, man, you know what I'm saying? We gon' hustle all the way to the tippy motherfucking top. You did. Got me.
Hustle, don't stop, take time. Probably come up to the top. I'ma hustle to the top. Watch me hustle to the top. I just made a play. Damn, it was all good yesterday. Woke up and smoke a blunt and take a piss. Jigging the sack, moving the pack, taking no breaks. Hey, my nigga, we toting the pills, we out in the geeks. 12 game with the bunk shots, gon' hit you, game miss. Damn, fucked up and you gone. Somewhere on the shirt, laying in a hearse. Fuck is you saying? The fuck is you doing? Fuck is you saying? Fuck is you doing? I'ma hustle hard to the top. Young nigga go get it. Capping all around the Memphis. My nigga gon' get it. Plug got the cheapest ticket. It's hot, it's ready, come get it. Don't stop, hey. Probably come up to the top. I'ma hustle to the top, top, way to the top. Watch me hustle to the top. Hustle, don't stop, wait, grind, don't stop. Watch me come up to the top, all the way to the top. I'ma hustle to the top, top, way to the top. Watch me hustle to the top, all the way to the top. From the block to the top, get the money, fuck the cops. Pull up in them drops, nigga bout the block. Fucking with Simo, money like the Tino. Nigga got Cinos, like that Marino. Catch me in Miami, nigga chillin' at nigga Grammys. Said I do this for my family. Nigga ballin' like Kimmy. Gotta get off your ass and go get it. Hustle to the top, the whole team with it. Hey, gotta hustle to the top, all the way. You gotta hustle to the top, go get it. Hustle, don't stop, hey, don't stop.
Go get it, man.
Come up to the top.
No excuses, man. You know what I'm saying? We on the limit.
I'ma hustle to the top.
One time, man. You know what I'm saying? One time to
Why
do
we
this shit, man.
hustle to the top?
Dummy.
Hustle, don't stop, hey.
All the way to the top.
Why me come up to the top? Come up to the top. I'ma hustle to the top. I'ma hustle, don't stop. Why me hustle to the top? All the way to the top.
Gotta, run and go get it. Get off of your ass and go get it. Dummy. Time waiting on nobody. Get off of your ass and go get it. No excuses. All the way to the top. Free the gas, man. Prom dummy.
Good thing come to those who wait. Without running non-stop, ran out of pace.
Pounds.
Ran up out of paces. Bust the tide, and ran up out of paces. Few steps ahead, fuck all that send back weight. Seems so good that you can almost taste it. Ain't no fairy tale, life is just a dream that I'm chasing. Hey, I done ran up out of paces. Few steps ahead, fuck all that send back weight. Seems so good that you can almost taste it. Ain't no fairy tale, life is just a dream that I'm chasing. Hey,
steady sippin' the purple. Nigga, we smell like perfume. Wait, then I burn you. They said patience a virtue. Nigga, juggin' finesse. Thank God for the blessings. Fuck your bitch in like seconds. Nigga, we sellin' our records.
remember that day they used to frown. Now I turn head when I hit the scene, everybody turn around. Used to live in the past, but I'm chasing my dream. Like my dream king, if you really know what I mean.
I done ran out of patience, yeah. Niggas waiting on my downfall, but I'm about to let you down, dawg. That stay on the ground like a groundhog, on some motherfucking ocean might drown, y'all. Even when the muff ain't go down, y'all. Don't get creased by the heat when we iron, y'all.
Bust the tide, then ran up out of pace. Few steps ahead, fuck all that send back waiting. Seems so good that you can almost taste it. Ain't no fairy tale, life is just a dream that I'm chasing. Hey, I done ran up out of pace. Few steps ahead, fuck all that send back waiting. Seems so good that you can almost taste it. Ain't no fairy tale, life is just a dream that I'm chasing. Hey, I'm 3 steps ahead, I got a pen in the bag. Hit the button and take a drag. You just living in the past. Hey,
young nigga got on my ass. We gon' go get to the cash. Young nigga ballin' like Nash. And it profit to go in the stage.
I'm screaming double for this armor. Hustle tide. I put that on my mama. And I done ran out of faces. You just sent back that way. I ain't shit. Go continue. So you gotta go out and take it. Hey.
Man, I swear to see cash in the making. Balla told me take it to the bases. Got a gun full of paint on my face. Got a cup full of mud like a pipe.
It ain't no fairy tale shit, it's just a dream that I'm chasing. Had to open my eyes. In real life, I had to take it. Hey, plus the time, and ran up out of paces. Few steps ahead, fuck all that send back waiting. Seems so good that you can almost taste it. Ain't no fairy tale, life is just a dream that I'm chasing. Hey, I done ran up out of paces. Few steps ahead, fuck all that send back waiting. Never seems so good that you can almost taste it. Ain't no fairy tale, life is just a dream that I'm chasing. Hey man, say man, you understand me? Real man, you know what I'm saying? Chasing my motherfucking dream, man, you know what I'm saying? Planning my work and working my motherfucking plan, man. You did. Ran up out of paces. Tired. I done ran up out of paces. I done ran up out of paces, out of paces.
You stop a nigga like me, nigga. Nah. You never be fly as me, nigga. Nah. I used to bust down a P, nigga. Yeah. Just to run up me some cheese, nigga. Listen to me when I speak, nigga. Hey. I say you hope I'm a priest, nigga. Yeah, I'm a priest to the streets, nigga. Listen to me, we gon' eat, nigga. Hey. Listen up, listen up, listen up. Yeah. Pull up and hop out that Fendi truck. Yeah. Flex on these bitches with no muscle. Hey. You know it blood on my Fendi buckle.
Hey. Drips on my nigga, codeine in my liver. I'm smoking that fruit in my pedal like Skittles. Ballin' you niggas won't pick up my drip. But then the bail like school dismissal. Just caught a bum, no missile. Nigga try to me, I'm Hitler. You know I ain't lying, no symbol. Money over bitches that simple. Bowls in the kitchen, no dishes. All about bread like Jiffy. Clumsy with the weed, I'm tripping. Shawty got it for the low, let's get it.
Get in the guapa. Nigga, we pass it like Rondo. OJ in that Bronco. We smoking gelato. Nigga, we smoking that game. The bitch with the ass. She ride like 6 flames. We counting the cash. Nigga, I fuck them, you love them. My nigga, I'm a hustler. Get cake like a muffin. Hot in the oven. Ace money got brains. Nigga, we popping them tabs. Nigga, pull up in that chain. She in love with the swag. Thank God for the blessing. Blue sheets, salad dressing. Jugging finessing. Fucked her in second.
Don't shit stop a nigga like me, nigga. Nah. You never be fly as me, nigga. Nah. I used to bust down a P, nigga. Yeah. Just to run up me some cheese, nigga. Listen to me when I speak, nigga. Hey. I say you hope I'm a priest, nigga. Yeah, I'm a priest to the streets, nigga. Listen to me, we gon' eat, nigga. Hey. Listen up, listen up, listen up. Yeah. Pull up and hop out that Fendi truck. Yeah. Flex on these bitches with no muscle. Hey. You know it blood on my Fendi buckle. Hey. Let's get it, let's get it, let's get it. Hey. I look like I'm worth about $1 million. Hey. I'm loaded, my sweat through the ceiling. Yeah. I got this shit off of drug dealing. Yeah. Rats all on me like I came out the bank. We turned up, he just broke out of paint. Told my engineer don't time it down. Toss it to blue, told him break it down. Back to back, rolling up out of pound. Got some little gangs to come out the mouth. Shoot around me when I'm out of town. Soon as I hit him, it got around. Fuck all these niggas who doubted us. Bitch, I went 4 years without a fuck. I do not give a fuck, no nigga killing us. I know you broke, you ain't feeling us. My life expensive, I live it up. These niggas witching, I give it up. Still the same shit, I can't switch it up. These niggas bitches, they switching up. Gucci the lure, I switch it up. Racks, packs, switch it up. Run it up, run it up. Your life ain't worth shit but $100. 4-0 don't pull up without it. No limit, we bout it. Strong, got it, clouded. Nigga, come through in the out it. Don't shit stop a nigga like me, nigga. You never be fly as me, nigga. I used to bust down a P, nigga. Just to run up me some cheese, nigga. Listen to me when I speak, nigga. I say you hope I'm a priest, nigga. Yeah, I'm a priest to the streets, nigga. Listen to me, we gon' eat, nigga. Listen up, listen up, listen up. Pull up and hop out that Fendi truck. Flex on these bitches with no muscle. You know it blood on my Fendi buckle. Let's get it, let's get it, let's get it. I look like I'm worth about $1 million. I'm loaded, my sweat through the ceiling. I got this shit off of drug dealing. Don't shit stop a nigga like me, nigga. You never be fly as me, nigga. I used to bust down a P, nigga. Just to run up me some cheese, nigga. Listen to me when I speak, nigga. I say you hope I'm a priest, nigga. Yeah, I'm a priest to the streets, nigga. Listen to me, we gon' eat, nigga. Listen up, listen up, listen up. Pull up and hop out that Fendi truck. Flex on these bitches with no muscle. You know it blood on my Fendi buckle.
Hey, drips on my nigga, codeine in my liver. I'm smoking that fruit in my pedal like Skittles. Ballin' you niggas won't pick up my drip. But down the bell like school dismissal. Just caught a bum, no missile. Nigga try to Jew me, I'm Hitler. You know I ain't lying, no symbol. Money with bitches that simple. Bowls in the kitchen, no dishes. All about bread like Jiffy. Clumsy with the weed, I'm tripping. Shawty got it for the low, let's get it.
Get in the guapa. Nigga, we pass it like Rondo. OJ in that Bronco. We smoking gelato. We smoking that game. The bitch with the ass. She ride like 6 flames. We counting the cash. Nigga, I fuck them, you love them. My nigga, I'm a hustler. Get cake like a muffin. Hot in the oven. Ace money got brains. Nigga, we popping them tabs. Nigga, pull up in that chain. She in love with the swag. Thank God for the blessing. Blue sheets, salad dressing. Jugging finessing. Fucked her in second.
Don't shit stop a nigga like me, nigga. You never be fly as me, nigga. I used to butt down a P, nigga. Just to run up me some cheese, nigga. Listen to me when I speak, nigga. I say you hope I'm a priest, nigga. Yeah, I'm a priest to the streets, nigga. Listen to me, we gon' eat, nigga. Listen up, listen up, listen up. Pull up and hop out that Fendi truck. Flex on these bitches with no muscle. You know it blood on my Fendi buckle. Let's get it, let's get it, let's get it. Hey, I look like I'm worth about $1 million. I'm loaded, my sweat through the ceiling. I got this shit off of drug dealing. Rats all on me like I came out the bank. We turned up, he just broke out of paint. Told my engineer don't turn it down. Toss it to blue, told him break it down. Back to back rolling up out of pound. Got some little gangs to come out the mouth. Shoot around me when I'm out of town. Soon as I hit him, it got around. Fuck all these niggas who doubted us. Bitch, I went 4 years without a fuck. I do not give a fuck, no nigga killing us. I know you broke, you ain't feeling us. My life expensive, I live it up. These niggas witching, I give it up. Still the same shit, I can't switch it up. These niggas bitches, they switching up. Gucci the lure, I switch it up. Racks, packs, switch it up. Run it up, run it up. Your life ain't worth shit but $100. 4-0 don't pull up without it. No limit, we bout it. Strong, got it, clouded. Nigga, come through in the out it. Don't shit stop a nigga like me, nigga. You never be fly as me, nigga. I used to butt down a P, nigga. Just to run up me some cheese, nigga. Listen to me when I speak, nigga. I say you hope I'm a priest, nigga. Yeah, I'm a priest to the streets, nigga. Listen to me, we gon' eat, nigga. Listen up, listen up, listen up. Pull up and hop out that Fendi truck. Flex on these bitches with no muscle. You know it blood on my Fendi buckle. Let's get it, let's get it, let's get it. I look like I'm worth about $1 million. I'm loaded, my sweat through the ceiling. I got this shit off of drug dealing. Don't shit stop a nigga like me, nigga.
Like cocktail, you know what I'm talking about? Breeze work. Pop it perk.
I'm whipping it work. Whipping it work. I'm popping it perk. Whipping it work. Sipping it perk. Nigga, whipping it work. I'm whipping it work. Popping it perky. Whipping it work. Whipping it working. Whipping it work. Whipping it work. Whipping it working, whipping it working. Whipping it work, popping the perky.
Change all I can, I behave. I whip the work like a slave. Bitch got my big man like a fade. Call up base money, get paid. We still want 200 for J's. All these ain't come out the store. And I just pop me a perk. I'm about to flex on the hoe. We put gelato on boats. We put gelato on planes. We put gelato in cars. We smoke this shit to the brain. I pop a perk, then I elevate. Get a new bitch on the elevate. We hit the road, dropping hella steaks. She drop it out, give me hella cake.
Ace money to shit. Working that wrist. Ballin' like Swiss. Diamonds wet like a fish. Pull up with them sticks. Come fuck with the clique. We fucked on your bitch. She sucking the dick. I'm whipping the work. Whipping the work. I'm popping the perk. Whipping the work. Sipping the perk. Nigga, whipping the work. I'm whipping the work. Popping the perky. Whipping it work. Whipping it working. Whipping it work. Whipping it work. Whipping it working. Whipping it working. Whipping it work, popping the perk. The money and power. I'm serving the powder. I'm smoking that sour. She sucked for an hour. My nigga got Zans. Ace money got bands. She popping them Zans.
She fucking for cash.
Whipping it, whipping it working. I'm popping it perfect. Nigga the purple. I'm fucking with Bono. Smoking gelato. Call me a cello. Racks like the lotto. I'm whipping it work. Whipping it work. I'm popping it perk. Whipping it work. Sipping the perk. Nigga, whipping it work.
Lean.
I'm whipping it work.
Whipping that work.
Popping it perky.
Popping them
Whipping
perks.
it work. Whipping it working. Whipping it
Whip. Hey.
Whipping it work.
Whip it. Whip it. Yeah.
Whipping it working. Whipping it working.
Whipping it
Whipping
up.
it work. Popping the perk.
I used to buy a gun, now I got two. Had to change location, feel hit the spot. Got me a new plug and it still get drunk. Get the gas from the best crop. Bitch got the biggest ass and the best top. Drop 10 on the drop top. Did 110 when I left the lot.
I want that drip in that marinara, and 50 on me like a Zebo. Try to pussy so good, but don't want no fucking, don't come with the D though. Got rid of my old plug, hopped on the plane, we got me another one. Night about full of ones, overflooded, gotta go get me another one. Relocate the spot, the night getting hot, and I know them bitches coming in. About the dividends in the Benjamin, a nigga might have to go kill a friend. Panamera on the Roy Royce, drop top on the Wraith. 150K, I need a higher place, I had to pay at the safe. I used to buy a gun, now I got 2 Glocks. Trapped at mama house, now I got 2 spots. All this ice on, I need a flu shot. But don't reach, cause they probably get your crew shot.
I used to stash the ones in the shoebox. I used to buy a gun, now I got 2 Glocks. Had to change location, feel hit the spot. Got me a new plug and it still get drunk. Get the gas from the best crops. Bitch got the biggest ass and the best top. Drop 10 on the drop top. Did 110 when I left the lot. I dropped 10 on that roller watch. Then I blew 10 when I left the spot. I made 10 at another spot. We dropped 10 at your beach spot. I got 30 at your whole house. I got bowls at your mama house. On the low, I stashed that 40 in the fender, nigga. Out of state to state in different runners, nigga. In the mouth like a dentist. And I ain't saying shit like a witness, He ain't get the picture. Milk carton ain't missing. You know, I used to stash the ones in the shoebox. I used to buy a gun, now I got 2 Glocks. Had to change location, feel hit the spot. Got me a new plug and it still get drunk. Get the gas from the best crops. Bitch got the biggest ass and the best top. Drop 10 on the drop top. Did 110 when I left the lot.
I go hard, hustle on the boulevard. Watching out for narcs in the water like a shark. My bitch head on point, I think she some kin of bar. Keep that Maggie on me, smoke blue hairs like I'm Marge. They treat me like a star, I get so high, bitch, I'm on Mars. Break it down the swisher, got gelato in my car. Got rank in my hood, they salute me like I'm Sarge. Nigga for the cheese, tossing bullets like Favre. I don't fuck with these fuck niggas. Pull up like what, nigga? I ain't that on duck, nigga. My flow cold, get a puck, nigga. Man, these sticks hitting, got me moving slow motion. I'm on the new way, get the fuck out the ocean. I used to be hurt, I used to be hurt, I used to be hurt, I used to be down bad, I used to be hurt, I used to be hurt, I used to be down bad. Now I got the band, 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 now I got the band.
Used to be hurt like a sprained wrist, bitch I broke down like a motor. I told the team we getting rich, they don't need money to motor. I got the juice in the hood, they treat your boy like Raheem. Check out the starting five, bitches I'm Jordan, this the dream team. They call them Larry Jules, I make this surge, he shoot the three. I drop the package on him, bag to bag like this repeat. Bitch I'm a savage on him, finesse them and break them cause that's how we eat. I used to be hurting and on my feet, loose out them curtains and break out them peas. Coat full of ice but this is not tea, come get you some white, I'm serving them tea. I show some rest in the backpack, then I skirt off out the driveway. These racks ain't been low in a minute. They say I'm living the highway, just put a new horn on the highway. I shot a movie in 5 days.
I used to be hurt, I used to be hurt, I used to be hurt, I used to be down bad, I used to be hurt, I used to be hurt, I used to be hurt, I used to be down bad. Now I got the band, 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 now I got the band.
Side 92nd Street, nigga. Can't shit, nigga. Hey, I'm watching on the block for real, nigga. Ducking them all the way back to Cash Street, nigga. Cash Street to W, nigga. Falls on like my motherfucking thumb, nigga. 2, 3, nigga. What's cracking, nigga? Hey, I started off rapping passenger. Call the ambulance, every single beat a massacre. Yeah, my bitch be running, had to make that dick adapt to her. All my homies feel like pictures, they trying to capture her. Load that glizzy like a workaholic, get busy. Yeah, I got shot like Shaquille O'Neal, he missing. Merry-go-round, cause you hit it, you might get dizzy. All these motherfucking bars, you would think I'm rapping in prison. From Memphis to Watt, bitch, I'm pop, bring by Bishop. I'm touchable with revolvers, got the juice like I'm Bishop. Pack a nigga out like we helping them do some sit-ups. Got a homie like a Uber, I pay him, he threw them pickup. It's war, nigga. Grab that Draco and left to right. Starting to think my white boy racist, they killing niggas on sight. This the game, not a guy and little homie, so change your life. If your gun jam, make like a plumber and change the pipe. I love it. Gang shit, man. Check this shit out. Hey, late night after dog, me and YG Wolf on the mission. Broad day of dog, it don't matter, no competition. Joey J. Hen, that's some shooters, but they ain't in it. Crucial said it best, your bitch ain't the only one with extension. No, I'm not a cook, but I'm cooking shit in the kitchen. Then they broke my hands like that bitch for testing my pimping. Breaking bitches left to right, Brian Nick be my witness. After I get through fucking that bitch, I'm in her mouth like a dentist. Free blood raw, I done turned this shit to a movement. These niggas acting, we load a couple clips, shoot a movie. These niggas pirates, gay as fuck, just want the booty. Make my family proud, sugar mama, penny and Trudy. What's up? Twist your finger, chop what she banging. My flag like an old lady titties, you know it's hanging. Breath off in the time, but these bullies will get the slanging. No, I'm trapping off these features. A year ago I was slanging. These bitches dogs too, but they never bite like a poodle. These niggas giving out information like they on Google. Treat them like a model. Set them up, then I shoot them. Gang shit, nigga. G200. Hey man, YGK, man. Don't bring your ass to Memphis, nigga. Gang. Nigga don't watch it and watch. You know I'm all over this motherfucker on blood. Damn fools, nigga. Y'all talking that stupid ass shit, nigga. Pull up on my motherfucking block, nigga. Unloading them 30 rounds, bitch.
Shit. Good thing come to those who wait. Shit. Running non-stop. Ran out of pace. Like a pals. Ran up paces. Bust the tide, and ran up out of paces. Few steps ahead, fuck all that send back weight. Seem so good that you can almost taste it. Ain't no fairy tale, life is just a dream that I'm chasing. Hey, I done ran up out of paces. Few steps ahead, fuck all that send back weight. Seem so good that you can almost taste it. Ain't no fairy tale, life is just a dream that I'm chasing. Hey.
Steady sippin' the purple. Nigga, we smell like perfume. Wait, then I burn you. They said patience a virtue. Nigga, chugging finesse. Thank God for the blessings. Fuck your bitch in like seconds. Nigga, we sellin' our records.
Remember that day they used to frown. Now I turn head when I hit the scene, everybody turn around. Used to live in the past, but I'm chasing my dream. Like my dream king, if you really know what I mean.
I done ran out of patience. Niggas waiting on my downfall, but I'm about to let you down, dawg. Now stay on the ground like a groundhog, on some motherfucking ocean might drown, y'all. Even when the mud ain't go down, y'all. Don't get creased by the heat when we iron, y'all.
Bust the tide, then ran up out of paces. Few steps ahead, fuck all that send back waiting. Seem so good that you can almost taste it. Ain't no fairy tale, life is just a dream that I'm chasing. Hey, I done ran up out of paces. Steps ahead, fuck all that send back weight. Seems so good that you can almost taste it. Ain't no fairy tale, life is just a dream that I'm chasing. Hey, I'm 3 steps ahead, I got a pin in the pad. Hit the button and take a drag. You just living in the past. Hey,
young nigga got on my ass. We gon' go get to the cash. Young nigga ballin' like Nash. And the profit is going to stash.
I'm screaming double fold his armor. Hustle tide. I put that on my mama, and I done ran out of faces. You just sit back that way, I ain't shit. Gon' come to you, so you gotta go out and take it. Hey.
Man, I swear to see cash in the making. Ballin' told me take it to the basics. Got a gun full of paint on my face. Got a cup full of mud like a pipe.
It ain't no fairy tale shit, it's just a dream that I'm chasing. Had to open my eyes and realize I had to take it. Hey. Bust the tide, and ran up out of paces. Few steps ahead, fuck all that send back weight. Seem so good that you can almost taste it. Ain't no fairy tale, life is just a dream that I'm chasing. Hey, I done ran up out of paces. Few steps ahead, fuck all that send back weight. Never seem so good that you can almost taste it. Ain't no fairy tale, life is just a dream that I'm chasing. Hey man, say man, you understand me. Real, man, you know what I'm saying? Chasing my motherfucking dream, man, you know what I'm saying? Planning my work and working my motherfucking plan, man. You did. Ran up out of paces. Tired. I done ran up out of paces. I done ran up out of paces, out of paces.
You are now
all the way down with you, man. You understand me, you know what I'm saying? Never going broke, man, you know what I'm saying? We gon' hustle all the way to the tippy motherfucking top. You did. Yummy.
Hustle, don't stop, hey. Bobby, come up to the top, to the top. I'ma hustle to the top, top. Watch me hustle to the top. I just made a play. Damn, it was all good yesterday. Woke up and smoke a blunt and take a piss. Chicken and sack, moving the pack, taking no breaks. Hey, my nigga, we toting the pills, we out in the gitch. 12 game with the bunk shots, gon' hit you, game miss. Damn, fucked up and you gone. Somewhere on the shirt, laying in a hearse. Fuck are you saying? The fuck is you doing? Fuck is you saying? Fuck is you doing? I'ma hustle hard to the top. Young nigga go get it. Capping all around the Memphis. My nigga gon' get it. Plug got the cheapy tip. It's hot, it's ready, come get it. Don't stop, hey. Probably come up to the top. I'ma hustle to the top, top, way to the top. Watch me hustle to the top. Hustle, don't stop, wait, grind, don't stop. Watch me come up to the top, all the way to the top. I'ma hustle to the top, top, way to the top. Watch me hustle to the top, all the way to the top. From the block to the top, get the money, fuck the cops. Pull up in them drops, nigga bout the block. Fucking with Simo, money like the Tino. Nigga got Zinos, like Dan Marino. Catch me in Miami, nigga chillin' at nigga Grammys. Said I do this for my family. Nigga ballin' like Kimmy. Gotta get off your ass and go get it. Hustle to the top, the whole team with it. Hey, gotta hustle to the top, all the way, all the way. You gotta hustle to the top, to the top. Go get it. Hustle, don't stop, hey, don't stop.
Go get it, man. No excuses, man. You know what I'm saying? We on the
I'ma hustle to the top.
One time, man. You know what I'm saying? One time to do this shit, man.
Hustle to the top. Hustle, don't stop, hey.
All the way to the top.
Watch me come up to the top, come up to the top. I'ma hustle to the top, I'ma hustle, don't stop. Watch me hustle to the top, all the way to the top.
Gotta, run and go get it. Get off of your ass and go get it. Dummy. Time waiting on nobody. Get off of your ass and go get it. No excuses. All the way to the top.
Young nigga lost up in park. Just pop me another perk. Young nigga shoot just like dirt. My bitches, she love to twerk. I got bitches on bitches. I got the racks out like tennis. I'm in her mouth like a dentist. Young nigga, he whip like a chemist. H money the shit, nigga. Blue money, no crib, nigga. Just fucked on your bitch, nigga. Ballin' like Swish, nigga. I pull up in a foreign. I got his like George Foreman. Young nigga ballin' like Jordan. Got your bitch and we touring. I just fucked on your queen. She so fresh and so clean. I do this shit for my team. I got the juice like Raheem. I'm in the trap with the Uzi. They say my life like a movie. My bitch, she bad and she bougie. I got her wet like jacuzzi.
I got the juice like Raheem. 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 Strap on my hip like I'm Bishop. Hit him like steel with the pistol. Pivot he hoe like I'm Bishop. She took the D to the gristle. I got the juice like Raheem. 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 Strap on my hip like I'm Bishop. Hit him like steel with the pistol. Pivot he hoe like I'm Bishop. She took the D to the gristle. 3D got juices for sale like the candy lady. No coke when I'm dope like an 80s baby. I'm ready to death dressed in the latest. R&B Banco, I'm changing face. Cause I got the juice. Cushion hard, might knock up the tooth. Team full of kings, yeah, we them a loose. In the VIP, get the fuck out my booth. Bitch, got gone like Bishop. Put a hole in your head, go straight to your tissue. Wipe it down, fuck some tissue. You can get the whole magazine if it's an issue. Yeah, I got the juice like a cute. I'm at the top, they won't throw me off the roof. All bar, no Bible, it's bite like root. Yeah, I'm about that business like a Tyler suit. 3 hoes. I got the juice like Raheem. 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 Strap on my hip like I'm Bishop. Hit him like steel with the pistol. Pivot he hoe like I'm Bishop. She took the D to the gristle. I got the juice like Raheem. 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 Strap on my hip like I'm Bishop. Hit him like steel with the pistol. Pivot he hoe like I'm Bishop. She took the D to the gristle.
I used to buy a gun, now I got two. Had to change location, feel hit the spot. Got me a new plug and it still get drunk. Get the gas from the best crop. Bitch got the biggest ass and the best top. Drop 10 on the drop top. Did 110 when I left the lot.
I want that drip in that millionaire, and 50 on me like a Zebo. Try to put it so good, but don't wanna fuck it, don't come with the detail. Got rid of my old plug, hopped on the plane, we got me another one. Night about full of ones, overflooded, gotta go get me another one. Relocate the spot, the night getting hot, and I know them bitches coming in. About the dividends in the Benjamin, a nigga might have to go kill a friend. Panamera on the Roy Royce, drop top on the Wraith. 150K, I need a higher place, I had to pay at the safe. I used to buy a gun, now I got 2 Glocks. Trapped at mama house, now I got 2 spots. All this ice on, I need a flu shot. But don't reach, cause they probably get your crew shot. Yeah.
I used to stash the ones in the shoebox. I used to buy a gun, now I got 2 Glocks. Had to change location, feel hit the spot. Got me a new plug and it still get drunk. Get the gas from the best crops. Bitch got the biggest ass and the best top. Drop 10 on the drop top. Did 110 when I left the lot. I dropped 10 on that Rolex watch. Then I blew 10 when I left the spot. I made 10 at another spot. We dropped 10 at your beach spot. I got 30 at your whole house. I got bowls at your mama house. On the low, I stashed that 40 in the fender, nigga. Out of state to state in different runners, nigga. In the mouth like a dentist. And I ain't saying shit like a witness, He ain't get the picture. Milk carton ain't missing. You know, I used to stash the ones in the shoebox. I used to buy a gun, now I got 2 Glocks. Had to change location, feel hit the spot. Got me a new plug and it still get drunk. Get the gas from the best crops. Bitch got the biggest ass and the best top. Drop 10 on the drop top. Did 110 when I left the lot.
I'm smoking gelato right now, you know what I'm talking about?
Xavier Jordan.
$12 a blunt.
I wanna be the richest nigga in the room. Got it out the mud, ain't had no silver spoon. The realest nigga in the room. Got it out the block, I came a long way from a goon. The richest nigga in the room. The realest nigga in the room. My shit. The realest nigga in the room. The richest nigga in the room. My nigga in the room before I knew where I was at. We were catching Noble, I was on the block chasing steaks. I was in the schoolhouse, had that scrap in my backpack. Teacher get on the nigga ass, fuck it, I'm skipping class. Ayy, back to the block, I'm back to the hood, it's back to that bacon, nigga. Now I ain't playing, I ride with the K, and it's all safety, nigga. The richest nigga in the room without a bank account. The realest nigga when I move, said battery. I ain't gotta shout, ain't gotta make no noise. I just made one phone call and hit on my boy. You know yo come through in that 2-seat. He got Vino with him, that boy got 2 hits. I just hit Lil Savage up, he blowing reefer. City got a new plug and he cheap. He Sosa just shot me a test, got what I wanted. Told him pull him, I got cash, don't do no front. I wanna be the richest nigga in the room. Got it out the mud, ain't had no silver spoon. The realest nigga in the room. Got it out the block, I came a long way from a goon. The richest nigga in the room. The realest nigga in the room. My shit. The realest nigga in the room. The richest nigga in the room. My move. The realest nigga in the room and I ain't got
Cadillac. Nigga crawl a can, he gotta die. Put that on Mom Deuce, she know that I'm talking. Shout out to that Deuce, my little nigga bloody. Still in the mound with some folks, nigga. In my crib, niggas cut throats, nigga. You know what the bid, come and get a boat. I got gas, I got Reggie, I got blow. In the summertime, I'm still serving snow. DJ for the high, I don't do the low. Can with the move if it make a profit. That boy coming brown, so we call it block. Steak props, ABM, but the teamster rock. I'm like Shaq to these youngins, I still get the blocks. All these bitches jockey, whole team fly like choppers. And we came with choppers, keep big legs just like whoppers.
I wanna be the richest nigga in the room. Got it out the mud, ain't had no silver spoon. The realest nigga in the room. Got it out the block, I came a long way from a goon. The richest nigga in the room, let's do it. The realest nigga in the room, my shoe. The realest nigga in the room, let's do it. The richest nigga in the room, my move.
Bankroll full of dead presidents. Hey, I get that check, it was evident. Name ring a bell like an ambulance. Pray for a lick, it was heaven sent. Finna go down like an avalanche.
Pulling in, fucking friend. She sucking again, I'm ballin' like this. I'm talking about dunking, you niggas be bluffing. Swish. I fucked up for nothing, your head like concussion. Give me that. Follow my nigga, whistle my nizzle. We smoking on Zittles, this shit be so simple.
Presidential rolling, presidential continental, and 2 freaking foreign bitches. Smoking that presidential Obama. I'm smoking straight out the cone with it. Purple and yellow, that Kobe. 20 shots on me, Ginobili. I'm Michael Jordan, you can't hold me. Don't make me air you like a slowly. Pockets don't tell me these dead man. Trying me and you a dead man. I got indicted for president. I think I'm a run for election year.
Presidents. Bankroll full of dead presidents. Hey, I get that check, it was evident. Name ring a bell like an ambulance. Pray for a lick, it was heaven sent. Finna go down like an avalanche. President. All I smoke is president. Yeah, my campaign is election time. Best thing going, yeah, I'm next in line. Key 2 phone, need an extra line. Been through the struggle, it's time to shine. Roll up the weed and I light it. Spark up the dope and ignite it. This shit cost me Leonidas. Blowing it strong like a titan. My pill got a V that's a Viking. Mix a pearl with the yellow, a Viking. Presidential rolling no brightly. Cinnamon roll, they been ice. Knock off the top like your Kennedy. They're so wanted to enemies. Ready for war like I'm George Bush. You niggas joke like you Donald Trump. Cause that red hair like Big Donna hair. I keep a pet, need Obamacare. I'm dropping born like Osama there. I don't give a fuck if your mama there. Just call me Trey Baby. They label me underrated. Beans got me rolling, I'm skating. Go in first, take no debate. Skid town with your hoe, now you bailiff. Like Steven, I keep me A Smith. You can get on with the fake shit. Whipping that dope like some cake mix. Presidents. Bankroll full of dead presidents. Hey, I get that check, it was evident. Name ring a bell like an ambulance. Pray for a lick, it was heaven sent. Finna go down like an avalanche. President. All I smoke is president. Yeah, my campaign is election time. Best thing going, yeah, I'm next in line. Key 2 phone, need an extra line. Been through the struggle, it's time to shine. Presidents. Bankroll full of dead presidents. Hey, I get that check, it was evident. Name ring a bell like an ambulance. Pray for a lick, it was heaven sent. Finna go down like an avalanche. President. All I smoke is president. Yeah, my campaign is election time. Best thing going, yeah, I'm next in line. Key 2-4 need the extra line. Been through the struggle, it's time to shine. Presidents. Bankroll full of dead presidents. Hey.
All of my niggas be trippin'. Trippin', see all of my niggas be trippin'. So your ass off it trippin', so your ass without the plastic. Man, I got a house to store, damn, my niggas been trippin'. Got a 9 to 5, nigga, what you call that shit, that's trappin'. Trappin', see all of my niggas been trippin'.
Yo, what's good?
Hey, Shmoola, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What's good?
Oh, what's up with it? Young Buck, what's going on with you? Hello.
Smoking gelato. I'm smoking gelato. I'm smoking gelato. I'm smoking gelato. Rest like the lotto. Fucking with Barlow. We talking at guapo. Call me a chavo. I pop like a Rondo. She sucks and she swallow. Smoking gelato. I'm smoking gelato. Rest like the lotto. Fucking with Barlow. We talking at guapo. Call me a chavo. I pop like a Rondo. She sucks and she swallow. Smoking gelato.
Smoking gelato. The fuck is you smoking? The fuck is you smoking? Smoking gelato. The fuck is you smoking? This shit right here is turned up. This shit here came from Oakland. Glued to the couch, man. I can barely focus. Took a puff. 3.5 in the backwood. I got a stuffed crust. Smoke. The fuck is you smoking? It smell like resin. Hell no, I can't even hold it. Dang. The fuck is you smoking? The fuck is you smoking? The fuck is you smoking? Gelato, get shit out of here. Yeah.
Yo, yo, yo.
Yo.
What up?
What's good? What's good?
I got a question for you, H Money.
Yo, this ain't H Money. This Tap
Oh,
Out
this is
King.
MMA champ.
Yeah, yep.
What's
H
up,
Money,
baby?
he'll be back in a little bit. He just had to make a little run. Was good
Okay.
though.
The question is this: it's a boxing question, right?
Yes,
Can
sir.
you have a fighter on your pound for pound list if that fighter has never left his division?
I would say they could be on the pound for pound list, even if they never switch weight class. I would say it depends on their resume, who they beat, and and if they're undefeated, if they never lost a fight and they just been dominating their division, I feel like they possibly could be still a top pound for pound guy.
But that's not the definition of pound for pound MMA. The definition is being able to move through weight divisions and earn championships, correct?
Correct. But if you see in, let's just say for MMA, you got some guys who never moved up in a weight class, like Kamaru Usman, they had him pound for pound, I think number 1, and he's never moved up in a weight class or down a weight class, so that's the reason why I said that.
Yeah, and I agree. It's the same with John Jones. John Jones never moved out of his weight class, right?
Right.
But he was still considered pound. But he was still considered pound for pound.
Correct.
It's just kind of hard because I was having this debate earlier, right? And some people was getting heated because I said I couldn't put Bivol or Benavidez on a pound for pound list because they never left 175.
Correct.
So what we got to
what up, Sheldon? What's good, Sheldon?
Big H. I was asking your bro, man. Give me your take on this. Can you have a fighter on your pound for pound list? Because he gave me a good answer. I like this answer. Can you have a fighter on your pound for pound list if they never left their division?
Shit. I guess, because they've been having Triple G on the fucking pound for pound forever. They even, you know what I mean? They got Spence on there. He's never moved up. So what's your thoughts on it? Yo, Shelton, you can hear me?
Yeah, I got you. I don't think you can. I mean, don't get me wrong. Marvin Hagler is one of the greats of all time, right?
Of course.
But I can't have him on a pound for pound list because he never left 160.
Oh no, Sheldon, that's kind of controversial.
I'm just saying, man. It's like I was telling MMA champ, I can't have Better Biev on my pound for pound list. I can't have Bivol on my pound for pound list because they never moved divisions.
What about Fury? They got Fury on the pound for pound list now.
He's a heavyweight. You know how I feel about heavyweights. Where you gonna go from heavyweight? He's not gonna move down.
See, they changing the shit. Now they got heavyweights.
Yeah, that's
they
my
got
problem,
Usyk
bro.
on there. Usyk started off at
but he
cruiserweight.
came up. But he moved up. He came from another division, so he could be on the list.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
So okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
so you don't think
like
Spence? You don't
he
think
never
Errol
left
Spence?
one? He never
Even
left
when Bernard Hopkins.
bro.
What about when Bernard Hopkins was middleweight champion? He was undisputed. He was only a champion at 160.
Hopkins, at that time, you're absolutely correct, H. I can't argue with you 1 second. But Hopkins moved up and moved down. He moved around. That's pound for pound shit. I mean, we all got my guy at 35 is Haney. You know what I'm saying? He got all 4 belts, correct?
Oh, yeah, correct.
He got all 4 belts, but you can't have him as a pound for pound guy because he hasn't moved divisions yet.
Yo, what up, Val? What's good, Val?
What's up?
Val, what's up, man?
Yo, Val, what you think about what Shelton is saying? He's saying that he don't think fighters that's only in one weight class should go be on a pound for pound list.
Why not?
Because they haven't moved weight classes. The definition of pound for pound is moving through weight classes. It was created for Sugar Ray Robinson because he moved through weight classes.
Oh, well, that's what it's for then. Guess you gotta stick with the rules on what it's for. But that takes away from the guys that's true to one weight class. I mean, ain't nothing wrong with them guys.
No. I mean, I just gave a perfect example. Marvin Hagler is an all-time great, one of the greatest fighters of all time.
Right.
But you can't have him on a pound for pound list because he never left 160.
Right. Man, I just got to watching Sugar Ray and Benitez, and that's remind me of what Spence and Bud gonna look like. But Bud ain't gonna be.
You watching who? Who you watching?
Sugar Ray Leonard and Benitez. I watched.
It ain't gonna look like that. It ain't gonna. I don't think it's gonna look like that. That was just a master class boxing.
It's gonna look like that because Bud can't slip like Benitez slip.
None of these dudes can. What are you talking about? Ain't none of these dudes on Benitez level when it comes to slipping punches.
Right. So I'm saying, but the fight gonna be. I'm telling you, Spence gonna be pushing his wheel on that boy, man. I'm telling you.
I don't think so, man. I think he gonna run into something, man. I think
he don't run into stuff, bro. You got to bring the stuff to him. He ain't running into nothing. He ain't goofy.
He gonna run him right into some shit.
No, he don't do
once
that.
He start pushing forward. Once he start pushing forward, Bud gonna counter the shit out of his ass.
He don't push forward like that. He don't push forward with his head. He push forward with punches, bro.
And Bud, what is one of Crawford's biggest attributes? Let's see if you know.
What's his biggest attributes?
One of his biggest attributes. But you just said he moved forward with punches, right?
Yeah, but
and Crawford is known for catching you in between your shots. And Crawford is known for catching you in between your shots.
Yeah, because niggas lead with their head. Spence don't. Spence lead with his punches. So he coming with offense and defense at the same time. His whole statue is behind his punches. His statue is behind him.
I like listening to you, Val, but you go on and talk Spence into this ass whooping. Go ahead. Go on, talk him into this ass whooping that's coming. He know it's coming.
Yeah, they gonna fight. I believe the fight gonna take place.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be
talking into it.
Like November.
Maybe November, December. I'm pushing for November because December's a bad time. You got bowl games, you got championship week, you got playoffs getting ready to start the meat of the football season. That'll be rough.
Yeah.
And the holidays.
Yeah, November be nice around Thanksgiving, before Thanksgiving or the week of Thanksgiving. Be nice.
Exactly.
Everybody eat and watch the fight. Yep.
Yeah, that'd be great.
That'd be great. They'll do a lot of money too in November.
Oh yeah, they'll do great. What you think about the topic though, H? What did you think about my discussion? He dipped off again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was having this debate with somebody else, man. It's just, they was making the points that you was making, but I just can't see it. I just don't see it that way.
I do, man.
Like they got these heavyweights on a pound for pound list. How you gonna have a heavyweight on a pound for pound list? Where's he gonna go? He's not gonna go down.
Well, you had who went down? Michael Spinks went down. He went up from light heavy.
Yeah, he went up.
Yeah, he could have been on a pound for pound if he wouldn't have ran into Tyson.
Yeah. Yeah.
That nigga ran into Tyson. He was undefeated. Let Tyson stop his career. That's the only loss he got.
Mm-hmm.
Tyson was a terrified Spence. Michael
But that Tyson he lost to, that's not a bad loss.
I know, but why did it terrify? Why did it stop his career? Spinks wasn't even that old when he fought Tyson.
Was he like 34, 33, something like that?
Yeah, like 34, yeah. And he said that's it. He couldn't do it no more. He probably thought they'd want a rematch.
You got to remember, this fight happened in 1987.
Yeah.
And $20 million in 1987 was a lot of money.
Oh, a lot of money. A lot of money.
Don't try to fight me again.
That was a lot of money.
Oh yeah.
From a nigga coming from the St. Louis projects.
Mm-hmm.
Why do I want to fight anybody after I got $20 million? I don't want to fight nobody no more.
Yeah. He was making money though, because he was light heavyweight champ for some years.
Yeah, but you know, back then them persons wasn't like that. They
No,
was
it
getting like
wasn't
maybe
like
a couple
that. They was
million.
in the hundreds of thousands. You know?
Yeah, hundreds of thousands, maybe a couple million here and there for unification or something
For a
like
big
that.
fight, yeah.
Yeah,
But Don King was ripping them off, man.
Yeah.
You know, he was on one end promoting, then his son Carl was the manager. He was tearing them fighters' ass up, man.
But that was Butch Lewis, wasn't it? Wasn't Butch Lewis his manager?
Yeah, with Spinks, yeah. But
Yeah, that was Butch
Spinks,
Lewis,
man.
yeah.
But I'm
I
talking
don't
about
think
the
Butch
fighters
fucked
that
over.
Don King had.
Oh, Don King fucked over all of them.
Yeah,
Larry Holmes.
he had his
I remember reading Larry Holmes' book. Larry Holmes said the reason he left Don King because in 1979 he had 7 fights. 7 fights, he made $700.
Yeah. Because it's Don King's son was managing him and he was promoting him. Look at that person right there. You got 33 and a third, and then you got what he's getting on the promotion. He's probably getting like 40%, you think?
Mm-hmm.
Shit, that's the whole purse, man.
Yep. That's the whole person's gone.
Yeah. Shit, but if a motherfucker promote me and sign the manager, shit, I don't need no damn manager. Your dad promoted me, shit.
Yo, what up, everybody?
But you know, Don King was mobbed up back then, so the niggas were scared anyway.
Yeah.
Well, who's that? Kazi?
Yeah, what up, Sheldon?
What's up with you, Kyle? What you think about my proposed question right there?
So what my question to you is, so if you feel that way, what is your top 10 current pound for pound list?
I got Crawford. I got Usyk. I got Inoue. I got shit. I hate to say it, but I gotta put Lomachenko on there.
How you gonna
Why would you have to hate to say it? Come on now.
How you
I
gonna
gotta put Lomachenko on there. He went through the weight classes. I gotta put him on there.
What about Tank? Tank went through 3 of them. 130, 135, 140.
I gotta put him on there. Gotta have him on there. He went through the weight classes. I have 6. I gotta put Vargas. Went through the weight classes.
Francisco Vargas?
Ray Vargas.
Ray Vargas, okay.
Ray Vargas. I gotta put
Yeah, you're right, my bad.
I gotta put I want to put Mel on there, but I can't because he's been at 54 his whole career. I gotta put Canelo. He been through the weight classes. Gotta put him on there. I gotta put 8.
Oh, you talking about just the fighters of today?
Fighters of today, yeah. Fighters of today. He said the current.
Yeah, current and active, and you know.
I gotta put shit. I really hate to say this, Kazi. You know I hate to say this. I gotta put Danny on there.
Danny who? Danny
Garcia.
Oh,
he went through the weight classes.
Yeah, you can stop talking.
Okay. All right. Damn.
I hate Danny, but I gotta put him on there.
Not on pound for pound, you don't.
I do have to. He went through the weight classes.
No, you don't. You're doing it by a certain way you're doing it, saying that people that move through weight classes.
Yeah, no, but
when you say, hold on, bro.
Right.
When you say top pound for pound fighter, with all due respect, there are fighters that could probably drop down in weight and be better than what they are in their weight class. Perfect example.
But they haven't done it.
Wait a minute.
But they haven't done it.
You got to let me finish what I'm saying.
Go ahead, bro.
There are fighters that could actually drop down and be better in the class down below. Perfect example would be Lomachenko. I think if Lomachenko fought at the weight class where he belonged, he would be very good. He's too small for 135. Another example of a fighter that could be better in moving up in weight classes, you can use Crawford at 147. You can use Spence. I think Spence might be better at 154 than he is at 147. I also think Devin Haney gonna be better at 140 than he is at 135. So to sit up and say that it's all about the people that move up in weight class, that's not fair because some people are using that to their advantage and they're avoiding fights to show that they're really not as good as they really got these people believe because they
I agree
move.
with everything you're
They
saying,
move.
Dale. I
Hold
agree
on,
with
hold on,
everything you're
hold
saying.
on. Let me finish. I'm finna give it back. But they move to where they need to move to fool the people. But to a real person that love boxing, that's why we have different. Everybody got their different ways of the way we feel about boxing. I don't look at Canelo and say he being great by going up to fucking fight Bivol. That wasn't trying to be great. Not to me, not in my eyes. But but it does sell. If you can get the majority to believe, yeah, it does work that way. But I don't see it that way. That's all I'm saying.
So I have a
Go ahead,
question for you, Mr.
go ahead,
Moore.
Smoke. Give me your thoughts.
Yeah, what do you think of Leo Santa Cruz and Adrian Broner? Both of them went through the weight classes.
They got to be pound for pound fighters. They went through the weight classes.
I think.
Now, are you saying? Are you talking about like?
For me,
Well, how do you
my bad, I
differentiate?
didn't
How do
know
you
who the.
differentiate?
I,
One second.
I'm
One second.
sorry, Smoke. I
One
didn't know who
second.
the question
How do
was
you
for.
differentiate?
I know you
Yeah,
finna get on this shit,
it was for
Smoke.
Mr. Moore.
Okay, there
No,
you
it's for
go.
Mr. Moore. As a backup, how do you differentiate between like a lifetime achievement award and a pound for pound? Because like at the end of your career, like Danny Garcia, you might have gone through a bunch of weight classes, or Adrian Broner at the end of his career has been through a bunch of weight classes, but he's not a pound for pound fighter right now. I don't know if Leo Santa Cruz ever was a pound for pound fighter, but he did go through the weight classes.
Right. That's like Mikey Garcia. Went through the weight classes. Got to put him on there. Even though he's retired though.
He's retired though. He's retired though.
He's retired though. He's retired.
But he can't be on your hypothetical
I
current
think
pound for pound list if you're
I think your pound for pound list. I respect anybody's pound for pound list. All I'm saying is it's not fair to say that the people who move through division, and I'm a Crawford fan, and he moved through 3 divisions. But all I'm saying is it doesn't necessarily mean just because you move through divisions, because a lot of people move through divisions to avoid fights, and that shit ain't the same.
Well, you got to remember though. See, what you omitting is pound for pound was created for Sugar Ray Robinson because he was moving through divisions.
And I understand what you're saying,
but what about a guy that's not good enough though? Like Ryan Garcia, he's now in his second weight division. He's moving through divisions, but he ain't fucking fighting nobody in any of them.
But he's not a pound for pound fighter because he's never won a championship at anything.
Right. So you got to be a championship and move through the division. All right. So now we already it's not just moving through the division, right?
Right.
Like
You got to win championships.
Like Mo Hooker, right? Like Mo Hooker is moving through the divisions. Like you could argue that now his last fight was at 154.
No, I think what Shelton is saying is accomplishing things in divisions, multiple divisions, not just moving through divisions.
Right. You got it, Kazi. Go ahead. Cook, Kazi, cook.
So like that's the thing. I do agree because like it's all hypothetical if a guy could go up to another weight class and do something, you know what I'm saying? Those are your wishful thinking, you know what I'm saying? But if unless you can actually prove it, then you are considered pound for pound. That's I think that's kind of like testing the experiment and knowing that the experiment works.
That's where I'm going with it, Kazi. That we right on the same page, bro.
So for me, I don't care if they've gone through a bunch of divisions or stayed in the same one, right? I think Marvin Hagler was a pound for pound fighter and he never went anywhere. I think Triple G was a pound for pound fighter. He never went anywhere.
And I agree with that too. And I agree with that too because so like Beterbiev, like you could see that he has pound for pound power, and talent, right? And we could see him going up, to cruiserweight. We could see him maybe bridgerweight, you know what I'm saying, or even fucking heavyweight, you know what I'm saying, just like a Usyk, you know what I'm saying. You could see that because that motherfucker grows and the way that he's hitting, you know what I'm saying. He's gonna fucking be knocking motherfuckers out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
So
mean,
yeah,
I
that
agree
would
with
be.
what you
I would.
guys.
Sorry,
I
sorry,
agree
sorry.
with
Hold
what
on.
you
Let me
got.
finish on that because that is what when you hypothetically think somebody is pound for pound, when you think that they do have the eye test and they look like the goods, but we never know unless they prove it. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, listen. Let me
Go
let me
ahead,
say
Dale.
this. Let me say this. I respect everybody's opinion, and that's the thing about pound for pound, and that's what makes it so interesting, and that's why no pound for pound list really should be taken too personally because we all have our different um criteria of the way we judge it. Some people judge it, for example, saying that, well, you can't put heavyweights in it. Some people judge it and say, you got to show me that you can fight in more than one division. And some people sounds like me and Smoke are saying that I really don't care because I look at the talent. I can judge talent through my eyes, and I can tell you who is a top fighter. I don't need Shakur to go through every division to let me know that that motherfucker know how to fight. It's just
But he's
different
a two
criteria.
division. But he's a two
I
division
understand that, but what
now
I'm
champion
saying
now.
is, I wouldn't have cared. I wouldn't have cared if he would have went to another division. I know he knows how to fight. Boots ain't been in no another division. I know he knows how to fight. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not. I'm not.
Yeah, no, no.
Uh,
Detail.
I
I'm
want you
not
to
disagreeing
understand
with you
where I come from.
whatsoever. Yeah, yeah, I
I
get it.
want you
I
to
get it.
understand where I come from. My eyes let me know. I can sit up and see a fighter that knows how to hold, knows how to grab, but at the same time, he got perfect timing. He know how to box. I know that when he get in there with a fight, there's plenty of fighters, for example, I can look at and say, hey, you know what? Yeah, you probably could beat him, but you know what? That motherfucker might knock you out because he know how to fight.
Yeah,
And
no,
then
no.
there's some fighters that you look at and you like, that shit ain't gonna happen tonight.
Yeah, and I have a few criterias, right? You know what I'm saying? The eye test, when you see the goods, like you're saying, you could see that, they're capable, you could just tell that they could fucking fight, right? And then I also have a criteria where, you accomplish things and then you actually implement what you're saying, which is moving up in weight classes, such as Nonito Donaire, where he had all of those, you know what I'm saying? He had the eye test, you know what I'm saying? He was moving up in different weight classes, you know what I'm saying? He looked like a fucking, just a straight beast. Same like Terence Crawford. You can actually tell, you know what I'm saying? Same like Canelo. Same like Usyk too, you know what I'm saying, to a certain extent. There's certain fighters that have not only are the eye tests, but they're actually the goods and they actually have the fucking hands to do it. You know what I'm saying? They have the talent, you know what I'm saying? They just, you could tell that they're just, different from everybody else.
Yeah.
Facts. And like
What's good?
Dale said, what's up, bro? And like Dale said,
What's
man,
going
it's
on, man?
all opinion. It's all our opinions. We all have different opinions, and that's what makes this boxing talk so great because we can all agree to disagree and have our own opinions. You know what I mean?
No doubt. No
But
doubt.
y'all talking about pound for pound?
Yeah, I
Yeah, we
said
just
that.
was
I
talking
don't
about the
believe.
different ways we go about it, Marky Dan. There are people that don't believe, heavyweights should be on there. And then Sheldon kind of threw some people off, but I respect what he's saying. He went down a list throwing in people that people don't think should even be on the motherfucking list, but his criteria was moving through divisions. So I was sitting up trying to, basically hold a peace mode and saying that I respect what he says, but he also has a respect that there are people that fucking move around just to avoid fights to make themselves look bigger than what they are. So I don't really, judge it on no certain way. For me, I look at boxers and I judge from my ability to judge an athlete, a person that got dog in them, a person that know how to hold, a person that know how to grab. He can fight. He got great timing. He got speed. He can counter. He a motherfucker in there, and he ain't gonna back down. That's what I judge my fighters on when I make my pound for pound list, and it's different from other
Yeah, but
people.
holding is not a part of and I boxing. respect Though. that. Holding and clinch is not a part of boxing. It's against the rules. Yes, it is.
You fucking crazy. You
Excessive
fucking
holding
crazy.
is Go look at what Tyson Fury did. That's definitely a part of boxing. Excessive holding is against the rules. That's a part of the rules.
Let me say
I'm
something.
just telling you the rules.
Let me say
Excessive.
something. Okay,
Like if you like what Vladimir Klitschko was doing to Povetkin, that's excessive. Holding a nigga 15 times around. Of course.
Yeah,
but grabbing him when you hurt, that I'm ain't just telling nothing. you.
Hold on,
Let me.
mark it in.
It's
Mark
a
it
part
in.
of
Let
the
me talk
rules.
to you
It's
for 1
excessive
second.
holding
Please,
is not part of boxing. It shouldn't be a part of
mark it
boxing.
in. Listen,
That's literally not true. I wish you'd stop saying that dumb shit, Cosby. It's literally like taught in every fucking gym.
Hold on, Smoke. I want to talk to Mark.
You're taught to hold.
Cosmic.
You're taught to hold,
please.
but not to fucking use it as
please,
a. You know what I'm saying?
Please,
You're using it.
Cosmic.
Okay, go ahead.
Can I speak to you, please? Listen, this is the same shit me and you fell out on. Although you started talking about,
yeah, that's my belief.
Come on, D. Like, come on, bro.
I understand. But hold up. But listen to what I'm trying to say to you, Cosmic. This is what I said to you about Joshua. If Joshua, you say it's not part of the fight, I guarantee you, if Usyk get his ass in the ring with Tyson Fury, the same way I set up and said Usyk can outbox Joshua, he can possibly outbox Tyson Fury. But you know what the difference is? Tyson Fury is a fucking dog. He gonna put that bitch in a headlock. He gonna sit on his motherfucking neck. He gonna choke him. He gonna do every fucking thing in the book to wear him down and beat his ass. He's a dog.
The aspect of physicality.
You don't understand that.
Yeah, I agree.
It's called being a bruiser. The technique is called being a bruiser. So AJ in the
because we're gonna squash it real quick. You know what I'm saying? This is the thing. It's just I just don't think that it's not in the interest of a fighter to be just taught how to fucking hold. You know, using a 1-2 and then clinching right away. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that is should be your strategy. You know what I'm saying? In boxing, you know what I'm saying? Hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. Let me finish. I'm gonna finish it up. This is the thing, right? So yes, when heavyweights they hold, I kind of agree when they hold because, bro, they're hitting like knockout punches. They're fucking one punch can end the fucking fight. So
if that's not your strength, Cosmic, why would you do it though?
Why would you do what?
Not your strength.
Well, here's the thing. Like clinching is not. Hold up for that.
If I got a 78, hold on. If I got a 78-inch reach. And you got a fucking 62-inch reach. And I can knock the shit out of you all day unless you get in my chest. And then you got a chance. Why the fuck should I keep fighting with you where you can knock me out and I can't even punch you? I'm going to reset your ass. That's what it's about. It's about.
And also, boxing doesn't have to. It's about. Hold on, can I get in this thing? You guys are just like
no. You cutting off people, Smoke. It's my.
I'm just saying because I'm trying to get a word in edgewise. You're like just going on and on and on.
Me and Cosmic having a discussion. I want Cosmic.
I understand, but I want to get in on the discussion. I would love to get in on the discussion.
I'm gonna let you in. I'm gonna let you in.
Awesome. Can you please land this plane?
All I'm saying is, Cosmic, is you're trying to get in, and that's your willpower to get inside and fuck me up. My willpower is to not let you do that. The bad thing about that is I don't have to be held to be effective against you. That's why boxing matchups sometimes don't make sense. Like when Oscar Valdez fought Shakur and he was going to use distance and he had better speed and timing. It didn't make sense. I'm not going to let you fight where you want to fight. I'm going to fight where I want to fight. And I got all the fucking tools and advantages.
Okay.
The same thing with Haney and Kambosa. Now you can have that shit, Smoke. I'm gonna
hold on.
No, you hold on. I listen to you guys go back and forth. No, you hold on. You hold on. Actually, there's no question. And now I'm going to go.
No.
This conversation is making my ears bleed.
Who is the best pound for pound?
Forget it. No, hold on. We're standing on clinching. We're standing on clinching before you try to change the subject to something else. When it comes to clinching,
the best top 10
whatever, dude. I'll answer it after I'm done making my point about what we were just talking about.
Let me play devil's advocate and let's just say Ali.
Ali
was the best clincher.
Can I make my point? The idea that clinching ought not to be in fucking boxing is dumb as fuck, right? Forget, like, you didn't even talk about why it shouldn't be in boxing. You just said it just shouldn't be in there. But the idea that it's outside of the rules is just wrong, right? So you can clinch. Not only is clinching allowed, it is taught. That what is illegal is excessive clinching. The only person who is charged with it, the only person charged with determining whether something is excessive is the referee. Not you, not the fans at home, the ref in the ring. That's it. Nobody gives a fuck what you think is fucking excessive.
So, like I said, excessive holding You can't use it as a strategy. You cannot use it as a strategy. You can't, like I said, who are your pound for pound best clinchers currently? You can't name them. Who's a Hall of Fame clincher? You know what I'm saying?
Ali.
You got an attribute that you're going to be.
Muhammad Ali.
Muhammad Ali.
These are all
Holyfield.
heavyweights, though.
Jack Johnson.
Muhammad Ali was holding niggas behind their head, tying niggas' arms up.
Andre Ward.
And like I said,
Andre Ward.
What is
not
Andre
point,
Ward,
though, bro? No, like, what is his point though, bro? Because
exactly.
I think Kaz just doesn't enjoy that type of fighting, and it is what it is, man. Like I don't have a problem if you don't like clinching.
That's what it is, Marky. He has the style of fighting that he likes, and I respect that. But he has to understand. He has to understand and respect when a person has advantages. I do not have to fight the way you want me to fight, because if you don't want holding, okay, well, stay your ass on the outside. Stop running in there with them little short ass arms and fight on the outside like boxing is supposed to be done. It shouldn't be no holding. It shouldn't be you running all up through me either. It's fucking boxing. So if you want to run through me, I'm going to grab you, put your little ass in a headlock, reset you, and I'm going to punch you on your way out.
All right.
And then I'm gonna start back beating your ass again. That's just the mindset.
Holding is the one that's selling the most
of a boxer, bro.
See, but this is what y'all
not fighting at the same time.
Y'all talking about it.
You want to see these guys fight, not hold, not dance. You know what I'm saying? Not ballet, not do the
clinching is a part of holding, Cosmic.
Not do no dancing.
Did you see the Figueroa Fulton fight? Did you see the Figueroa Fulton fight? It was plenty of holding and grappling, but that was still a great fight.
And did you see that the referee kept warning Fulton for holding? And then it became a great fight. You don't remember that? Rewatch the fight. That's a good example.
Cosmic doesn't
first off, both guys were holding, and warning happens in every single fight. Oh my God, you get warned. So what? He won the fight and got warned. So what?
Let's get back to my question. I want to hear from Rich and Marky Dan. So I don't believe that a fighter who hasn't moved through weight classes and won championships in different weight classes should be on a pound for pound list. That's just me. What do you guys think about it? Rich, you go first.
I don't
I disagree. I have to disagree. If that was the case, then we can't say that this nigga Marvin Hagler is a pound for pound great. And that's just
false. Can't put it, and that's what I said. I love Marvin Hagler, one of the greatest of all time. He's in my top 3 all time as a fighter, but I can't put him on a pound for pound list since he never left 160.
He didn't have to though. That pound for pound was never about going different weights. It was always about.
Yes, it was because it was created for Sugar Ray Robinson, bro.
List is not about
right, but it wasn't because he was going through different weights. It was the idea was those skills could translate to any weight. It was imagining him at any weight, not them actually going up there and doing it.
Well, I don't think it.
Yeah,
well,
but you don't.
I don't think it matters, Sheldon. Me personally.
Okay, go ahead, Mark. Go ahead, Mark.
I think I don't think it matters. Me personally, I think if you are dominant and you have a certain skill set which allows you to be dominant, and y'all might disagree with me. I have Stephen Fulton, I think either at number 6 or in my top 5. And that's me personally. I base that off of his skills and the performances he put on in his past 3 fights. And his opponents, he fought Figueroa, he fought Daniel Roman, and he fought Angelo Leo. And he put on good performances, and he's tested. He went to war with Figueroa, so I put him up there, and that's me.
He went to war with Leo.
I mean, but he really dominated. I mean, the early part of the fight, but he dominated most of the fight.
Yeah, he did.
The main thing is Marky Dan just hit it on the point. He basically explained to you. So respect, he gave you your respect also for the way you judge it. But you got to be honest too, Sheldon, because like you just said, you're a big Hagler fan. And you got to be honest. If he went down, it's some dudes that you would have been like, man, he'll kill that dude.
Exactly.
And
exactly.
Shelton, don't forget Abner Maris, Shelton. Abner Maris.
That's true. Abner Maris went through the weight classes. That's true. But see, here's the thing, right? When Hagler was fighting, 54 was new. And 68 was very. I don't even think 68 existed.
Hey, let me give you an example. I'm gonna give you an example, and I'm gonna shut this down, Shell. Let's just say this: it's some dudes that have been in 2 and 3 weight divisions,
right?
But in each one of them goddamn divisions, you know they ain't the best in neither one of them motherfuckers. And I'm gonna leave it at that.
Yeah.
That's true.
That's true.
That's true. That's true. That's true. That's true. It's a good debate, though. It's a good debate to have. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, no doubt. I respect that. I told you, I like what you're doing though, because you showing them why. Because I had the same thing the other day. We looked at the list, the pound for pound list on ESPN. Every fighter in the top 10. Wait a minute though. This is what's funny about it. You gotta respect. Listen, the same way I respect your way, you gotta respect their way. Because I'm gonna tell you what I saw in that. Everybody on the pound for pound list is undefeated except for 2 fighters. And guess who those 2 fighters are?
Canelo and somebody else.
Lomachenko.
Yeah.
But guess what though? They done been through 3-4 divisions.
Yes, they have. Yes,
so
they have.
I tried to explain at the H. I said, I'm not saying it's right. I don't agree with their pound for pound list, but I'm trying to figure out how and why they're on there. And the 2 that's on there with losses, they've been through 3-4 weight divisions. So, you know, you gotta give them where they're at.
I actually read the Ring Magazine's ratings, and one of the articles actually explains a little bit why Loma is on there, and essentially it's just a group of specific writers which just have their belief in his head that he's this special fighter, and it really doesn't matter that he lost. That no matter what, they're gonna put him on there. Yeah, I can even post that article for you.
Is that kind of like the same? Do you guys remember this? Because I know everybody remembers this. Rich, I know you remember it. We were watching when Crawford was going for undisputed at 40, and they had him, Atlas, and Andre Ward on the panel. You remember that shit, Rich?
I know what you're talking about, where they was talking that bullshit. Let me see.
Yeah. And he gonna stand right in the middle of Andre Ward, undefeated, 32-0. Terence Crawford was undefeated, like 33-0, 34-0, something like that. And you gonna stand right in the middle of these dudes and say Lomachenko is the #1 pound for pound fighter.
Who said that?
But I ain't gonna lie, bro.
That was when he was getting that ESPN check, yo. That's when he was loving that ESPN check before he ran his mouth about the Pacquiao Horn fight.
Rich, what did you think about that shit you saw?
Everything with him is a conspiracy. Like, I see it now.
It don't really matter. Like, at this point.
Well, no, that literally happened. Like, it was. They got rid of Teddy Atlas because he was complaining about the fucking judges. Yes, it totally happened. It wasn't a conspiracy.
No, go ahead, Rich. What did you think when he said that shit? What did you say, Rich? Go ahead.
I wasn't even too much a hardcore boxing fan when that shit happened, but I seen the little video. I mean, it was laughable. You know what I'm saying? But that's all it was. And I don't know. The Ring Magazine and them, they all funny as shit to me. Like that nigga Devin said, y'all response to my comment just shows that y'all never really fucked with me anyway, bro. So. That's what they be on. They on some real favoritism type shit, real bias type shit. But that shit don't matter because if Loma was half the man they thought he was, if he was really pound for pound, he wouldn't need another tune-up fight. Because his partner Usyk, he's pound for pound by far. I got him high on my shit. He ain't need no tune-up. You know what I'm saying? So Loma, it's a slippery slope with Lomachenko. I don't too much care about that. No, because he's finna fight Jermaine Ortiz and niggas didn't even know who that was.
Man, we can't get caught up. We can't get caught up in the wins and losses, man. We got to understand that certain styles gonna be certain styles. Stop looking at this undefeated shit. That's what's wrong with boxing. We got to get away from that shit.
Well, hold on. So you don't think the losses should impact it?
I'm not saying. Yeah, the losses should impact it, Marky. If everybody was fighting who the fuck they supposed to be fighting. But we don't do that. So therefore, that shit there it's misleading. It's misleading to see a nigga undefeated. It's very misleading.
I mean, you made the great point.
I could probably think of 10 motherfuckers.
Well, look, he made a great point earlier, Mark. He made a great point earlier because you could look at a motherfucker like Marvin Hagler. When Marvin Hagler got his first title shot, his record was 48-2. and he got robbed in that fight.
That's fact.
They gave him a draw against Anafermo.
Like I said, you can't judge from no fucking loss. Evander
You know what I'm
Holyfield,
saying?
another
So,
one. You can't judge
so
from
what's
no
your point
loss,
behind
bro.
that? So are you saying that bro is still deserving of being on the pound for pound list?
No,
Who?
listen. Let me tell you why
Who
I'm
has
saying
it?
yes. I am saying that, Rich, and I'm gonna tell you why I'm saying
Yeah,
it.
go ahead, Dev,
Wait a
'cause
minute. Let me
I can't put
let
him
me
on
say
there.
why I'm let me say why I'm saying that, Rich. Even though, for example, I have no problem with no one putting him on there, but I'm gonna tell you why I give him the benefit of the doubt. Because I look at it and I see a dude, for example, that what he started off at maybe 122 or some shit, 126, somewhere in there.
126.
Okay,
126.
126. Okay, 126. He lost. He wanted a rematch. He didn't get it. Okay, he went to 130. He fucking dominated the dude that had the belt for the longest time, Gary Russell. He fucking embarrassed Gary Russell. He went and whooped the champion and Walters. He also whooped Sosa. He whooped all these champions. And he offered Tank Davis the fight when he was young. They said no. Loma old, he getting old. He need to fight. We don't need Loma, this and that, whatever. We're gonna fight the fighters over here. So he was going about his business. The only one you can fucking fault him on, in which he ain't the only motherfucker. Everybody in boxing in that weight class has avoided Devin Haney. I give Devin Haney all the props. But the rest of them niggas, they can't say shit about Loma. Even Teofimo, he gave him a fight and even gave up some of his fucking purse. Tio wouldn't give him the rematch because he know he'll get his ass beat if he get back in the ring with him. And y'all know it, and I know it.
See, but here's my thing. Here's my thing with the pound for pound and Lomachenko shit though, because we and I respect everybody's opinion, but we just named off some shit that happened within Loma's first 3 fights, before he got up to 35, before he lost within one of his last 3 fights, before he fought non-champions after that. You know what I'm saying? Like, this nigga's in his division that then fought back-to-back champs. Only champs, only former champs. This nigga's not fighting former champs. He's not fighting champs. I'm pretty sure the pound for pound list has to be on some what have you done for me lately type shit.
Yeah, hey D, you really capping for Lomachenko like on some real shit. You said Sosa.
Bro.
Nigga bragging about Jason Sosa. And then when he beat Gary Russell, Gary Russell wasn't even a champion at that time. Gary Russell wasn't a champion at that time. They fought for a vacant belt.
They fought for the vacant belt?
They had him and Gary Russell fought for a vacant belt. He wasn't a champion.
Okay,
damn, I thought Gary was the champ. I ain't gonna
Gary
lie.
Russell was
no, he wasn't a champion at that time.
He was dominating.
That don't matter though.
Let's
That was a great win, but still, but that's back in like 20, that's like 2015 though, bro.
Russell? Who else has even beat that? Because the last nigga didn't beat Gary Russell. He beat that nigga with one hand. Who has even beat Gary Russell?
No. Lomachenko beat Gary Russell, but that's back in like 2016. Boxing has to be on some what have you done for me
Rich,
lately though.
Let me put it more clear, Rich. This is why I give Loma the benefit of the doubt, and y'all might not like it. The difference when you say a pound for pound fighter, it's a dude that walk around at fucking 138 and fighting at fucking 135. That's a real pound for pound fighter. These niggas that's fighting at 147 walk around 180, 190. It's different.
I know, but I mean, I understand that, but he's finna fight Jermaine Ortiz. He just got off the Comey fight. Comey was a champion once upon a time, and then before that, it was Nakatani. And Nakatani's never fought for a belt in his life. Jermaine Ortiz never fought for a belt in his life. Why is Lomachenko being boosted up as if he's the best in the division if he has no belts and he's not fighting at least 4?
You know why? Because he white with blue eyes.
I wouldn't.
Exactly.
Yeah, but if I go
You
down
know why?
this
Because
road
he
here,
white
though,
with blue eyes.
but if I go down this road, I could give y'all some.
Hey,
shit
go
right
get
now,
in here.
y'all
Go,
motherfuckers
nigga.
will
I'm
hate
getting
me.
sick of the cap. Go get up in there.
Nah, because like, go ahead.
If I go down the road, y'all will hate me.
Bro,
because I
because
can go down the road about motherfuckers when they
go ahead. Go get up in there. Go spit some real shit for me. Spit some real shit for the fans. Go.
I'll let you in there. I'm just being honest. I ain't got no bias. You know.
You talking about Jason Sosa, nigga? Get the fuck up out of here, nigga. Who the fuck is Jason Sosa?
I'm the official scorekeeper, nigga.
And he got 2 losses, nigga. Stop capping, nigga.
You know that, H. I'm the official scorekeeper, nigga. You know who I am.
Nah, but
detail the truth. If somebody if somebody loses you agree that should impact their pound for pound
It
status.
depends on who they
You
fight.
agree
If
on
they
that?
fighting
Hold on.
everybody,
No, hold
What
on,
if
hold
you
on,
Yeah, he
lose to a
lost to
nigga?
Salido. Salido
hold
was a
on, hold on,
journeyman.
What if you lose to a nigga that's not on
hold
the
on. But
list
I
and
just
then
got a
that
quick.
nigga lose his
Does
next
that
fight? What about then?
hey Rich, believe it
exactly?
or not,
We don't want to answer that question, Rich.
I'm trying to answer
Well,
Rich.
my
Hey,
next
Rich,
question after that is if you lose and then you dominate
wait a
two C
Rich,
level
slow
fight, well,
down,
B
Rich.
level
I'm over
fighter.
50. I'm over 50, nigga. Y'all niggas gonna have to ask me one question at a time, and I'll answer.
Hey, go
Now,
where you
y'all
at,
gonna
go? I thought you want to get up in here and start cooking, go. Where
give
you
me
at, bro?
one
I let
question
you in
at
the
a
game.
time,
You
and
ain't
I'll
gonna do
answer.
nothing.
Go back to yours, Rich.
Hey, go. You ain't gonna cook.
See, cause look,
Okay,
I
the
thought you
reason
wanted to
why.
get up in the game. Where you at?
I'm coming. It's just I'm handling something right quick. I'm coming. I
This shit got
promise.
the belts got literal lineage to him. My problem with Loma being on the pound for pound list is that this nigga lost to the nigga that lost to the nigga that got the belts now.
Whoa, that's what we
Wait,
talking about. We talking about
that wrong.
Loma
I said
on the
that
Yeah,
wrong.
this
pound
nigga
for
talking
pound
about
list.
Loma needs to be on the pound for pound. These niggas
Fuck
capping for
no,
Loma.
man. Fuck no. You lost to Salido. You requested the franchise fucking champion belt. The fucking drop that for mandatory with Devin Haney. You fucking put your gun in the pocket the first 7 rounds against Tio. You motherfucking bro. We not here, bro. I don't want to hear nothing about Loma being on the pound for pound list. No. Loma isn't better than Stephen Fulton. Loma isn't better than Charlo. Loma isn't better than
So what is the
Crawford.
criteria
Hold
you
on, let me
using?
finish. Loma isn't
But
better
let
than
him finish. I know he talking about your blue eye, Jesus.
Loma
Let him
isn't
finish, bro.
Loma isn't better than Devin
Bro,
Haney. Loma isn't better than Shakur Stevenson. Loma isn't better than Alexander Usyk. Yeah, I said it. He isn't better than Boots Ennis. I don't think.
Hey, go.
I can keep
And how can you
going.
say that? You said you bought up 4 niggas, right? You bought up 4 unified champions, right? No, yeah. You bought up 4 unified champs. All those niggas have over Loma within the last year is they all coming off victories against champs. You feel me? This nigga is fighting niggas that have never been interim champs, and we still talking about him as if this nigga is the second coming of me or something. He ain't that. You feel what I'm saying? This nigga's a great fighter, but when you shit on actual champs for niggas that used to be champs because they're just great fighters and we don't care if they lost, like that's you having a different standard. Because it's soon, like if this nigga, if Devin or Shakur had 1 loss, you feel me? They'll be like, oh yeah, but they had the loss within the last 2 years, so we can't put them on there if it's guys that you feel me who win it. Like you feel me? It's all bullshit. We can see all through that shit, bro.
Hey man, all I'm saying is this. Look, if y'all gonna judge a dude off his losses, we can sit up and go down the list.
Bruh, he ain't.
Hold on. Mike Tyson.
Man, stop with the bullshit. He ain't no fucking all-time great fighter. Nigga, fuck up out of here. Nigga, he lost to Salido. He lost to Salido, who was a journeyman. Get the fuck up out of here. I know that's your white Jesus. I know that's your blue-eyed Jesus that you worship. I know y'all niggas worship blue-eyed Jesus, nigga. Fuck up out of here, nigga.
I ain't on that bullshit.
I know y'all niggas worship blue-eyed Jesus, nigga.
I got time today.
Yeah, I know they trained you to worship a white man with blue eyes. I know they been training y'all niggas. Fuck up out of here.
Today. That nigga whoop.
We gotta stop
been
this
trained,
cat.
nigga.
Loma is not that quick.
That
Come
nigga,
on now.
hey,
nigga, your ass program, nigga.
Hold on, bro.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, that nigga Josh Taylor not pound for pound either, bro.
Here's the thing: the Eastern Europeans.
I'm gonna respect.
Fuck up out of here. He not even a motherfucking champion.
Hey, go. You got some smoke. Rodney said he's on your ass.
Hey, he not even a motherfucking champion, nigga. Fuck up out of here. He got 2 losses. He lost to a journeyman, nigga. Fuck up out of here.
Get in the ring.
I know y'all niggas worship blue eyes, Jesus. I know y'all niggas worship the white man with blue eyes, nigga. I know that's your motherfucking God. I know that's your motherfucking God. You been programmed, nigga. Fuck up out of here, whole ass nigga. We don't want to hear that shit.
Avoiding fights.
Man, fuck up out of here.
50 niggas with zeros around this bitch.
Wait, who avoiding fights though?
So it seems like for the Eastern Europeans, it seems like it seems like for the Eastern Europeans, it seems like for the Eastern Europeans, we get these different metrics to make the Eastern Europeans all-time great. We start talking about amateur careers. We start talking about how fast they did something. Meanwhile, nobody's ever said that like what your amateur. When we're looking at all-time greats, like if you talk about Muhammad Ali, we're not looking at his amateur career. When we talk about Sugar Ray Leonard, we're not looking at his amateur career. Although if you could. We could look at his we could look at the amateur careers. No, I got it. We could look at their amateur careers, but we don't. All we look at is their professional careers. But for Lomachenko and for Usyk and for all these like dudes, we're supposed to take in their amateur careers, how fast they did shit, and that's never been a metric.
Yeah, no, hey, only because he white, Smoke. We all know it's only because he white.
They can't touch them.
It's only because he white, nigga. Got these niggas over here capping for this white man. Got some niggas over here capping. Oh, my bad. Nigga, you worship Jesus. You worship a blue-eyed Jesus. Nigga, get the fuck up out of here.
What will we
capping,
what
nigga?
will we be saying about?
We all want to hear that shit. Y'all niggas over here fanboying for Lomachenko. Nigga, Lomachenko ain't the champion. Bitch ass nigga. Lomachenko ain't no champion. Bitch ass nigga.
Yes, I'm ready to rock, nigga. I'm gonna lose my voice already early tonight.
But look, here's the thing, though, bro. The nigga, everybody on that list got great wins within the last year, man. This nigga Loma, he just doesn't, bro. He just doesn't, and I don't see why we still talking about that.
Yeah, we shouldn't even be wasting our time
on top of that with 2 losses.
He's a duck. If anybody else would have lost to fucking Salido, we'll be fucking ripping the shit out of them. If anybody else would have lost to a Salido type of nigga, we'll be bringing that shit up every time.
Exactly. But you know you got the complexion for the protection.
And then
you got the complexion for the protection. These niggas worship blue-eyed Jesus. That's your blue-eyed Jesus, ain't it? That's your blue-eyed Jesus, nigga. That's who you worship, nigga. Get the fuck up out of here. Lomachenko ain't a champion, nigga. Fuck up out of here, dick riding Lomachenko. I'm getting sick of you coon-ass niggas. I'm getting sick of you coon-ass niggas.
What you say?
I'm getting sick of these coon-ass niggas. That's what I said. I'm getting sick of these coon-ass niggas.
If you turn pro today,
I'm getting sick of you coon-ass niggas.
Your first fight with
real talk, nigga. Devin Haney, the undisputed champion. Devin Haney never lost, nigga. But you said he over here capping for Lomachenko, the white man.
I just can't
because that's what you worship, nigga.
Uncle D, you my dog.
This nigga been programmed since a fucking baby to worship a white man with blue eyes.
From the perspective of just D, from what you know, bro, and how you seen him get exposed by, simple things like, yeah, he has the angle.
Oh, they act like that shit never happened, though.
He can easily be turned around. He can get hit. You know what I'm saying? It's not like he a Usyk.
I never said he could beat Devin Haney because it's the reach, like I said earlier. Certain styles are going to make certain fights. But there's also wait a minute. There's also going to be fighters, and this is where I think y'all misunderstanding me. There are going to be certain fighters that can beat a fighter. That don't mean that nigga the best fighter. He's just a bad fucking man.
Nigga, hey, you worship a white blue-eyed Jesus. Nigga, get the fuck up out of here. Nigga, you worship a white blue-eyed Jesus. Get the fuck up out of here, nigga. You niggas been programmed since fucking kids, nigga.
I say this. I see what you're saying, but you're wrong.
Stupid ass nigga.
I hate robberies, man.
Lomachenko, he just, when you put it all together, like we said, we all have a different perspective on what
this nigga better because he white, even though he got 2 losses. The fuck up out here.
Exactly. I'm just tired of the overinflating fucking accolades. That's all. I mean,
I ain't gonna lie. 2 losses to regular niggas too.
And y'all niggas want to be accepted so bad. Y'all niggas want to be accepted so bad.
Yeah, he's not a pound for pound guy. I don't think he deserves to be on a pound for pound list. Not top 10, maybe a top 20 pound for pound. Yeah, a top 20 definitely, top 15 even probably, but not a top 10. And then also like this idea of him being an ATG is also some dumb shit, right? That's just like
We're not even gonna get
all this
started
crazy.
on that shit, Smoke. It's
I don't
just,
put him there
it's
now.
just,
I
you
ain't
know
put
what?
him on no
Nah, you
all-time
know
No,
great
I'm
what?
telling
It's
you,
list.
just when you
hey,
really think
hey,
about
go,
it, it's
hey,
some
hey,
I
go,
bullshit, bro.
hey,
respect.
hey,
Because
I
you
go.
got
The only,
respect
Devin
what
Haney
he
out here.
does for the
hey,
He's
go.
not
guys
even
he
on
is.
neither list. He's not
For the
even
Hey,
on
weight
the
go.
class
fucking the
he
ring
in,
list or the
Hey,
he
go.
is
fucking
one
Real
of the
fast,
top
real
ESPN
fast.
fighters.
The
list.
only reason I say that, the only reason I even bring up the ATG is because this is the third conversation I've had about it in 3 fucking
No,
days
no, I'm
about
with you,
Loma being an
Smoke.
ATG.
Yeah, see, Smoke, I'm with you. No, what I'm saying is we need to focus on, like, for us to even be having a fucking conversation, can we actually tell the listeners that Devin Haney isn't on the fucking ESPN list or the Ring magazine list?
Yeah, that's some
So
bullshit. We know
we
that
need to
though.
quit. Nah,
Bro,
but
but
hold
I ain't
on,
gonna lie.
let me
Go ahead,
finish though. We need to finish. We need to goddamn focus on that and talk about what the fuck is going on. Why the youngest undisputed champion isn't on 2 major fucking, lists that to the common boxer or casual, they'll look at it and won't even know who the fuck Devin Haney is. But we on here arguing for a motherfucker who done fucking lost, who ain't done shit, who ain't fought no champion. You know what I'm saying? We want to sit here and argue about him being on the list when motherfuckers still putting him on the list. So we need to focus on Devin Haney. And yeah, for the motherfuckers who out there, fuck the Ring magazine, fuck ESPN, because they don't want to put the youngest undisputed champion on that bitch. So that's what I got to say. So fuck Lomachenko. Because the motherfucker lost. He got beat up by Tio the first 6 rounds. And I would love to see the rematch again. I think he'll get beat up again against Tio. Yeah.
Hell
Give me
no.
Loma
T.O. get his
versus him.
ass beat.
Nah, fuck it. I want to see him
T.O. get his
fight.
ass beat.
Nah, that's the one
He
dude.
lost.
That is the
He
one
lost.
dude that T.O.'s gonna fucking get his mind right for. It's goddamn Lomachenko.
And he lost. And he lost the first one.
Hey man, at
Lost
the
with
end
that
of the
fight.
day, we can sit up. It's all fun. We debating, but we got to look at these fighters, and you got to understand the difference between a fighter. Because I know, for example, I'm one of them dudes. I can walk around and fucking play basketball at fucking 230, but I know that I like to play around at 210. So I can bully niggas at 210 and 190, all up in that area. But I know I can walk around and carry that weight. It's the same thing with boxing. Motherfuckers can bully in certain areas. But one thing you can't do is walk around your weight and then fight at your heaviest weight and beat everybody ass. That means you're a bad motherfucker. I'm just
I'm not
letting you
gonna
know.
lie.
I mean,
I'm not gonna lie
Yeah,
to you,
but he
man.
didn't beat everybody's ass.
I'm
He
just letting
lost
you
to
know. You can
Tio.
say what you want
Like,
to
this
say.
is the shit.
It
Like,
just
I'm
depends.
not
All I'm
understanding
telling you
this.
is,
We gotta stop
It just
this.
depends.
niggas out here fighting
It's all
at
about your physiology.
147 weighs
It's,
180
Christ.
pounds every day.
More.
Bro, I'm
So
not
all
even
right.
gonna
So
That's
lie.
all I'm saying.
That nigga,
all right. So a guy.
that
It's
nigga
it's
Loma
just
was
all about
losing
your
at
physiology, right?
126 and he was huge.
It's really all about your physiology. Like Marvin Hagler was an undersized middleweight. He couldn't really go up. He was already over fucking achieving at 160 pounds. He really should have been like with his stature and all that shit, like 154. He's like kind of a tweener guy, right? But you got guys that you got guys like Floyd Mayweather who was able to go down really low, but he was so good that he could fight at his walking around weight. But the most he weighed was like 152 pounds in a fight, and in that fight, he looked fucking like he just looked like he'd been stuffed like a goddamn laundry bag. Like you couldn't get any more muscle or fat or whatever the fuck. He was just his skin was popping at the fucking seams,
What the fuck are
right?
you
So
talking about?
I'm talking about the idea of like the fight, walking around weight or fighting above your weight, right? Like guys, it's very few guys who get to be good enough to actually fight at their walking around weight. Most guys
Exactly.
got to shrink down. But unless you're a heavyweight,
Thank you.
Yeah, but
That's
that's not
all I'm
the point.
saying.
Is that
You
this
got to
nigga
respect that.
Loma, bro, Loma. If that's the case, then we can slam him fighting at 126. Then the nigga was in the Olympics at lightweight and came in at 126 and was big as shit against everybody, bro. It goes both ways. That nigga's fighting at
You're
135, bro. That
100%
nigga
right.
no.
big.
But
You're
Loma is also
100%
another
right,
tweener.
Rich.
But
And
Loma's
it's a
another
lot of
tweener.
people doing
He
that,
got it.
Rich.
He got
That's
the
my whole
golden glove.
point.
He got his gold medal at 132 pounds. It's a different weight class in the amateurs than in the pros, right? So he could shrink down 6 pounds and bully some dudes down there at 126 because he was already 132 as an amateur.
There you
But
go.
that doesn't make him a real lightweight, because those guys at lightweight, it depends on what area you're in and what, like, you might just get luck of the draw. It turns out that Loma he drew the straw that had a whole bunch of fucking future welterweights in the fucking fighting at lightweight. So it's not that Loma is too small; he is just too small for those dudes at the fucking top. And then you got, but he's not too small for fucking Tank, right?
He's not too small for lightweight, period.
I don't have
He's
no
not too
agenda.
small
I
for
call
lightweight,
this
bro.
shit the way this shit is. I'm gonna give you a perfect example. Bud was bullying niggas when he was at 135.
Yeah, because you got guys who are actual. Yeah, you got guys who are actual lightweights down there, and our guys are blowing up featherweights and shit.
The same thing. All them niggas do it. But
It's gonna always be like that, man.
What I'm saying to you is a person that can walk around at their weight, that's a person fighting motherfuckers. And then like Floyd, what makes Floyd special to me is that when motherfuckers you see them say, okay, you got to fight at 154. You gonna fight at 152. That nigga come in at 150. He don't even make weight.
Lomachenko.
Yeah, you see these guys walking around, you see these guys walking around in light heavyweight. Fucking, they walk around in light heavyweight and they fight at welterweight.
Yeah.
Jared
if you were to put this guy, like, what chance would you get? What do you think of Boots versus Better Beef? What do you think of that fight?
I got Better Beef. I mean, you mean like in 5 years and right now?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Motherfuckers walking around at 180 pounds. That's fighting Better Beef. Who you got? Beef all the Better Beef. That's what you got. Fucking got.
Saying. Yeah, what if he fought where he walk around at? That's what he's trying to show you. Would you pick Boots over Better Beef?
Nah.
No, you wouldn't. Exactly. That's what he's trying to show you. And that's all I'm trying to say. I ain't saying the man is no all-time great. I know he can't fucking beat Devin Haney because the styles don't make sense for him. Devin Haney is too athletic, too quick, understands the boxing game. He can't beat him. But
okay, what are you saying?
Wait a minute. But what I am telling you is he might be able to beat some people that Devin Haney might not be able to beat, though.
What?
Yeah, if you were to do your walking around, if you were to do Devin Haney's walking around weight, right? Like, that dude is probably in the junior welterweight. Like, would you put Devin Haney versus Sebastian Fondura? Like, you wouldn't do that shit.
The only thing is that nigga Fondura.
And another example too, what you just said, Smoke. Another example is Fondura and already said it. Fondura said he'll go down and fight Spence, or he'll go up and fight. That's an example of what we're talking about, because a person has the ability to move their weight and they know that they have an advantage on a person. That's why I say when we judge pound for pound, you just got to respect everybody. But don't be talking
here's the
shit
thing,
and get mad at nobody. But it's respect, bro. It's respect, because we all got different ways we judging it.
Okay,
when I judge a fighter, I'm judging them fighters on, I look at a motherfucker like, okay, I ain't judging no nigga that's drawn, that lost some fucking weight. You walk around 190 and you fighting a nigga at 154, and the nigga at 154 came from 130, and he fucking can't even make 154 at the weight in. I ain't judging you on that shit.
Okay, hold on. That's something different. Okay, well, here's the thing.
That's what's happening.
Hold on. Let's get to the nitty-gritty, though. What I'm saying is, what is a pound for pound list? Like, let's give that a definition. What are we gonna call that? What consists of?
That's what we're talking about.
Hold on, bro. But what consists of it? Let's start there. What consists of the pound for pound list? What do you have?
Pound for pound list is the 10 best fighters in the world, regardless of weight class.
What I'm looking at. Yeah, I don't judge none of that. I'm looking at the niggas that can fucking fight their ass off.
Exactly. I don't judge it on weight class or how many weight classes you done. Well, I do give points for how many weight classes.
And we know if Lomachenko was black, he wouldn't be on the pound for pound list. That's what we do know.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. Because this nigga gets every fucking opportunity. He gets every break.
Oh yeah, he got a title shot. Listen,
I ain't never seen no.
Lomachenko got a title shot in his second fight.
Then after losing his second fight, he got a title shot in his third fight. He got 2 title shots in his first 3 fights.
The privilege was definitely
He got 3 titles. Hey, let me finish talking, bro. You've been running your mouth this whole time. I didn't cut you off not one time, nigga. Motherfucking Lomachenko had 3 title shots in his first 2 fights. Nigga. Nah, man, let me talk. Nigga, shut the fuck up. Nigga, I ain't disrespect you. Don't disrespect me, nigga. Fuck up out of here.
Ain't nobody disrespect you.
Yeah, nigga, I ain't disrespect you. Nigga, let me finish, nigga. I know you love that white dick and shit. Ass, nigga. I'm getting sick of you cool ass niggas. I've been trying to be nice this whole time, but you niggas constantly doing on some cool shit. Like I said, nigga, I've been on this motherfucker from the beginning, nigga. Get that cool ass shit somewhere else. Nigga, fuck wrong with you. I know you worship a white man with blue eyes, nigga. Jesus, that's your Jesus. Lomachenko, ain't it? Nigga, that's your motherfucking Jesus, nigga. Get on your knees and pray to him then, nigga.
You don't know me like that, bro.
Get on your motherfucker. I don't give a fuck. I know you a cool. I know you a motherfucking cool, nigga.
Hey, do your
fuck
thing.
Up out of here.
Bro, do your thing.
Get sick of that shit. Hey, listen, nigga. Hey, y'all, man. Hey, listen. Get that bitch ass shit off my channel, nigga. I've been running this shit before you bitch ass niggas came around, nigga. Hoe ass nigga. Fuck up out here. I'm trying to be nice to you bitch ass niggas for too long, nigga.
Hey, bro, if
I don't give a fuck about none of that, nigga. I don't give a fuck about none of that, bitch ass nigga. It's Haney time, nigga.
I might not need to be on this.
Nigga, if Lomachenko was black, you wouldn't be capping like this for him. If he was black,
I don't have no color.
If he was black, you wouldn't be capping like this.
No PBC,
nigga.
No top rank, nigga.
I don't give a fuck, nigga. I don't give a motherfuck, nigga. I don't give a fuck, nigga. Straight up, when I'm trying to talk, you gonna cut me off on my own shit, nigga. Fuck you, nigga.
But I don't do it like that. I ain't gonna change.
Nigga, fuck you, nigga. Fuck up out of here. I didn't cut you off one time. You get on the panel, run your mouth for hours, nigga. When I say something about Loma, you want to cut me off. Man, don't run, nigga. Don't motherfucking run, nigga. I don't give a fuck, nigga. If Lomachenko was black, he wouldn't be on the pound for pound list. If you don't like it, get your bitch ass on my channel. Straight up. Get sick of that shit, nigga.
The thing with putting that nigga on that list, man, is that you gotta take somebody else off who really deserve to be there, bro. Like, you see, man, bro, hell no. Man. Like, how you not a champion and you on the list?
Yeah, I was shit. Listen, I was like, anyway, it's all good. So I'm not even gonna go there. I mean, like, I got my own. I'm feeling like I'm gonna. Like this idea of the way the established order of picking these pound for pound list is like broken.
Hey, Smoke.
All these goddamn multi-weight, goddamn like championships and shit. Like the methodology is just fucking weird. Like nobody, all of a sudden, what you know what it is? Fans have gotten fucking lazy and they don't try to figure out what actually is going on in the ring. So guys like Stephen Fulton get left off the fucking list. Devin Haney's get left off the list. Gary Russell Jr.'s get left off the list. They find fucking reasons because they don't actually know what the fuck they're watching.
And you got these bitch ass niggas trying to defend that shit.
Shit, like I said, you got Haney. Haney ain't even fucking on the list, but we sitting there talking about fucking Lomachenko. Like we gotta stop that shit, man. He not a champ. Like we gotta realize that this shit, everybody got, a certain point. I don't agree with what Uncle D's saying, you know what I'm saying? But as far as y'all, everybody make a point. All that shit kind of matters when it come to rating a pound for pound list. Like that shit is on skill. That shit is on what you do within the ring, Smoke, and that matter too. You smart on that. A lot of motherfuckers, they don't even know what the slip is, what a jab is, 1-2 combination. Fucking turning them around, footwork, understand the distance. They don't understand.
Yeah, this is looking for somebody to get knocked the fuck out. That's what you're tuning in for. They tune in to watch somebody get slobber knocked.
Yeah, they don't see the damn the probe jab or the damn jab, but
pivot out,
body work to
shift.
set up the knockout or none of that shit.
Feint, head feint, hand feint, win, clinch, pop, follow through with your elbow, maybe lead with your head a little bit, hit a motherfucker on the hip on the turn.
Put your power, put down, like you say, turn that hip.
Tyson Fury guy off the break. You know, like, hey man, all that shit, man. Anyway, I mean, it is what it is. I'm just saying, at the end, at the end of the day, I think when I'm going to just let my pound for pound list be what I think it should be. At the, I was not doing it because really all it is fucking media outlets trying to get traffic to their fucking sites. They used to do it to sell magazines and newspapers. Now it's just to get traffic and get us talking about their bullshit. Yeah.
It's unified champs. It's unified champs.
Man, if you're a unified champion, you ain't fucking fought nobody. You remember when they were talking like way back in the day? I think this pre-fucking pandemic. When they were talking about, maybe it was during the pandemic. They were talking about Charlo versus Andrade, right, at 160 pounds. And neither one of those dudes had fought anybody at 160 pounds, right? So let's say they fought and somebody won. Regardless of either one of them won, it would have been like a unified paper champion.
Fuck no.
Yeah, what the fuck? What do you do with shit like that? That's what I'm saying. The system is broken. And using this broken system to try to figure out pound for pound is just like, it's absurd on top of craziness.
So who y'all got on y'all shit?
I got Steve in no particular order. I got Bud, Canelo, Stephen Fulton, Tank, Devin. How many is that? Spence, Charlo. Better Beef. I think that's 10.
You got 2 more, Smoke.
Oh, 2 more? Oh, shit. Yeah, that's cool. All right. I'm still liking that Ioka. I still got my boy Ioka up there. And the last guy. Oh, how could I not say Boots? Last but not least.
Who you got, Rich?
Shit, in 10, that shit gets sticky, bro, because I got a lot of niggas. So I don't forget these niggas. I got Usyk, Better Beef, and Bibble on there. I ain't gonna lie, I got every undisputed champ on there. Canelo, Devin, and Charlo. You have to respect that shit. So that's 6 of them right there, huh? And then Bud and Spence, obviously, that's 8. 2 more. I got Shakur on there, and I got Fulton on there. I can't put niggas that ain't got belts. I can't put Tank. I can't put Boots.
Yeah, Alonso over Gallo and Chocolatito. So Chocolatito is not even a champion, and Estrada gets fucked the fuck up all the damn time. I think he needs to shore up his offense and his defense. No, he has great achievements, and that's what I like. And my methodology has absolutely nothing to do with belts and all that other stuff. Even though the guys that I mentioned are decorated and unified and all that shit, that absolutely has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Outside of they fought some of the best in their divisions in order to show that their skills, can come through at the top level.
Now that I think about it, Rich, you ain't say T-Bud. Which ain't that wrong.
Yeah, he said of course. Yeah, he said of course those 2. Right after that was 7-8. Yeah, he said 7-8.
Yeah, that was 7-8.
Word.
I can't put Josh Taylor. That nigga got beat up on national television.
Yeah,
he got his
yeah.
dub. I can't put it was somebody. It was somebody who I didn't have on there, but I'm like, they for sure deserve it. That nigga. I mean, I guess you could say Tyson Fury as like a tie for 10 type shit, but yeah, I got all unified champs.
Yeah, I mean, so do I. I mean, these guys are. I mean, in order to make my list, you had to have done some shit.
Yeah,
But
you got
you
to
must
do
be
some shit.
very fucking good, right?
Yeah,
and there's going to be guys that be left off the list, and I can tell you why. You know, Alonso, like he's asked me about specific fighters. Like I like those guys as fighters. I don't think they're pound for pound fighters. I think if that fighting style would not translate in the higher weight classes because they get hit too much. Once you get some power behind those fucking shots, it's over for you. That's why those little dudes who can crack become superstars. Meanwhile, most of the guys in those lower divisions just don't even get any fucking play. They did it because it's what we call rock'em sock'em, colloquially, but motherfuckers don't have no defense down there. The arms are short as fuck. It's a million goddamn punches. No, that's not pound for pound skills. Not when there's all these other guys that are complete fighters that can show you offense, defense, ring generalship, effective aggression, fight in every kind of style, neutralize all this other shit. And you give me like guys who throw a lot of shots and they're clean. Like they're good fighters. Don't get me wrong. It's just there's a level of there's a different kind of fight that happens at heavyweight and also like at bantamweight and below.
But I ain't gonna lie though, bro. I think I wouldn't even say niggas not pound for pound fighters. I just couldn't put them in the top 10 yet. But it's two niggas down there that if they fought, I'd be like, nah, for surely.
That's a general statement.
Rodriguez.
Ioka is down there, right? Like Ioka's a bantamweight, and like he's. It's not like I'm saying they don't exist.
Ioka's a bantamweight.
No, he's at 115. He's at 115.
He at 115. Well, I ain't gonna lie.
With Chocolatito and Rungvisai, no, those boys. Well, Rungvisai's gone. He just retired in the head.
What's that Ioka guy?
I want to say the WBA.
Because that boy, you think he'll beat Bam?
That's a hell of a fight. I want to see it.
And Chocolatito?
That's another hell of a fight. I want to see it.
Yeah, I want to see that shit
too. The best niggas down at 115.
Yeah, to me, like I said, it's like it's a stylistic thing. He's one of those, he's a guy that he just has a lot of birds. He's a boxer puncher, right?
I got something for you, Smoke. Just a side
who your 10? Who your 10? Go.
I would probably have to go. I probably have to go Bud, Spence, Charlo, Stevenson, Haney, Fulton, Usyk, Bivol. I fuck with Better Beef. And of course, everybody know I fuck with Boots. That's my guy. That's my dog. So that'll be my 10 right there.
The one thing about Boots, is he hasn't proven at the highest level yet. But his package,
I just put him in there because that's
the package that he presents though is such a problem. Like already fought at junior middleweight, campaigning at welterweight, looking fast and strong. He's gonna be a load.
Nah, yeah. Boots is obviously like a top 10 talent, but nah, it's two other champs in this division. Those guys are by far top 10 pound for pound, and if I put Boots in there, I gotta take niggas with belts out.
Yeah, that's the thing. I left Canelo. I took Canelo out, but if you want to technically shit, he done damn took steroids and shit. But I ain't gonna. That's near hearsay or their say. But
Not
all I
to
know,
me, man, yeah, that dude is one of the coldest in the game. Like,
yeah, he cold. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
It's just,
that's
you
all.
know,
That's all I'm saying. Like that dude,
yeah,
like
he's
him, like
cold.
if
I'm not
you,
even about to get
if,
started.
yeah, I can understand why people would exclude him, right? But just for me, like I said, I'm a skills guy, and he's got some shit that has been around the sport for like decades that like nobody really does, and I like watching him do that shit. I like him operate. I was actually very disappointed in his conditioning in his last fight, and his like response to the whole
What
shit.
was you
Like,
saying, Goat?
I'm not gonna lie, that nigga Canelo, right?
Hold on, somebody has something to say about GOAT. Go ahead.
No, I said, what was you saying, Goat?
Shit, I was just speaking on my top 10. Shit, I think if Boots and Canelo was around the same weight, I think that this sounds crazy. I think that Boots would get Canelo. That's just my opinion, though.
See, but pound for pound gotta be accolade too. It has to be.
You know, like I say, bro. Once
if
again,
not,
everybody else got accolades. Like I say, Boots and Shakur, them just my boys. And like I say, I love Boots' style, and he knock his shit out. You know, people not like you say. It's everybody preference. Everybody else on my list got belts though. You could put Tyson Fury in there, but he retired. But so that's why I say fuck it. Put my boy Boots.
if I was just to do a list about, if I was just to do a list about skills, I would put Loma and Usyk on it. If it was just about that.
that nigga Shakur got accolades behind his name. He a two-weight division champ, one-time lineal. You feel me? Unified champ at 130. You feel me? So.
And he
got
about to be a
accolades behind
champ
this
at
shit, but
135.
niggas know how I feel about Boots. I'm hella high on that nigga too. I've been pushing Devin, Shakur, and Boots. Like them the three niggas I'm pushing right now, or three of the top niggas I'm pushing right now. But I love Boots, but I can't put him ahead of niggas. Like if I exclude them, I can't put him ahead of Better Beeve and Bibble. I can't put him ahead of fucking Fulton. I can't put him ahead of Canelo. I just can't do it.
I get it. So, and that's the thing. It's not that because the belts still do mean something, right? It's not like they're like completely insignificant, right? And I feel like they're important to a pound for pound list. It's just that I put a premium on skills. I don't think I have a person on my list that doesn't have a belt outside of Boots. But I actually think he's more skilled than fucking Shakur, even though Shakur is more decorated.
And once again, I'm with y'all. Like I say, y'all, if it was, just a hypothetical, like if I ran a ESPN or something, then I wouldn't have Boots on there. You know what I'm saying? From a credibility standpoint and, the understanding of achievements within the sport of boxing. You know what I'm saying? I'm just going off of what I like. But yeah, y'all all make good points. You're right. If I was fucking ESPN or I had fucking the GOAT network, I would have fucking Canelo in there, you know what I'm saying? Fury in there, you know what I'm saying? But like I say, it's to each and own. It's to each and own, I feel what y'all saying. Y'all right. Y'all not wrong.
Yeah, it's just it's just your methodology, right? You could just look at it, and let's say you didn't actually watch a single fight. You could come up with a pound for pound list based on the way people argue this shit, right? They'll be like, he's a multi-division champion. He fought this guy and this guy, like some shit you can read off a box rec, right? You don't ever have to talk about whether, like, how much he gets hit in the fucking face versus his, like, whether or not he's down on every fucking card and he just pulls some shit out of his ass. Like, just nothing. Like, it's just a litany of accomplishments. Like, okay, that's cool. I don't know how that's pound for pound. But belts do matter too. Like,
Yeah, it's all that shit matters.
Like people didn't like
Let
having
me
Gary
ask you a
Russell Jr.
question.
on there
Hey,
because they're like he wasn't active enough. I was like, what the fuck
look, I'm with you,
activity got to
Smoke,
do
but
with like?
let me ask you a question because I know everybody be on the Spence and Crawford. Now, all these reports are coming out saying that Crawford's the damn hold up. So, what do y'all think on that? I mean, I'm seeing that a lot, and I try to evaluate everything before I just say this is what's happening, but it's everywhere I go, that's what I'm seeing. Am I
Yeah,
wrong?
shout
Do
out to
y'all see
Destiny
something
Black,
different?
wherever she is.
I mean, it was bound to happen, you know what I mean? In the sense of, it's not like he was walking in when he came over across the street, he was coming over, it was like a dead end street, so I kind of seen it when I hit the scenes when I came on the platform. Like I kind of knew that the negotiation thing was gonna kind of flop if Bud come on some A side shit, you know what I mean? When he really on some B side shit, or he should be humble into the fact of what package or what he can negotiate, because he can negotiate where he could be comfortable, because you're gonna want more than one fight, so but it's not like, as I'm saying, it is as easy as said, but it really takes some time to really sort out and plan, but on a aggressive tip, I think it had to be some kind of leniency, and I don't know.
What you think about it,
But
Rich? What you think about it, bro?
That's kind of what I've been seeing too. But like I said, I've been trying to. I ain't said it, but in terms of that fight, I've been on some. It ain't gonna happen. I'm gonna stop thinking about it. Hoping for the best, preparing for the worst type shit. And I just been thinking they gonna surprise me. So I really don't even like talking about that fight because I feel like I don't know, man. I don't know.
it's hard to
I'm
talk
waiting for
about it
that.
now. Yeah.
I'm waiting for that shit to for them to just pop up. Like, why wouldn't we have this fight? You feel me? But I just seen Earl say I ain't got nothing to say to him. You feel me? It's fight time. You feel me? So I don't know. We
It's
gonna
just
see.
like what do you think on like what's your opinion on? Of course, I'm pretty sure he's a fighter. He's asking for what he deserved, but what do you think? Because if I'm not mistaken, they wanted to give him a 3-fight deal. They wanted to give him no more than over 15 M's. I think they wanted to give him 9 M's for the Spence fight and give him 3 M's apiece for 2 other fights. But I think he declined it. If I'm not mistaken, he said, "Nah, I don't want to do that shit." But it's just I don't know. That shit a little weird. Like I don't know. It's like, well, I'll let you. What do you think first before I say what I want to say?
I'll say that he will be getting some pay-per-view cheese, so he'll be getting more. Because if I'm not mistaken, he was getting 4 or 5 million at ESPN. So, and 9 million, and then 6 for the other 2 fights. That'll be 15 million. So it'll be like his old deal, but he'll also be getting some pay-per-view cheese if we saying that 15 mil that they talking about giving them is just guaranteed purse money. So it's no reason not to take it. But I don't know. Like I always did get this impression, like, and he be saying this shit all the time. So I don't understand why niggas don't believe it, bro. But the nigga always be saying how he don't need the fight type shit, like how he stamped without the fight type shit. I kind of like disagree, but I at the
I
same time you
disagree with
kind of
that shit
can't.
straight up, bro. And I'm a Bud fan, but bro, you need this fight, bro. I
No, yeah, he
disagree. I
most
think it's
definitely
bullshit,
needs
bro.
that fight.
You know what I'm saying? I think it's bullshit, and I'm one to keep the same energy. You know what I'm saying? It's like uh shit. Sign that shit, man. Make that fucking fight happen, bro. Like make the shit
Because
happen, bro. They giving
if you
you
can't fight
9.
Spence,
And you know, it's like it's Spence. It's like why the fuck are we? What more do you want? You know what I'm saying? Like what more do you want? And I am a Bud fan, but it's just like, goddamn, bro. Now it seems like it's you. So it's like, what the fuck really going on? And it's like nobody really want to talk about it, but it's like we always be on Spence head, and it's like I just want to like, there's some bullshit, bro. Like sign that shit. If that's what's been holding this fight up, like that's some bullshit, bro. And like you say, straight up, it be weird shit. He be saying some weird shit, bro. Like I don't need this fight. My legacy is already my Hall of Fame. Like, bro, yeah, okay, but shit, still get in the ring and fucking fight that man. And you my
I mean,
dog,
he been wanting
so I
that
know
fight,
you ain't
though.
scared.
He been calling for that fight.
Yeah, I know you been calling for the fight, but it's like now the fight is here, and it's like they
Okay, he said the fight gonna happen real soon. That's what he said. He said it's gonna happen real soon.
So. I'm holding.
Okay,
like
that's what he said though. He did say that.
Look, oh no, I'm not saying that he didn't say that when I said I hope so. I'm just saying I hope the fucking fight happened. But it's like now I'm hearing this shit, and it's like this shit been going around, and ain't nobody really been talking about it. But I keep seeing it, and it's like I want to say it's bullshit, but you know, with us being on the platform,
ain't nobody talking about what though.
Because when you think about it,
they saying that fucking Crawford want more money. They been saying this shit.
I mean, if they offer him a certain amount, and he said this is what I want, and they negotiating the fight, that's what he's supposed to do.
Yeah, I know, but it's just like, what more? Like, how much more we gonna keep going? And that's what I'm saying. It's like we were getting on Spence head when he said he wanted this and that, and it's like now it's just like Crawford. It's like, damn, bro. It's like. And I'm with you. It can still happen. They still can give him more.
It is gonna happen. I know the fight is gonna happen.
Yeah. That's the thing. Is this? It's a bit tedious. I hear the frustration and the irritation in your voice, but the subject is a little bit tedious. So the latest, right? Out of let's go with Bernie the Boxer. You want to just get in the latest update? He's talking about Bud beating up Earl and both Charlos. That's it. Like he said that shit like yesterday or the day before that. Like they're still talking the same shit. So. For me, it's gonna happen. It just hasn't. They just haven't announced it yet. They're working it out.
Yeah, I just want to see this shit happen, and it's like I'm hearing this shit, and it's like, man, I want the fucking fight to happen, and it's like, just damn, I'm man, straight up. I feel like sometimes, and here's another thing, bro, and I ain't never said this, but it's been on my mind. I feel like they need to quit being on some goddamn dumb shit a little bit. Like these motherfuckers get an attitude every time somebody want a prediction or a fucking explanation or estimate on when the fight gonna happen. Like, goddamn, bro, some of us is what we do. We supposed to talk about when the fight fucking happening. These motherfuckers telling us, y'all need to
can you imagine, bro? At this point, they've been asked that question so many times they might think that question is their name. Like they hear that shit in this fucking sleep. When's the fight gonna happen? 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 Like, come on.
Yeah, I feel you, but when they just like they just like quit talking about it. Like, motherfucker, y'all the biggest fucking commodities. Hell,
yeah, I hear you.
Probably tell
I hear you.
to quit talking about them, but do they stop? The Cowboys fucking probably like fucking with ESPN. Well, they probably love that shit because they get money. But just you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
it's just them. And, you know, you might as well relish these times, right? These are like the moments you'll never get back. But this is how these guys like are taking this fight. I mean, I think they're being very careful and calculated. But this is like an unprecedented, like these are social media generation guys, kind of, you know, after fashion, I guess. I don't know. I'm not necessarily mad. I'm a little bit more sanguine about this whole shit, man. Like a few months ago, we were saying the same shit. It was screaming at one another. I haven't heard aerosexual in about 3 or 4 weeks. It's cool, you know. People chill the fuck out, right? We can just fucking, you know, we can just talk about the technical breakdown and just wait for it and move on. Also, talk about other fucking fights.
Yeah, like, okay, well, what do you think? It's a fight coming up. Well, yeah, Shakur and Savannah Marshall.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah,
versus Clarissa.
I'm kind of excited for this Ortiz Ruiz fight too. I ain't gonna lie, like there's some good shit coming up in September. Period. But yeah,
You know, on my betting alerts, I'm gonna go ahead and give it to y'all now. We rolling with Clarissa. Everywhere got her at minus 105. I love those
obviously,
odds. I love them.
Clarissa finna serve old girl, man.
That's what I'm
It's that
saying, bro.
simple.
You getting to that even odds. Like that shit really free money. Really, Shakur Stevenson high, so you know he minus 2,000. So we know what's up with that. He about to
Damn,
go
they got
ahead
a
and rock
minus
him.
2,000, bro.
Yeah, against Kasates, yeah.
That don't make
Yeah.
no sense to me, bro. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Yeah,
Like,
what is it? What's the knockout looking like? Is that better odds?
I don't think. Hold on, I'll tell you right now. Hold on, Smoke. Let me log in to my account.
It's gonna be a
Cause I'm
party.
not gonna lie, bro. I think that's gonna be a close fight. I think that's Shakur hardest fight ever, bro. Niggas, I don't see how niggas sleeping on Conceição. He literally beat up Oscar Valdez, man. Like I don't even understand that shit.
With 3 fucking punches in his feet.
Yeah, he served him bad.
Valdez is a midget compared to
112, 112. Like he
Hold
getting
on,
out
Smoke.
there is
It's
super
popping
big,
up
bro.
now.
Mm-hmm.
Mind you, I was high on
that's
my
fact. Yeah, I got the same thing. Paul Butler stopping a new way. That's the sleeper pick.
Louis better not get
I don't
knocked
know
out,
this
bro.
shit.
Yeah.
What the fuck is going
Bro, I'm
on?
getting tired of being. Hey, Smoke, I'm getting tired of being treated like a second class citizen.
Okay.
I'm getting tired of our fighters not being treated fairly, bro. From Devin Haney and Charlo, who deserve to be on the pound for pound list. I'm sick of that shit in life, in sports in general. Why we ain't got no black quarterbacks? Why we ain't got no black coaches? Why there's no black owners in sports? You tell me,
Because it's
Smoke.
racism. It's racism. I tell you, the go to
Man, I
say
ain't
it.
even.
It's a bunch of
Rich been telling me about this.
You know,
Rich, he warned me a long time ago, bro.
Motherfuckers kill me when they just
It's
say,
kind of
"Yeah, I don't want to talk about it."
They had that one kid who can he's looking like a Michael Vick Jr. kind of deal.
Hey, Smoke, I'm getting tired of getting arrested and going to jail for no reason. I'm getting tired of getting pulled over by the cops. Cops searching my car for no fucking reason, bro.
Yeah, man.
I'm sick of that shit.
Yeah, it still goes on. Yeah.
Yeah, pop your shit.
It's bullshit.
Straight up. Pop that shit. It's stupid. And now you see they got like you said, they got the great white hope. Loma, well, it was Loma, and then they got them threw him in the trash. Now it's Fury. But Fury, at least goddamn Fury don't went out there and bit down. Goddamn, I'm sick of Lomachenko too. It's bullshit, bruh. If Devin Haney was white, he'll be on the list. If his name was Devin, if his name was fucking Thomas Jackson, and he was fucking blonde hair or brown hair with blue eyes, fucking he'll be on the list. I bet you. How much y'all want to bet that? Anybody disagree with that?
Man, fuck that, man. If the writers wasn't biased as fuck, bro, but it is what it is.
Exactly.
Real niggas know who is and who ain't pound for pound, bro. And Loma's scary as fuck, man. I'ma just say it. I don't really care for a nigga that need hella tune-ups when Errol Spence was coming off. None of them, bro. Like, I just can't get with all that shit, bro. And niggas be wanting a pound for pound niggas. I can't get with that. Josh Taylor too. Like, that nigga just got beat up and turned down the rematch in the ring. Like, we watched this shit happen, bro. So it's like, niggas. I don't understand it, man. They don't have to put respect on it because the real know what it is. And Devin is on his
Yeah, the
way to
real
being
know what it is, but bro, it's people who
all-time
don't know. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, it's your principle, and if you care about it or not, but like these motherfuckers are putting out like literal false, you know, where it's opinion based, so you can't call it false, but it's like You want to leave out, you know, the fucking good, the great story to put some bullshit on them, man. And it's bullshit. It's like you say, it's bias, and it's biased because most of those writers, either they getting paid by a higher entity to, you know, work with it, or their entity has hired a certain group of individuals who gonna follow the narrative that needs to be followed. Or they gonna hire somebody whose personalized interest is damn, it corresponds with what the entity is. So they gonna hire a motherfucker who they know, oh, okay, he
I
not
don't
gonna.
even.
Yeah,
I
it
don't even think
is,
it's that.
bro. I
What's the
think it
name, bro?
is,
Because
bro.
I
I
just
think it
think that the
is.
writers are that they're that biased, bro. And
That's
if
what
you
I'm
really listen
saying.
to,
But why are they getting hired? Who's hiring them?
oh no, they're not on their resume saying I'm biased and shit like that. It's just like these biases live in a lot of homes, though. You know what I'm saying? So
I'm
it's like a
I'm with
lot of
what you,
motherfuckers
okay.
don't even
Okay.
see it as bias. We see it as bias because it's like it's happening to us type shit, bro. But
I see.
a lot of people are
Exactly.
probably sitting here like, "What the fuck are you guys
It
talking about?" Like, and that's
exactly.
fine, and that's why I don't really care to talk about
It,
this shit. What's real is that most of the champs are Black Americans. You know what I'm saying? Most of the undefeated champs are Black Americans who somebody else ain't trying to fight. So that's what's real. Anything
Yeah,
else
facts,
is
Rich. They
bullshit.
don't want boxing. You know, boxing always been dominated by black fighters. You know, but they trying to push like the European fighters now. It's a whole fucking documentary DAZN made about the European takeover in boxing. That Paula Malignaggi. You remember the comment that Paula Malignaggi said?
yes,
What
he
did he say,
said that
Smoke?
past the 60s, the Europeans have ran bots.
He said the
They don't
Eastern
want
European
boxing.
fighters are. He said they're
Eastern
different
European.
species. That's what he said.
Exactly. So they got a whole documentary on the zone about that shit. Smoke. Y'all got to watch that shit. It's a 2-part documentary about Eastern European fighters taking over boxing. You know, Bob Arum was said, Lomachenko is the best fighter since Muhammad Ali. You gonna disrespect Sugar Ray Leonard, Marvin Hagler, Floyd Mayweather, Roy Jones Jr., all of those great champions, Lennox Lewis, and say this guy with 2 losses who got beat by Salito
That's
is
why they
better than
already
fucking
know they
Mayweather?
putting.
That's complete
Hey,
disrespect, bro.
hey, H, they putting, like I say, bro, they putting that money in their motherfucking pockets. And like you said, Rich, it's to us, we see it as bias, but to other people, they don't see that. So that's why ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports, they're not gonna put Devin Haney in there. So
But
when
I
a
know what you're
motherfucker
talking about,
who
H,
Because
though.
they don't want to flood it with black fighters. They don't want
thank you.
boxing. You know, boxing been flooded with black fighters dominating, but they trying to change it. You know how the NBA is? Basketball, nigga. You got black players dominating the whole sport. The NFL, the same thing. But they don't want boxing to be like that no more. They trying to change that shit. That's why they pushing Lomachenko. Lomachenko got beat by Salito in his second fight. They put Lomachenko #1 pound for pound over Andre Ward, bro.
Yeah, they did that. They did
Even
that.
with
And
a
they got the
loss, and he only
perfect.
had 4 fights. He only had 4 fucking fights with a loss, and they put him above Andre Ward. Andre Ward didn't lose a fight since he was 12 years old, nigga. Since he was 12, and he
and,
was a
and
gold medalist too.
And like you say, Rich, shit, if it ain't because the writer's bias, they show putting some money in their pocket to fucking make sure, hey, or turn this list in. Nah, you know, we like this list, but put this person on there. You know, we don't know what the fuck going on. But at the end of the day, like you say, we know what it's been dominated by. And you know, it's bullshit. Shit bullshit, bro. It's bullshit. That's why I want to see Clarissa. Clarissa go out there and knock Savannah Marshall
She going
fucking
through it
knock
right
off
now
her
too.
head.
Clarissa
Exactly.
Shields, she's the first fighter ever to be a 2-time undisputed champion with 4 belts. She's going for 3-time undisputed. And guess what? They still got Katie Taylor above her and Amanda Serrano above her. And she a
Stupid
2-time
shit.
gold medalist.
They
And
sitting
she
there
a
in the
3-division champion. And she a 2-time undisputed.
AH, and then in the fucking press conference, they don't even ask about the fight. They want to talk about the fucking when she lost in the amateurs on a robbery at that. So we know what the
It's
fuck
this
going
simple, man. And I want to say something about this shit too, because it's real funny, bro. That bias that we talking about, it's a truly funny thing, man. Like literally, I've been having these type of conversations because niggas really been seeing this shit for what it is, man. Coming out the home of the Black Panthers, niggas really talk about this shit, bro. It's this simple, bro. That bias is warranted in a way, bro. Because hold on, shit. Let me see, because I'm over here fucking them up. That bias to these people is always gonna be warranted, bro, because they literally see us as better than them, bro. So when they real bias and they want to move the goalposts and arguments and like Smoke say, bring up amateur shit, even though who really talks about amateur shit? Who talks about how fast you got to do it? Who's out here erasing shit out the erasing losses off records
Losses
and just
off the
you
records
feel me?
and
Like
resumes.
they only doing that to make to so that motherfuckers would be in the conversation. If none of this shit was happening, if but you know what the Loma situation is, there is kind of like a caveat. The caveat to that Loma situation is that he was fighting for titles real early in his career, and Gary Russell, who we all hold in high esteem, he did beat Gary Russell. You feel me? He beat him bad. You feel what I'm saying? He did go up in weight divisions and win belts against credible names. You feel what I'm saying? So it's always that, but but let's not take away from the fact that they was trying to rewrite history just so the man can fit into the conversation type shit, and that'll always be a bad thing. But these biases are always gonna be around because deep down inside, motherfuckers feel like we better anyway. So all this shit is just damn near evening it out. You feel what I'm saying? Like that's just what it is, man.
Hey, yo, tap in. Hey, yo, what you got to say about that?
Yo, I agree with you, yo. You hit it right on top, right there with it, man. When you point out with Malinaji and the documentary and that species is a species he talking about, like, oh, we found it, like, and they from this part, and like, Triple G and Allah and Johnny Beck, and what I mean? But it's just a narrative. It's part of the game, the bias. It is what it is. It comes along with the game, like, but it's mediocre, really. This shit is really mediocre,
Could you say that's part
but
of life, though? Just, being a
yeah,
black man, being
yeah,
black
absolutely.
in
Yeah,
general?
yeah, absolutely. You know what I mean? And that's why, like,
Man, I'm from South Carolina. I see fucking Confederate flags all the time. I see all types of shit. Ain't shit changed. Fuck ESPN and fuck the Ring magazine too. And fuck their opinion.
You said
Shout
what?
out Devin Haney.
A little too salty. A little too salty.
like,
I
it's,
ain't gonna lie, bro.
I
Yeah,
barely
I'm a
messed
little
up.
salty because that nigga undisputed that he ain't on the list, so fuck them. Hell
No.
yeah.
but
I
you
was
gotta
talking about this pasta
understand,
I made.
like, it's their list, and he was
Yeah,
the
it's their
fucking,
list, bro. It's that simple, yeah.
it's their list. He was the lineal champion, right?
And
He
lost.
lost. When you a lineal champion, you due for a rematch, no matter how you lost. You see what I'm saying? So, and between that space, he fought two guys, and one of them was a former champion, and for whatever it's worth, yeah. So, so they was ahead on their politics, So
Yeah, well,
we
they
just,
fuck they politics. Like I say, I'm drawing the line in
but
the sand.
like,
Fuck them
I,
motherfuckers. They on
I,
their side. I'm on my side.
I know Haney. I know Haney's is what listening and shit. Like, word. Don't don't vacate that belt. I mean, don't even do that to yourself. Like, not. It's not even that time. Like, cause he set so much principles from the beginning. Like, so like he should just stand all the way on it. Like, it is what it is. You know, you know, the narratives is what kind of creates the appeal too. Like, you know, you know, I already know what time it is with Lomachenko. He been exposed. It was live. You know, yeah, and you gotta give it to him. He started his career, 12-round fight, whatever. He lost. He came back. You know, they worked well with him and shit. They played a narrative where Russell, he was young. He didn't know the game, but he got caught up. But the key thing with him was they used ringing down and bring him up 2 weight classes to really break him out in that appeal of what it is to be a fighter that beats, a dark skinned fighter, a excellent boxer. So
Chavo is right. He right on the money with this one. He said, we all know if Haney was white, they will praise him like they do Loma. Facts, bruh.
But what it is one division right now. Is one division.
Undisputed though.
He's
the
undisputed.
youngest undisputed champion in the history of boxing. And he beat George Kambosos, the man that beat Teofimo Lopez, the man that beat Lomachenko.
Yeah, so we still gotta keep the same energy that we want to fight. The next fight is Kambosos. We gonna fuck up Kambosos, and we gonna honor this rematch and fuck up this former champion, which he was. We gonna fuck him up in a rematch.
Which rematch?
And lay claim to everything. We claiming everything. You don't give up nothing. What you conquer is what you keep. You don't fucking give back anything. You see what I'm saying? He didn't have to give that back. Like, that's one thing he shouldn't just like give back. You know what I mean? Because it's like a give back. What are you giving that back for? Like, you need to hold on to that in the sense of like, I'm gonna fucking defend it all the way, until I'm ready and done. And I'm done with the weight class because I'm already undisputed. I already set the record. Now I'm gonna fucking defend it. And I'm not defending against anybody. I'm defending against a guy that held the fucking belt. And I created undisputed. Matter of fact, it's a unification undisputed fight. Now I'm gonna defend that shit. So I be saying speaking in the third person, or not in the third person, but as the person, like hold that narrative. You see what I'm saying? Because Lomachenko's coming up 2 other, he came started from 122. No, 126.
Yes.
126. So 126 and then 130 and then so he has that lineage, just like Crawford. You know what I mean? But it's I don't even want to compare it, but it's similar, but he lost to Tio, but he was due a rematch somewhere down the line. But he never fell all the way from grace. Yeah, he got losses. We know that he's mediocre, and it's just the time is here now. But what he doing? He's tuning himself up again. Like, I didn't even expect that. I thought it would have been like, but of course, Bob, unless this guy is gonna come out with some new improved Lomachenko, he's gonna be on some other shit where, he's gonna be performing like some new improved circus act. It's only time could tell. Like, it's just weird. If anything, you want to step up right now, but you think Lomachenko want to interrupt the Kambosos fight? Like, You know, let's postpone this fight. You know, I'm here now. You know, but that's not even the case. But I think Haney got to fight the narrative. You see what I'm saying? And not even necessarily even stay the fight. You know, if he feels that after this rematch, you know, it gotta go, then everything has to go. You know, everything gotta go. You know.
I think it's some bullshit, yo. Devin Haney just made history. He's the youngest undisputed champion in the history of boxing with 4 belts, but they act like he didn't do anything.
Yeah, the whole. I mean, and you know, to be fair, the whole list, you know, it's the top 10. You know what I mean? And yeah, the whole. I love boxing. You know what I mean? You argue the fact. You know. You know, he's gonna be on the list when he defend this. You know, because yeah, he want to vacate the linear title. You know, what's considered the lineal undisputed of them all. No matter if you have even if you have any other title, you could still campaign with that shit. You know what I mean? If you know how to fucking freak it, but that's neither here nor there. But like his career is 140 and ready to. You know what I mean? You could tell, like you mentioned it. You know, like how long he's gonna stay at lightweight. You know what I mean? It's important to not drain your fucking self. That's one thing you don't want to do in boxing is, you know, be weight drained. You know, so you know, Lomachenko is late. You know, it is what it is. You know.
Hey, Rich, you there, Rich?
Yeah.
Hey, my boy Trey Young, the next Curry. I know that. That's a fact.
Trey Young, he is nice. He nice.
Would you say he's the closest thing to Stephen Curry?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, like obviously, and Trey Young probably can beat a lot of Steph's records too, because he kind of started off a little earlier than Steph did. But
And he was putting up bigger numbers too. He, like his first couple years in the NBA, he averaged more points, and then he, like you said, he was younger. He started off faster.
Nah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we gotta see for sure. He gotta stay healthy and he gotta affect winning. Not only does Curry score, but he affects winning. You know what I'm saying? So
But Trey been winning too. Trey went to the Eastern Conference Finals like in his, I think his second season or his third season.
He young and he has shown that he knows how to play basketball. We just gotta see. Nah, yeah, Trey Young is nice as shit. I like Trey Young. I like Trey Young more than I like Luka. But Luka's nice too.
Do you think he can surpass Curry? Do you think he like you said he could break his records, but do you think he can be better than Curry?
He would have to affect winning a lot, bro. That nigga Curry really affects winning basketball. Like he plays great winning basketball. So we just have to see. Stats is stats, you know what I'm saying? That's what Trey Young is doing right now. He getting a lot of stats. We gotta see in that East. It's a lot of young niggas. Like Trey Young is only a couple years younger than Giannis. He who else out there? Zach LaVine out there. It's some young niggas. So we just gotta see. If he winning though, yeah, for sure. He nice.
But yo, I wanna ask y'all fellas.
He winning though. Niggas team go to the playoffs every year.
Nah, yeah, but this nigga Curry done won 4 rings though.
Yeah, but that was later though. How old was Curry when he got his first ring? About 28.
Nah, yeah, and it was year 5 though. That's what it was. It was year 5.
Well, he was like 28 years old, so you know, you never know what can happen. The Atlanta Hawks look like they doing a great job building up a team though.
Nah, yeah, I'm not a hater. I think Trey Young is nice. I think he might be like a top 5 point guard at this point, but that nigga
I would say he number 2 to Curry.
Oh nah, fuck no, I couldn't say that.
Curry
This
number
nigga,
one, and you know he baby Curry, so I would say he number two.
nah, hell nah.
Who
Like
are
what's
who
the
better?
name?
Who better than him then?
First of all, that nigga Ja he's better than Trey Young.
Nah,
So
hell nah. Trey Young shooting that shit, bro.
I like Trey Young, but Ja's better than him. You know what I mean?
I'm
Like,
taking Trey. Trey got that 3-point shot. You need a 3-pointer, and then like John Morant, he rely on his athleticism. But once that shit leave you, what he gonna be doing? He can't shoot
nah,
like that.
he's super crafty. Like it is athleticism, and yeah, he scares me in terms of injury happening to him. He be landing on funny and shit like that. But with that being said, I got Ja a little better than bro. But nah, even with that, I don't think shit. So no.
But look, his
Ja,
style of play don't last in the NBA. You know that. Look at Russell Westbrook. That nigga
and
got
Derrick
injured
Rose.
plenty of times. And Derrick Rose.
Nah, but Russell Westbrook has been a ball hog and stat pad nigga. That's not what Ja is. Ja is actual basketball player who knows how to play winning basketball.
Westbrook averaged a triple double, my nigga.
Nah, yeah, but he wasn't winning games. Like, what does that even matter if you're not winning games?
Because he went to the finals, he still was winning. He was going to the playoffs. He won an MVP.
Nah, Westbrook has always been the guy who made KD leave OKC with his tactics of playing basketball.
But he still went to the playoffs without him. That's all I'm saying. He was a
He
playoff
never
player.
won a series. I don't think Russell Westbrook has won a series without KD.
I think he did. I think with the Rockets. When he played with the Rockets, he did.
No,
that one year, nigga, they did. They beat. They went to the second round when he played with the Rockets during the lockdown. Remember in the bubble, them niggas won that series.
I ain't gonna lie, man. Russell Westbrook, even when he was out there doing all that triple double shit, that's what he was. He was a triple double machine. But name another player in the triple who be getting triple doubles and not winning hella games. Like all those stats didn't matter because it didn't equate to wins or playoff series wins. Like when he averaged a triple double down there 2 seasons in a row, that nigga did not win a playoff series. So like really all that don't matter if you're not winning. All them stats don't matter if you're not winning. That's like LeBron
But
just had a
Trey
great
is winning though. Even with the stats, he went to the Eastern Conference Finals. He went all the way to Game 7 with the Milwaukee Bucks. Right, that nigga was one game away from the NBA Finals.
We talking about Curry, who is embarking on being the best point guard that ever played the game. All I'm saying is if Trey wants to embark on Magic Johnson and Steph Curry and Isaiah Thomas and them, he got to win, and he has to be doing what he's doing for a long time, and that's the same for everybody else. But if Trey keeps going the way he is now, yeah, why wouldn't he be?
Okay,
But
so we on the same page.
He got to win though, for sure.
But for
and
me,
I can see him winning too. I can see him winning.
Hell yeah, they got a squad, bro. They got DeJounte Murray came from the Spurs. The Hawks got him, and they got that rookie from Duke, AJ Griffin. That nigga cold, nigga AJ Griffin. So watch out for Atlanta Hawks. Hey, Rich, my favorite team is the Golden State Warriors. My second favorite team is the Atlanta Hawks, and my favorite player is Curry. My second favorite player is Trey Young, the next Curry.
See,
so that's how I'm
Warriors
rocking.
is really my team. You know what I'm saying? That's really my team. I'm Oakland out with this sports shit. I'm Warriors, Raiders, A's. You know what I mean? But watch out for them Warriors, man. Them niggas different.
Hell yeah, they got James Wiseman coming back. That nigga cold, nigga, and they got that nigga Moody, Kuminga,
and Poole. Like just watch out for all that, man, because we looking like a dynasty right now. Everything is looking lovely on the West Coast, Bay Area to be exact. I don't know what LA is doing.
Say it again. Yeah,
but hey, LA the shit, nigga. LA, you know that's the best city, bro. Like, no doubt, niggas come from all over the world just to go to LA. But the Bay is nice. I've been to San Francisco. I've been to San Jose. I ain't never been to Oakland, but I've been to.
No. San Francisco is the number one tourist destination in the world. Like
I've been to San Jose. I've been to San Francisco. I've been to San Diego. I ain't never been to Oakland.
I'm not gonna lie.
Oh yeah, that's just right over there. You know, that's Right over the bridge. Man.
LA, I fuck with LA. That's not the point. Is that
Yeah, no, yeah.
it's
I mean,
looking great. It's looking great here in the Bay right now because them fucking Warriors right now, they playing chess and these niggas playing Mancala and shit like that. They playing I declared war and shit, and these niggas checkmating shit and all types of shit. It's looking bad for niggas' health. That's what I'm gonna say.
I think Clay's gonna work it out too. He was like, he's still like struggling. He hasn't got his game back, but we saw flashes of his old self. I think he's gonna be better next year.
You never seen somebody come back off a 2-season ended. He was off for 2 whole years, and he
I know. I get it. I know why.
I'm
I'm just saying that.
Ring.
No, I mean I got you.
Crazy
and not only that, he contributed at key points during the playoffs. I'm just saying that next year he's going to be even better. That's my only point.
I got the Warriors winning like 3 championships in a row. They already won 1. I got them winning 2 in a row, 2 more. So they going for a 3-peat.
I think the Warriors going to win 2 in a row, but I wouldn't be surprised if my boys won another ring in the next 2 years. By far,
they got to win 3 in a row though, Rich, because they were supposed to win 3 in a row that first time, nigga. But we know what happened. Fucking Durant and them got injured that year. You know what I mean? 'Cause they was going for 3 in a row that time.
Yeah, but there's some injuries on the East Coast too. I mean, the best teams didn't come through on the East Coast. There's a bunch of like weird stuff. So like the injury bugs.
What you mean the best teams? What you mean the best? Oh, you saying because the Bucks didn't have Middleton type shit?
Yeah.
And talking about the Brooklyn Nets too.
Brooklyn Nets were healthy as hell. Them niggas.
They just imploded. That was a chemistry issue with the Nets.
They got a squad though.
But Smoke, when Kevin Durant left my Warriors to go play with some other point guard named Kyrie Irving, who's a great guy. He's a great player. I actually like Kyrie off the court and hella shit. But when he did that, it showed me that he has very bad decision making skills, and that he would never win another ring. And he will only watch us win rings, and he will know that he fucked up. He's starting to realize that he fucked up.
He said he left because of Draymond though, because Draymond Green.
He left because he doesn't understand.
It was a bad decision.
He left because he doesn't understand that he should smile more and be a happier guy in life because he plays a child's game and gets hundreds of millions of dollars for it. But instead, the dude is always fucking mad. He's never fucking happy. And even in the best situation, he shat all over it over fucking Draymond Green. Like, who gives a fuck about that? That's what this dude is looking. He looks for reasons to not be fucking happy. Cool.
Hey,
bye.
Hey, let me welcome. Go ahead, Rich. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm happy this nigga left, man. We right back at it like we never left.
Yeah, I think they got better too, nigga. They got a way better team now.
It was never him. It was always us. Fuck wrong with niggas, man. And I was arguing with niggas all year about this shit, man. You don't even understand, man. I was getting ganged up on by New York niggas and shit, man. Fuck everybody. Warriors. This shit has never been, man. I ain't even get to talk my shit, man.
Oh yeah, my eldest was like, he was holding out at being a KD fan and all that shit. And then KD dropped 12. And the motherfucking playoffs getting knocked out. Oh, he was like, don't even say anything to me, Dad. Don't say anything. Well, he was in his feelings for a minute. He's all the way out on the KD business. He's like, KD lost his fucking mind.
KD is playing ISO ball with another nigga that like playing ISO ball. And they never listen to Steve Nash. They got rid of a great coach that they had before. Like they was just on straight J.
That's on the court shit. But if you like, the kids, they follow the Twitter feeds and all this other like wild shit. And this dude is just in wars every day with nobody, like just losing battles. That shit he went through with fucking Charles Barkley. He's like a meme. He's like a daily fucking meme at this point. Like, I don't know what happened to KD when he lost his fucking mind.
He's a baller, though.
You ain't winning with KD unless you got unless you're squatted the fuck up.
KD, you know what KD is? He's like the best off-ball player ever, bro. Because like what he's not is a leader, but what he is the ultimate like fucking wing, bro. Like that nigga can score. He's the get you a bucket guy, but he's not a leader. I think Kyrie Irving is the same thing. He might be the second best nigga at giving the ball to, and he'll get you that
Man,
bucket,
listen,
bro.
I'm gonna tell you something straight up. What I saw when he was here is the league did not want to be beat by no motherfucking Steph Curry. I see. Here's really what I think. Most of the league is like these dudes who they need to play basketball, or else they will be like, who knows where they're gonna be in life. But Steph Curry is one of these dynasty dudes, and he's got it fucking made in the shade and all this other shit. And there's a whole lot of resentment. I saw this dude getting double and triple team the entire fucking playoffs. So KD was wide the fuck open, and he could do whatever the hell he wanted. And everyone praised goddamn KD because they did not want to get beat by anybody, by a guy like Steph Curry. And, you know, KD coming up similar to the way that they came up, they felt like he's one of their own. That's what I saw. I thought Steph Curry was always way more integral to our fucking win than KD was.
Oh no!
Although I did like the Mike Brown defense when Stephen Curry was gone. Like that was cool. KD was shown in that scheme, in the defense and the offense. Actually, I really liked him on defense, but on both ends of the court, I thought he did really well. But for the most part, yeah, in the Steve Kerr offense, like I don't know, man. I felt like his contribution was completely overrated.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. The boy Steph Curry, right? And then I damn near, why did I forget my fucking point, Smoke? Bro, it has, what did you just say? You had just said something. It wasn't the last thing you said. It was the thing before that. Oh no, it was about Curry. Dude, the thought that KD carried us to rings was always laughable to me, bro. When Curry missed time, when Curry was out for however many games it was, like 40-something games in those 3 years that they was together, the team was very mediocre. Like they did not win games when the team was led by KD. It was like 21-18, barely afloat, like an 8 seed type niggas. The same type shit that he's doing out there in Brooklyn, and the same type shit he'd do fucking without. Nah, actually he didn't do that bad without Russ, but nah, they wasn't a fucking 1 seed team. You feel me? But when Curry was on the court,
And so
KD
where
was
this
off the
nigga go
court,
that popping all that hot shit, nigga? Crawford don't need this nigga. He just want the belt. So where you at, GOAT? Talking all
I
that
ain't
shit,
gonna lie.
talking about Crawford gotta sign a contract. Nigga, he ain't gotta sign shit. Who is you niggas?
I ain't gonna lie, that's that Bud fan shit. Why would
Who
he
is you
not
niggas,
need to
bro?
give us this fight, bro?
Who is you niggas, bro? He don't have to sign shit.
Hey Rodney,
So he can
Bud
retire with
disagrees with you.
Benavidez
Bud went on at length about how he
Hey,
needs
Rich.
Spence.
Hey, Rich.
Specifically.
Crawford has said it plenty of times, fool. They don't come correct. We don't need this nigga. We don't need this fight. We still going to the Hall of Fame. It is what it is.
He's going
Without
to
a
the Hall of
signature win.
Fame
Without a signature win.
with
Hey, Smoke, that's your
Benavidez and
opinion,
Tavy
bro. That's what
Alaskins,
you
bro.
think, nigga. That's what
No,
you
that's
think.
what Bud
your
said.
opinion.
No, that's what Bud said.
That's your opinion.
No, that's
your
what
opinion
Bud
don't
said.
matter
That's
because he's
Bud's
going to the
opinion.
Hall of Fame.
That's
Your
Bud's
opinion don't
opinion.
matter because he's going to the Hall
No,
of
that's
Fame.
Bud's opinion. You keep saying
When?
it's my opinion. I'm quoting
When?
Bud.
Show me.
When Bud
Send me
sat
the
down
link.
with
Send me
Andre
the link,
Ward,
Smoke. Send me the
when
link.
Bud sat, yeah, okay,
Send me the
cool.
link.
When Bud sat down with Andre Ward, he talked about what was missing from his career and what the Errol Spence fight meant to his career. He's like, I'm going to the Hall of Fame, like you said, but at this point, he would be the best win, and it would be he would represent a signature win because that's what I don't have. I have all the accolades, but I don't have a signature win. That was in the build up to the Kavaliauskas fight. But yeah, I'll get to the link. It's just Andre Ward and Terence Crawford. Sit down. You can
Shit. If Bud beat Errol Spence, and let's say this nigga was to beat Jermell Charlo, bro, and became 3-time undisputed, I would say fuck waiting 3 years. We can put Bud in the Hall of Fame. We should do a ceremony for this nigga tomorrow. You feel what I'm saying? But I ain't gonna lie, I don't see Bud at. Bud he got the accolades, man, but and they be giving lesser niggas what's the name Hall of Fame. So he's a Hall of Famer. Fuck it, he's a Hall of Famer.
Hold on, Rich. Go what you was gonna say though. You was gonna say
But
something.
I don't like that shit though, because he ain't got no wins though. Like I don't see the wins. I mean, the undisputed is a great feat though.
I mean, but it's like, Rich, how can
Three-weight
you fault
division
how
champ.
can you fault this man if the competition is not good like that?
Nah, because he's been in 147 and the comp is good, and 135. I mean, fuck 135. We talking about 147. Because it's fine that he moved up from 35 when he did. It's fine that he moved up from 40, but 47. I don't know, man. Like the caveat lost. No. Sean Porter.
But Rich, the so-called comp niggas, everybody thinks Crawford beats him and smokes him besides Spence. So it's like you can't fault Crawford for the competition if these niggas ain't on that level.
I'd have to see him smoke these niggas, and I ain't gonna lie. And he would need the Spence fights him for me to, and I would never say nothing about
Okay,
him.
let me ask you this. You know I'm new to this shit. So why Crawford couldn't get Danny Garcia, Keith Thurman, or none of them niggas that had a belt? Why he couldn't get none of them niggas? Fuck Errol Spence. Fuck Errol Spence. Why he couldn't get the other names?
I think that the PBC and ESPN shit was never gonna work. I think the real reason why Bud didn't get fights is because Bud was still on ESPN, and let's just say one of them promoters wasn't fucking with the other guy going over there.
Well, both of them, both promotional organizations have their own obligations for their networks. They can't send their champions over to the other networks. They need their champions for their networks.
So that's what I'll say.
And the fights just aren't big enough. There's a time when Bud sent an offer to Danny, but Danny already had a fight, and that was about it. Like there was another thing where where Thurman said he was going to fight Crawford, but the Crawford's camp said he wanted $10 million. Thurman said he didn't want $10 million, but the fight never happened. And then he did fight. He did fight Porter. Yeah, he did fight
that smoke because Keith Thurman went on live and was like, "We don't need the 10 milli, Bob. We don't need the 10 milli."
Yeah. I don't know what the behind the scenes was on that one, but both sides said different shit. But they were at least talking about fighting, right?
But smoke. Yeah, when Ugas and Spence fought, wasn't they talking about them fighting then?
When Ugas and Spence fought,
wasn't Crawford supposed to fight Keith Thurman around the same time?
I don't know that he was ever supposed to fight Keith Thurman. I think they talked about Ugas. To be honest with you, man, like Bud talked more. Well, not Bud, but Bomac talked more about Ugas than he did about Keith Thurman.
That's what Bud should have been trying to do.
Can I chime in on that real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the fact of the matter is, Ugas had a title and Keith Thurman had nothing but his mouth. So, I mean, if I'm Bud Crawford, it makes more sense to fight Ugas, who had just beaten Pacquiao, than it does to fight Keith Thurman, who hasn't really done anything noteworthy in the division in a couple of years. I mean,
that's fine. That's more of like a perfect storm thing. But even in the run up to the Jeff Horn fight, they were talking about Ugas was a guy that they were eyeing, right? They've always wanted to fight.
Crawford been eyeing on Ugas for some years.
Yeah, exactly. They've been trying to fuck with each other. Right? That's what I'm saying. Like,
did he beat him in the amateur smoke? Did Ugas beat him?
Exactly. They fought in the amateurs. I think they fought a couple times in the amateurs, and maybe Ugas beat him or something. I'm not sure, but I know that they were itching for that fight. Even Bob Arum was talking about they're going to make the. I remember this is fucking funny. This is still the pandemic. He was like, "We're looking at making the Pacquiao fight. If not Pacquiao, then either Thurman, Danny Porter, Ugas, or Kell Brook." And I was like, "Okay, so of all those names."
Did you believe any of that?
Think he's gonna fight?
Did you believe any of that when they were saying that?
Say again.
Did you believe any of that around them times? Did you believe that Top Rank was trying to really pursue the top welterweights on PBC?
I'm trying to tell you. I knew at that moment that Kell Brook was going to be the next fight. When he said all those names and Kell Brook, like he was the next logical name in that sequence, I was like, okay, yeah, he's fighting Kell Brook.
He might have been though. He
wasn't. He wasn't even fighting at 147 at the time.
Nah, that was the best name that he could have fought if it wasn't those other guys by
No,
far.
I'm just telling you, he just wasn't the next logical name to name after those things.
So
Okay,
why do niggas be
so you
shitting on
have
that
you
win
do
then?
okay. The next
Rich?
logical name on that thing would be Errol Spence.
Nah, the only reason to
So
shit
why do
on
niggas
Bud
shit on that
still,
win when he beat Kell Brook if that was the best available opponent?
no, it was
It wasn't the next available opponent. It was always going to be Kell Brook. All that other shit was just fucking naming some dudes.
No,
Yeah, I mean, I guess I heard
what
you
I'm
saying,
asking,
but the
no,
Kell
what I'm
Brook
asking
win,
is why are niggas shitting on him beating Kell Brook when that was the best opponent available for him to fight?
Because Kell Brook was
I
done.
got you.
That's
I
why.
got you. He wasn't the
not
next
even
available
that.
opponent. That's literally what I'm telling you. The reason why they were shitting on him because he wasn't the next available opponent.
Okay, so Smoke, who was a better opponent that Crawford could have fought instead of Kell Brook?
Every single name on that list that Bob Arum mentioned.
But you said it wasn't like you said it didn't make sense. Like it wasn't gonna happen. He was just talking.
No, I know. I'm just telling you, Bob Arum's full of shit. He wasn't trying to make those fights. He sent one offer out that we know of to fucking to Danny Garcia, and when Danny Garcia had a fight. All of those other names, they never got an offer. Bob Arum was just fucking full of shit. He was always going to make the Kell Brook fight.
And Brook was done. Brook was done by the time Crawford got his hands on him. Real talk.
Yeah, totally.
Hadn't made 47 in some years, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and like nobody was looking for Kell Brook at 147 pounds. No one's checking for Kell Brook at all.
No, they should have been though, because Kell Brook had only lost to Spence in a Triple G at that time.
The reason why he
It's not
shouldn't
the
have been,
same.
it wasn't that. Is that the way he looked in his fights at 154? He was fighting nobody and looking like shit doing it. That's why nobody was checking for him.
With both sides of his face broken, literally.
Yeah, and that's why you can kind of shit on the win. It is what it is, bro. The real reason is this nigga should just. At the end of the day, he kind of shouldn't have been with ESPN for that long, bro. Like, there was nothing over there at all.
No, Crawford should have never re-upped with Top Rank.
Yeah, that's the thing.
But
you guys,
you got to remember that ESPN like this don't launch during that when ESPN Plus app launched. Like ESPN Plus app launched to compete with Zone, and Bob wanted Lomachenko to be the poster boy for that fucking deal, but ESPN wanted Bud, so they signed him to be the flag, to be the guy for their ESPN Plus app, right? He was the guy who was fighting on that thing, and he got an extended deal, got a whole bunch of fucking money, and that's also why he's become accustomed to his particular kind of lifestyle, right? And number. Guarantees and all this other shit.
Nah, but with that being said, though, it ended
according
up
to
hindering
reports
because he didn't get no fight though. He didn't get no fights. It ain't like they was putting up big money for opponents type shit. Because if they was, they would have had to have gotten somebody.
So Rich, y'all saying he shouldn't have signed with Top Rank, but my question to y'all is, even if he would have signed with PBC, we're not sure if he guaranteed to get them fights. Some of them niggas on that
that's true too, because you know it's true, bro. Like Thurman was with PBC. Spence never got a Thurman fight. Spence still haven't got a Thurman fight.
But that's just one guy. It's really like Thurman. He fought every other person.
You got Frank Sanchez.
He said he wouldn't get any of the fights.
Sanchez with PBC. He can't get him a Wilder fight.
No, but we're talking about welterweight. At welterweight, it's literally only Keith Thurman that didn't mix it up.
Right, but listen. Crawford would have had a better chance of getting those fights had he signed with PBC as opposed to going with Arum. Arum refused to make the Pacquiao fight. They were both promoted by Top Rank.
But I don't think he did. I don't think he did the wrong thing. You're correct, Fight Doctor. But if I'm him, I would have done that shit. And knowing the way it turned out, I still would have done it. Right? Like I don't think Terence Crawford is in a fucking bad position. Like I think he did a wonderful fucking thing. Now he just really needs to fight fucking Errol Spence.
So get this smoke. Get this smoke. Let me ask you this question. Now, it may have worked out better. It may have worked out better for Crawford's pocketbook that he re-upped with Top Rank.
Everything.
But has it worked out better for his legacy?
Yes,
I
he's going
mean,
to the Hall of Fame.
we don't know.
And not at
But
47.
All right, so
not
here's the
because of
thing.
anything he
So here's the
did
thing.
since re-upping
Bro,
his
he
We
can
don't
age.
know.
retire
That's not why.
today. He's
Since
a
we
first
don't know.
ballot Hall
So
of Famer.
all right. So
But with
if there's
that
a
being
log
said,
jam,
If he
so think about this fight, doctor, real fast,
and the Thurman fight,
real fast. So Rebel, hold up a second. If there's a log jam without Terence Crawford being there, what would it look like if Terence Crawford was there? Right? Those guys were waiting on each other for fucking years. That's firstly. The second part of it is that Terence Crawford has had 100% knockout ratio. It's only been 6 fights, but in all 6 fights, he's knocked those dudes the fuck out. Would he have knocked out those other dudes? Don't know. Maybe yes, maybe no. But we don't know. So I don't know that. I know for one on one hand, he got fights, and on the second hand, he knocked the fucking guys out that they put him in the ring with. So and he got paid a ton of fucking money to do it. I don't know that going to PBC would have been a better out fucking come. Just because you may have gotten one of those 2 fights, maybe the loser of the fucking guys who've been trying to fight each other for years.
are we talking past tense or currently? Because
We're
now
talking about 2018. We're talking about
Okay,
2018,
yeah,
like
right.
Bud, like not going over to PBC.
Right. Yeah, because now, like, if he does land the Spence fight, and if that goes good for him, man, he could get a Thurman fight after that and be. I mean, he's already
fuck
Hall of.
Thurman.
No, I feel you. I feel you on that. Like Thurman's not really relevant, but he's not that relevant. But it's still a good fight.
Hey, so fight doctor.
And he can go to 154. Like if he wants to get an acclamation fight at 154, he can fight Danny there. He can fight Danny there and then go into a title fight at 154.
I think it was fight doctor. So fight doctor.
Yes, sir.
If he retires today, what is his legacy? Since you saying like he needs to fight the other fighters at 147. So my question to you is, without fighting them, what is his legacy?
So if Crawford were to retire tomorrow, he is, in my mind, first ballot Hall of Fame without question, right? So his legacy is set. However, in terms of his legacy at 147 pounds, right? He has a good resume at 147. But look, I'm looking at ESPN's top 10 for 147, and Crawford has fought maybe one of these guys. Was Stanionis? Did Crawford fight Stanionis?
Nah, he beat when Crawford beat Sean Porter, who was in the top 10. He's a 2-time welterweight champion before Sean Porter retired, bro. He just beat Sean Porter.
So I'm looking at the current rankings right now. Currently, according to ESPN's top 10, Crawford has not.
ESPN full of shit, bro.
Well, there's no question. I'm definitely not going to argue in favor of ESPN. I'm just trying to make a point here that, listen, in my mind, Top Rank has done Terence Crawford no favors. And to support that theory is I'm looking at ESPN's top 10. Crawford has fought none of these guys. Not a single one. And in my mind, there's no one to blame except for Bob Arum. And by extension, Terence Crawford for re-signing with Bob Arum hating ass.
But once you're at Top Rank, you're going to only fight Top Rank fighters, and the hot commodities were at PBC at the time.
Bob Arum know he dead ass wrong, and that's why Bud has a case against him, because he literally is in interviews said how he did not make the Pacquiao fight because he knew what would happen, and he was trying to save Pacquiao.
Bro, I don't understand that.
That's a fight that should have happened. That's a fight that should have happened.
That fight should have
Are y'all
happened.
serious? Y'all telling me, bro? I thought
what you mean?
That shit is weird, nigga. You protecting another man?
Oh yeah, Bob said that.
That niggas is weird, bro.
Bob said
that
that
shit
shit
is weird.
And he shouldn't
y'all
have said
telling
that.
me,
Yeah, Rodney, you didn't know that, man. It's funny. Like, I love being around when you find out shit that I just thought everybody knew. Like Julian Jackson can fucking punch, and Bob Arum was protected. He said he went on record saying he didn't give Bud Pacquiao.
What benefit did Bob have by protecting Manny, who left him?
It was before he left. It was after he left that he said it. Yeah, it was after he left that he said it, right?
Right.
I can answer that question. The benefit was his cash cow wouldn't have got knocked out. Because had that fight been made, that's exactly what have happened. Crawford would have stopped Pacquiao.
But fight doctor, wouldn't Crawford be the man now? Wouldn't that be your cash cow?
Okay, but now here, look, you have to put yourself into Bob Arum's shoes. You have Bob Arum, who is consistently shitting on his own fighter in Terence Crawford. So if Bob Arum really believes that he's losing money on Terence Crawford, then why would he put Terence Crawford in the ring with Manny Pacquiao, his cash cow, knowing that Crawford was going to beat the snot out of Manny Pacquiao?
Oh no, that wasn't what he was saying back then.
That's what he was thinking. That's what he was thinking.
But at that time, I also thought he was going to cash him out. Like, it's a cash out fight because he knew he was going to lose him too. That's how come I was kind of surprised they didn't make that fight.
That's tough.
Because that's a cash out fight, man. Put him and Crawford together. What comes is what comes. But one last big money fight for Manny and for Bob. So it's like, the fuck.
I hope what Smoke's saying is true. I hope this nigga Boots is the next Crawford. I love that switch hit, nigga. So we gonna see.
But didn't Manny price himself out of that fight?
You know who else be switching? That nigga.
That's what it is, bro. That's what I heard. Is Manny priced himself out of the fight? He offered a stupid number, and it's like,
yeah, he said like 70 million.
What?
He was getting.
Yeah.
There was about
2
years ago.
There's another 10 million that Bud asked for Crawford during that whole. That Pacquiao asked for Crawford during the whole, like, I'm either looking to make the Pacquiao fight or the Garcia or Porter or Thurman or Kell Brook. Ugas or Kell Brook. While they're fighting Kell Brook, like, yeah, he said, like, Manny Pacquiao wanted 10. He said, like, Manny Pacquiao wanted 10.
Yeah, but that's a shame that fight didn't happen, bro. If I'm a cook for just a small second, it's a shame that fight didn't happen, bro. Because honestly, like, as far as box, like, if we had it our way, that could have been a passing of the torch. Manny could have fought Crawford, and Crawford had been wanting that fight for a really long time, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, there was no reason. It was the one fight, because we're talking about PBC fighters and top rank fighters. It was the one fight at top rank, man, where, like, it was a big fucking fight there. To whereas Spence gets to get in there with Danny, get in there with Porter, potentially get in there with Thurman. They're all them guys.
It was Bob being cheap again, like, for real.
Right.
Like, this is when Pacquiao was a champion. This would have been a unification. PBC didn't even fucking matter. He was Manny Pacquiao Promotions at that fucking point.
And it would have been
all he said was, "Give me $10 million, I'll go fight your guy." And that was a fight I wanted for Bud real fucking bad, because if Bud was unified and Spence was unified, this fight would have already fucking happened, right? But it's because Errol is the unified guy and Bud only has the one. Now it's just like, what's 50-50? What's all this other shit? You got to do all this weird fucking negotiation thing where it's not just like straight down the middle. Because Bud's profile also would have been through the roof because of him being the guy who beat Manny Pacquiao and probably stopped him. Like,
that's what I was fixing to ask. I was just fixing to ask you.
Dude, that's what I'm saying, bro.
Why it would have been benefit Crawford to have both belts? You think it would have happened had he beat Manny? You think that fight would have happened between Spence and him sooner?
Exactly. I think that all of this money shit wouldn't have been a thing. I think the fight would have been a bigger fight.
Fuck, man. And so much bullshit right now. But I heard,
like, the fact that Ugas beat him, the fact that Ugas, and we had the pandemic and all that shit, and then Ugas beat him when people weren't really watching fucking boxing. The whole thing turned into like kissing your sister, kind of like, this ain't the business. Yeah, you kiss the girl, but she fucking sister. That shit ain't tight.
Me as a boxing fan, bro. Like, I'm sorry, but that's a knock to me on Manny. Unless I'm looking at it wrong, it's a knock on Manny that while they were in the same promotional company, they didn't go ahead and fight. He was willing to fight Spence over at PBC and all this, but he was not willing to fight Crawford, who was the heir to the throne there.
Can I address that? Can I address that?
Yeah, go ahead, fight doctor.
Yeah, Pacquiao been ducking for years. Okay, he ducked the
That's
Mayweather
right.
fight. He ducked.
Thank you for saying that. I think he ducked Mayweather too,
Well,
bro. Because there
well,
was
here's
3
the thing.
different negotiations, bro.
Well,
Go ahead.
here's the
He
thing.
ducked Zahir Rahim.
Yeah,
He
go ahead.
ducked Zahir Rahim after Zahir Rahim beat Eric Morales after Morales had beat him. So Pacquiao, listen, Pacquiao's career post 130 pounds has been smoke and mirrors largely because he's been making his name fighting Mayweather leftovers for the most part, playing the game with the scale, okay, catch weights, and whatever. So yeah, look, I am not in the least bit surprised that Manny Pacquiao ducked Terence Crawford because Pacquiao knew exactly what time it was. Okay, it would have been chin check time.
It's smoke and mirrors though, because he goes over to PBC, fight B+ fighters, and everybody says his fucking resume is greater than Mayweather's because look, he kept fighting, but he went on to fight B+ fighters when Crawford was right there.
Well, here's the thing about Manny Pacquiao.
Nah, that Thurman.
Yeah, he knows a lot.
Thurman was a good. My fault on that. Thurman was a good fight, but Thurman coming off a long ass layoff, I'd have take that fight too. You know what I'm saying?
Coming off a layoff and an injury.
Hey,
that was a cherry pick. That was a cherry pick.
Hey.
So,
so
Manny knows a lot, but what Manny has never known, as long as I've seen him speak, is who he's going to fight. It's always, I'm going to get with my team, and we're going to do it. He never knows. He's never.
That's totally true.
To call the guy, I don't know, man. Like he's fought a lot of guys. He's fought a lot of guys. Like. You can cherry pick your way through a guy, do that, but and whether or not you think he did it fairly or cleanly, he was in there with a lot of fucking Hall of Famers. He stepped through the ropes with a lot of fucking dudes. So I don't know.
I'm glad. I'm glad you said that. Just to say real quick, don't get me wrong, man. I think getting a Jesse Vargas, Adrian Broner. Keith Thurman, that's nice, bro. Like he did it right, but at the same time, bro, I knock fighters for a plethora of different reasons, and I don't like that he fucking ducked Crawford, bro. And we all know he did. He could have came to a fucking reasonable. I mean, I don't know if that's his team or what. Like, that's where I let you guys cook, because when it comes to the business and all that shit, like to me, bro, like Crawford and Manny could have happened, bro. That's 5 years of talking shit and nothing. So it's like,
who was at 35 and 40 that Crawford didn't fight?
At the time, it was kind of dry. That's the problem there. He kind of did. It was a little dry, I think, when he unified down there.
So he was just in an era where the comp wasn't like that.
Yeah,
a little bit at that weight class.
That's pretty much what it was, man.
At that weight class, yeah, man, it was a little bit.
You can't knock him for that, but at 147, it was a lot of comp, bro, and I would have to only blame the decision to stay with what's the name. But at this point, though, like that shit don't even matter. Like, at this point, what matters is that he didn't go after Ugas right after he beat up Sean Porter. That would have been the best one. You ready?
Who didn't go after Ugas?
Hey, Rich.
Bud. He should have went after he should have went off to Ugas after he beat Sean Porter. You feel me? Just like what Smoke was saying, if it was 2 belts and 2 belts, kind of like that whole money negotiation shit might have been able to go smoother. But and also, that's pretty much that. But at this point, he needs to take this fight, bro, because they talking about his biggest payday and $9 million for the purse. So,
well, I heard the question asked earlier: is Crawford a Hall of Famer now? Yeah, he is. But at the end of the day, bro, it on some levels it is similar to Mayweather Pacquiao, where it's like I'm not like I heard him the other day, and I'm a Crawford dude. I'm all Crawford, bro. But the other day during that interview, he was like, I don't need Spence. Man, bro, I wish that energy was kind of different, because at the end of the day, bro, if he don't fight Spence, it is a letdown. There is a chink out of that armor where if he goes on, it depends what he does when he moves on, but if he goes on and never fights Spence, bro, that's a straight up letdown. Like, I kind of fucking don't like that he was passive in that interview when he's talking about, yeah, I don't really need Spence. I'm a Hall of Famer already. Check it. Like, I get that, bro. That's taking a page. That's taking a page out of Mayweather's book and everything. But what the fuck, man? What the fuck?
How is that taking a page out of Mayweather's book if he wanted the big fight?
Well, here's the difference. Mayweather went on and fought the guys he was supposed to fight. But Mayweather had no problem in the interviews saying shit like that. We all know that, bro. He would always, when it came to Manny, he would say certain things, and it was never. So, like, when I hear this fight, bro, I want to hear Crawford be like, yeah, I need that fucking fight. Let's go. But he has on some interviews. It's just the other day when I heard that Sean Porter interview. Yeah, man. When I heard that Sean Porter interview, he's just like, I don't really need him. Like, it's kind of like a passive. And I'm like, nah, bro, that fight's got to happen. But I heard they're going to announce it. I heard they're going to announce it.
Yo, can I chime in for a second? I would argue that Spence needs Crawford more than Crawford needs Spence.
I would think so, too.
Are you saying that because Crawford started his career at 135?
I'm saying that because Crawford has proven more over his career than Spence has. Look, if Spence retires tomorrow, I don't think Spence goes to the Hall of Fame. Crawford, on the other hand, is going. So, in terms of legacy, Spence needs Crawford way more, in my mind, than Crawford needs Errol Spence.
I think Spence goes to the Hall of Fame if he beats Crawford, by far. As of right now, it's kind of what's the name, but he kind of beat a Hall of Famer already, like kind of when they was in their prime type shit. So at the same, Mikey Garcia.
You do realize, of course, that Mikey Garcia.
Don't say that he was a lightweight before that, because Roberto Duran was a lightweight before he beat Sugar Ray Leonard. So,
all right, a couple of things though. Yes, a couple of things. There's a lot of daylight.
Hold on. I'm gonna say this real quick. You can't say that, Rich. Mikey isn't Roberto Duran, and Sugar Ray Leonard isn't Errol Spence. You can't say that.
Nah, but
hey, Rich, one second. Rodney, the link's in the private chat to that Andre Ward Bud Crawford interview. Go ahead, Rich.
I understand what you're saying. They're not each other, but also Roberto Duran wasn't a multiple weight. He wasn't a 4-weight division champion. You feel what I'm saying? And
right.
And Sugar Ray had already done big things. That's not my point. My point is that
I need you to elaborate.
That resume shit to me, bro. Like,
hey, but
I really think they both need that fight, like, real
Let me say this though too. Let me say this real quick. Is even though Crawford does got those accolades, bro, and I take nothing away from him. Okay, I'm gonna make that clear. I take nothing away from him.
Yeah.
It's not only that it's the biggest fight with Spence, but dude, if I'm really thinking about his whole resume, which I know, Spence is not only the biggest fight for him, it's by far, even from 135 all the way up to 147 now, Spence is the best opponent he could fucking face. It's the one guy we know could challenge him, potentially beat him. So that's why it's got to happen, bro.
Can I chime in on that?
Not only that, bro, that nigga
not to put too fine a point on it, but Roberto Duran is a multi-division. He is a multi-weight champion. Roberto Duran.
No, not by the time Ray Leonard had fought him, though.
Smoke.
Oh no, okay, I got you.
Smoke. So y'all saying, I want y'all to be honest. So when Crawford fought Gamboa, y'all said Crawford was gonna smoke him. Y'all didn't think that was 50-50 or Gamboa was gonna beat him. That's what y'all saying.
No, I thought it was 50-50. I remember going into that fight. I mean, I was rooting for I liked both guys, but I was rooting for Bud. But I was like, man, that's a hell of a fight. But I knew that Gamboa had been on a layoff, right? And he was a little bit rusty. I know he was like fucking with like 50 Cent and like kind of just living the good life, being in Miami and not being in like fucking Cuba. So I was just like I was favoring Bud because of shit like that, but I still thought it was 50-50 because Gamboa was no fucking joke.
Yeah, and to answer your question as well, is although I do think Crawford has had tough fights, like you said, the Gamboa fight, some people favor Gamboa in that fight. That's cool. But over the years, we've seen the product, bro. Like, we know what Crawford can do. You throw a B-level fighter in there, we know he's going to wipe him out. There's been, like, Gamboa, like, him facing Gamboa was probably a 50-50 fight. Him versus Pistol was interesting at the time because we're still finding out what Crawford could do. But we're at a point now, bro, where, like, especially after what he did to Sean Porter, to Spence, man. Like, Spence is the one guy we really want to see how he handles that style. Because I don't, outside of Boots, I don't see anybody even fucking with Crawford, bro.
Spence is getting stopped. Crawford is going to stop Spence.
Yep.
Crawford's going to beat his ass.
I'm not gonna lie, y'all.
It's a good fight, though.
Mind, bro. Y'all out your mind, bro. If anybody
listen, Spence.
Bud, that's being,
yeah. Here's the reason why. Here's the reason why Crawford
liver shot, Rich.
Yo,
I think Spence can bring more to the table than other opponents he faced.
Hey, Rich. Everybody think Crawford gonna knock out Spence with something to the head. For me, he gonna knock him out with a liver shot. Spence gonna take a knee. He ain't gonna get up, bro. He gonna take a knee. He ain't gonna get up.
That can never happen, bro. That
All
can
right,
never
you
happen.
gonna see. All right, you gonna see, fam.
That can never happen. I got,
gonna see.
and it's crazy you say that because I got the exact opposite. I got Spence stopping this man to the body, and that's with all due respect. But it's just gonna be a little too much.
Yo,
and it's
listen.
gonna be around round 7.
Crawford's gonna be too elusive for him, bro.
Crawford's
gonna be.
I don't know.
Crawford's
about
gonna be
too
too elusive
that
for him,
nigga
bro.
Earl will cut that ring off good, man. That nigga Earl coming with that black mix with Mexican style, man. That slick black American Mexican shit. That shit is tough, man. I don't see Crawford going nowhere. See him sitting in that corner eating shit.
That's why it's a good fight.
All you need to do is go back and watch the Spence fight. Watch the Ugas fight. Spence makes too many amateurish mistakes, even at this late stage of his career, as evident as what we saw in the Ugas fight. Okay,
he telegraphs a little bit. He does, bro. Sometimes
he only knows one way how to fight. He only fights one. He only knows how to fight one way.
That's not true.
From time to time, he does, bro.
Ugas has long ass arms. He has a nice jab. Period, and he's a Cuban boxer. You know what I'm saying, bro? That nigga Spence has fought plenty of different ways. I've seen him box and I've seen him bang. The way he fought Ugas was as if he just knew he was gonna knock Ugas out in the 10th round. The way he did, that's the way. And he did come on some tunnel vision shit the same way the whole time, bro. And honestly, that's the same way I see him beating Crawford. Yeah, I don't think Crawford is big enough. That's gonna be too much of an onslaught. Too much, bro. I'm going to say it in the chat when it's happening. I'm going to just type too much, man. ... I'm going to say too much, ...
Hey,
Where's
Rich,
Rodney?
when they go down,
Where's
your ass
Rodney?
better be here.
You know I'm going to be
better
here.
be here, nigga.
If y'all want to know my prediction, man, I've already been on here, bro. Like, as far as I'm concerned, I don't think Crawford just wins. I think he wins impressively. I really do. I think he wins impressively. That being said, I still think Spence, not just because of the buildup, I still think Spence, as far as like a body of work and what he's able to do, bruh, I still think that's the fucking best fight. Like, Spence could get off on him a little bit, bro. Like, Crawford likes to fight, but so does Spence. Like, Crawford likes to fight. He's gonna open up, bro. He's gonna throw a 3-piece combination. Shit, Spence is gonna be right there in that, bro.
I'm not gonna lie, man.
Spence has had a. You're talking about a guy. You're saying he's gonna stop a guy who's had like over half dozen fights at 154 pounds. I'm not seeing it. That's really one of the reasons why I'm picking Spence. Like, Spence is a guy who's come down in weight. Like, he's not a guy in his like 3rd division moving up.
Well, let me say this to you, Smoke. Let me say this to you,
his fucking knuckles off this boy's fucking head and body.
Let me say this to you, Smoke. The other night, you were talking, bro. I be getting in here. I always listen to you talk, bro, and it's good shit. But you said he's only had 6 fights at welterweight, all KOs, but it's only 6. To me, bro, 6 fights is enough for you to be totally acclimated to the weight. Like, if Crawford's got 6 knockouts at fucking welterweight, Spence surely he could be in trouble there, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, no, I got you. So the only thing I was talking about when it came to the 6 knockouts, then the knockout ratio was the guy was suggesting that Bud should be the guy called man down. Like, meanwhile, he's got 6 knockouts in the division. Another guy's got like 20-something knockouts. Get the fuck out of here, man. Like, stop, leave my man's name alone. Just stick to your guys, stick to your predictions and all that other shit. You don't get fucking, well, you got 100% knockout ratio. And you know what? You just have the same knockout ratio if you had 1 fight or 2 fights or 3 fights. Or like I said, if you're Edward Berlanga and you had 16 fights. They're all
his whole career hasn't been at welterweight. What are you talking about?
Again, like I said, like we're talking about a welterweight comparison, and he was making
Man, so
you don't understand.
You just want to go for welterweight.
No, Rodney, you just coming to a conversation late.
30-something fights. So you're not going to count.
No, we weren't talking. We weren't talking about.
That's not what we're. That's not really.
We weren't talking about the whole career. They're only talking about welterweights. He's only talking about welterweight, and he's only talking about his. Because, all right, Terence Crawford does not have a 100% knockout ratio for his whole career. He only has that for welterweight. Terence Crawford does not have a 100% knockout ratio for his whole career. He only has that for welterweight.
Found my fucking lighter finally.
Hey, no, that nigga.
Hey, y'all, why?
I don't see how this outbox. I don't see that.
There's an echo.
Somebody got an echo like a motherfucker, but Smoke, I don't see that none. Somebody got an echo. You telling me Spence gonna win on Smoke? I don't see that none.
Not me, bro.
You telling me Spence gonna win on?
Not me, bro.
Hell no. He is not going to outbox Crawford. He is not going to outbox Crawford.
This echo is brutal, bro. This echo
somebody
is
mute their
brutal.
mic, man. Bro, somebody mute their mic. Yo, big bro, somebody get this nigga off the panel. Yeah, Smoke. I gotta see that, Smoke. If you right on that, Smoke, I gotta hand it to you.
Man, listen,
I don't see that.
Outbox is like more of a style thing where you box on the outside. I'm saying he's going to outpoint him because he's going to outwork him because he throws so many fucking shots and he throws just as many clean shots. Maybe Bud throws cleaner shots by maybe 1 or 2 punches, but he's way more efficient with his work, right? So his percentage of punches are cleaner shots. He just doesn't throw as many shots. So I don't know. Over 12 rounds, I don't think it's going to be a stoppage. I don't think anybody's going to get dropped. So it's going to be hard to give it to him on clean punching. I think also it's going to be hard to give it to him on effective aggression, given the way the 2 guys fight. So like the 2, though, I also think it may be hard for him to win on ring generalship, but maybe he can get that one. I'm not quite sure what the defense battle will look like. But I'm just saying over 12 rounds, I think I got it like 7-5, 8-4 kind of thing, just because of the volume of work. And they've come forward and they're being on the front foot.
Hey, Smoke, did the Porter
so many punches, bro?
Hey, Smoke, did the Porter fight help your thought process on this at all? Watching Porter Crawford, like as far as how you think the Spence and Crawford fight lays out?
Yes, it did. The lack of jab and the lack of body work from Porter, and the success that he had without those 2 tools. It made me double down on what I always thought was going to happen.
Can I ask you one last question, bro? Do you think Spence is predictable, even though it's efficient and it's a problem, and he's good at cutting off the ring? Do you think that predictability is going to be Crawford can capitalize on that, bro?
Yes,
because I do. Yes. I do.
Yes,
even though it's a problem, even though he's good at it, even though it's Triple G-esque as far as he can fucking cut off the ring. The jab's always in your face. I understand that, but I just feel like
I think he will capitalize on it. I just don't think it'll have the same results as the other guys he's fought at welterweight. I don't think those other guys are going to fold or be so hurt that the ref needs to wave it off or some shit like that. Are they going to quit like fucking Amir Khan?
How do you gauge Spence's chin? Pretty good. We'll scale of 1 to 10. Because I know he got clipped with Ugas, but that's
Yeah,
few
but
and
he
far
didn't see
between.
he didn't see the punch coming, and he really didn't even go down. Right, it's just kind of like I don't know.
Bro, the punch that hurt him in that Ugas fight was the liver shot, bro. Ugas hurt him to the liver, bro. Ugas ain't hurt him to the chin. He hurt him to the liver. Go back and watch it. You'll see. Go back and watch it.
Yeah, man.
Ugas never hurt him to the chin. It was to the liver, bro. That bullshit punch he did when Spence wasn't looking, they ain't do shit, bro. Go back and look at the liver shot, though.
Okay. All right. Yeah. That's news to me, bro, because I thought he got hit. When he flew back into the ropes, I thought that was a headshot, but...
It was. He just wasn't that hurt.
Bro, he was not hurt off of that.
Okay.
We knocked him off balance. He didn't know where the other guy was, so he had to locate the guy. So he was like confused for a second. But he was still like understood what the fuck was going on. His muscle memory, like he could still fight. He went back to whooping that dude's ass right afterwards. Like,
I think I wouldn't say hurt like done hurt. I would say that I would certainly say that he got flashed, bro. He got flashed, and what bugged me about it was Ugas literally like sat back and watched. Like he was, and if you're saying that whole deal was a liver shot, that's cool too. But there was a moment in that fight where, when I don't know if Spence strategically spit out that mouthpiece, which would have been genius, or if he spit out that mouthpiece because he was hurt. And either way, fucking Ugas didn't jump on him either, to whereas Crawford will.
Bro, between round 3 and round 5, watch. I don't remember what round. Between 3 and round 5, bro. Ugas hurt him to the liver, man.
Is my shit too loud?
Spence
I don't know. I think somebody fell asleep though.
Oh, okay.
Spence bagged up, bro. I'm telling you, bro. He bagged up, bro, and like start circling around the ring, fool. Like I'm telling you, bro. He didn't like that.
And after
so I don't think he's that predictable though.
Pressure.
I don't think he's that predictable. I think he makes adjustments. He disguises things pretty well. But Bud is smarter than everybody that he's fought. I think Bud will figure out sort of patterns and have his opportunities to exploit. I just think Spence is too fucking big and too good. I think he was going to eat fucking Bud shots.
It's a good theory. It is a good theory because he is a durable, big fucking welterweight, bro. That is true.
Rich Smoke. He can't throw the same punches, bro. He can't throw the same punches, fool. All right, bro.
And that predictable
if he throws the same punches, bro, he's gonna get knocked out.
Bro, that nigga Spence being predictable sounds good until he's doing shit that makes you very uncomfortable over and over and over again, bro.
Yeah.
I think he wins this fight with constant pressure that nobody has ever put on it. It's like Smoke said. Sean Porter kind of put some pressure on him without a jab, and Errol has a great jab, and he has a great straight left to the body following the jab. So it's like,
but don't you think Crawford kind of fell into the same trap that everybody does when they fight Porter, as far as him just being like, him being a little bit like wild, like not like he has a smothering type of style, bro. Like I don't really see Spence fighting that type of style, to whereas
he's finna come forward. He might throw more. He's finna throw more punches than Sean Porter. That's what I'm saying. I see Spence, Bud Crawford always starts off slow, and Spence never does. Spence, if anything, he starts fast and he ends fast.
Now he didn't start fast against Ugas, and he didn't start fast against Mikey Garcia either.
Nah, yeah, he for sure started fast against Mikey and Ugas.
Hell no, bro. Go back and watch the fight. It's on YouTube.
Nah, yeah, I watched the fight plenty of times.
Nah, that nigga didn't start off fast. Go back and rewatch it. I'm telling you, he didn't start off fast, bro.
He lost.
He didn't lose around in that fight. He didn't lose around in that fight.
No, I'm saying, but Smoke, it wasn't like he jumped on him from round number 1. He probably won the round off a jab or whatever, but it was a filling out process. We could pull it up right now. Let's go back. Everybody put it up. It's on YouTube. Spence and Mikey first round. Watch it.
That's the difference between Bud and Spence filling out rounds, bro. Like Spence doesn't lose them at all. Bud to fuck around and lose the first 4 rounds. First 3, 2
I
out of the
thought
first
the
4,
Ugas fight he might have lost that
four.
first round with Ugas.
No, yeah, he might have lost 2 rounds against Ugas. That was some shit we didn't see, but what we didn't see was him starting off slow, bro. The nigga comes the same all the time, and the thing is, Bud does too. He's the type of nigga that, you feel me, he feeling you out the first couple rounds. And I'm saying that whole filling out process with Spence, it's a bad idea, man. That's a very bad idea. Like, niggas that gave Spence problems in the first couple rounds or early in the fight was niggas that came forward from the jump, bro. Like Kell Brook and Sean Porter. Everybody else just got
So if
molested, bro.
Ugas could win a couple rounds, in the first round, you know what I mean? You don't think Crawford could win the first round?
But Ugas don't fight like what's the name. Ugas kind of start fast as well. Ugas not giving up the first couple rounds. I ain't seen Ugas give up rounds.
Hey, Rich, are you what you had to score in the first 4 rounds with Porter and Crawford?
I had Porter up early in that fight.
How many
So
rounds?
I probably had after 4 rounds, 3-1, 2-2 type shit. But I know, like, after 5 rounds, after 6 rounds, I had Porter up type shit. So I want to say I had Sean Porter up early. But then that was me watching the fight live. I ain't gonna lie, I went back and watched the fight. And I might have said after 6 rounds I had it 3-3, but not yet. Early I pretty much had it. What's the name? But Bud, that's how I see pretty much. That's really why I think Spence beats him, and that's how I see him beating him on the cards too. Bud might be the more accurate pinpoint puncher, but he doesn't throw enough. That nigga Spence will be in there throwing all the time. He gonna be upping your shit. Like bro said, his chin is very much so proven. He eats punches. He's a very durable guy, and I see him coming the same. I see him throwing 50 punches at least every round. And then shit, at the most, he gonna be up there throwing 70, 80 punches. And a lot of that shit is gonna be to the body. A lot of that shit is gonna hurt, even the shit that don't land cleanly to the body or to the head like that. I think it's gonna be too much physically for him, bro.
Mm-hmm. You gonna see, man. You gonna see.
But I want that fight bad.
You gonna fold him in 10.
I don't see that at all. I don't see how anybody even sees that, bro.
And I don't see how anybody sees this nigga outboxing Terence Crawford.
No, I'm not saying he's gonna outsweet science.
Just like how y'all don't see Crawford knocking this nigga out. I don't see how Spence can outbox Crawford and win on points. I don't see that.
No. When you say outbox, do you mean like it's going to be a chess match type shit and they gonna be playing tag and Errol Spence is gonna get the better of the playing hit, not get hit? Hell no. Like, if he stands in the middle of the ring with him, he'll probably I could see him getting beat. Like, and if Bud is on his bike and Spence can't catch him and all that shit, that's how Spence loses that fight to me, bro. But I don't see Spence following him in that way like an idiot. You feel what I'm saying? I see Spence cutting the ring off type shit. And he also got the better jab out of it too.
He's going to take away that jab, Rich. I'm telling you.
And that nigga Crawford is the type to be adjusting. And that's something that y'all said. Spence don't make no adjustment. He fight one way. I can see that being the case and it being bad. Like, this nigga Crawford trying to adjust and change up the way he fighting, but then it's being too late. You already down 4 rounds to 2 type shit. And then we don't know if this next shit is gonna work. Cause shit, what we do know is if this nigga Earl, let's say this nigga Bud, start serving him after 6 rounds, you feel me? And he show him something different. Then that nigga Spence is gonna go full out fight or flight. He's gonna turn into something totally different than we seen earlier, and he's only gonna throw punches. He's gonna go full on Mexican style. I'm bigger than you. That's why I don't know. I just can't see that nigga Crawford knocking him out. I can't see nobody really knocking him out unless he went up and weight to like 160 and fought a 160 pounder. Hell no. Knocking him out, fuck no.
Oh man, November. It's going down.
But Crawford is a good fighter, and he's actually a great fighter. You know what I'm saying? When you go undisputed, you're a great fighter. Once you collecting belts and moving up type shit, I don't know.
How come Wilder and Fury didn't have this problem? and they on the other side of the street?
I don't know.
Because they both wanted the fight. They
Big
actually
money though.
wanted the fight.
Because they fought. Because Tyson Fury didn't have a network when they first fought, and that fight did so well that he got big money donors that signed him so they could capitalize on the rematch.
That's the MTK.
No, fucking Bob Arum.
Oh,
And
There was no
Queensberry
size
and them
dispute when they first fought.
okay.
Did any of you guys ever catch that documentary about MTK?
Hell no.
Nah,
But
bro,
what's
that shit
going
was
on?
crazy with
Ban some
MTK,
shit.
bro. They had like a lot of mafia shit going on and real grimy
I saw,
shit.
I saw the documentary about Daniel Kinahan, but not about MTK.
Yeah.
Yo.
Maybe they're one and the same. I'm not totally sure, but
Yeah, they didn't really bring up the boxing shit at all. They just really just brought up drug shit. It was just about his criminal shit, man.
And it's kind of fucked. They didn't really prove none of that shit. They just kind of like speculated and all that. But
they talked about his family. They talked about the dad, the brothers, and all that shit.
Fury was in that. They speculated that Fury was involved with all that. But
Are y'all cooking on Errol and Bud?
yeah, we were talking about Earl, bud.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard some interesting stuff from y'all, man. I like when people can elaborate on their opinions. You know what I'm saying? Because it's all just opinion at this point.
No tough. What's your opinion, bro?
I got Errol stopping him. I got Errol stopping him because if you look at the way I look at it, I was watching. I mean, I got a bunch of different points that I could bring up, but I remember watching the Porter fight with Crawford, because Crawford's a hell of a fighter. Don't get me wrong, but I remember at a point in time, like second and third, fourth round, Tim Bradley was like, "Man, Crawford's hitting Porter with the shots he usually knock people out with, and Porter's eating them." You know what I'm saying? And when he knocked him down, you know, he didn't have no stanky legs and nothing. I ain't gonna say he wasn't hurt. He was definitely buzzed, but I don't think he gonna be able to hurt Errol like people think he is gonna be. Because when I look at his knockout streak, they're all technical. He not necessarily knocking nobody completely out. And a lot of the times his stoppages come with a person not even on the ground, like Kell Brook never hit the canvas. I can name a few people, you know what I'm saying? And when it comes to Errol, I just feel like his size and his strategy for him coming behind the jab. Because at first I was like, okay, Bud gonna take away his jab, but I don't feel like Bud in the orthodox position. Because Bud like to take away the jab with the lead hook. He goes southpaw on the orthodox fighter, and then he take away your jab. Because if you miss, he gonna hit you. He like to slip, and then that hook so hard because it's his right hand that it take away your jab. Now I don't think his left hand, his lead left hook, is gonna be able to do as much damage to Errol to make him stop jabbing. And I know Bud have problems with the jab, and the way I see the fight going, everybody know Bud can't stand in front of him. You know what I'm saying? But with Bud backing up, he's not gonna back up a whole fight, bro. He's gonna fight at some point. You know what I'm saying? Because the worst part of the ring to get caught at with Errol to fight him at is against the ropes, and Errol can cut the ring off. So eventually he gonna stop running, and when he start coming forward and stop like dodging them body shots, once he walking into them body shots, I just think it's gonna be too much. Now I do think Bud have a chance to win. I think Bud gonna be able to counter him early and hit him real hard. But Errol chin, like when Ugas hit him, he wasn't looking. I seen Danny clip me, but you gotta understand this man spars Jermell Charlo. Bud don't hit harder than Charlo, bro. You know what I'm saying? So
how did you know that?
Because Charlo is at 154.
Hard though, bro. Bud hit
No,
real
I ain't
hard
saying.
though.
I'm not
How do you know
saying he
that?
don't hit hard, huh?
How do you know that?
Because
You
Charlo
talking
is at
about
154, knocking
if you
people to
talking about his
sleep.
knockouts is all technical. Kell Brook didn't even know Kell Brook didn't even know what happened.
They
When they
it's a
sat him on
technical knockout
on
though,
the
bro.
stool, he didn't even know what happened. He asked
Is
his coach what happened.
is this still a technical knockout or is it a KO?
You talking about he ain't got no power? I'm telling you,
Who
Kell
said
Brook
that?
didn't
Now
even
you're
know
putting
what
words in
happened.
my mouth, bro. I ain't even say nothing like that.
Kell Brook didn't even know what happened.
I ain't never said.
He makes a good point saying that he spars with fucking the
I never said Bud didn't have no
unified
power.
middleweight
I'll be a
champion, bro.
damn fool to say Bud don't have
Hey,
no power.
Rebel Crawford beats him too.
Yeah, yeah, he do
Crawford
though.
beats him
He
too,
do though.
fool.
I know.
don't
Yeah,
know
he do
about
though.
I mean,
Line him up.
if you look at the dynamics of the fight, when Crawford went toe to toe with Gamboa, he then got dropped and stanky leg. Now, when it came to Kaviaskis, see, I have a difference of opinion. Everybody, people say
Fact.
hurt, but I feel like stunned and hurt is two different things. Like when Kaviaskis knocked him down, that was a stun knockdown. He wasn't hurt because he wasn't like falling all that. Hurt to me is I'm retreating because I'm finna get my ass knocked out. You know what I'm saying? Buzzed and stunned is when a nigga flash you and he got your attention, but you might not be like your equilibrium still on point. You know what I'm saying? But you it's like a flash hit. You know what I'm saying? If Gamboa can hurt that boy, man, listen. I'm gonna just sum everything I'm standing up to this. I feel like the fight is gonna see the beginning of the end when Bud either he gonna be down in rounds and have to come forward, or he gonna get tired of running and have to come forward. When he start coming forward, that's gonna be the beginning of the end.
Here's the
And
thing,
I wouldn't
bro.
even call it running. I wouldn't call it running. But once he get tired of using that bicycle, man,
No,
it can
see,
get
listen,
ugly
Rich.
fast.
His ego and pride so big because he's a black king. You know what I mean? I do respect the man. He's young father and all of that. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, his ego is gonna play a part because that's just who he is, bro. He a dog by nature, bro. Them people
That's
like
facts.
you gotta put him to sleep to stop him.
Facts.
You know what I mean?
Facts.
But
But that's what I was gonna say. We're talking
he gonna
stylistic.
look at it. He gonna look at it like, okay, I'm backing up, and I'm fighting, but everybody watching, bro. Like I got sons, bro, so I can identify with stuff happening in front of your sons, and you having to address shit a totally different way than you would if you was by yourself. You know what I'm saying? He gonna feel like, okay, he gonna feel like he running, and then he gonna be like, all right, nigga, I'm finna come forward because the man do got power, he got speed. He got man that boy. He like a snake, a cobra. I just don't think this is my opinion now. I just don't think his power is gonna be enough to knock Errol unconscious or get him to stop coming forward. The one thing I could say, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna be quiet. One thing I could say about both of them that make the fight even more interesting: when Kaviaskis dropped him, he turned into a pit, a blue nose pit. When Errol got hit by, when Harold got clipped by Ugas, he turned into a red nose pit and broke his eye socket. So I can see, shit, man, both of them,
Yeah,
they
but
gonna
bro,
go at it, bro.
yeah, they are. And like, there's two things I was gonna say. The first thing is I think they're both dogs. So it kind of
Mhm.
comes down to
It's
who's
more
got more.
game.
Like, you might see heart, like who got more heart, who that shit might play a major factor. But also, bro, the thing is about Spence getting hurt and all that. Like, when it comes to that shit, Spence a lot of the times have been, if not equal, better than his opposition. Crawford has a way of hitting you with shit you don't always see, bro. And he has
Yeah.
a way of hitting you with shit you don't always see. And that's the thing about Spence. Yeah, he's been buzzed, but he's in a straightforward fight, right? Like, he's in a back and forth. Crawford has a way of hitting you shit with you don't see, and then once you are buzzed, then he comes in with the
He's
straight
smart.
line.
Hey,
Yeah.
then to add on to you, bro, I think that size shit, I think that shit ain't gonna be no factor, man. I think Crawford then grew into the weight. If you asking about size now, bro, they equal. They equal. They're equal. They'll be equal on fight night, man. I think he filled up
Man,
to
let
the
me tell
weight.
you this. Not to cut you off, but let me tell you this. I just went to the Ortiz fight, and I seen Crawford in person for the first time, man. That man is very small, bro. He the same size as my son, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I seen Errol before too. That Errol is not no little man, bro.
I'm talking
Yeah, but what I hear about Crawford is he's very naturally strong, bro. I hear this
That's
thing.
facts. That's facts, so Rebel.
They both gonna be 147 or 146 on fight night, bro.
No, they not. When Errol
Fuck
rehydrate, he gonna
that.
be 165.
Oh, that might be a smart play on Earl's part, bro. Come in heavy, bro.
That's how he come in every fight.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. With the IBF, I think you can only come in like X amount of pounds heavier. But
Bro, that don't matter. That don't matter.
It's not just the IBF fight, though. IBF belt.
Yeah, they're not
Okay,
gonna have a
okay.
rehydration clause on this.
Nah, so but with bro,
That's
I ain't
good
gonna lie.
shit.
Yeah,
That's good shit.
I seen Crawford in person too. But I have not seen Spence. But he didn't seem he didn't seem too big, bro. But
No, he's very, very
bro,
small, bro.
like bro said, too much, bro. That's what the phrase is gonna be. Too much, bro.
Bro, he may
And
be
I can
little in
already see
stature,
that
but the
shit,
nigga
bro.
is strong as shit.
Facts, he is
Bro,
strong.
he is strong.
Crawford ain't gonna have. Crawford's not gonna have a basic back and forth, guys. He's gonna play it strategic. He's gonna fucking move, and he's gonna be hitting you with flurries from the side, shots that Spence gonna have to figure out how to deal with. Maybe he just pushes forward, but I don't know, bro.
So, Rebel, let me ask you this, bro. I watched the Crawford and Porter fight, and when Porter would get on the inside, Crawford would just clinch him. He didn't try to work out of the clinch. He didn't try to slip no shots in. None of that. You know what I'm saying? With
So you're
fighting,
thinking the inside game's a little sus?
I mean, no, I don't think it's sus. I just know his arms is long because when I was watching when I seen him at the Ortiz fight, I seen Maurice Hooker and Blair Cobbs, right? And when
Right.
they would exchange on the inside, it wasn't that Blair Cobbs was throwing slow, but it wasn't that Hooker was throwing slow, but Blair Cobb's arms was shorter, so they was getting to Hooker faster because Hooker's arm was longer. And you know, Bud liked to catch. He liked to keep the distance, and he liked to catch you at the end of his
With the
punches.
long arm punches, you're
Right,
right.
right.
Yeah,
Because
you're right about that.
that's how he hurt people. So when it comes to the inside, I think he just don't have as much leverage, and he know he's strong with the wrestling background, so he just wrap up. Now I don't. I really, honestly believe if you look at Errol Spence shoulder blades and his delts, bro. That's why nobody can wrap him up like that. And if you listen to Danny Garcia after they fight, he didn't say Errol was the knockout puncher. He
Now he
said
said strong. He said
he
he was
said
just strong.
physically, body to body, he's three
Yeah,
times stronger than anybody I
that's
ever
facts,
fought in my
bro.
life.
That's facts, bro. Yeah.
So when it comes to the inside, I feel like Errol is gonna have too much of an advantage, and Crawford is gonna be having to keep the distance, which is gonna lead to him feeling like, oh, I'm running. Let me stop, bro. I gotta, because I can fight. You know what I'm saying? And then he gonna unload, man. I could see. I could see a lot of stuff happening with my intuition because I always watch them fight. My son is actually a Crawford fan, and I'm a Spence
Yeah,
fan. So
it could go either. It could go either way.
Okay,
yeah,
It could
it
go
like
either
can.
way. I can see both
It
guys
can.
let me
knocking each
just.
other out.
I will not deny that you laid out a good point there. I will not deny that, but I will say this: doesn't it kind of like hang on your mind the fact that Crawford just deals with everybody? Sometimes he deals with them different, but he fucking deals with everybody, bro. So I'm
but
not
so
talking
Yeah.
about
does
that. I'm
Spence,
not saying
though,
his
bro.
resume is so great. I'm just saying in every
It's
particular
just, but
fight,
that's true for
he
both
has an
guys.
answer. He has an
That's true.
answer all the
That's
time.
true for both
But
guys.
Yeah.
right, that's what I was about to say to what you just said. I see him deal with people that pretty much shouldn't be in the ring with him. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
While I've seen with Errol deal with adversity because he's fighting people with belts in the top competition. So that lack of
Yeah.
competition, I think it might play a part
Wow,
early.
bro. Yeah.
I think it might play a part early, but I know Bud is an adjuster, so eventually he gonna acclimate to how he need to fight and stuff like that. But I just feel like it's gonna come to a point where Bud starts slow and Errol don't. So I could see him down a few rounds, just like he was against Porter. You know what I'm
Yeah. Yeah.
saying? According to
Yeah.
his corner, I had him down too, but according to his corner, he was down, so he went out and got him. He not gonna be able to go get Errol because when you not dodging them body shots, bro, they said Jamel Charlo will not spar Errol without rib pads on, bro.
They. Yeah, man. No, that's some good shit,
Bro,
bro. That's some good points. It's making me feel like it's making me feel like a unanimous decision, bro. You know what I'm saying?
for
Like
who,
they
Bro,
Crawford?
both
that nigga.
for both of them, bro. It's making
Yeah.
me feel like it's gonna go all 12. That's what I meant to say. It's making me feel like it's gonna go
I mean,
all
and
12.
shit, it can, bro. Like I say, man, I got Bud winning the fight, but I can see how EJ can win the shit too, though, bro. I mean,
That's
I
why
just
it's
feel,
right, man.
I just feel like, man, you know, I just feel like Crawford got the IQ to handle whatever Earl bring at him. You know what I mean? I feel that, he's versatile, If he got to put pressure on Spence to try to make him go off his back foot, he could do it. You know what I mean? I can also see how EJ can win too. Like brother said, he can cut the ring off, and the best time to trap Crawford is when he by the corner. So it's a lot of X factors to this fight.
But like, see, I grew up and you guys did too. Obviously, I'm just gonna say it. I grew up watching Floyd, bro.
Right.
And IQ really does play a major role, because regardless if the guy was bigger than you, or he can smother you, or he's got power, that versatility, man, it's not to be spoken of lightly. Like that versatility can change a fight. That versatility.
This my thing about the versatility. But this is the thing about versatility, in my opinion, bro. On defensively, you can slip everything you want to, but ain't no slipping no body shots, bro. See, and that's the key to the fight.
That's and the thing of it is, my bad for cutting you off, bro.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
it's the
You
body shots, bro, and I feel you on the body shot shit too, bro. I understand. But
I do too.
There's one flaw that I see about Earl is that when he do go up, that nigga square up pretty much. He squares up a lot. And the
What
one
you mean
flaw
when he
with
go up?
Crawford, he pulls back a lot.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Bro,
Both guys
y'all
got
keep talking.
flaws, bro. And you saw it a lot in the
Yeah.
Ugas fight where he was
Hey,
squaring
I
up.
agree with that. I think that's what
squaring
make
up.
this fight so great, because they
Yeah.
both got holes.
They both got holes. So you know what I mean? So just like you say, Spence could go to that body, but I feel that, Bud willing to take one to get 3 off. But is Spence willing to take 2 to get his combos off? So it's gonna be, bro, it's gonna be a good fight, because you gotta understand, Bud gonna throw with Spence when he's when he throwing. And I think
You
that's
know what
one
I
thing.
hope, bro?
What's good?
I hope the fight don't end on a lucky punch from neither one of them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you mean, man.
I hope it's a fight.
Hold on, what you mean? Hold on, bro. What you mean by lucky punch, though?
Fuck, bro.
Like, well, I couldn't really call Crawford's lucky, because he hit people when he hit people with shots they don't see.
We could say a time shot, bro. Let's say a time shot, because I don't
Right. Like
lucky.
one of them have a defensive lapse, and that the punches they catch just clear them out. You know what I'm saying? I hope it's a tactical, like the Kell Brook fight with Crawford. I really think that fight was going to be real good if Kell Brook didn't get knocked out like that. You know what I'm saying?
I think so, but I think that shit would. I think it might have got stopped in maybe the 7th or 8th, bro. Because I kind of saw once he switched southpaw, he took that jab away from Brook, and that's why he kept taking them right hands, because he knew that's what Brook was trying to throw, and that's why he got caught with that juke, because he just timed him with that. So it was inevitable. But you're right though. Like Kell Brook, he boxed well, and that's one thing that give Crawford problems is when he fight guys that's counter punchers. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
You know what I mean? Guys who patient. You feel me? Like, that's how I can see it. But yeah, bro. I mean, I can see how Earl win, bro. But I got Bud TKO 10, bro.
TKO 10.
I got a TKO 10.
Niggas act like Earl just gonna be throwing these body shots with nothing coming back.
Yeah.
Like Crawford just
they
gonna let
for
him
sure
hit him
gonna
to
be
the
coming
liver.
back.
Yeah, bro, and that's just what I'm saying, bro. Like, is Earl willing to take those 2 to get his off? Because we know Bud willing to take one of them bitches, and it could be one way to clip him. It could be one way.
Let me ask you this:
like neither one of these guys have like questions left out about themselves. Like the only thing really is gonna happen is like what it's gonna be like if they fight each other. But for real, like it's not like, oh yeah, we know that Bud will throw, but we also know Spence will throw. We know Spence likes to go first and last, not just counter you.
Smoke. Let me ask you this: do Bud hit harder than Danny Garcia?
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't
maybe
either.
Not.
Yeah, maybe not, bro. We don't know. I mean, they say Keith Thurman hit hard.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And Keith Thurman say Danny Garcia the hardest puncher he ever fought in his life.
Yeah, I could believe it.
That's what I'm saying. So if Errol walking through that, I don't really see how.
But to be honest though, bro, he really didn't walk through his power because he used his feet. You know, Danny was a sloth in that bitch. Not taking nothing away from Earl victory.
No, you're right.
Shit,
No, I agree.
He couldn't fucking hit him because Earl was moving on his ass.
And see, that's a misconception that I think Crawford, the people around Crawford, is not doing him no justice by telling him, oh, this dude is Frankenstein. He only fight one way. How do
Nah,
he only
I
fight
don't
one
think he
way?
believe in that shit, man.
He
Both guys
can't,
ain't
bro,
believe in that
because
shit.
he
They
fought
both
Mikey Garcia from
professionals.
long range. He fought Danny Garcia from mid range, and he fought Ugas from up close and personal, man. So that's three different styles right there. Just because some of the combinations might look the same or something like that, I just feel like when I listen to Bernie, because I listen to everybody, you know what I'm saying? When I listen to the people that's around Crawford, I just feel like they not doing him no justice with the way that they looking at the fight. Like Bomac, like, oh yeah, we gonna just destroy him. He ain't shit. We just gonna pluck him in the forehead and he's gonna fly out the ring. Like, you know what I'm saying? Nigga, be realistic, bro. Because when it come to Derrick James, them niggas like, yeah, we gotta step it up for this nigga. We gotta, you know, they gonna talk their little shit to build the fight, but they well aware what they finna deal with, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I would hate for Crawford to go in the ring like, oh man, this nigga is Frankenstein. He don't make no adjustment. He don't do this. He don't do that, and then get surprised. Because like Mikey Garcia said a few weeks ago, man, he hope Crawford don't make the same mistake he made and think the fight look how it looked from the outside, and it's like that on the inside. Because as he said, it's a totally different ball, man.
Bro, Mike, you want to go buy cars. You talking about a man that stay with an 8-pack and ain't fought in a year.
That's cool, but he's a better technical boxer than
You just gonna
anybody
see.
Crawford ever fought in his life, bro.
So Spencer better boxer than Crawford. You fuck out of
Did
here
I,
with that.
man, did
Fuck
I
out of
say
here with
that?
that.
You keep saying stuff that I ain't even saying, bro.
So what you trying to say then?
Did I say Spencer's a better boxer than Crawford?
So what are you trying to say then? Cause it seemed like you and Smoke think this nigga gonna outbox him and win on points.
Yeah, he definitely gonna throw more punches than him for sure.
Yeah, I see this idea about outboxing. Like I
I
think
agree with that, bro. He
outboxing
definitely
it
will throw a
may
lot of
mean
fucking
something
punches.
different.
Yeah, he gonna throw
Right?
more punches than that nigga for sure.
Explain what you mean
Oh,
by
you
outboxing.
think this man that's gonna throw 50 to 80 punches around throwing the same punches, Crawford not gonna catch on to that.
No, I think Crawford is gonna catch on to that, and I think they're gonna fight. But one thing I know about Errol is conditioned to throw power punches for 12 rounds. And I don't know. I'm not gonna say Crawford not. You know what I'm saying? Because the man do be in shape, but I would have to see him do that and deal with body work at the same time before I'm gonna say he gonna fight him for all 12 rounds.
So
I mean,
Earl,
I give you
so
that.
you talking about a man that gotta get in shape, he gotta lose weight. Talking about he for sure can go 12, but a man that stay with an 8-pack, that stay ready for the phone call. You don't know if he can't go 12?
No, I didn't say he can't go 12. Crawford can go 12 for sure. Crawford is in shape enough to go 12. But what I'm saying is this, bro. When that volume kick in and it's time to fight and it's time to match a nigga volume, is he gonna be able to? Is his stamina gonna hold up when he got to throw more punches than he ever threw in his life, and he getting hit to the body with half of the punches that the other man is delivering? I'm not
Yeah,
saying he can't handle it. I'm not saying he won't handle it. I'm just saying it's a question mark for me. I don't know.
no, I mean, yeah, you got that's it. Like I say, that point is good. That point is good. Like you say, the body work and everything. But
Yeah, if you combine both.
I'm just thinking, bro. Like, yeah, he gonna go to the body, bro. But I just want the one question I want to know is how you gonna react to his power. Both guys. That's what I
Right.
want to see from both guys. Like, we ain't never seen Spence like hurt too bad. I mean, like the Ugas shot, he was hurt, but he came
Yeah.
back and he bit down. And that's what I want to see. I want to see his looping punches versus straight punches.
See, and that's what I'm saying. Like my boy, like I said, my son a Crawford fan. So what he was saying is, yeah, Spence got volume, but Crawford to him is the type of fighter where he don't throw a lot of punches because he don't have to. Because the more punches you throw, the more you're gonna get countered. So that was a good response from a Crawford
And he's
fan
a
that
and he's a great counter puncher, bro.
right. So the
Like
question is, do we think he could slow down Spence volume with his countering?
yeah, if he takes his jab away, yeah, I think he can, bro.
But how is
Yeah.
he?
Exactly how I see the fight going. That's why
But
I
this
said
this
it's gonna
this my
drop him
question
with a
to
liver
both of
shot at
y'all.
10.
What's up,
He's
Nardy?
This
gonna
my
take
question.
away
This
that
my question to
jab.
both of y'all.
And y'all steady keep talking about 50 to 80 punches around. The more he throw, the more he's gonna get countered with something he don't see coming. All right, you gonna see. November. Y'all gonna see, my
Hold on
nigga.
real quick, right? What's your
Y'all gonna
question,
see.
bro? Go ahead.
Um, okay, this is my question. So the I gotta break it down a little bit. So my question is this: the way he takes people's jabs away normally, They are orthodox fighters. So he's able to turn southpaw and he's able to put his power hand in the front and he's able to take the jab away because if he slip your jab and counter you with his lead hand from southpaw position, it's his dominant hand. So he hitting you so hard that you have to rethink jabbing. Now, my question is this from the orthodox stance, how is he going to be able to take away Errol's jab? Because Errol's
Oh,
jab
mhm.
is it's a lead, it's a gateway to the body, it's a
It
rhythm
is.
disruptor. If you watch him fight, he
Okay.
throws that jab at unpredictable times when people are trying to get their offense off, and it's also a distance gauge. You know what I'm saying? So my
Right.
thing is this: it is his left lead hand gonna be have enough? Excuse me, is it gonna have enough power to take away arrow jab? Because last time I seen somebody try to take away arrow jab, and I want y'all to check this out when y'all get a chance. It's Kell Brook. Kell Brook was taking away arrow jab at the beginning of the fight. But one thing about it, and this is what I could give Crawford credit for that. This is something that Errol Crawford got the arrow on. Crawford can change speed with his punches. That's something that Errol gonna have to catch on to. But Errol don't, but his jab he do. If you watch the Kell Brook fight, instead of not jabbing no more, he speeded it up and it started coming like a piston. That's
Yeah,
how
yeah,
that's how Kell Brook
and you
eyes
know,
got broke.
and you know why he did that shit, bro? Because he knew Kel was go. By the time he did that, that was like in the 6th or the 7th round. He knew
Hmm.
Kel was by damn near gas, and
Right.
that's what Derek told him. Hey, it's time to step on the pedal. It's time to step
Okay.
on the
Hey,
pedal.
but how you think? But see, what's up, D Young?
What
How
up,
you
baby?
think Kell Brook? How you think Kell Brook got gassed by the 6th or 7th round?
Oh no,
The
that's what I'm
body
saying.
work.
Them body punches. That's what
Hey,
I'm
you
Y'all
saying.
said he keep bringing
motherfucking
up these
body work
body
and them
punches,
pressure.
bro. So y'all think this nigga gonna keep hitting him with a body punch with nothing coming back?
But
Like y'all said he
Mm-mm.
keep
but
thinking that.
hey,
Kell Brook? No,
what
no,
did I
no, no,
say?
no, no,
Y'all
no.
said he
Rodney,
keep
Rodney,
thinking
Rodney,
he's gonna
Rodney,
hit him to
Rodney.
the body with nothing coming back.
No, that's not
What
true. I
the
think
fuck
it's
wrong with
something
y'all?
something coming
No,
back for
no,
sure.
no.
Nah,
Something's gonna come
well,
back. That's not.
I was gonna say this, and I'm gonna throw it back to you.
Man, make the fight, bro. I'm done talking. Make the fight, bro.
All right, bro.
Bobby, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like I was just telling Nardi, bro. Like, yeah, that's a great point, man. Like the body work, we know that's coming, bro. Like, but it's like I said earlier, we know Bud willing to take one to get his 3 off, but you know, is Earl willing to take 2 to get them combinations off? And that's what I really want to see, bro. Like, I definitely
Oh,
want to
Well,
see.
I mean,
the history says he
I've
is.
never seen Errol
Oh yeah,
Spence
nah, and
not be
that's what I'm
willing to.
saying, Nardi. Like, I'm not doubting it. I just want to see it.
I never. This is the thing. I never seen neither one of them be willing to take one to get whatever they want to get off. You get what I'm saying?
Shit, I
I
have
ne-
YB, both of
No,
them.
he said that wrong. He meant it how you said it.
yeah. I've never seen Errol Spence and Bud Crawford not be willing to take the shots to get theirs off. Like
Yeah,
sometimes they had to. And I've seen
yeah,
Bud.
for sure. And
I've seen
and
Bud and Errol
that's really
Spence
that's what
against
I
Mean
want to see,
Machine
bro.
when Bud was dropping dude and
Hmm.
beating him up later in the fight. He was still getting hit in exchanges to get his shit
Hmm.
off when he was walking him down. But you know what I'm saying? Bud Crawford, I seen him do that with Felix Diaz. I seen the way that Bud Crawford has been in situations with Gamboa. He was willing to do it. Errol
Right.
Spence was willing to do it with Ugas, and then he started taking it away, and people thought that. That's what I'm saying. I never seen either one of them get their will broken, and that's why
Right.
it's
Yeah,
hard to see. It's hard to see how hard to predict what's going to happen when both guys face that adversity against each other because neither one of them have shown me any give in them. I never seen anybody I never seen no breaking. I never seen
yeah,
nobody
true.
push them to that breaking point where you think they're gonna give in. Like
Yep.
Bud Crawford is always willing to push, and Errol Spence has always been showing that he's willing to push to the brink. So
Yeah.
I just don't, and they both can recover well. When Bud Crawford gets hurt, he recovered well against Gamboa. When Bud Crawford got hurt against Kavalauskas, like you said, he was buzzed, got recovered well. Spence, he got hurt against Larte and Ugas, he recovered well. You
Yeah.
get what I mean? And that shit that shows the perseverance and the mental toughness from both of them.
Yeah.
And so for me, I respect the shit out of Bud and Spence. That's why when my man says I think Spence can outwork him, I kind of agree with Nardi on that
Yeah.
situation. But I also can see where Rodney's like, man, you don't think shit's gonna be coming back? Absolutely. And
Yeah.
that's why it's just our opinion because we don't
Yeah,
know.
for sure. And there's no reason to get mad. You know what I mean? There's no reason to get
Yeah,
mad at
that's what
that shit.
I mean. My boy Rod, every time I get on
No
here,
reason to get mad.
he be getting mad. I'm like, bro, calm down. Like
Hey,
you just
my bad, bro.
because he be knowing what he be talking about. You know what I'm saying? I be listening to him. But
Yeah,
then
and like that's
if
what.
you say Spence gonna win, that boy be mad. I be like, damn, bro. First time I got on here, he was like, nigga, I ain't even talking to you. You said Errol gonna win in 8. Nigga, don't even talk to me. I'm like, bro, I'm like, come on, dog. It gotta be a medium point you could find to so we could debate because it's just speculation, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, though, man. Yeah, that's why I want to see this shit. I mean, like I told you, I got Bud, but like I said, I definitely can see how Spence can win it. But I'm rocking with my guy though, man. But yeah, we definitely need this shit for the culture though, man. So you know what I mean, this definitely be the trendsetter for the early 2020 the early 2020s. So for shit show.
Let me ask you and YB this. What y'all think Bud going do y'all think Bud is gonna utilize his jab?
Yeah, bro, for sure, for shit show.
I
Yeah.
think he gonna have to, but I think that's gonna make
Like from a standpoint of trying to out jab Errol or just to set shit up?
Not necessarily trying to out jab him, but if it's there, he gonna pop jab him. You feel me? Especially if he feel like Earl just sitting on the outside. You feel me? Yeah,
Mhm.
he gonna pop jab him, but we know that ain't gonna be the case. So you know, it could kind of go like the Porter Crawford, the Felix Diaz Crawford, because you know, like I said, I'm not saying Earl can't box. You know, it's just he gonna come forward. He gonna use his tools, man. So yeah, I think definitely Crawford gonna throw his jab.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
look, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like he has to. If he doesn't use his jab, I feel like Errol's gonna get on the inside relatively. Even though Bud throw
Mm.
hot shit, if without the jab, it just makes it easier for Errol to make it a inside fight. And
Exactly.
I don't think
Exactly.
Bud wins the fight if he don't. I don't think Bud wins the inside fight with Errol Spence. Now I could be wrong, and that's something maybe Bud is planning to show the world on November. But if he fights Errol Spence on the inside, and that's the type of fight we make it, I could see Errol Spence winning that fight
Yeah,
relatively.
you gotta give the edge to Spence on that if they do fight on the inside. You'd have to. Just
Yeah.
more work he
Yeah.
proving it. But man, it's just like AYB, like you say, you know, you say you saw Bud, you say he walk around at what 165, some shit like that.
175, man. Bud is a big boy, bro. Bud ain't
Man,
no
he
little
didn't look
dude.
big when I seen him, bro. I seen him at the
That's what
Ortiz
see,
fight, man.
no, that's what I was telling you, bro.
That boy the same size as my son, bro. Legs little, waist little,
What Ortiz
all of
fight? Which one? Which one?
the Virgil Ortiz and McKinson fight. I seen him right next to him, bro. I'm 5'7", like 195. You feel me?
Oh, Nardi, I was there too. I was there too. Now, Bud about you know, you got to remember that. You know, Bud is in shape right now. He's training, but like, you know, when Bud went to that, when I see you in the ocean, Earl, all that, he walk around no lighter than 70. Because I remember one time he got on the scale, he about 72 on one of his lives before. Bud Crawford ain't really no little guy. Like he
What you
used to
think he gonna
Yeah,
rehydrate to?
like he used to rehydrate at
probably
140.
160.
He was rehydrating to 160 at 140.
Mm.
Yeah, bro.
Like,
He grew into
like
and
when
then he grew into the weight. Like, that's the thing. I think I ain't gonna lie, YB. If we was talking about this fight back in like 2018, like whenever he got into the division, yeah, you definitely could have linked it more with to Spence. But now that he done grew and got title defenses in the shit, yeah, bro, it's you know what I mean. I don't think the weight shit gonna be a problem because he's strong himself, and we know Earl the Bull, but he's strong himself. I think this gonna
But
probably
see,
be the first time both of these guys probably actually met a guy that was as strong as each other. So
I think it is gonna be a problem. You know why? Because watching the Ugas fight and them coming in with his real measurements, you know, they had his reach like 69 before the fight, and then they measured him and it was actually 73, which is 1 inch longer than Errol, and he was bigger than Errol. You know what I'm saying? And his body and face didn't hold up, bro. So I don't know if Bud let Errol get his shit off and try to fight him. I just have a hard time believing that his body gonna hold up either. Kell Brook, anybody that fought Errol, they shit didn't hold up, bro. And like people who well, Sean Porter held up, but like Kell Brook, Ugas, anybody who didn't run all fight, bro, some got broke.
yeah, and that's another thing you gotta look at too. You know, I just look at all facets each fighter
Me
fight,
too.
man. You know, I mean Porter was really one of the ones who ain't really took the most damage because he used his feet. You know what I
Right.
mean? And like I say, Bud Crawford, we saw in the fight with Porter how he was able to negate Porter's pivot. You know what I mean? the footwork of Porter gave EJ a lot of problems, regardless
Facts.
of a lot of people did not like him to admit that shit.
I
But
admit that
you
for
know what?
sure.
You know what though, bro?
What's good with it,
I'm gonna
brother?
be honest. You know what? You know something that people neglect, and I'm not. This is not no cap or nothing.
What's up, G?
People neglect that Barry Hunter was also in the camp with Porter for that fight.
Oh yeah.
They
True
had
that.
an all-star team, and Barry Hunter worked with Spence in the amateurs too, and Spence
Right.
used to be a headbanger.
Right.
So Porter and them hired Barry Hunter for inside little and Sean Porter was on the Olympic team too with those guys. So he had a lot of experience with Spence, and he hired Barry Hunter to help out with that, to provide more insight on Spence, because remember he fought Lamont Peterson and he sparred Lamont back at Headbangers back in the day. So I think people forget that Barry Hunter is one of the best coaches in the game, and he was the chief second in that corner. So they had an all-star camp for Spence.
Yeah, but Spence also said that he wasn't taking boxing serious at that time. He was walking around at 190 pounds or whatever, and he wasn't dedicated. He said he had 1 foot in, 1 foot out. So, it was a lot of things that Spence said after that fight. He said he tried to beat Porter at his own fight. So, I mean, I just feel like Sean Porter put up a great fight, and Sean Porter came to win. He didn't back down from him, and Porter got on his ass in there.
Well, I look at it like this.
I still had it 7-5 Spence plus a knockdown.
I had it 8-4.
Porter got on his ass.
I had Spence win 116, 113. I watched it like 2 or 3 times.
Spence won, but Porter still got on his ass though.
No, he got on his ass.
He was in tremendous shape. He did what he had to do, and like you said, for me, if Spence was 1 foot in, 1 foot out, then that's the time to beat him, and they ain't beat him. You get what I'm saying? So for me, if you ain't beat him then, like with a guy that's motivated and that want it, and that got a nutritionist now, shit, it's gonna be harder to beat him now.
That was Porter. Like Porter was already beat by Kell Brook. He got beat by Thurman. But you talking about somebody like Terence Bud Crawford? Yeah, Crawford could beat him for sure.
Oh, I believe he can. I believe he can, bro.
1 foot in, 1 foot out against a Bud Crawford, he definitely gonna get beat.
Oh, I believe he can, but I'm just saying.
I look at it like this, bro. Sean Porter footwork and Bud Crawford footwork is different. Bud Crawford
got better footwork.
I mean, let me break it down. Bud Crawford footwork is more educated and more based on ring generalship. Sean Porter footwork is based on explosiveness. See, I don't agree with Errol.
He ain't that explosive though.
Yeah, he's explosive.
He is pretty explosive.
He's explosive, H. When he's slipping and dipping and trying to get in there, nigga, it ain't really nothing you could do. It's unless you Bud Crawford. You couldn't do that shit on Bud.
It's kind of awkward, but to say he explosive like a boot tennis, nah. That's not.
No, I'm not talking about with his hands. I'm not talking about with his hands. I'm talking about with his feet.
From his feet. Yeah, his
I'm just talking about from a footwork standpoint.
Yeah.
How he leap in, he do his little shit. But see,
like he awkward. Don't get it twisted. You know what I mean? And it's hard to get the timing down with Sean Porter. But Sean Porter went out there. He fought a great fight against Spence. And people try to take away from his performance and saying that Spence tried to beat him at his own fight, or Spence wasn't dedicated, or whatever it was. But Porter came to win.
Yeah, of course. Porter looked great, man. Porter did what he had to do. Like, that was an awesome performance. Ain't nobody taking away from Porter.
And really,
Porter, or they shouldn't take away from him, because Porter put on a great
best I've ever seen him fight in my life.
Yeah,
for sure.
Porter always
and he said he got an interview where he said,
I was shocked.
Sean Porter got an interview where he say if the Sean Porter that fought Errol Spence fought Crawford, he would have beat Crawford. That came out his mouth. No, I'm just saying that came out his mouth.
And that's excuses. See, Porter, man. I don't like.
And I highly doubt that, bro. Because
But he
I'm just
did
saying
go
what he
hard for
said.
that fight. I ain't gonna lie, like that. Look, they got the documentary right now on YouTube. Errol Spence, Sean Porter, like the 24/7. Nigga, Sean Porter was training so hard in that fight, bro. Like that nigga was on a mission, bro.
Plus he had Barry Hunter too. I'm telling y'all, that man, he had an all-star team for that fight, bro. Like his coaching staff was amazing, bro. His train. I mean, Barry Hunter, one of the best in the game right now on his own.
Oh yeah, no doubt, he is for sure. He always been one of the best.
Mm-hmm. But that don't take nothing
Shit,
away
yeah.
from Porter putting up his performance, and they don't give Spence no excuse. If he wasn't
Oh
taking
yeah,
boxing
you're
seriously,
right. They did have a great team for that fight. I see what you're saying. They had a great team for that fight, and they was ready. They came
He
prepared,
was
no
also
doubt.
a champion.
He was also
Hey,
a champion at the time too.
like what Spence was saying after the fight, that 1 foot in. I don't want to hear that shit. Look, you got in, like you said, bro. Like we don't make excuses for nobody. If we gonna keep it a buck, we gonna keep it a buck. So I don't want to hear Spence.
And Spence dig deep.
Porter shocked that motherfucker, bro. I'm gonna just be honest. That I got Spence. You know how I feel, H. You know I got Spence beating Bud, but Spence was shocked. Porter shocked his ass. He came in that bitch not scared, like you said, trying to win, wasn't intimidated. Came in that bitch in supreme shape, trying to pull off an upset, bro, and he damn got close to it.
Facts.
He did what he
Right.
had. He put on the show, bro. That was a great fight, man.
What you think, Bobby? What you think if the knockdown wouldn't have happened? Would it have been a split decision for EJ still, or they gave it a draw? What you got on that?
I still would have because he won by, to me, he won by 7-5 plus the knockdown. So I even without the knockdown, I still had him 115, 113.
Me too.
So it still would have been a split decision for me. But yeah, some people that say it's a draw, I mean, look, bro, there's some swing rounds in there, so I don't disagree with them.
Man, if you watch the fight closely, bro, Errol, I had it 8-4, but without the knockdown. But if you watch the fight real closely, Errol was edged. They had a lot of close rounds. So a lot of people say, all right, Sean, he almost won. But if you watch closely, Errol edged those rounds off. The rounds that Sean Porter won, he won them so clearly, bro. It was 4, it was 7, and it was 9. Them was it was some swing rounds in there, but them is the ones that you watching, man. He won them rounds, boy, relatively easy because he was just working Errol ass out. You know what I mean? But if you watch the rest of the fight, rounds 1, 2, 3, all that shit, some of them was close, but Errol was landing the more clean shots.
I mean, Porter landed some clean shots too, but I will say this: it was a close ass fight. That fight was a war. And Spence, he did what he had to do to get the victory. He dropped him, I think, in round number 10 or 11, set him down, and he got the victory. So you got to tip your hat. You got to tip your hat off to Errol Spence, because even though he was in a tough fight, that nigga still got the win. He still figured out how to win. You know what I mean? That fight kind of reminded me of Lennox Lewis and Ray Mercer. Go back and watch that fight, bro. That shit was a war, but Lennox got the victory. He did what he had to do.
True. Yeah, he did. He gritted it out.
That Ray Mercer fight was competitive as fuck.
That shit was a war, bro. And
So,
Spence and fucking and Sean Porter, that was a war too. Even Terence Crawford and Sean Porter, it was a great fight, but the stoppage, I didn't like how his daddy stopped the fight. But I know why he did it, but it was a great fight though, for sure.
But I feel like he robbed Bud of his ultimate moment at that time. Like, and I don't even think Bud was gonna knock him out that round, but possibly we'll never know. Sean might have, you know how boxing go, bro. We didn't see too many fights where a nigga getting pieced up and he ended up winning. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we don't know what the fuck was gonna happen. Of course, our best intuition say Bud was gonna get him, but it's like, bro, he robbed boxing of a classic fight.
Hey, you know what else I think is great about this, bro? I think the motivation and the ambition to win is gonna be so high in this fight. It's gonna be hard to compare previous performances. Like, you know how we be triangle theorying sometimes about certain fights. I think this fight is gonna take on a story of its own. It's not gonna be like any other, because I think Bud is motivated, and I think Spence is motivated in a different way about this fight, because they both know these guys. The person standing across from me is different.
I just didn't like what Bud said in that interview, man. That really disturbed me, bro.
That's what I said earlier, man. I said the same thing earlier.
Where he said, like,
the one when he said, "Nah, I don't really need Spence." The one with the Porter way.
Yes, you want me to tell you why, bro? And this is something that I do.
For the fans, though, Nardi, like, look, this is one thing I didn't like. I'm gonna tell you my opinion on it, because I heard Rebel, and Bud and Rebel be picking Bud to win by a stoppage, I think. So, but the fact that he didn't like it, and of course he's not, he's a Bud guy, so he's not even biased.
Right.
He's just. But my opinion on it, I actually, when he said, "Nah, I don't really need him for my legacy," I mean, don't really need him for you know, nah, I don't like, because remember Porter, the way Porter asked the question, he said, "Is this a fight you just got to have?" And he said, "Nah, not really," and that bothered me. But then he said, "The fans want it." Then he said, he also said,
it's for
you
boxing.
know, I get heckled. This is for boxing. Yeah, like I could post a picture of my kids, and they bring up Spence. You'll talk to me.
This is my problem with that, bro. See, I never forget stuff, right? When Errol pulled out of the Pacquiao fight with the eye injury, and then Ugas beat Pacquiao, Bud tweeted Errol, and he said, "Oh, look at this, man. Now it looks like we both need each other." You know what I'm saying? So how it go from that to now? It's not a fight that you gotta have, bro.
Hey, I remember that tweet too. I remember
do
that
too,
tweet.
bro. I do
I remember
too.
that tweet.
He do a lot of stuff. I
I
respect
remember the
Bud to the
Andre Ward
utmost.
interview. I think it's
But
called Fearless.
there's
When
a
he said this is a fight that he needs for his legacy because he hasn't had that legacy fight.
So
When he was
that's kind of what I was talking about as far as him just kind of contradicting his own self,
right?
Which is kind of like whatever. But I will tell you, dude said something just a second ago. He was referring to what I was talking about earlier. When he preferenced what he said after the fact, that he was like, "But it's a fight the fans want," shit like that. When he preferenced that, once again, bro, there is a feeling, an instinct. I can't even explain to you why I think Crawford's absolutely gonna win, but there's an instinct in Bud's demeanor where it's almost to the point where not only will I fight him, but I'll beat him. But if I don't fight him, it don't matter. There's a confidence about his fucking way, bro, and there's a confidence about his way that I just have a gut instinct he's gonna handle whatever Spence brings, bro.
Hey, I agree with that wholeheartedly, bro. Because if you go based on his demeanor, man, Spence is fit to get knocked the fuck out. Period.
Yeah,
and he's
think
just a
about the
stepping stone
build-up,
to
bro.
where he's
Think
going.
about when they start staring each other down. Think about when Crawford does have this attitude where, like, you're beneath me, and I like that. I like that, bro.
I like it long as he don't come in the ring and fool himself like that. Like, okay, it sounds
you don't
good
want
to
be
build the
fucking
fight.
up.
It sounds good to build the fight, but if you get in the ring with that attitude, you probably gonna get stopped, bro.
And see, that's what I'm saying. I don't feel he gonna come in the ring with listening to what his team say, man. This a professional fighter. Both of these guys, they know what they up against, bro. So I mean, it's good to be confident, but I don't think he taking this nigga lightly, bro. This is a fight.
Nah, he's not, because I've heard Bud say out his own mouth he been studying and watching this boy for the last 3, 4, 5 years, man.
Yeah, so you know he ain't. Yeah, he preparing for whatever style Spence come with. And Spence, I'm sure gonna prepare for all the styles Bud come with.
Is there anybody that Crawford faced that's similar to Spence where we could get a really good idea?
No.
And to me, not really. Like, to me, not really. When I look at it, actually,
I haven't seen it, and I haven't seen Errol face a guy that's a sharpshooter from both stances that could beat you. That has the combination of reach, arm length, hand speed, and ability and quick twitch. You know what I'm saying? Where Bud has quick twitch footwork too. He may not like him and Sean Porter like have different footwork, but Bud Crawford can get where he's trying to go in an instant. You get what I'm saying? Where he turns offense to defense in an instant. Where
I think Errol is gonna struggle. I think Errol is gonna struggle with how fast Bud punches get to him.
That's a big deal too, bro.
Nobody.
Speed, bro.
I don't think he fought nobody where like the smallest mistake that you pay the ultimate price for. Like, you know what I'm saying?
And see,
This could very well come down because we broke down both sides of it, and we can keep doing that because that's what's fun. But this could very come down to who's better, bro. You know what I'm saying? Just straight up who's better, and that's why I give Crawford that edge, man.
Because I just feel like Earl said, I heard him say in this one interview. He said, I think that was on the 24/7 when he was like, man, my style is this. I'm gonna come in, box you. If you got a different style than me, I'm gonna try my other plan. If not, we gonna fight.
Right.
And I heard him say
Ain't
that.
nothing wrong with that, baby.
Yeah, I heard him say that too.
But that's the thing that Bud Crawford does too, though. If
no,
shit ain't working,
I'm not saying it like to diss him. I'm just saying, like, that's a fighter mindset. Like if that shit ain't working, all right, I'm gonna go to this. And if
Well,
this
it's
ain't
such a
working,
close
fuck
fight that you have to break down stylistically, and that's what we've been doing. Like Spence is a bruiser, so you can't like Crawford just playing his fight is absolutely like
stupid,
problematic. Yeah, man.
it's
So
stupid as fuck. If he fights Spence fight, it'd be crazy.
Oh
But
man,
I think Errol got a better chance from the outside than what people think because of his jab and his Olympic pedigree. Not saying he has fought nobody like Bud, but I think there's tools in his box that he hasn't had to use yet. You know what I'm saying? That are gonna come out in full fledged that night of that fight.
Yeah,
But you could probably say the same thing for Bud too.
that's fair to say too, because tools really do matter. Like if you're a ball player, like when I play basketball, bro, there are certain things that kind of just always work. Like if somebody's faster than you, whatever, you can fall back on. Those fundamentals, that pressure with the jab and kind of like being lenient when you decide to really throw it. Like that is one thing I give Spence a lot of credit for. They one time asked Errol Spence, him, how would you fight Mayweather up against the ropes? And I was actually very impressed because Errol Spence said, well, I wouldn't throw everything I had at him on the ropes because that's kind of playing into what fucking Mayweather would want. What I would do was educatedly punish him. And to me, going back on that Olympic record, like Spence is good about when he's closing the distance, he's not going to throw stupid shots.
No, and that's why
he won't.
And that's why Floyd said what he said about Spence too, is because he seen that Spence was a little bit more educated and had a better IQ than even people thought, and he was only like 4-0 at that time, 5-0 when they.
And that's another reason why people take the Ugas fight and they think he gonna make the same mistakes against Bud. But if you break down the mental dynamics of the fight, Errol was trying to stop Ugas in front of his hometown. You know what I'm saying? With all of them wide swings and the situations where, he would miss just whiff and stuff like that. He was trying to stop him. You know what I mean? He not finna fight like that against Bud Crawford. I heard Derek James tell him, hey man, he's not finna go down with one punch. You gotta break him down systematically and start throwing your short shots. I think he finna short shot with Bud, and it's just gonna be a beautiful fight.
And you hear a good point, and you hear this very commonly in the corner. But when it comes to a slick fighter via Pernell Whitaker, Floyd Mayweather, Terence Crawford, when it comes to a slick fight, keep the fight in the middle of the ring. You might very well see that if Spence got the pressure, be putting him on the ropes, Spence is winning rounds. If Crawford's in the middle of the ring, he's gonna be fucking doing his thing. You know what I'm saying? So that's a major play right there. That corner should be like, don't be up against them fucking ropes, bro, because he's putting too much positive pressure on you. And
so my question is this for you guys, because I'm not sure. When a fight is getting negotiated and they come into terms, is the ring size chose every time?
That's a part of the negotiation for sure, but I don't know that Spence requires a big ring the same way like a Klitschko did. Like Klitschko.
No, I would think he would want a smaller ring.
Nah, he never negotiated the smaller
ring size and stuff. Okay.
Yeah, no. Spence don't be bitching. I mean, Spence ain't never made a fuss about the ring size.
That's what I was saying. I've never heard him really make a fuss about that, but it would be wise of him as far as negotiation goes.
Man, Spence feel like he could beat Bud in a 30-foot ring. He don't give a fuck. Like from what I'm hearing from his couple people, like his homeboys, they like, man, we gonna fuck Bud up. You know what I mean?
People forget the way them Dallas boys really operate is it's pressure and it's hard and it's hot and we're sweating. Like them boys like to bruise and they like to punch. They're punchers over there in Dallas, bro, between the Charlos and Spence and shit.
Texas, baby.
Yeah, man. I'm from Texas. I get it. It's just when I see Crawford, I see it.
Where you from in Texas?
San Antonio, bro. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm an H-Town boy. Yeah, yes, sir. Texas,
What's up, bro?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to Galveston here pretty soon. I'm gonna hit the beach before it's too late.
Yeah, hey, bro. They got a lot of fight cards in San Antonio lately, man.
And I love Texas, man.
A lot of fight cards in San Antonio, bro. You got.
I've been living in Texas for
I understand the mentality of the fighters over there, bro. Like, I do, and I think that when it comes to Crawford, like, hey, look, when Crawford rolled up on Spence, I give Crawford the W as far as when they were talking shit, but at the same time, Spence wasn't playing around. He goes, "You're light in the ass, and I'm gonna punish you. Like, if you fight me, regardless if you're better than me, you're gonna feel me, bro." So that's what it is, bro.
Well, shit, he wasn't just saying that. He's saying, "I'm gonna beat your motherfucking ass. Like, even if you feel like you better, you gonna lose."
Stop him.
Yeah, he said, "I'm gonna crush you. I'm gonna stop you." And Bud was like, "I bet my." He said, "I'm gonna have you on wobbly legs." He said, "I'm gonna make you look like Gamble."
I seen you on wobbly legs.
He
You
said,
got
"You
hurt by
gonna
El
look like
Campo."
that shit was bullshit. And he was like, "Where?" And Spence said, "Where was the old Campo? Show me the film of that." And Bud, yeah,
I think it's real funny how.
I like how Crawford came in there, bro. I like how Crawford came in
But
on that, bro.
this the thing that's a misconception is that right before that they was on Errol Spence's live and he said, "Here go Lil Man." And he was like,
yeah, they were, huh? I seen that, dude.
Yeah, they were like Bud was sitting right by him and Bud was over there smiling and shit. And Spence was like,
They both knew what they were doing. They both knew what they were doing.
He was like, "You not flowing."
That's why I think it's real funny that their fans
So
hate
they both
each
been
other
talking
more.
shit, bro. Like I think Spence is
Crawford told him no. Crawford said, "Don't try that going to the body." But as a from what I know about boxing, going to the body always works. Like,
Man, I think it's funny that they fans hate each other more than they do.
That's true too, bro. Like, yeah, like they both have a mutual respect, man.
They got a huge mutual respect for each other, bro. And I've seen it. Well, I remember when Bud was on Twitter ranting and Errol like, "Man, the fight ain't gonna get made on Twitter. You talking on Twitter, but you got my number." He say, "All right, you know what? I'm finna call you right now." He called him. Bud get back on the Twitter. He like, "Yeah, Errol a real nigga, man. I ain't gonna lie, he a real ass nigga." And I didn't heard Errol sing Crawford praises many times.
You know what I think started what I think got in the way of that shit was just the way Bomac used to talk about Spence. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think that's what started the real shit because Bud and
Elaborate on that, man. Elaborate on that.
He was calling
when he said drunk ain't
paycheck
shit,
to paycheck. Yeah.
and he said he living check to check. They ain't making no money over there. All that shit was the first shots fired in the whole little Bud Crawford and Spence beef. Before that, Spence was like, "I just want to see."
But
hold on, bro. Let me finish. And Spence was like, "I just want to see Bud Crawford keep winning, and we gonna meet down the line." He said, "I want to keep seeing him take care of his family, and I'm gonna handle him." You know what I'm saying? When the time that we gonna fight for when it's big, when the money right, and I just want him to keep winning, and I'm happy for him. You know, I've been watching him since he was at 140 doing his thing, and so he definitely a pound for pound fighter. That's what Errol Spence was always saying before Bud Crawford moved up, and then when he moved up, but Bomac was like, "A drunk ain't shit. He living check to check. He ain't shit. We gonna stop." You know what I'm saying? Like all this stuff, and I think that's kind of where the beef really started with them. And that's
man, and that's the thing. That's the thing. Even
but these guys are rivals, and that it's all trash talk at the end of the day. You know what I mean? So Bomac talking his shit. You got that's what he really. You know what I mean? He made it kind of personal, whatever. But that's on them. That's between those guys. You know what I mean?
Right.
But they talking shit. They gonna fight. They gonna get in the ring.
Right. And that's why that's where it's at. Like me, and then that's when Spence came and talked about remember that time when he was drinking and it was Broner and all them, and he was talking about his resume, who Bud Crawford really fought. And that's when he said we on different sides of the street when he was at that press conference, and he got on the mic.
I mean, Errol Spence was right because they was on different sides of the street. And even Floyd Mayweather, when he was talking about Tank Davis, he said, "Man, Tank Davis with me. He with Al Heyman. He with Showtime." He said, "Devin Haney, he's with Top Rank. Devin Haney needs to go fight. He needs to go fight Shakur Stevenson because they both were Top Rank." And at the end of the day, Floyd is right, bro. Right. He's right. Y'all with Top Rank. Y'all should fight each other. These niggas on PBC, they gonna fight each other, and that's how it's always been. You know what I mean? And that's the truth. Now, Errol Spence was fighting PBC fighters. That's what he was supposed to do.
Right. So
ain't nothing wrong with that. And he was fighting champions. That's why he got 3 belts.
Well,
Yeah, but my thing with that is I'm open to them crossing over, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like I want them to cross over like on specific fights that are meaningful.
Yeah, but Bob Arum wasn't even trying to make the fight. He that's why Bud Crawford is suing Bob Arum. So that's not Errol Spence's fault.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's
Like
true too. That's true too.
Like Bud, like look, Bob Arum never. You know how we be like, where's the contract? And the contract was never exchanged on either side, so it didn't even never get to the point where they ever were. It just was talk from both promoters. Well, not Al Heyman, because Al Heyman don't talk, but I'm just saying, it just seemed like it was more of a you know, to me, I feel like Bob Arum gained Bud Crawford by making him believe that he was gonna get him them fights and keeping him on ESPN, and Bud Crawford got the highest guarantee of any welterweight out of that. But I think Bud Crawford legitimately thought that Bob was gonna try to make those fights, and I think that's why he's suing Bob.
Yeah, early on he really thought that was a part of the package, and it never was. But I will say this, going off of what H just said, man, is one thing that's pretty cool that I must admit. Now that Spence has got all 3 belts, like I'm salivating for the fight even more, bro. Post Ugos, like even more now, because this is now a unification bout. So if that was PBC's plan, fucking A, bro, like the universe can all come where it's supposed to be, bro. Because now it's a fucking whoever wins gets all 4 belts. Like it's perfect right now, bro. It is perfect right now for a fucking mega fight.
Hell yeah,
Bud said out his own mouth that the way it played out was for the best, and this was the best time for the fight. And he also said that Errol is not ducking. That's why when I hear his fans say otherwise, I'm like, bro, y'all can't be serious, because this man is saying that Errol wants to fight. Errol is saying Bud wants to fight. So how can we sit up and say, man, he's scared or he ducking, when these men is telling you? They obviously didn't talk, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so I would say this. Spence was more comfortable stacking up the belts against these opponents. Sean Porter, Ugos, Kell Brook. He's still going to fight Terence Crawford. He's still going to fight it, but from demeanor-wise, just visual-wise, over the years, last 5 years, bro, like, at the same time, he knows what he has to do. But me, personally, I don't think he's excited about it. To whereas I think Crawford, let's get it. But I think Crawford's a bitch at the negotiation table. Like, he's done a lot of shit that don't piss me off when it comes to, like, I don't know what the hang-up is, bro.
Man, you might be my favorite Crawford fan, bud.
Take the 40-60, bro. Like, I'm a Crawford fan, but just fucking take it, because if you win, you got everything, bro. You got everything.
Well, the thing is this. He has the opportunity to do what no man has ever done in boxing before. Why wouldn't you take whatever?
Yeah, bro, you're still gonna
you 40 disputed twice, bro. Nobody has ever done that. So why
let me ask you this.
In the 4-belt era.
A 40-60 in this particular situation between Errol Spence and Terence Crawford. A 40-60 in this particular situation. Don't get me wrong, if it's my way, 50-50. But if you must take a 40-60 or whatever the fuck the hang up is, he's still getting paid fatter than he's ever been paid in any previous fights, am I right?
Right. But
like, it's still a fat ass fucking stupid paycheck, bro, between both of them. Like,
only thing I could think of, bro,
is a 60-40 against his past opponents.
But only thing I could think of is this. Man, Bud is like the king of Nebraska, right? So when it comes to that gym over there, and when it comes to his team, bro, Bud don't have one coach. Your coach supposed to get like 15%, right? That man has 3 coaches. 3 trainers, right?
Hey, you know what about this though? You know Bob used to get. You know Bob was getting 20%. Like he get 20% of To. He get 20% of Bud.
Fuck, man.
You gotta remember. He don't have a promoter for this fight. So Bud is gonna be a part of promotion for this fight. So Bud gonna get a different type of revenue stream that he didn't get. He gonna get 20%, keep 20% more than he ever than all his fights at Top Rank. You know, he was giving up $1 million every fight because of the 20% off one cut, because Bob was his promoter. So with this, him being a free agent, it's just different streams of revenue. He gonna see some bread, bro. Them people keep telling me back end money ain't real. That shit real, bro. I'm telling you the
that's
truth.
real. But this my thing though, right?
Like
with Bud,
like there's some
him
like
being with Aram obviously wasn't teaching him. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't taking him to the water to let him drink it. He was more bringing him a cup, like, nigga, take this. You know what I'm saying? And so when I look at the everything, why wouldn't you take whatever PBC trying to offer just to be a part of some people that's going to show you how to conduct business in a manner in which you don't know how at this point? You know what I'm saying? Because Bob was handling all your negotiations and all of that stuff. Now y'all trying to do it on your own, and it's kind of holding up everything, which, in my opinion. So why wouldn't you just be like, all right, man, I'm gonna just fuck with y'all? You know what I'm saying? Because the game costs some time, bro. If niggas know, but man, the game costs some time, bro. You get the game, you take it and you run with it, man. Because Al Heyman, he gonna show that boy how to do his thing. Danny Garcia got DSG promotions. Keith Thurman got one-time promotions. Errol got man down promotions. Gervonta got GTD promote. You know what I'm saying? Do y'all catch my drift where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. I just look at it like this, man. Bud is going. I'm hearing that the fight is done, bro. That's what I keep hearing. People keep telling me that I trust, like some good people that I trust, that keep telling me the fight is done. I don't know what to believe. I feel like we've been down this road before, but I keep hearing November 19th. I keep hearing it's going to get announced soon. So for me, I'm just going to keep it at that. So,
damn, what platform? I mean, what event is big enough to announce that, though?
I'm hearing it's done too. Shout out to my boy Rob Sanchez. Like, I'm hearing it's done too, Rob.
So you should be coming soon. The announcement.
Yeah. I'm hearing it's either gonna be announced. That's what people keep telling me, bro. At this around the Ortiz Ruiz fight, or when PBC drops their fall calendar. That's what I'm hearing. I don't know though. Yeah, I'm hearing, bro. People keep telling me that, fam. I don't know what to believe though. Like, if I ain't talked to the people myself, then it's hard, to go off. Like when I came with the numbers, I had talked to Espinoza, so that's why I was telling y'all what he told me. But if I ain't go do the interview myself, bro, or if I ain't meet up with that person myself, I'm not gonna just be out here running with stuff like you say it's 100% sure. So I'm saying don't quote me on that. Like, you can quote me on what Espinoza told me, because I ain't gonna lie. But I don't know what people are. You get what I'm saying? Like, I can't. Like, by the time, the thing is, when you play what people told you shit, by the time it gets from the source to you, it has been twisted in so many ways by the time you hear it, unless you heard it from the source. So it's always hard to run with what people tell you.
Well, Bernie said on his show, he kind of confirmed that it's finna happen. He said that on his show yesterday. He was like, man, I can't tell you when, where, but I could tell you it's fit to happen. So that sounds like down the same direction. What you talking about now?
Man, bro, I was fixing to say earlier, bro, I heard somebody bring up, I will say it's true that Errol Spence has fought the better welterweights as far as Danny Garcia, Sean Porter, before Crawford fought Sean Porter, so at that time, right? But at the same time, what bugs me about that is I feel fairly confident, based on Crawford already beating Porter, that he would have handled Danny Garcia too, bro. So, like, Spence's best welterweights, I feel like Crawford would have handled.
Well, but that shit don't even matter, bro. I don't get why we be talking about like what Bud would do to them and what Bud would do and what Spence would do to Bud's resume, because we already know, bro. Like, Bud's the number one. If you got this guy number 2 or 3 pound for pound, there's no fight even if he didn't fight those guys, there's no fights on Spence's resume that you would have him as the underdog, and vice versa. That's why the world has been clamoring for these two to fight for the past 4 years. It's not a coincidence that these two guys are still undefeated. So I just feel like, for them two to handle what they got to handle with each other, bro. It doesn't, because that triangle shit don't matter anyway. I do feel like Bud would have beat Danny. Yeah, of course. I mean, I can't see Danny dealing with Bud's movement, Bud's ability to switch. I can't see Danny beating Bud. I couldn't see it either. But at the point,
because Crawford already beat Kell Brook and Sean Porter. Yeah, man. The triangle theory is what it is because at the end of the day, styles make fights too. So you can't really go off of that all the time.
Man, I heard that. Yeah, shout out to Khaled. He said that purse bid for Regis and Zepeda's coming soon. Yeah, I can't wait to see who picks up that fight too, man. I heard the purse bid. I heard the purse bid's tomorrow, so I can't wait for that.
Yeah, that's a good fight. But it don't matter what fight is happening. I just can't get my mind off this fight, man.
I know you can't, bro, because there's been so much build up, and that's just what it is. That's just it's one of those fights that you get. It's determined. This fight right here determines who the king for real. Besides, and I know my boy Pound for Pound finna come over here and talk about Thurman. That's my man though. Shout out to my man Pound for Pound.
Oh shit!
Damn right. You know what time it is.
Yeah, but
no one's talking about Keith Thurman at all.
Thurman's only had one loss, and it was a close ass fight. Only one loss.
Absolutely.
So I mean, bro, like he said in an interview the other day, I really wanted to make a video about it because in that interview, he doesn't seem to fucking grasp that all the bullshit and the fucking around has like wore us the fuck out with him.
Right.
But at the same time, bro, he still does have like in all fairness, bro, he's only fucking lost a close fight to Pacquiao, bro.
To a fucking icon.
I'm gonna tell y'all this. Keith Thurman talks like a man that knows what's going on behind the scenes. Like sometimes it's not about what the fans want. If it was about what we wanted, we would have got Mayweather Pacquiao, like instead of waiting 7 years to get the shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but he sounds like a sucker talking like that though, bro. At the same time,
nobody cares about
I mean,
that.
he stick his foot in his mouth a lot, bro.
Yeah, he runs his fucking mouth, bro, and he does know what he's talking about. You're right. When he talks, it's
he know what he talking about when he break down fights.
Yeah,
you know
he's good in that.
When it comes to how to move and who need to fight who, bro.
Yeah, I can't stand that part,
that
bro. I can't fucking stand that part because
I ain't trying to hear that shit.
That's good. Guess what? He's playing the role of the villain, bro. He's playing the role of the villain. That's what he wants.
And you know what? It's on its way to being a villain, but the problem is just something about fucking Keith Thurman has lost its fucking luster, bro. The problem there was a time where Keith Thurman, you remember when he called out Paul Malignaggi back in the day, bro. When he was hungry and he was talking big shit, he was talking, I take on everybody one time. I'm gonna change the face of boxing.
To let it go.
I'm gonna change the direction of boxing. No more Mayweather. Well, I never agreed with that anyways, but he's like, no more Mayweather mentality. I'm taking on everybody. Bro, he is not doing that.
He got hurt.
Way too many. Yeah, he got injured a couple times, but at the same time, bro, he's talking about only the big fights. And as a boxing fan, what bugs me about that really bad is that not every fight is a big fight. Like, there's a lot of good fights that I just want to see in the sport of boxing. Like, are you talking mega fight or nothing? Dude, that's fucking frustrating, bro. In the sport of boxing in the 1980s, coming up 90s, early 2000s, not every fight was a mega fight, but they were good fucking fights, bro. Like, and this talk as if I gotta maneuver constantly to get this certain kind of fight. Hey, bro, I would love to see Keith Thurman fight Boot. Step the fuck up. I would love to see Keith Thurman fight that Mexican fighter that's been calling out Terence Crawford, who I can't remember his name. Bro, there's fights, bro. There is fights, and you can talk that shit, but it's not resonating with me.
I'm gonna tell you at the same sense, bro. That's still Keith. Like
Yeah.
he shouldn't have to fight no young contender, bro. We just said he only lost one fight to Manny Pacquiao. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. 2
His
belts, 1
mouth
loss. That's all.
make us want him to fight Boots and stuff. But in reality, he should be fighting Errol, Terence, or somebody like Ugas, or like somebody that's, you know what I'm saying, right there in the mix. You know what I mean? I don't feel like he on gatekeeper status
Yeah,
because
but
he only lost to Manny
Nardi,
Pacquiao.
but you're right about that, Nardi, and I'm not gonna argue that point. But I would say, just remember, bro, just remember the amount of time he's taken off. You can credit it to an injury. You can take on fucking injury.
He held the belt hostage.
Bro,
You're right.
bro, that's a element about it that's really fucked up. Is like, I'm not fixing to wait around for your ass to fucking eventually fight. Like you're losing the steam that people fucking like about you. Like when he fought Sean Porter, bro, and he had that mojo going, that's what's up. We all know he fell off. He fucking dropped. He fucking gained a shitload of weight. Injuries this, injuries that, and it doesn't help matters when he's in interviews and he's constantly, bro. I can see the difference. Like there was a video where Keith Thurman was confronted by a fan, and Keith Thurman was trying to talk that shit, that political shit to the fan, and the fan kept hounding him, right? Well, there was finally a breaking point where Keith Thurman was like, "Man, fuck you. The fight's gonna fucking happen, bro. Like we're gonna get the fight." That's the Keith Thurman. That's the Keith Thurman I like. The honest Keith Thurman. When he gets up there and plays political like that, bro, like it just rubs me the wrong way, bro.
Me too.
Yeah.
Especially when he get to rhyme. Especially when he get to rhyming and shit.
Believe it or not, I'm a Keith Thurman fan.
Me too.
I would even go as far to say, if by chance that if Crawford handles Spence, all along, I'm not sure who gives Crawford the more frustrating problems, bro. Like I think Spence probably is the one, but Thurman does have that mystery about him where he boxes really fucking well, on top of having decent power. Like Keith Thurman hurt his own career because he was really interesting as a fighter, bro.
He was.
That's all I'm gonna say.
And you can't take away them fights he had with Danny and Sean Porter. Them is classics, man.
But it's the crazy thing. It's the crazy thing about it.
Those fights.
Everybody acts like they forgot about that. They forget how Keith Thurman came in there and beat a one-loss Sean Porter. They forget how Keith Thurman came in there and unified and beat an undefeated Danny Garcia. You feel what I'm saying?
Dude, I would even go as far to say that when he fought Pacquiao, it wasn't far from being fight of the year, and I loved fucking Keith Thurman's adjustment, bro. Like actually, people forget. Here's the deal: Pacquiao won the fight. I'm not gonna argue that, but you know who won the war was Keith Thurman. Keith Thurman punished Manny Pacquiao. Dude, it was that fight where I spoke to my brother and I was like, nah, bro, like Pacquiao needs to kind of stop right there, because in that fight, yeah, he beat Keith Thurman, but Keith Thurman punished the fuck out of him.
Yeah, he did.
Keith Thurman, if there was 15 rounds in that fight, bro, we might have got a different scorecard completely, bro. I'm not too sure. Pacquiao was kind of on the incline of the last fucking 4 rounds of that fight, bro. Because Thurman stopped boxing and he started walking Manny down.
You know what? Round 10 swayed it too, because he hurt Thurman, and Thurman spit out his mouthpiece and was on the back foot for the rest of that round.
Yup, the body shot.
Yeah, body shot. Yeah, and then that knockdown is what sealed the fight for Pacquiao. Round 10 and a knockdown is what sealed the fight for Pacquiao.
Yeah, that knockdown was a flash, and even though fucking Thurman was on his way, he did get hurt with that body shot, and that stole that round from him too, bro. I don't know. I find Thurman a little dynamic too, bro. Like dude was saying, I can't specify exactly what his name is. I'm trying to see, bro. My phone's so little. Nardi, maybe it was Nardi, but yeah, bro. Like you can't. I'm not trying to be dismissive of Keith Thurman because you're talking about a guy who had both belts, barely lost to Manny Pacquiao. Very interesting fighter. But the layoff and the time and the holding the belt hostage, like, that's.
I get it. As a Keith Thurman fan, that's the only thing I can't defend it. Like, he got hurt. It is what it is, you know. Everything keeps rolling. Nobody's gonna stop anything. Nobody's gonna stop these big fights and making money, you know, till
But
you come back.
don't you think it's a little, like, if I'm asking you honestly, bro, don't you think it's a little more than just him being injured? Don't you think there was a period in time there where the hunger wasn't there, kind of questioning himself? Like, I kind of think that a little bit about Thurman too, bro.
I think when it comes to all fighters, when they, you know, busting their ass to get to the top, climb the ranks, then they get there and then get the money. You start looking at, you know, if somebody gave you $1 million right now,
Fine ass wife and shit, bro.
I'm saying,
Get married, bro.
that too. But if somebody gave you $1 million right now, would you go to work tomorrow? Exactly.
No, it's a fair question.
You know what I'm saying? It's tough. You start learning the business, understanding how much money you can get. You getting this amount. If I take this super big fight, I can get 10 million or whatever. I'm taking some time off after that.
As much as I can appreciate what you're saying, we're talking about understanding the mentality of a fighter, and I get that. But in the sport of boxing, you're slowly but surely becoming a Amir Khan, where you have a name and you have interest, but you're not putting in the fucking time, bro. Like, fucking A, bro. Like, I seen Spence. I think Thurman fought once in a year and a half, and it was against Mario Barrios, Tank's last opponent.
2.5 years off. That was 2.5 years, not 1.5. That was It was a 2.5 year layoff when he fought Barrios.
You just boosted my point, man. Like,
I know. You know, I wanted to let you because you're cooking, so I wanted to give you. It was 30 months off, a 30-month layoff, brother.
I mean, he had so after the Pacquiao fight, Thurman had hand surgery, and then of course the pandemic and stuff. So I mean, it is what it is. That's
Then he said he didn't want to fight during the pandemic.
But really think about it. You've made a whole bunch of millions of dollars. You've been in a super fight with Manny Pacquiao. You keep getting injured. Your body's telling you, you know what I'm saying, you breaking down. Man, he probably has maybe 1, maybe 2 fights left, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and from listening to what you said, like, I'm I'm more of a psychology type of guy. So, like, I give these fighters shit where they deserve it. Even my favorite fighter, bro. Like, my favorite fighter is Floyd Mayweather. I could tell you a lot of shit I don't like. So I'm unbiased when it comes to this shit. I don't care. Like, I just like the sport of boxing. And when it comes to, like, what you're saying about Thurman, part of me says that's wise, right? Like, take your fucking time off. Come back 100%. But the problem with that is he's talking mega fights. You jump into a fight with the top 3 guy after so long of a layoff. Like, in this, I guess what I'm saying is, and you guys already know this, in the sport of boxing, like, time's not your friend. Time's not your friend, man. You got to hit it while it's hot. And I'm not sure if Thurman is the Thurman of Sean Porter, bro.
I'm going to tell you where Thurman threw me off, bro. Thurman just threw me the fuck off when he just said he'll fight Jake Paul.
Shit, I fight Jake Paul too, shit.
No, but that let me know what kind of mission he on. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That let me know the real reason for all of this talking that he doing. You know what I'm saying? It's not spearheaded by, oh, I want to reclaim my name and who I am in the boxing industry. It's more like, man, just give me this big bag, man, so I can go right off into the sunset.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. It's prize fighting.
I mean, it is when you run your mouth. No, but just listen to the stuff he's saying, bro. He like, all right, just keep it real, bro. Just say what you were trying to do.
Because when you say whatever, it's an insight to your subconscious and how you really feel. So when you're talking Jake Paul, I know you ain't really talking fucking Crawford Spence.
Right.
But he already been calling him out, though. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, I don't want to fight those guys. Just let me go fight Jake Paul. Because now I'm canceling myself out.
Like, at the end of the day, you've had 2 belts, and if you fight Jake Paul, you're fucking set for life. I get that, and I understand that. But
It's
that
more
doesn't
the
necessarily
opportunity.
tell me a hungry fighter. That doesn't tell me hungry fighter in the boxing world,
He
really.
just
you ain't
know
finna beat Spencer
the
Crawford.
opportunity to fight them guys. He know the opportunity to fight them guys ain't there.
Because
Like
Spencer
at
already
this
said he's
point,
not
he like
fighting.
running out of resorts. Yeah, like he
So he
running out
just
of
I
saying
resorts.
like
It
anything.
ain't that like,
I
oh, I
like
want to go. It's not like I want to go fight
I
Jake
like how
Paul.
the
Nah, it's because he don't have that many options. Like who? I mean, what big names is out there to keep down?
I
I'm
think he
only,
should fight
I'm only,
Ugas. I think he should fight Ugas.
I'm hearing that. I'm hearing from Uga's cousin that shit might happen, bro. Like Uga's
his
cousin.
Yeah,
me-
that's the fight.
Yeah.
and that Mexican fighter, man. I want to say Ortiz, maybe not.
Mm-hmm.
Virgil
Boy,
Ortiz.
Virgil
Hey,
Ortiz, the
bro.
boss man.
Hey,
That's a but
that'll
he ain't
benefit
trying to
both
fight
guys.
no
That'll benefit both guys. It's
he
a
ain't trying to fight.
straightforward Mexican who has fire,
Whoa,
who
whoa,
has
whoa, whoa,
lightning
whoa,
in
whoa,
his
whoa, whoa,
gloves,
whoa,
man.
whoa. Hey, that ain't a stylistic good fight for Thurman. Thurman might get knocked
Show
the
the
fuck out
fuck
in that
ain't.
one.
But
That's
hold
what
on,
I
hold
was
on.
just gonna
Two
say. I think
things.
he
Two
just
things
solid.
wrong with that. Two things wrong with that.
I
If Vert,
completely agree, but it'll put you in a position to look good in the sport of boxing. Like you are a boxer. You box more than you
Yeah, that
bang.
win would.
So fighting Virgil Ortiz, yeah, it's a dangerous fight. But why does he get a pass for us being like, yeah, but that's not a good stylistic matchup? We just said he
I
had no fucking, he had Spencer Crawford aren't available. So we're gonna give him a pass because it's a stylistic nightmare.
hold
He
on,
boxed.
wait. We got two things that's wrong with that. Number one, can
no,
Virgil even make
he
47? Because I
trying to
mean,
fight
last
Laura
fight,
too. He's trying to
hold on,
fight.
He
last
did,
fight,
he
Virgil
made
Ortiz, last
47
fight,
for his
did he
last
make
fight.
47? So he did.
Yeah, he
Okay.
made 47 against McKenzie.
Okay, so he must have changed some things up. Okay, cool. Because I mean, that's a big kid, boy.
Yeah,
That dude, I don't know how he made that, but that's a big kid.
yeah,
So
he ain't bigger than Boots. They about the same size. Shit.
yeah, I think they're about the same size. But that's number one. Number two, what happens if Keith Thurman beats him? Now you done messed up the future generation at the welterweight division. It's supposed to be Ortiz and Boots. You feel
Wait,
what I'm saying?
hold on, bro. Did you really say that if he beats Virgil, it hurts the welterweight division? This is boxing. We match up, baby.
Some guys
Fuck
take a loss and never the same.
Well, he may take a loss and
That's
never
fact.
be the same, but the sport of boxing needs to take a chance. Dude, we're talking about Thurman facing the number 4, number 5 guy. That's
Bruh.
normal. That's what needs to fucking happen.
You just said the sport of boxing needs to take a chance. This is business. This ain't boxing no more. It's not a sport, bro. It's just
That's
business.
that's why I'm slowly hurt by the sport of boxing. I'll never stop watching boxing, but let me tell you something. If we're sympathizing with Thurman because it's a tough fight for fucking Virgil Ortiz, or we're sympathizing with Virgil Ortiz because if he loses to Thurman, he won't move forward, then the sport of boxing is in trouble because that's bullshit, bro.
I
That's
agree.
bullshit. That's all I gotta say.
I agree with that.
But I'm not arguing with you. I do think what you said is actually, unfortunately, true. That let's stick him in there with fucking Devin Alexander. What the fuck?
I don't know, bro. I don't know. I think like ever since Thurman lost to Pacquiao, like motherfuckers been acting like Thurman just ain't got it no more. I don't think that's the case. I just think that he ain't been presented with opportunities to fight bigger names.
True. I think Bud and Spence are really holding up everything, honestly, at the welterweight division. Obviously, they got all the belts, but then nobody wants to make an announcement for another fight until they see what they're gonna do. You know? Because imagine if the fight doesn't happen between them two. Now, guess what? Thurman's gonna want. He said he's a mandatory WBC. He's gonna want that shot at Errol. Stanionis got the WBA. He was gonna want that shot at Errol. Boots got the IBF mandatory. He wants his shot. So we don't know what's gonna happen.
There's 3 different fights that Thurman can take that he could somehow cut a deal on if he's an actually active fighter. Now, if he's not, then we all like Keith Thurman, but he's just going for the fucking top dog, and if us as boxing fans accept that, that's fine. That's fucking fine. But to me, like, I like to watch, like, not every fight is a fucking unification. Like, I would love to see Thurman and Boots, you know what I'm saying? I'd love to see Thurman versus Virgil Ortiz, Thurman versus Ugas. Like, the excuses as to why. Look, Thurman's not a champion right now, bro. Fucking, how invested in this game are you?
The man said he'll fight Boots. He'll fight Boots. He said he just wanted $10 million.
Yeah, he does, and I'm sure he's got a price because he's been a welterweight champion. He does have some stock. I understand that.
We know that ain't gonna happen, bro. That $10 million, bro. We know that's pricing yourself out, bro. For Boots, that ain't even a paper. That's not a pay-per-view fight. I mean, they probably throw it on pay-per-view because they threw Barrios on pay-per-view. But come on, man.
But in a negotiation, you start high.
Man, I can't make no excuses for that, bro. Fuck no. Man, come on, Thurman. You tripping,
Nah, I
bro.
think that make pay-per-view, bro. I think it make
Of
pay-per-view.
course, I said they'll throw that bitch on pay-per-view like they did with Barrios, but that's not a $10 million. That's not a $10 million fight for Thurman.
Hell no.
Yeah, I agree.
Thurman tripping, bro. I like Thurman though. This is not no diss to Thurman. I really do like.
And I feel like that too because like my issue, and I've already fucking talked too much on here. I'm just gonna say, dude, my issue with Keith Thurman is that I think his style is so interesting, and that I would like to see him fight more often. And obviously that's due to injury and other shit. But like, bro, fight somebody fucking relevant and get hot, get real fucking hot. Create some drama between the Spence Crawford winner. I've also heard that if Crawford Spence doesn't happen, that Spence is gonna fall back and fight Keith Thurman. But I've heard that rumor out there that they got that they really actually want to make the Thurman Spence fight, but hopefully that's not the case.
I heard Thurman Lara fight. I heard they were trying to make that fight.
I heard they were too.
Hey, I'm gonna go off the gate right away. Thurman Laura's gonna beat him, bro. Laura will beat Keith Thurman, bro.
That shit is gonna be too.
I don't know,
just
bro.
in the ring, bro. Like,
you gotta understand. I think Thurman is a naturally heavier dude, so I don't know. I think you have more power.
Okay, hold on. Let me get you on that, bro. First of all, Lara has fought way more opponents at 154. Secondly, even if Thurman is naturally bigger, he's a fighter who fights at 147. So even if fucking Lara is on the decline as far as age goes, he looked amazing in his last fight. But even if he's on the decline as far as age goes, he's gonna be more comfortable, bro. And what are we talking? Lara come down or Thurman go up? Because if Thurman goes up and Laura's comfortable, you're dealing with a very good tactician who looked really good in this last fight. Yeah.
To go in, what you're saying though,
good,
it's a little bit of both. So Lara will be going down to 156, and Thurman will be going up. So they both will be coming up and down. Pause. Like so, it just like Lara will be leaving.
Is Lara fighting at a higher weight now?
He fights at 160.
Yeah, he's at 160.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that does change shit, bro. They both got to make an adjustment. That's true.
I just don't like that fight. I don't.
That's true, bro. No, if they're both making a weight change, then it may like even out. I give you that.
Yeah, I just want to throw that in there. You know what I'm saying? I don't have an opinion about the fight, but I just want to throw that in there.
But this my thing. That's my thing. How come no one's sitting here talking about Lara and Charlo? Why don't they just make that fight at 160?
Hey, bro, just real quick, the cherry on top about Lara Thurman, I do have to get this in. I can honestly say, look at Keith Thurman's record. He has not fought a Lara. That's all I'm going to say. A lot of Mexicans plus Danny Garcia and Sean Porter. But he has not fought a fucking Lara, bro. Like, I've never seen Thurman in there with a really clean, slick boxer. I don't know that Lara's necessarily stick, but it's just such a slick, but he's such a systematic, clean boxer. Yeah, man. I don't see that going good for Thurman.
I would say Thurman used to spar Winky Wright growing up at 14 years old. So sparring Winky Wright.
Sparring Winky. All right, you're talking about gym wars, but that's cool. I mean,
no. It's not about gym wars. I'm just saying, like Thurman been in there 6 times with Demetrius Andre too, in the amateurs. Yeah,
No, that's
they
a
would
good
fought.
point, man. That's cool.
Yeah,
I didn't even know that, bro. So
yeah, they fought
he
6
can
rounds.
hang
So
with he can hang with pure boxers. I'm just saying, I never seen him in there with a pure boxer. I always saw Thurman as the boxer over the punchers.
yeah, but he's a great puncher too. I mean, up until recently, Thurman. I mean, like you said, Thurman puts respect in people. But at the same time, I think with the age that Lara is now, about 40, kind of slowed down a little bit. He'll have to cut weight. He already said 154 was getting a little uncomfortable to make as he got older. So him making 155, 156 a catch weight. Keith going up a little bit. That shit would kind of be.
No, it's a
I'm
good
not
fight.
saying
I'm not saying it's not a good fight.
That's a stupid ass fight, bro. I hate that
it
fight.
is stupid. It is
Yeah,
stupid.
like it's
God
not a.
damn.
You know why you hate that fight, bro? Is it's not a relevant fight,
Yeah,
like
just,
at all.
if we're gonna
Like
do it,
it's not
at
a
least
relevant
put Dan,
fight.
let Danny go in there. Like, you know what I'm saying?
You know what
flat-footed.
Thurman's not gonna take that fight. You know why?
Bro,
Thurman's
I
gonna
want to see
go
that
up in
rematch.
weight. Thurman's gonna go up in weight, fight a guy. Well, is Laura a champion? Let me just ask that really fast. Is Laura a champion right now?
Yeah, he has the
Yeah,
regular. I mean, he has the
yeah.
he has the world championship. Even though
Okay,
Canelo. I mean, even
so
though
there is
Triple G
something
has
to
one.
gain. There
Yeah,
is something to gain. That being said, like if Thurman goes up and he becomes a victim to what Rigondeaux and Laura tend to do to fighters, I don't really see it helping his fucking agenda. I don't see
Exactly.
it helping his agenda. His agenda right now is like, I'm gonna let these guys fight it out. Shit, I barely lost to Pacquiao. I'm the dark horse here. I'm gonna let these guys fight it out, and I'm gonna get in there and fight one of them and fuck it all up.
Dog,
Like Thurman could fuck up the game by getting in there and being better than fucking, you know.
but this is my
Get
thing.
it.
You take a loss from Laura. Guess what? I lost to Laura, and I didn't get the biggest payday that I would have gotten against somebody else, a Bud or Spence. You feel what I'm saying? Now you looking crazy.
Absolutely, that too. That's a major part of it too. Is like what's like outside of like just losing to fucking Laura. Like you're not gonna get paid the same way you got paid with Danny. Maybe not even Sean. So
Yeah. So you might as
I
well
mean,
fight Boots in
Danny
Philly. Fuck it.
that Danny
shit, Boot.
rematch. I want to watch that.
The rematch?
Hey,
That
bro,
Danny Herman.
let me just back you up on that, bro. I heard about that recently, and like, I thought about it, and I'm like, I'm okay with that, bro. Like the Danny rematch, as far as a boxing fan's perspective, I think we wouldn't mind seeing that. Nah, I wouldn't mind seeing that at all, bro. Because that was a close fight in the beginning.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's a money fight. I guess I ain't got no problem with it. But Danny's gonna be like, okay, come up to 54. Thurman's gonna be like, nah, come back down to 47. So
I don't know, man. I feel like the welterweights of 4 years ago, when it came to Danny, Sean, Spence, Thurman, more Thurman than Spence, like, unfortunately, like, a lot of them have lost, like, that time's kind of passed. Like, fucking Sean retired. Danny's just looking for the right fights. Thurman's looking for a big fight. And I'm not sure that Danny Thurman is you think it's a big money fight? Because outside of hardcore boxing fans, I don't think anybody cares, man.
it's not a big money fight. You're gonna get more money for Danny than I would imagine getting for Laura.
Danny
Yeah.
said,
Yeah,
did you
that's
see
fair.
Danny fight, bro? That arena was sold out over there.
See what I'm saying?
Still, man, they be supporting Danny. I guess so, huh?
Yeah.
And then Thurman, see, it's gonna be crazy because Thurman's gonna be like, "Oh, I'm the A side, I beat you," but then they're gonna look at the numbers and be like, "Bro, look at what your pay-per-views did. Like, he did like what 40,000."
Bro.
You know what?
I don't know
My
why,
brother.
bro.
Oh, go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother.
Nah, I was just fit to say that nigga Keith Thurman, the way he talked, that nigga remind me of Mo Bars.
Who? I said who?
Mo Bars.
Okay.
YB, you know what I'm talking about?
Why you talking about my boy? You say he remind you of JFL, my boy Mo Bars?
Yeah, bro.
The rapper? We got a rapper you're talking about, or a boxer, or what?
Nah, nigga that be out here.
I
I don't know why, bro. That nigga way he talk remind me of Keith Thurman, bro.
Hey,
Nah,
bro. So like,
God damn, bro. God
my
damn, that
brother,
boy,
my brother, bro.
that
Check it,
fucking John G.
my bro. Check it, bro. My brother lives in Dallas, right? And he works in an apartment complex or whatever. I'm a white boy. My brother's white too, you know. But he worked at an all black apartment complex. And when that Thurman Pacquiao fight was going down, he kept telling me, bro. He kept telling me that a lot of people at the apartment complex were turning on Thurman, and I was like, why? And he was like, because Thurman was talking shit about Christianity. And all he tell me, bro, like he'd be in the apartment complex, and all the brothers would be telling him like, nah, bro, like Thurman's fucking up with that. And he turned a lot of fans. Like a lot of people were going for Pacquiao to beat Thurman, bro. A lot of people were going for Pacquiao to beat Thurman because Thurman was out of pocket, bro. He started talking shit about Christianity and shit like that. And my brother was like, man, all these people around here, bro, they're like they don't fuck around with that, bro. You start talking shit about Jesus and shit, like the brothers like, so I don't know, but
Yeah, that was from the sit down that they had with Thurman and Pacquiao.
that's what I'm talking about, man. That's what I'm talking about. And like, yeah,
because he's just a different type of thinking. I don't even get into all that. I just think about the boxing, though. I ain't talking about all that.
Bro, I think that nigga Thurman career went down once that nigga started ducking Spence.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right.
yeah, but the role's been
no, hold on. When was he supposed to fight Spence?
You said when?
When was he supposed to fight Spence?
Bro, before Spence fought no, right after Spence fought Chris Algeria.
So who did Keith Thurman fight at that time instead of Spence? That's what I'm saying. Well, he didn't even have a belt yet. Spence didn't even have a belt.
No, I don't think he did have a belt. He probably didn't have a belt. Now that I think about it, no, he didn't have a belt. But at the same time, everybody was on him about fighting Spence, bruh. And then when he did get a belt, that's when he quote unquote had the injury.
Keith Thurman was trying to get Floyd. Floyd put Errol Spence on Keith. It was like, oh, well, you beat him, then I'll give you a title shot, like whatever. That's how that whole thing got started.
Now, EJ was calling them out for a long time. When EJ came up to when Keith Thurman was sitting down having that press conference, and EJ walked up on him, and Keith Thurman was talking about he the big dog and all that shit. EJ had been calling him out. So when he got a belt, he just continued to call him out. And then that's when Keith Thurman was saying, I don't know if he had a hand injury. What was that? He said, yeah.
I think it was the elbow. It was like right after he beat Danny or something.
He had two. He said he had two injuries. The first one was the hand injury.
Yes.
Yeah, that's when EJ was supposed to fight Keith Thurman.
No, he wasn't. So you saying the hand injury for Deshaun Porter? That was like the hand injury in the car accident.
That was before the car accident.
Yeah, it became pretty clear there for like a 5-month period that fucking at the time, bro, like it was pretty heavy that Keith Thurman was ducking Spence. Like we all felt it. What's ironic about that is like some people say that the tables have turned.
Bro, that's not even true.
But I don't think so because Thurman don't got nothing to offer anymore, and that's the difference there.
The issue I have is was there a contract? Did Spence go and talk to Al Heyman about it?
I mean, I'm pretty sure.
Hey, guess what? Pound for pound, I heard Boots Ennis gonna run Keith Thurman out of boxing.
But see, I'm glad you brought him up. Hey, I'm glad you brought him up because hold on. The same thing that everybody's saying Keith Thurman did to Spence, that's exactly what Spence is doing to Boots. You feel what
Yeah.
I'm saying? The same thing that everybody said Kell Brook was avoiding his mandatory and Errol Spence. Fight your mandatory. Well, guess who's the next IBF mandatory? Bruce Ennis.
Hey, this is I can agree with you from the point of when EJ was like a prospect, and he was around the time before he fought Bundu and them people. I can respect that, but when he got a belt, nah.
When he got a belt, that's when Thurman got hurt and was out.
Hey,
Bro, that nigga.
check this out.
That's why they
pound.
saying that was the excuse.
Hey,
They saying
could
that-
you say that Keith Thurman he's doing the same thing to Boots Ennis that he did with Errol Spence? That he's ducking Boots the same way he ducked Errol Spence.
No. First of all,
he won't say his name either, though. He said he didn't know who he was. He said the same thing about Earl.
Yeah, y'all do understand a lot of the fighters don't really know who some of these guys are sometimes.
Oh, he know who he is.
They know who
Floyd Mayweather know
bro.
who he is. Floyd
But
Mayweather
now,
know who Boots is.
Boots has
Terence
made his
Crawford, look. Terence Crawford know who Boots is. Earl Spence know who Boots is. Floyd Mayweather, the whole world know who Boots is.
Yeah,
but
they
Keith
know
Thurman
who
don't.
Boots.
Come on, he know who he was. He did
They
the same
could
thing.
deny.
He did the same thing to Earl Spence, though. When he didn't win a fight, Earl, he said, "Who's Earl? I never heard of him. He got to go get a belt." And he's doing the same thing to Boots.
Okay, but this is my
Yeah,
thing.
they could deny
Hold on,
Boots 2
bro,
fights
hold on.
back, but not anymore, bro. Like everybody knows that he's fucking right there now, bro.
I got you, but Boots is not Keith Thurman's responsibility. Boots is Errol Spence's responsibility as his mandatory. But guess what? Keith Thurman did say, "I will fight him. Just give me my $10 million."
Come on, bro. That's a form of ducking, bro.
That's not a form of
Yeah, and that's kind of what I fall. That's kind of what I fall back on, man.
Is a form of ducking. When you overprice yourself in a fight, you know the money ain't there. That's a form of ducking.
Yeah,
we
dude, and 100% is a form of ducking. Dude, it's 100% a form of ducking. Like, bro, none of these fighters are gonna come out and say I'm bitch about it. No, they're gonna fucking I need this certain amount. You can tell. Look at the way Jermell Charlo talked about Crawford, right? Like when Jermell Charlo was talking about Crawford, he disguised his bullshit by saying, "I don't know who that is. He has no business being at 154. Da 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 da." These are all forms of ducking. Those are forms of ducking. I want to hear
I
you
can't
want
agree
the
with
fucking
you with.
smoke. Nah,
I can't
bro.
agree with you
Nah,
with
bro.
the Charlo situation. Not with Charlo, bro.
Nah, bro. Okay. Crawford hasn't put his footprint at 154. Okay, but you can't act. You can't act like facing a guy who's pound for pound #1, who wants to overlook Spence and go straight to you. If that's the case, you can't act like fighting a Terence Crawford isn't an interesting fight, isn't a compelling fight. The way he talked about Terence Crawford let me know everything he felt, bro. Deep fucking down, bro. Like seriously, like
Bro,
that politic. Don't get in belief about that politics shit, bro. Like Jermell didn't want to acknowledge Terence Crawford. There's a difference. If he acknowledged him and be like, "Look, I'll fight Terence Crawford," but he comes up to 154, makes himself relevant. Okay, I can appreciate that a little bit. But he straight up didn't even want to fucking acknowledge him, which shows me that he don't want Terence Crawford either,
That's
bro.
not his business.
It's more the fact that it's more the fact you talking to you motherfuckers like you bring up Terence Crawford at 154 and he ain't.
I'm talking about ducking tactics, is what I'm saying. I used it as an example of a ducking tactic.
But how's that a ducking tactic when he ain't did shit at 154 to be like,
what does that mean, dude? You know how many great fighters? Hey, bro, I apologize for coming on heavy, bro. My fault. But you know how many great fighters, bro? You know how many great fighters come up in weight and it's a compelling fight? Roberto Duran did this. So many great fighters do this. When you have this attitude that
it is.
You're not in my weight, so you don't mean shit. That's some bitch ass shit, bro. I'm sorry. Like, it depends who you fucking are.
I mean that
Mike Tyson, hypothetically,
that's your opinion. I can't do nothing but respect your opinion.
Yeah,
but
man. And hypothetically, let's say Mike Tyson was a light heavyweight. Hypothetically, are you gonna give a pass to fucking, I don't know, whoever the fuck's at heavyweight? Are you gonna give a pass to them that they don't recognize what Mike Tyson is? I realize Mike Tyson was a flat out heavyweight. I get it. I'm using it as an analogy. You see the monster that is Mike Tyson at at fucking light at the catch weight right before heavyweight. You see that, dude. Jermell Charlo knows what Terence Crawford is. Pound for pound, #1, willing to fucking fight you, all that shit, and
Bro,
then you talk about him
Jamel
like,
would kill Crawford though. At 154
Hey,
too. If we were talking about 147,
then why don't he
I
act
would've
like it? Then act like you're gonna kill him, bro. When I step up to bigger dudes, bro, they punk me. Bigger dudes punk little dudes. Why aren't you punking them? You're talking politics?
Hey, bro,
They're
he wasn't
talking
even.
politics?
What he
Nah.
said to me, what he said was some real shit. Like you got to worry about getting past EJ. You for real? You calling his name out?
Yeah,
You ain't even.
If EJ will fucking,
You ain't
if we
even
can
got
make this
past.
fucking fight. It speaks
Yeah, man.
volumes that a fucking guy from 135 is calling out a dude from 154. Okay, I'll give you credit for the fact that, like, strategically, Jermell Charlo's like, nah, you got to get past EJ. Like, I'm not even worried about you. Hey, that's not all he said, bro. Like, I'm telling you. His demeanor about Terence Crawford was, don't bring him up to me, so it's not a problem.
Hold on. You think that
Come on,
Jamel Charlo will have any fear or worried about fighting Crawford?
Absolutely, bro. Dude,
Hell nah, bro.
Okay, bro.
Nah,
There's a pound. Okay,
Hell
okay.
nah.
I can break it down to you, bro. If
Hey, bro,
Harrison,
Bud is
if Harrison is an issue for Charlo, what's a guy
bro.
gonna?
Have you seen Bud fight a naturally smaller guy, bro? He walks around, and he's a smaller guy, bro. Going up,
hey, you know what? I'm not gonna argue with the fact that Jermell could beat Crawford.
hold on. What did he start at 130?
Yeah.
Come on, bro. Going up to 154. You never seen this man fight at 154, bro.
But okay, bro. Does it resonate?
But hold up. Bud is a monster, bro. His speed the speed and power has diminished going up in weight classes. So if he got up to 154, I don't even.
Hold up.
I don't know if it's diminished, bro. I don't know about all that because he's not everybody out.
You said something there. His power's diminished. He's got a 6-0 fucking knockout record of 147.
Hold on, he dazed. Hold up. Let me clarify myself. So
6 fucking pounds, bro.
He got stoppage. Like he's not knocking nobody out. The ref is stopping him. He dazing people and steady punching on them and the rough.
No disrespect. But why that is? No disrespect, but why that is? Why do refs stop fights, brother? Why do refs stop fights, bro?
Bro, because the fighter,
that's a knockout, bro. You can't even continue, bro. That's
hold on,
6-0 at welterweight. He moves up a weight and has a higher knockout ratio than he did at the lower weights. Let's go, bro. You're telling me that Harrison fighting Charlo and giving him boxing problems, not power problems, not a bigger punch than you.
I understand what you're saying, but you can't speak for this man at 154, bro.
Harrison's
big. You know how big Harrison is, bro? I've stood.
That's true. There's a size thing,
bro. But I'm just saying, look, Bud going up in weight, bro. I don't. I mean,
my thing is this: I'm not necessarily claiming that Crawford handles fucking Charlo. My thing is when I hear Charlo talk about it, sound like the bigger fucking guy, bro. I've been around big dudes, bro. You don't sound like confident. You're talking politics.
That's what you're supposed to talk. Listen, this is what you're supposed to do when the media brings something. No, listen.
The old school days,
listen,
bro. That ain't how it was, bro.
Bro, listen. If this man Charlo knows that Spence and Bud are trying to fight each other. Why are y'all asking me about Bud? That's not my business. Now, since you put me on the spot, I can't just sit there and sound like a pussy. You feel what I'm saying? So I gotta hold my shit down, but I can't give you too much for the media to get put a whole bunch of shit and set some fire to it.
No, that's a good point. It is a good point because it's like he's really relevant to my shit right now.
You said like for him to hold his nuts. He said because if you come over here playing with me, I'm gonna knock your motherfucking ass out.
And yet you're right, but this is the thing that I got. He's supposed to
Good
say
point,
that. But
guys.
see, I don't like
I'm
when the
good with that.
media take this shit and be like, well, Terence Crawford and Jamel. I don't need that shit. Let him handle his business at 47 first. Then we could talk about that shit.
That's why I respect what he said.
Okay,
Like
so let me.
we talk about 154. You ain't even did what you know.
I will fall back on my shit if I can ask you guys a genuine question. So you think you really do think it's a matter of Jermel not worrying about Crawford, not necessarily Jermel not wanting to deal with Crawford. There's a difference. Like, do you at all feel that Jermel is hesitant to fight a Terence Crawford? Let me ask you that. That's my question. Because
Not
if
at
it's Swiss
all.
politics,
Not
I
at
get it.
all.
I don't
Not
think
at
he's
all. Not
hesitant.
even a little bit.
Go ahead.
All right.
No, I was just saying I don't. To me, and this just being honest, like Castaño is a tougher fight for Jamel than a Bud.
Terence Crawford. Hey, you could very well be right. He's acclimated to the weight. He's a bruiser. Like, Crawford's got to do a lot of gymnastics to hang at that fucking weight class coming from 135. I do agree with that.
And that's the problem I got.
I guess what I'm saying is the way these
Jamel
dudes be talking, bro. The way these dudes be talking, like, I don't get the satisfaction like that I'm supposed to have, bro, because it's so political. Like I don't like Crawford being dismissed when he's a relevant fight that could he's a relevant fight for Jamel, bro. To me, like Jamel fucking Crawford, that's gonna sell, bro. Don't act like that's not coming up your way. Don't act like that don't act like that ain't potentially on the horizon for you.
Yo, you do understand that these fighters don't control their career, right? You do understand it's the managers that control everything.
Well, I get that, bro. But at the same time, the managers don't control what you say and your demeanor, and
that's the problem. No, that's the problem. Yeah. Because if we got some shit boiling in the background, contracts, all this other shit, we got the next fights lined up, and I'm sitting here saying some other shit, telling the media they running with it. Now I got a whole new crop of bullshit that I did to myself.
Yeah. Had he played into the Crawford talk, it would have been a whole fucking charade in itself. That is true.
And that's the problem I got with some media. Why are y'all asking this man about Bud when he getting ready to fight Castaños in the rematch?
For fucking unification.
Yeah, what the fuck are we talking about? Why are we talking about Terence Crawford?
Undisputed is what I meant to say. For fucking undisputed.
Like, why are we talking about Terence Crawford right now? That's stupid as shit.
All right.
Yeah,
that
Bud
makes
was
sense.
to get past EJ in that conversation what took place, then I would have see where you coming from.
Yeah.
It's a little early. It's pretty early, bro. When he's got other shit to take care of, I get it.
Exactly.
I just want to see that same energy when it is relevant, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if Spence fucking gets past Crawford, you know, I wouldn't mind seeing. But I guess Spence and Charlo ain't ever gonna fucking fight though. Too.
They stable mates. They ain't gonna make that fight. That nigga Charlo said it. He was like, "That's just like me fighting my brother."
Yeah.
Hey, but Spence got smoke at 147, bro. See, if Spence beats Crawford, damn, dude, he could defend the titles and go straight to the Hall of Fame. Fucking have Keith Thurman and Boots Ennis, bro. Like, there's fights.
He's going to 54 after that.
Yeah, that's what
bro. It's some fights.
What
to
are you
be
gonna
made
win
at
it? What are you gonna
154.
win it? What are you gonna win at 54 when your stablemate has all 4 fucking belts, though?
He said he gonna go to 160.
After he fight what's his name? Zoo. What's his name? Tim Zoo.
Yeah. And the other one going to 168. I mean, shit. And it's a fight, like I say, it's some fights to be made. And if both of them, I ain't gonna lie, bro. Both of them go to 154, bro. That's some shit. That's some shit, bro.
What will you guys think if the Spence Crawford fight does not get announced during Ortiz or heavyweight bout this weekend? Is it gonna happen?
I don't know.
Still gonna happen?
When is the deadline? Do anybody know the deadline?
Something November, December, or bust?
I don't know.
November, December,
no.
or
The
bust?
deadline they gave them to. No, it's a
Oh,
deadline before that. Spence had to fight it. Get something going with his mandatory.
Who's the mandatory?
It's either Boots or Thurman. I don't know which one it is. I
No,
don't know if
it
it's the
got
IBF. There's
you got WBA and what's his name? What's that? I don't know, dude. I can't think of the dude's name. Or the IBF. It's either that. I don't know.
I think it's the IBF, and that's Boots.
I don't know. I don't know what's up with that. I really don't. But I think if they do announce it this weekend, okay, cool, great. If they don't announce it, I would see them announcing it at Wilder, Hellenius, but moving it back to maybe December.
Nah, bro.
yeah. I'll tell you what. I hope they announce it this weekend for this very reason, because it will happen soon. And like we're talking about the 2.5 months, 3 months, bro, where we get the fucking fight we all want, man. That would be dope.
This is what
and it's not asking too much, man. Like we've been wanting this fight for a long time. So them saying fucking November would be the shit, because not only do we deserve it, but this fight's been in the making for a long time, bro. I fucking sucked it up and realized that Spence wanted to get all the belts, so it's a unification, not a unification, but an undisputed bout. I fucking get it. I'm happy that that's the situation, but I'm tired of waiting. Like, I've been wanting fucking Spence Crawford for 4 years, man.
It's just, this shit is going to be weird. If they put it in November, kind of close to Thanksgiving, oh, man, them flight tickets going to be ugly.
I think that's when it's going to be.
Oh, you're talking about going, man.
I think
That's awesome.
Yeah. I'm definitely going to be in the building.
I think that's...
Dang.
Yeah, I'm going.
Oh, man. That's what's up, man.
Yeah,
Love you guys.
I've been waiting on this shit for so long.
If it's in Dallas, I can definitely go. If it's in Dallas, but
they're gonna put that in Vegas.
They're gonna put it in Vegas, so it's like kind of tough.
I wouldn't mind it being in Dallas. That's the shit. 3.5, 4 hour drive.
If they would make a good clean split, fucking whatever, 60-40, 50-50, if they make a 50-50, but Spence gets the fight in Dallas, I would be totally fine with that, man. That would make fucking life easier on me. I could just go straight to the fucking Dallas Cowboys Stadium. It'd be easy.
I'm gonna say this. I wouldn't see Bud going into Dallas Stadium to fight Spence. But I could see Thurman doing it. I'm gonna be real. I think Thurman would be like, hey, whatever, give him whatever he wants. Let's make the fight happen. You know what I'm saying? He would just be so happy to get this shit going. But Bud, and I need this. I need my minimum. We fighting the neutral. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. Well, like, listen, man. Everybody does make a good debate. I can't fucking hang my hat on the fact that Crawford deserves an absolute perfect cut, and it's good. Like I think Spence, based on fucking months and months of listening to everybody talk about Spence and Crawford, man, like. Yeah, Spence could get a cut. I'm fine with that. Fucking Dallas Stadium, whatever. As far as I'm concerned, Crawford, you've been fucking hijacked at Top Rank for so long. Although you are pound for pound, although you are fucking a monster, just get the fight done. Even you taking less in this situation is still you taking more than you've ever gotten in any other fight. So you have so much to gain, man.
Hey, that was you. I think I heard before I got on, you were saying you think that Spence is a little more hesitant to, not hesitant, but like the fight the fight Bud. You think?
Absolutely, man. I feel like people put out enough fucking product for me to get, and not to mention every fight I watch. There was a fight where, anyways, yes. Yeah, the answer is yes. I absolutely think Spence has, because look, this is how the psychology works, right? Spence knows that I'm going to face Garcia. I'm going to face Sean Porter. That's what I'm going to do. So he already has this mentality where, like, I'm set. I'm rich. I'm going to take on these fights, and I'll eventually get to you, motherfucker. I'll get to you. That being said, in that process, bro, I think there's plenty of fucking footage and interviews where I don't get the impression that Spence is excited to fight Terence Crawford. I
See,
feel like a lot of people. I feel the way Spence is acting. If I'm being honest with you, I felt the same way with Keith Thurman. I felt like Keith Thurman was confident about beating Sean Porter. I felt like Thurman was confident about beating Danny Garcia. Well, when Thurman went fucking MIA, Spence just took on that fucking path, and it's like it's all good. And then now that we're here, I'm so happy that fucking Errol Spence post fight was like, yeah, I'm gonna fight him. I have to say this because the pressure is on me. Not only am I gonna fight him, but I'm gonna take that belt too. Okay, cool. You finally said some shit that I can fucking feel good about. Because if I'm being honest, bro, I've been in this boxing game. Everything before that was like dismissive. I don't give a fuck if you're talking about the other side of the street. Although that might be a real thing, psychologically speaking, when I look at a fighter, hey, it felt good to dismiss Terence Crawford. It felt good. Like, and as far as I'm concerned, bro, now they both got to deal with each other. And I don't
see,
even give Crawford a pass, bro. I don't even
this,
give Crawford a pass.
this
He be
why
having interviews where I'm like,
I disagree with you at this aspect. When EJ got his belt from Kell Brooks in the ring in the interview, he said, "I'm gonna become undisputed at 147."
yeah,
And
he said
this was before Crawford got in the mix. You know what I'm saying? Then the interview came about the size of the street. EJ continued to say, I'm gonna get these belts over here, then I'm gonna fight Terence Crawford because it's the fights are easier to make. My thing is, as far as being hesitant to fight Crawford, like right now, I kind of feel like it's the other way around. Just going off what like Terence Crawford was saying, like he feel like EJ is trying to get like a retirement check and protect his zero just in case he lose. If it was me, I would do 50-50 or whatever it take to make this fight and rely on my skills. Well, basically, that's how Crawford being in this fight. That's how Crawford being with making this fight with EJ. That made me feel like he a little hesitant because he's doing exactly what he said EJ was doing.
yeah, and like I said, man, that I understand because there was a boiling point there where I felt like Crawford had a major edge. I felt like the boxing community was fucking feeling fairly confident that Spence is like not wanting to deal with Crawford, but Crawford, if you really look at it all along, has had the same energy about Spence that Spence had about Crawford, and I
Except
think
for now,
except
like
for now,
yeah,
yeah, man,
like when he
yeah, man.
beat Porter and he went to the ocean and stuff, I'm like, damn, that nigga Bud want to fight Spence. This shit gonna happen.
That's
But
what I'm
then,
saying, bro. Yeah,
but
yeah.
then when Spence beat Ugas, like Terence Crawford ain't really been, how like
What
in the
exactly, bro? And I'm
how
shocked
he
by
been
this,
in the
bro.
past, like how he been in the past
Yeah,
to where he like I want Spence, like he's saying he wants Spence, but right now I'm not saying that he don't want him. It's just it ain't been that same energy that he's been having over the years. That would make me feel like he a
maybe
little
they both
hesitant.
realize they're each other's match, man. Like for real. Because I remember a Crawford fight. I'm trying to remember which one, and they talked to him, and they're like, "Man, Spence didn't." They're talking to Crawford post fight, and they're like, "Spence didn't come to the fight," and he's like, "Who do y'all think's the number one welterweight?" So like, all that shit's cool, but it was passive. Neither of them have really fucking like talked that shit, bruh. Like, you could probably find your little interviews or whatever over the years, but neither of them have really talked that shit towards each other. And based on their fight game, I just feel like I just feel like Terence Crawford's more. I just feel like he's more of a fucking like a bad guy. Like I feel like he don't give a fuck. Like I feel like he's not worried about Spence. But what these Crawford fans are not admitting to is that the shit is fucking fairly equal. As far as I'm concerned, everybody could have their own opinion, but the shit is equal because every time it comes down to interviews and talking about it, they're both got about the same energy, bro. There's times where fucking Spence talks Crawford. There's times where Crawford talks Spence. But here we're all fucking waiting. We're all marinating on this fight, waiting any day now for a fucking. We're waiting for a fucking fight date any day now. And then I hear Crawford on Sean Porter. Yeah, I don't really need that fight. Yeah. He said after the fact that I'm gonna do it for the fans and whatever. But that wasn't the fucking energy I was looking for, bro. Like,
But
especially,
I
like,
don't know,
I
bro.
don't understand that, man. I don't understand that, man.
No, I read through the lines what he was saying though, because he really don't need the fight. Because if he retired right now, he would be in the Hall of Fame. He don't need the fight. So I understand what he was saying.
And
But
you know what? He's gonna go down as nice, bro. He's gonna go down as nice.
yeah, because he ain't had that.
But
I mean,
but
he
he ain't
haven't
got
had.
that
He
big
haven't had.
fucking fight.
Yeah, he ain't had that dance partner on his resume to where they said like, yeah,
But don't be telling me that. Not when I'm fucking debating in my mind for 4 fucking years whether or not you're gonna fight the fight I want you to fight, and then you tell me, yeah, I don't really need it. Yeah, bro, I feel you on that, but Spence is your fucking match, and you're Spence's match, and this is boxing, and it gets to a point to where I appreciate everybody on this panel because they know every fucking detail to every fucking thing. But as a boxing fan, you let that fight slip through your grasp, bro. Like, not good, man.
Look,
Not good. You got to make up
I
for that. You got to compensate for that. If you
I
don't get
think
spent, please go get fuck with Charlo, bro.
I think the fight gonna make. It's gonna happen. But if it didn't happen, bro, it'll be crazy because it will be fans for years debating on who ducked who and why the fight didn't make. Yeah, so I don't know. I think it's gonna happen, man. Like I say, Terence Crawford ain't gonna turn that money down. He know when that deadline is. And how I look at it is like trying to buy a car or something, or something. You gonna overprice yourself. You gonna overprice whatever to get a
man.
better offer.
And you know what? Just like you, bro, like I get on here and I talk my shit, but at the end of the day, I'm actually excited. I genuinely think they're going to announce it this weekend. I thought they were going to announce it 2 weeks back or maybe a week back. But I do think they're going to announce it. And bro, them if they do it right, if they do a face-to-face and a fucking a couple good press conferences, bro, I'm excited, man. Like I am excited. I wanna fucking, as like every boxing fan wants to do, bro. I wanna break it down. I wanna look at that shit and see who
it's gonna be major,
how that
bro.
goes. 2 dogs, man. I asked H Money, this was months back. I asked H Money, I was like, do you think it's gonna be boring? And he's like, hell no, bro.
Hell
Those are dogs.
Hell nah.
They're
For
dogs,
real.
bro. Neither of them motherfuckers want to lose. This is a special situation, bro.
The
like,
press conference.
And Crawford ain't turning shit down. And Crawford ain't outpricing shit. It's the biggest fight in boxing. And the fight will happen. You know what I mean? I got faith in Showtime Boxing, Steven Espinoza. I got faith in Errol Spence Jr., Al Heyman, Terence Crawford, and the PBC to make it happen. And the fight will happen.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's gonna happen, man. It might be already signed, bro. They just waiting on. It might be already signed. They just waiting on to announce.
It's gonna happen, dude. It's gonna happen, man. I think so too. I think they're gonna announce it this weekend, and I think them fucking press conferences are gonna be dope because the first one might. Yeah, man.
Hey, bro, it's nothing like watching 2 gladiators get up in that ring and you know what I mean, and leaving it all on the line. You feel me?
Hey, yeah. And I see Spence get chippy, bro. I've seen Spence get chippy.
Besides the
Remember?
boxing, bro, them two personalities, bro, the two
Yeah, man.
personalities sitting down talking to each other about who gonna win, that shit gonna sell the fight itself.
Hey, and like on this platform, bro, you got a lot of Spence fans, you got a lot of Crawford fans, you got some middle fans. Like when these two dudes end up in that press conference, both of them know that a lot of fucking people think that this fight is a 50-50 fight, man. And neither of them are trying to give an inch in their demeanor, bro. Fucking Spence got 3 belts, welterweight champion. Crawford's got the pedigree. Let's go, dude. Like, this is gonna be a good fucking fight right here, bro. It's different than even fights of the yesteryear, man. Like, it is, bro. Like, there's been a lot of mega fights. Fucking Sugar Ray Leonard, Marvin Hagler. That fight marinated and all that, but a lot of people looked at Ray Leonard and was like, he's just too slick for Hagler. You look at Tyson Fury and you look at fucking Deontay Wilder. Wilder got the power, but fucking Fury got all that boxing ability. So it's like, man, how's this gonna go? When it comes to Crawford and Spence, when it comes to Crawford and Spence, man, 800. You're talking two of the best of the fucking best at their division, man.
I can see this fight doing 800.
Yeah. I don't know how popular they are as far as like iconic, the way Mayweather and fucking Pacquiao were, blah blah blah. But as far as like the average boxing public and the hardcore, yeah, it's gonna do some good ass numbers, bro. It's gonna do some good numbers.
I think it's gonna be hard for it to crack 500. Actually, I think it's gonna be hard to crack 500.
I don't think.
Yeah,
so, bro.
but
it's gonna be good. I'm hesitant.
The other part of that, the other part of it, because it's not really a crossover fight, right? It's this really the same fan base, which is probably about 600,000 max.
Nah, bro.
Maybe 400,000. It might be 400,000 max, right? Like I think the built-in fan base is about 400,000 pay-per-views, and you may get some stragglers who are like who are just interested in the fight, but it doesn't really seem to be a casuals fight.
It's true. That's why I was kind of like saying that, like, you got your hardcores and you got your medium boxing fans. Yeah, bro. It's not like fucking.
Yeah, and what they have is dedicated fan bases, right? Like that's what these two fighters have, but it's the same fan base, so it's not like a crossover fan base. You can't really combine two fan bases and get like more pay-per-views. So, but the thing about it though, if it's on Showtime, real fast.
I don't think it's the same fan base.
Yeah, but it is though. Just let me finish though. The Showtime gives you 90 cents on the dollar for a pay-per-view. So even if it is 400,000, that's fucking damn near $40 million. Like that's nothing to sneeze at. But so anyway,
it's good.
Yeah, it still winds up being good. But to get back to what you're saying, John, about it's not being the same audience, what I'm saying is it's not Canelo's fan base, it's not Loma's fan base, it's not AJ's fan base, it's not any of like whoever fighter you think has a dedicated fan base. It is either they're sharing that fan base, but they're not like combining it. It's not like two different fan base. Like if Spence were to be fighting somebody like Virgil Ortiz or Canelo or Loma, like those are two different fan bases, and they combine to make a crossover pay-per-view.
Yeah, and Mayweather talks about this is like when he fought certain opponents, he's got a country behind him. Like this is based on fan base.
They have two different groups of people they have two different groups of people that are their dedicated fans.
That's right.
Like even like everyone who fucking talks shit about goddamn if you're a Bud fan, he talks shit about Errol. You've still seen all of his fights really for the last like 5 years.
Right.
And the same thing goes for all the Errol.
That's why I disagree with you, because it's a lot of Bud fans that had to go watch EJ fight. It's a lot of EJ fans that had to go watch Bud fights.
Yeah, I don't agree with that thing. There may be some, but a lot. No. I don't even think it's approaching anywhere near a significant amount of people. Like,
and what does that mean? Like viewership, like on
Yeah, I'm talking about the dedicated fans, and like the guys that watch fucking Bud. If they have to go watch Errol Spence fights, I would say that they're not actually dedicated fans of Bud. What you're talking about is some casual that's seen Bud fight once. There's no guy that's following Bud that never seen Errol fight. Like that don't make any sense. Like,
if I can just say this, I'm not saying I'm right about this, but
like they've been literally talking about them fighting for the last 4 years. So for the last 4 years, if you haven't peeked the goddamn Errol Spence fight, then I would question whether or not you're actually a Bud fan.
Well, yeah, and I would say that the guys who watch Crawford and the guys who watch Spence, they both cross over. Like they both be watching each other. I don't think there's Crawford fans that don't tune into Spence, and I don't think there's Spence fans that don't tune into Crawford. I feel like they're anonymous with each other in a lot of ways, if that matters at all.
That's a homogenous fan base. Like it's not this is not the Canelo fan base that's watching these guys.
Right, like a strong Mexican culture that just fucking loves this dude the way the Philippines just love Manny. I feel you.
It's not that there's not Canelo fans that like all kind of fighters that like Spence and like Bud. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just talking about their core fans, not like crossover guys that just like watch everybody. I'm saying like the hardcore Bud fans are the dedicated Bud fans are also Spence fans. Spence fans to the extent that they watch his fights.
Like the way I see it is if the hardcores are really on board and ESPN's on board and the community's on board, it bleeds over to your fucking, casual, and they kind of tread over. And it depends how hot you are for that to happen. Like there was knockouts matter. When Mike Tyson was hot, that mattered because Mike Tyson was such a fucking I'm not trying to lose our script, guys. I'm not trying to lose our script. I'm just saying that between Crawford and Spence, your average fucking Joe kind of knows about him and doesn't really care. To where the medium as well as the hardcore really cares. But I don't know that either of them have that fucking star fucking power to where I gotta watch a fucking Errol Spence fight. I really gotta watch an Errol Spence fight. Like good boxing fans fucking appreciate and understand what we got in Errol Spence, but the average public ain't looking at it like, man, I gotta see an Errol Spence fight. And I'm not sure. I feel like it's kind of similar with Crawford even too. Absolutely. Pretty much the same. So I'm with Smoke as far as the pay-per-views being good, but I don't know about it being great. It's a great fight if you know the sport of boxing.
Bro,
So when I say crossover, I don't mean crossover from into the mainstream so they get bigger profiles. That's not what I mean by crossover. I mean two separate fan bases coming together to make a big fight. Like Manny Pacquiao and fucking and Floyd, or Floyd and Conor McGregor, right? Those are two totally different fucking fan bases.
I just think
when they come together, that's what I mean. I don't mean you, John. Hey, John. I'm not actually referring to you right now. There's a guy in the chat, Frank, who's asking a question. How do they cross over? I'm not talking about becoming more popular. Like crossing over into the mainstream, that's not what I mean by crossover. Yeah, but go ahead, John. Sorry, you were saying.
No, I just think this fight is going. I mean, as far as in the U.S., I know. I just feel like word of mouth. Even the people that don't know, I think the casual fans are going to talk about this. They've been talking about it so long, but when that fight actually get made,
it's going to bleed over.
I think word of mouth just gonna promote this fight bigger. I just that's what I believe.
Yeah, Triple G and Canelo. That's with two different fan bases, so you get a crossover pay-per-view.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Well, I kind of want to fall back on naturally when Mayweather fucking fought Marquez, he fought a Mexican fan base. There's certain fan bases that you can face. And it's a guaranteed big money fight. like Puerto Rico versus American fighters, shit like this, bro. And to me, I guess what I'm getting at is I'm just curious how it goes with two American fighters who are also two black fighters. How big is this fight gonna really be? Because a lot of our biggest fights are based on countries and like shit like that.
But hey,
Like
I can't
stoppages
speak
are
for
one
like
thing, but
others.
like for real casuals, like knockouts. Like what Bud gets, what Bud and Errol get are stoppages.
Yes,
What casuals
sir.
like
Yes, sir.
is fucking separating from your senses. They want to see somebody get fucked up, not somebody like being covered up and the ref raise it off. Like that's not casual. Not going to tune in for that shit, and that's what you're going to get from these guys, like busted eyes and shit.
Yeah, I can't speak. Like I can't speak for the other states, but I know like in Texas, EJ got a big Hispanic, fan base. I can't speak for the other states, but I know in Texas, like, and then like,
I mean,
how Jerry,
he does,
Jerry
but his
promotes.
If you were to take 100% of his fan, if you were to take, go ahead, bro.
It
Go ahead. Finish.
It probably be around 20% diversity. As I mean, I'm gonna say
right. So if even if you were to take 100% of his fan base, forget about the demographic breakdown within it or the ethnic breakdown within his fan base. If you were to take 100% of his fans, it's not that big a fan base.
Who's real quick, Smoke? What side are you talking about? Whose fans? I'm sorry.
Either one, really. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. We're talking about Errol Spence right there. We're just talking about Errol Spence right there.
Yeah.
He's
got Dallas on his back. He's got Dallas on his back.
He got
That's nice,
Jerry
but
Jones,
it's not.
bro. He
can have all of Texas on his
not-
back. He can have all of Texas on his back. That's not gonna move the
Jerry
needle.
Jones promotes
really
that.
when it.
He promotes.
Yeah, I digress. Texas on his back, but like Smoke said, Texas is not
Exactly. Texas is
America. Texas is not worldwide, bro.
No, it ain't.
It's not like Errol is out there doing like 400,000 pay-per-views by himself.
He ain't.
No, he's not, and that's why this fight's gonna be nice.
I mean, even to the extent that he did do 400,000, right? It was against guys with Mikey Garcia, like I'm saying, like a crossover fan base.
Yep. It's a fucking luxury fight that we all know is very important and very good, but it's not necessarily a fucking iconic.
Yeah. No, we talk about the prestige of it all, Jerry Jones and Jerry World and people showing all that other stuff. But when you look at the numbers being done and actually the difficulty in making the fight, you start to see what the issue is, right? The issue is there's not really they really are living out of the same fucking fan base. For the most part, like they may have a few stragglers here and there, but they don't really constitute a significant enough number.
Spence's fan base seems a little fatter, but I wouldn't say like miles ahead. But it's a little fatter because of Texas. But same. It's all insane. It's all the same. Yeah.
Like there's a reason why Porter, Porter's a bigger fucking pay-per-view number than Postal, right?
Right.
And even still, that's like that was reportedly like around 300.
Well, dude, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this: Do we have too high of an expectation? Have we been around so many iconic fighters in the past that we expect our guys to be those guys? Is that too high of an expectation?
I don't have. That's not me. No.
Or
I mean, I hear
are
people
these
have
guys
unreasonable expectations. I don't know about high, but they're unreasonable as fuck. Like people don't actually think of these guys as like human beings.
Sugar Ray Leonard was marketable as a motherfucker. When Mike Tyson came in off the Olympics and was doing what he was doing, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, fucking RC Cola, all of them are the same soda. All of them fucking hired him. Like there are certain guys that just get that fucking superstar fucking push. And I think Spence has a leg up on Crawford, but I don't think either of them are really.
That's a different world. That's literally a different world. Those are like that. You can't even really match.
Floyd did it too. Manny did it too.
Not really. Floyd didn't. Like Floyd had like a luxury watch brand throwing money at him. That's
like
about it. He didn't have
Floyd's way was his way. Like he kind of fucking beat the system.
Yeah,
he wasn't. Yeah, that's true.
He was mixtape J Prince, Al Heyman. Yeah, and also he had he grew up in he had an era. He was lucky enough to have dance partners with their own fan bases that were different from his, so he could fight the Oscar De La Hoyas, and like it wasn't just about goddamn Diego Corrales's and like Arturo Gatti.
Yeah, because when we're talking Spence, we're talking about, but he got the belt. When we're talking Spence, we're talking he got the belt. When we're talking Spence, we're talking about he did fight the top 3 welterweights, but these weren't exactly like fucking like these weren't heavy fights. Like maybe just boxing in itself is a little weak.
Some of them had no, like Ugas has no fan base.
Yeah, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just kind of in that.
Joe Brook had a fan base, but it's like it's in the UK. And so it's cool. Like I'm not shitting on the UK. It's just that they don't account for any of the US pay-per-views, and the UK doesn't really do pay-per-views if their fighter isn't involved, right? Like most of the pay-per-views in the UK have some kind of UK like connection.
Like sometimes I think boxing's hot, and then sometimes I think it's cold. Really?
Well, I mean, it's just this particular fight. This particular fight has to do with two of the most dangerous, the 2 best fighters in the division are now facing one another, right? And one guy is a walking Hall of Famer. One guy, the other guy, we expect to be in the Hall of Fame, and they're both undefeated, both coming off knockout victories. It's for undisputed, all the marbles, and history tells us that given all of those things being true, this should be a big fight. The problem is the current fucking landscape isn't as big as it like historically would be. Right now,
okay, cool,
it's like,
man. Yeah, man, you helped me a lot there. No, that's very well said. That's how I feel about it in a way.
Yeah, now it is because the way, like, coming off the pandemic, what the fuck happened during the pandemic? People moved from broadcast television to streaming. Like most people did, and broadcast television is all fucking fucked.
We got UFC out here. We got fucking circus fights going on out here. It's hurting.
Netflix made a killing. Amazon Prime made a killing. Like all those streaming services, people like there was no sports going on. Everybody just like dumped their fucking TV watching and went to fucking streaming. Now sports are trying to come back, but people are still on the streaming shit. So what we've seen already is that the NFL has Thursday night football on fucking Amazon. Right?
I feel like I don't feel like
let me finish this up and you can jump right in this thing. I think that boxing specifically is going to have to figure out this shift in the way that people consume fucking content. Right, I don't understand why they're not taking advantage of YouTube.
Bro.
Right, I don't know why they're not doing shit like that. And as a crossover measure, these stop gaps. But it seems like the sport is like bleeding fucking money and opportunity, and guys aren't getting fucking dates. So they should figure this thing out. But go ahead. But it's definitely affecting this fight. The fact that these two guys are like who they are and the way that the sport is and the way that the viewing public is right now, it's like a perfect storm for this fight not meeting the fighter's financial expectations, maybe. Especially if one fighter's used to a different business model.
No, and you articulated that beautifully. You pretty much said what I was going to say. And it's just interesting. I just feel like you push back 20 years, and whether this is a good point or not, I'm just fucking saying it. Like, you push back 10 years, 20 years, the thirst for the competitive fucking boxing match, the desire for a big fight, like, a lot of people are not aware of these, a lot of people are not aware of how big this fight is and how much it really means to the sport. Like, as far as looking back, like, this falls right in line, man. This is as good as any fucking fight. This is as good as any fucking great fight that we look back on. Spence Crawford. But the desire, like you were saying, man, like, the fucking desire of the public's not really there as much. in some aspects. So it's just kind of a trip because then we start talking about who deserves more, and quite frankly, that argument has to happen regardless, bro. Like, no matter what the landscape is, whoever deserves more, all that fucking politics, that's gonna go down how it goes down. That being said, it's so crazy to me because I know the sport of boxing not that great, but I can go back 30 years. I know all the big fights. Crawford Spence, stylistically, what it means to the sport, how it's a fucking undisputed, I was going to say unification, but no, undisputed fight. What it means to the sport, and I feel like with
in a glamour division,
in a glamour division, you got two black fighters in America, and I don't think the average public neither knows or gives a shit. And it's because this kind of rolls over to like a social problem in today's society to where we have so much satisfaction, man. Fuck, let me watch fucking Jake Paul. Let me watch this UFC bout. Let me fucking watch it. Nobody, like, the desire outside of us hardcores and us medium boxers, I don't think the desire for boxing is what it used to be 20 years ago. I think people gave a fuck a little bit more 20 years ago, bro. That's not that long ago. I'm talking fucking year 2000, bro. HBO, like, people got excited. Hey, we got to fucking fight. Like, I feel like people still are excited, but there's a fuck, man. I don't even know how to articulate it, but it's like the landscape has fucking changed. Like, this could be even a bigger fight, but not so much. Not so much.
Yeah,
it might be down to fucking Floyd Mayweather. It might be better than that, but I don't know that it's that much bigger than that in today's fucking world.
The two biggest pay-per-views in history, right, have been at welterweight. But they've been the one guy, right? It's been Floyd Mayweather. This is really the first big fight, the big fight of significance at welterweight since Floyd. Right? Like, we had Manny and Thurman, which was pretty big, but it was like, this is for all the marbles. We haven't had a welterweight fucking undisputed since goddamn Corey Spinks, Zab Judah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's true.
And that was not a big fight, just FYI. Like, that fight was like, it was all right, but again, that's what happens when you like both guys have the same fucking fan base.
And is this maybe the issue, that the promotional companies giving the fighters what they deserve in yesteryear? Like, in yesteryear, I'll give you this amount of money because I know fucking everybody's going to tune in. They're going to buy pay-per-views. All that's good. But nowadays, with everybody stealing and streaming, hey, fuck it, bro. I stream too. I'm not above it.
Also,
like, whatever. But money's being. How do you pay these fighters in a landscape where everybody has instant gratification? That's my point in a nutshell.
Well, here's my issue. If these guys are self-promoted and they understand the business and they've got to this place in their careers, how come they don't have more agency and more acumen and getting these fights fucking made and like surfing the new fucking landscape? Like, why aren't they nimble enough to be able to like have a fight on fucking Amazon Prime? Why are we only still talking about fucking Showtime? Like, Demetrius Johnson, exactly, like Mighty Mouse is fighting on fucking Amazon. I don't know how many goddamn subscribers worldwide YouTube has. Probably 1 billion motherfuckers are on YouTube. Like, this is the biggest goddamn platform. I don't understand. Maybe there's something on the back end. I can ask my kid. Like, maybe the signal is easier to fucking hack or something than the cable signal. But all these goddamn fights are streamed anyway. So what's the issue?
Yes, and I will comment on that. But falling back on what I said before, if the promotional companies have to match what you're worth, clearly Spence, because of what he has value. Crawford, because of who he is, has value. if they have to fucking match that, but you're in a landscape where people kind of care, that's kind of seems to me to be a bit of a fucking problem. Like,
here's the thing. I was watching, and shout out to Black and Brown, and I can't remember who he was debating on the whether or not. I think it was Just Do, or maybe it was Gabe. No, it was Gabe. That's what it was. It was G5. On whether or not Canelo gets too much criticism. And the thing they didn't bring up, and this is the thing I criticize him for, is this idea that he's the face of boxing. And what his, like, one of the things about him being the face of boxing, people like they don't hold him to task over the way boxing is being promoted, and like the lack of luster in the big fights and all that, lack of spectacle. Like the previous faces of boxing, right? Oscar De La Hoya, and before that, and then Floyd. Before that, even like Sugar Ray Robinson, Muhammad Ali, like whoever was the fucking face at one point, Mike Tyson. Their fights were goddamn must be, like they were the hot ticket. You had to know what the fuck happened that Saturday night on Monday if you were going to be part of the in crowd, right? Like that was the fucking that was just the deal. But now it seems like Canelo is willing to abdicate his responsibility as the boxing to goddamn Oscar Eddie Hearn and whoever promoter is out there. Like Canelo is supposed to be a self-promoted guy, right? Terence Crawford is supposed to be a self-promoted guy. Errol Spence is supposed to be a self-promoted guy. Why are we still hearing about goddamn Tom Brown and Eddie Hearn and goddamn Oscar De La Hoya if you guys are the veterans in the game promoting yourself, and one guy is supposed to be the face of the entire fucking sport? Like, what are we doing here?
Hey, man. And I completely agree. Like, I gotta be careful because I don't want to ask for too much. I do realize boxing's a business. It's boxing. You gotta stay in your lane. I fucking get that. But, like, in all fucking aspects, I feel like there's so much more promoting that could be done. Don't get me wrong. The Twitter shit talking is fucking what it is. You got a fucking 30 videos a day on YouTube based on what some asshole said on Twitter. Cool. But, like, a lot of this, like for me, like you brought up Canelo, right? When a Canelo fight happens, I get that Mayweather energy where it's like, I don't care who he's fighting. When a Canelo fights, people tune in. That's cool and everything. But in reality, hey, bro, I don't know Canelo outside the ring. He doesn't fucking appeal to me as a boxing fan. I don't know that I know him outside the ring at all. And I think that's abundant upon these fighters once they get to a certain level to fucking... For you to attach yourself to the community, attach yourself to your fan base, like beyond just the fight game, bro. Like we used to attach ourselves to. Yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I feel like even like him leaving Oscar, his thing, like that Bivol fight was a dangerous fight, and go in the lead up to the fight. I'm just going like, where's the promotion for this thing? Like if I'm the promoter, I would be marketing goddamn Bivol as the second coming of Ivan Drago, right? Dude, like I would be like doing all of this shit, and nobody. Not only was nobody like tripping off of it going into it, unless you're a hardcore fan, he got his ass whooped, and nobody was tripping off of it coming out. It's like it didn't fucking happen. I'm like that would never be like there would never be like under Oscar's watch, under Oscar's stewardship of Canelo's career, you would never have a fight of his that wasn't on everybody's goddamn radar.
Beautiful point, bro. Beautiful point. I say that to say this. You know why I knew Bivol was going to be a good comp? Because I genuinely watch the sport of boxing. I know Bivol's a problem. I watch him fight. But as far as the promotion goes, if you're sitting around next to your boys and they don't watch boxing like that, bro, I watched the Bivol Canelo pay-per-view. I was with random casuals who kind of watch boxing. Everybody was just like, Canelo's gonna slaughter that dude. I've never heard of that dude. My brother be telling me, I never heard of that dude. Fuck, man. Bivol can fight. He's like a good fighter. Where's the promotion, bro? And a lot of these fights, man. A lot of these fights. I don't know. I don't know. Like, here you got Bivol beating Canelo handedly. Obviously a very good fighter, and nobody fucking knew him. So,
to me, this is a position that only the face of boxing could fucking fulfill. You have to be on your fucking toes as a businessman, and you have to be at the top of your game as a fighter. Then you have this obligation. Like, guys want all the glory and none of the goddamn responsibility, and it's annoying as fuck. Like, it's like,
I know, man, and I feel like getting after it's important though. Like, I feel like talking about this kind of shit's important because we kind of accept narratives after a while. I heard somebody earlier be like, you know, Thurman doesn't have to take this fight because that might hurt his career, and Ortiz doesn't have to take this fight because that might hurt his career. Bro, this is boxing though. Are we at the point to where like we're completely justifying like the smartest moves at all times? Like, not every fight's a mega fight. I want to see fights happen. Like, to me, that shows me that the sport is suffering, bro. To where every fight's got to be a fucking $15 million fighter or else, and we got to sit around and argue about it. Like, that bothers me.
It's because all those dudes got backed the fuck up. Like, the sport died for the better part of a year, and then like all sports and then it was still on like life support and bubbles and shit with like limited goddamn audience and all this shit, and all those big ticket guys just sat out. They basically got locked out. They got locked out of the sport.
They did, and that's fair, man. I do agree.
The world is just coming fucking back, and the big guys have been able to mix it up a little bit. Like, but really, like, the boxing hasn't been able to afford these guys.
But am I wrong by saying that back in the day, like, not that back in the day is so much better. There's pros and cons with everything. I understand this, but like, there were big fights to be made that weren't necessarily like the biggest fight to make, and there was a lot of fights like that back then, bro.
Yeah, I mean, there were, and there still are even today. It's just that we look at the sport about like, and it is part of the canary in the coal mine is this fight, this Spence and Bud fight, because there's all of these different kinds of market forces and politics and all this shit behind it. So it's like an interesting test study. But really, like, I'm still confident that the fight's going to happen. It's going to be done by Showtime and all this stuff, right? But I'm just going off of the reports and just kind of, you know, letting my imagination go a little bit based on the reports. And the reports could be totally fucking false. But it does to me raise an interesting question as to like why are these guys so beholden to a crumbling fucking infrastructure? Like, they talk
what
about.
I'm kind of getting at. That's the root. That's a heart of my argument, is that the infrastructure's weird because the dynamic has changed. Don't get me wrong. I think Tank Davis is a fucking amazing fighter, dude. I think he's a star, bro. But at the same time, we love guiding his career. And then Virgil Ortiz, we love guiding his career. But if he takes this fight, this will happen. Hey, bro, what happened to just fucking matching them up?
You know what happened to it. You know what happened. It's all politics. You have to understand the politics of boxing in order to get it. Like, if you're a fight fan, like, and that's the thing. That's one of the drawbacks about being a hardcore fan. That is it like a junkie for every detail.
Yeah, that's true too, bro. I'm all about it, bro. I can't deny that.
When you were just more like a casual and just dipping in, you just wanted to be entertained by a fight. You didn't even know who the fuck was fighting. It was just like a knockout, or somebody would say something crazy in a fucking interview, and it was just like a novelty kind of thing, right? But once you get into it, you start having you have desires, you have preferences, and once you start having preferences, then you have to understand why your needs aren't getting met. Are you a walk around bitter and goddamn pissed off the whole time, right? And even if you learn about all the fucking issues, you may still be fucking bitter about the whole thing, but. Just to, when it comes to like the Virgil thing, man, Golden Boy is hurting right now. They have no goddamn, for the first time, since their inception, they have zero goddamn champions.
They can't throw the boy in there with anybody because it hurts their brand.
Yeah, they can't.
And that's the
Exactly.
infrastructure conversation. It's the foundation conversation. So I get
Correct.
it. You're right
Exactly.
about
They
that.
have they got it. They have a contract with the zone. I'm sure that contract has something to do with like championship fights. And they have no champions, and they can't risk any of their new talent.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Which is kind of a shame because we take some blows, but at the same time, yeah, we do get some good fights, bro. Like very, very possibly we get Crawford Spence very soon. We got
Every single
Wilder.
promotion.
Yeah,
Every single promotion gives us good fights. Matchroom gives us good fights. The Queensberry gives us good fights. Fucking Top Rank gives us good fights. PBC gives us good fights. That's not like, to me, it's not the talent and it's not the promotional organization that's really the issue. Right now, it's the broadcasting. That seems to be the murky thing. The fact that Fox got out of boxing and DAZN pulled back the reins on this shit just squeeze the amount of dates and it's just the distribution networks are now all fucked up for the sport.
Yeah, and like I've talked to my brother about this. This is way left field, bro, but like in a perfect world, hypothetically in a perfect world, I wouldn't mind boxing. It's interesting though, because what I love about boxing is the outside bullshit. I love the drama. I love the politics. I love that shit. But in the same breath, it would be kind of dope if it operated similar to like the NFL, bro. Like where you just got to face who's coming up. The fucking money's there. This is part of the game. Just completely forget that you get to make all these different stipulations. Just forget that. And you're part of a system that operates like the NFL where you're going to face the next guy coming. Yeah, we think that because in boxing we have mandatories and shit like that, but we all know in boxing people can dip around those situations. They can take this fight, they can take that fight. And sometimes, man, it would be nice to have that consistency where I fucking knew that the best fights were going to happen, you know? But it'll never happen. That's the beauty of boxing as well as the downfall of boxing. To me, like part of me really likes the fact that these guys can be their own bosses and dictate their careers and do what they want to do. That's fucking fun. It's fun to talk about. But how many fights have we missed because of this kind of shit, bro? Like if you were part of a fucking franchise system where once you lock in and they pay you a certain amount, you're in, man. You're in the tournament. Like, let's see how great you are. And that would be kind of dope. And it's interesting because potentially it goes that way because some people think boxing's dying. Personally, I think it's just going to carry on. I think it's just going to carry on, man. The way it is. Different fucking corporations running, like, you know, you got DAZN, you got Golden Boy, you got Al Heyman, you got Mayweather Promotions. Like, they're just going to build them fighters up and put them into the fire as they see fit. But we don't always get the fights we want to see because of that, too. Everybody can duck and dodge and do what they want to do.
Yeah. Y'all still complaining about motherfuckers ducking and dodging? That's part of boxing, though. It's never gonna stop.
It's never gonna stop. But if
they even say boxing's been dying since forever, every damn decade, boxing's been dying, still here.
It's the same fucking way, man, and it's good in some ways and painful in other ways.
As a guy, man, when I first got into the sport, it was all on broadcast television. Like nobody had to pay. It was just like how you watch baseball or football or basketball. They didn't ask you to pay for the shit. And cable wasn't like really even a thing. You should see this shit on Channel 7, you see it on Channel 5. And everybody fucking tuned in. Also, there was only 13 goddamn stations working too. So There's that part of it. It had that working going for it. But yeah, since advent of cable television, boxing changed with that. And even before television, but before my day, right? Like there was a radio and then television, and like it was, you'd listen to it on the radio and you'd go see the films like at the movie theater, like after the fight, kind of shit. And that's how you made fucking money. And that's how people saw experience the sport. Now it's just, I think people are just starting to use devices to view their shit, and the sport just it's still on that fucking old ass cable model now, and like nobody's really fucking with cable like that.
Sure.
Like, HBO's out of the fucking sport. ESPN still has boxing, but it's 100% Top Rank. It's not boxing in general. It's only Top Rank. And then you got Steven Espinosa's pet project. HBO, the only sports they have is goddamn Hard Knocks.
Yeah, that's true. That's the only thing sport-wise they put out at all. Nah, man, sometimes I feel like boxing pulls a wool over our eyes, and then in a lot of ways you got to be appreciative of what boxing has done. Bro, we've gotten a lot of good fights in the last few years, and I understand that. I do, but it's kind of a shame that fuck, bro. I just want to see Spence and Crawford. If it don't happen, bro, I'm gonna continue feeling how I feel. If it happens, I'm a happy person. Because I don't see why not. This is a sport, right?
There's plenty of big fights besides Spence and Crawford. So
I'm saying I still like those guys in other fights. Like, not only is this fight not the end all and be all for the sport, it's not. I don't even think it's the end all and be all for these two guys. It might be for a lot of fans. They may want it so bad that they just go, a pox on both houses and all this shit. There's even a few fans that are talking about maybe boycotting the sport. But I feel like the people who are talking about boycotting the sport aren't really fans anyway. They're probably fans of MMA or some shit like that.
But both guys drained the welterweight division. Spence beat everybody that matters. Crawford beat everybody that matters.
There's always going to be somebody else.
We're at a tipping point. We're at a tipping point
where always going to be new fighters in divisions.
Undisputed
matters. Going to be a new
star
at the Spence and Crawford. They only got like 5 more years of relevance in boxing.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. Crawford decided to go fight Boots. That's fucking awesome. Even if Crawford fucking got a Thurman fight, even if Spence got a Thurman fight, that's cool.
Crawford said he just came out and said he'd fight Boots. He stayed at 147. Even if he want to fight Charlo, he want to fight Charlo and come back down to 147 and fight Boots. So I don't see the problem with that. Those is big fights. To me, I'm like, shit. I mean, the shit don't matter. It's always a new fight. You know what I'm saying? One fight don't make boxing at all. And then the best fights happen when people don't expect it. It ain't great legendary fights happen because what took place in the ring, not because of the promotion that took place beforehand or the hype beforehand. All the hype should never live up to the hype.
You did, man. You create part of it. That's part of the whole thing is when the fight does live up to the hype. I'm talking about from the fight of the century all the way to Jack Johnson, Jim Jeffries.
When was the last time a fight led up to the hype?
The last time a big fight that lived up to the hype, I would probably right off the top of my head, it was Hagler Hearns. That was totally hyped up, and there was bad blood throughout the whole thing, and it was also fireworks in the ring once it happened. That's all. You
guys could call me crazy, but
hold up, I'm not done because actually. I thought fucking, and this is gonna be a funny one. I thought Mayweather fucking McGregor lived up to the hype. I thought that was a great one.
As far as entertainment,
absolutely, that was one of the funniest fucking hype fights, and it totally lived up to it.
As far as satisfaction goes, bro.
Yeah,
Smoke said a cool one. Smoke said a cool one. As far as satisfaction goes, you guys could call me crazy, but the hype and the hysteria around Deontay Wilder and his claims and all that, and then Fury, I felt like that was a good fight for boxing too, because you really did have a lot of bad blood boiling,
especially the third one.
And
the third one, definitely,
yeah.
Wilder and Fury 3,
yeah, bro.
That's not a bad one. That's not a bad one.
I've been watching boxing for 20 years. I salivated for that motherfucker right there.
And it definitely lived up to it. That was fight of the year. Straight up.
That wasn't like $1 million paid mega fight, like $1 million buys mega fight though.
Well, that's what we're talking about, the way that people are moving away. It was
nobody knew the third fight was going to be as good as it was coming from that second fight.
But we're talking about what the build up living up to the fight. I thought fucking Mayweather, Oscar, also the build up lived up to the fight. That was a huge build up. That also lived up.
That was a good build up. Yeah. Ironically, Mayweather and McGregor was a fucking build up in some weird way, but it was
a great. That's one of the best build ups ever. Like, forget.
I will tell you, Smoke.
It was a weird ass build up.
It's cringe as fuck, but
it was totally cringe. Like, not in the band, but listen, you had jokes going back and forth. You had money being thrown in the air. You had flags being dispatched. You were weaseling like still iconic moments. Like
you had boxing and UFC. You had fucking redneck beer drinking UFC fans.
From that, straight up to this day, Steven Espinoza is still called a weasel
because of that shit. Yeah,
because that fucking build up. Yeah, right. So, Conor McGregor used that fucking thing to sell his goddamn whiskey. Right, to promote his whiskey that he sold for $175 million. Anyway, those guys built the fuck out of that thing. That was an excellent fucking build up, and I thought the fight lived up to it. Also, like, people were actually like, Conor McGregor got his off. The UFC people went crazy. It felt like he did well, and then he just got knocked the fuck out, like everybody thought. I thought it's fine. And you're talking to a person who paid like $100 for that fucking fight.
So you better than me, because I ain't paid shit for that fight. But see, I'm glad you got your money's worth from the McGregor.
Oh yeah, the family sat around. But you have to understand, like, they're a family of 5 going to the movies with, like, 3 kids and teenagers and and younger than teenage, or 2 teenagers, sorry, and 1 younger than teenage. Yeah, like, going to the movies was like $140.
I'll say it was better than I expected. It was a more entertaining event than I expected.
That shit was fucking. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's
I was like, I was not into that shit at all, but I still watch the shit because it's Mayweather and McGregor. You gotta watch it.
Yeah, exactly, man. Come on, man. That's
I was like, I'm not about to sanction this buffoonery.
Yeah, you are gonna sanction it. You just not gonna pay for it.
Right, I'm gonna take a peek.
It's official. It doesn't need anyone's sanction. It speaks for itself.
That don't mean I got to sanction it.
No, you did sanction it. You said, of course, I'm going to watch it. It's Floyd, May, and Conor. That's the sanction right there.
It's like a train wreck. Okay, it's like a train wreck you can't turn away from.
Oh, dude, no.
So I had to see what happened.
Yeah, well, like that. I was yeah. So Floyd was like the Floyd Berto fight. I was just sort of bored. I was over it. I was waiting for him to go.
That's because that fight happened like 3 years too late.
Well, it's just kind of,
Berto was past it. Floyd was past it.
Yeah.
No point to it. He was like, who cares at this point? I mean, that was just to get Berto payday. I guess they had some kind of personal beef. And Floyd wanted to punch him in the face. So that's why they had to fight. That was like the only.
Yeah, and the UFC had just been fucking jocking boxing for so long and for so hard. That whole like Ronda Rousey could beat Floyd shit. It's just like, man, Anyway, so then when they brought Conor out,
that's what led to the McGregor fight, though, because he's like,
yeah,
we're gonna use
exactly,
the name to promote Ronda Rousey.
I mean, excellent, and that's what I'm saying. It was excellent
McGregor said,
marketing.
"Shit, I'm gonna do this shit too. I'm gonna see if I can bullshit my way into a Mayweather fight," and he did.
Yeah, he did. Not only that, but I'm saying like that build up was iconic. The build up for fucking
You know what that remind? You know what that whole McGregor and Mayweather remind me of? There's show you that movies are based on realities. It's a movie in the '90s that came out with Damon Wayans. It's called The Great White Hype.
Oh yeah,
it's about the guy was Irish too. That's what made it even funnier. So they
he wasn't Irish. He was just white. They said because he was white,
they was Irish, though, but they marketed him like he was Irish.
You're gonna kiss the donkey.
Right, that movie
He's
was funny.
afraid of
I gotta find that movie because I see that.
Yeah,
shit.
it's on like I can. That shit's on demand right now. Let's see. I can tell you who's. I can tell you which network has it. Hold on.
That whole movie is exactly how that McGregor and Floyd shit played out.
It's how a lot of shit plays out. That's why I fucking like it. I quote that shit all the time, but no one like really gets it. Let's see. Hold up. The Great White Hype.
Hey guys, I'm getting out of here. It was great talking to you.
All right, man. Take it easy.
All right.
Okay, hold on. My shit is. I think I got watch options. I got it on 20th Century, and I got it on Stars. Yeah, it's on two different networks. I love it, and I love you. Kiss my Rolls Royce bloated.
Yeah, that was a funny ass movie. Right? They did
Rolls Royce driving bloated ass. That shit's yeah.
But that shit's crazy how close the McGregor shit was to that shit. Because it was some bullshit just like that movie. It was the same movie.
He beat you in the amateurs, huh? Yeah, we can do it that. Jeff Goldblum's character too. And I don't like what you do with Girl Scouts. You're a bad guy.
Jamie Foxx was in that movie too. That shit crazy, though. Before he was like a nigga.
What did you say?
I said Jamie Foxx was in that movie too.
Oh yeah. Will you? It's a brome. A broham. I still don't know what fucking Cadillac, which one they're talking about.
It's a Brom. It's made by Cadillac, but it's called a Brom. It's a Broham, but it's called Brom.
Yeah, no, it's a Brom. Yeah. Yeah, I just don't know what model they're talking about.
I don't even know what the shit look like. I just know.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a coupe one, a really fucking long one, but that was back in the fucking 70s. I don't know. I thought they stopped making them shit a long time ago.
But that's like one of them jokes that nobody understand in today's time. Somebody watched that movie for the first time today, they wouldn't even understand that shit.
The Grinch that stole blackness. That shit. Cheech was in that shit. Yeah, you trying to embarrass me on TV? Say that all the time. That's another one of my faves from that movie. Yeah. Anyway, good flick. If you haven't checked it out, Samuel Jackson, Peter Berg, Damon Wayans, Cheech Marin, Colin. What the hell was that? I think Bergman is his name. He's in Major League and LA Law. I think it's Colin Bergman is his name. Who else? Was that Vanity? I think Vanity is in that.
She is? I don't remember. I ain't seen this shit in a minute, so I don't know.
She was the secretary that moved her way up and told them about the White Hive, beat him in the amateurs. Yeah. Anywho, let's see what the chat's talking about. Let's scroll on up. Fucking IOTV. All right, let's see. Let's see. Oscar said, okay, troll shit. I didn't watch Comey and Pedraza. Well, you missed a good one. Crawford and Spence can't promote themselves. They didn't have a big enough platform. Yeah, to a certain extent. Yeah. Floyd was black and old Cinco de Mayo. Yeah. Well, I mean, several fighters did. He called it May Day. You know, Mayweather. He liked to fight the first weekend of May. Definitely. He's a big time troll. Problem is, bro, doesn't know how to market himself. Earl tied his name early in Floyd sparring. Bud never bet himself. It was hashtag self-doubt. Damn. That's hard. TikTok stars. Cotto versus versus Jab. I think he meant Zab. Yeah, Madison Square Garden. Crazy. Yep. I think that's what it's what type of shit show is this? Let's talk about. Problem Bud. Okay, we read that one. If Stevenson comes to Madison Square Garden with Puerto Rican shorts, Puerto Rican's Miss Roberto Clemente. Yeah, okay. Yeah, he could fucking hurl, man. That dude, he's nice with it. Clemente was hella fucking nice, actually. I remember that guy. Floyd was wow. Yeah, right. Oh me attention.
Nigga, what the hell are you mumbling about?
I'm reading the chat. Unless you have something you want to talk about. Leaving Oscar was let's see. Didn't Canelo just have more fans in attendance than anyone post-war in America? What in the hell is post-war?
Ain't no post-war. America stay at war.
Canelo never had more fans than he did with Oscar, right? Like Oscar, I think, had him the most fans in Texas against Austin Trout, maybe. Or
you talking about arena or pay-per-view sales?
I don't know, but both ways it's been fucking Oscar. I don't even know what the hell. I don't know. Like people and their goddamn emojis and their weird. I don't know. He seems to be doing just fine. Canelo was doing fine. It wasn't about whether or not he's doing fine. Like people are really very sensitive about Eddie Hearn. Have you noticed? If you say something about Eddie Hearn,
because Eddie Hearn made himself, he's the star, not his fighter. He's the famous person, not his fighters. So it's like they're a fan of Eddie Hearn's, not Eddie Hearn fighters.
Yeah,
he made it about himself. It's like he promotes himself. He want to be like Dana White, where he the main person. Like people want to, but Eddie, but they go to these press conferences. They don't want to talk to the fighter. They want to talk to Eddie Hearn. They want to see what Eddie has to say. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know. He's got a certain group of fans that really like him. I mean, I'm not mad at Eddie Hearn at all. I mean, I'm glad he shut the fuck up and went away. And he puts out content for the people that like to do his thing. He's just not, always doing goddamn dirty for a goddamn camera. But I did like when he was around. Like he had some really iconic interviews with fucking Ness and Blue Blood. 4 years ago.
He know how to get attention, but he just don't put that attention on his fighters. That's the only problem. It's like if he would have been big enough Andre like this, we would have got some fights with him by now. It's like he fucked up Kell Brook's career by making him fight Triple G. It's like he just did a lot of fucked up moves. It's like as a promoter, you'd be like, why did you even do this shit? Like
Annalie says she thinks that the zone may be out soon. I'm not sure, actually. Maybe not. I don't know what if their pay-per-views are doing well or what the hell. I know the American market is kind of expensive, and they definitely restructured like the way that they're going to interact with it. And you can tell that they changed their business model because that they're doing pay-per-views and all that stuff. I'm not sure. And maybe if they get more into the way that the American market works versus trying to craft the market to their own whim, I think trying to be a market interrupter for them didn't work out as well as they thought it would, right? They paid an awful lot of money for their really tenuous fucking market share. But maybe they've been able to like pivot and switch up, and now they're doing pay-per-views and maybe not paying so much. Like, they pay Canelo like 15 million, not 33. That's probably way more like realistic kind of stuff. And then let the pay-per-view take care of the rest. But anyway, maybe they will, maybe they won't. I'm not sure. Yeah. Jake Paul fighting Anderson Silva. Okay. I read a magazine. ESPN canceled Friday Night Fights because of streaming low ratings. Nobody was watching around 2008, 2010. Record low views. I wouldn't doubt it. 2008 to 2010 was probably one of the best some of the best years for HBO and Showtime. Right, that was just when, and that's what I'm saying. Like, cable took over, and HBO was, that was like Saturday night movie and all that shit. It was just hard to beat. They would do a pay-per-view one weekend, and then if you didn't buy the pay-per-view, they'd re-air the fight, and then they'd premiere like a new kind of like blockbuster movie like every Saturday night. There was like this shit to do for if you didn't buy it the week before, and if you did buy it the week before, and this is before you had like recording devices, you could watch the shit again. If you didn't have a recording device, right? I mean,
Right.
I had Betamax and fucking VHS, but whatever. That is what it is. Keep pushing. The zone might be around for one more year. It depends. They might be able to weather the storm, Annalie, because, like I said, pandemic, I think, sort of accelerated the transition to streaming. It's just that since all they are is a sports app, and the other sports that they have don't really like translate to an American audience very well, and soccer and darts and snooker and shit. They may, I don't know what they're gonna do. Maybe they'll go on Sling or something like that, or like restructure, like not just be they may get like a package deal or come standard with some kind of like service kind of thing. I'm not sure what they do. Anyway, UK time zone fights at 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. Yeah. We'll still be around for good rating. TV said, yeah, I got it. It's just, they got competition is what happened. It's on Stars, yeah. Great White Hype. What do you got this weekend? Luis Ortiz, Andy Ruiz. I got Andy Ruiz. I saw Luis Ortiz get visibly old in the ring versus Charles Martin, even though he pulled it off. Classic 5. Yeah. Got a decent undercard. Spencer and Pitbull Cruz. That's cool. Spencer is the another like perpetual goddamn prospect. What's up, God Joe? Next week got Shields and Marshall. I got Shields in that one. Marshall by KO. Okay, whatever. Bumgarner versus Mayo. Yeah, I got Bumgarner in that one. Yeah, we got so. Yeah, we got both of you guys picked the opposite me. Okay. The 0 hype for Canelo Triple G. Yeah, nobody cares, including me. Correct. We're hoping for like a circus ending. If she fights like she fight Christiana Hammer, it will be Savannah Marshall UD. I don't know. One man pay-per-view Vice. Yeah, that was that Golden Boy pay-per-view. We'll see though, yeah. Why do people tone up so quick, Coach? I don't know. I don't know what you mean by there. The worst part of Canelo losing to an unknown fighter was him ducking the rematch. Oh, God damn. That's cold, Anna. Damn. Why you do that to him, Annalie?
Hey, what's up with it, y'all? What's good, man? Hey, yesterday, remember we had that debate and the dude was disrespecting Tank, man. Like, I'm getting fed up with the disrespect for Tank Davis, man. Tank Davis, he's one of the biggest stars in boxing, if not the biggest star in boxing. He's a three-time weight division champion, 3 different weight classes. He won 5 world titles, man. He's undefeated.
Man, you know how it is. He got the sauce right now, so they gonna hate. Anytime you're at the top, you're gonna be hated in boxing.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. I'm fed up with that shit, Smoke. Hey, no cap. I'm fed up with the PBC hate. I'm getting sick of this Rick Glacier type of shit. Niggas hating on Al Heyman and shit. You feel me? I fuck with the PBC. Nigga, my fighter David Morrell Jr., he's with the PBC. He's with Al Heyman. They made him a world champion in only 3 fights, man. You know what I mean? They had him as a main event fighter. Nigga, he was headlining in motherfucking Minnesota. It was sold out in that bitch. You know what I mean? And on top of that, he was fighting on Fox, free TV. Over 2 million people watched him fight. You know what I mean? So I feel like Heyman is doing a great job, bro.
Man, Heyman saved boxing, bro. It's not even debatable, nigga.
Exactly.
Like,
that's what I'm saying.
Modern boxing is Al Heyman, nigga. It's like that shit not even debatable.
They've been doing this shit for years, man. It's just a way to call people black, really. You either say Al Heyman or LDBC or
you're right. That's the
PBC. It's basically just dog whistle for
like Al Heyman. They never these niggas don't even know what Al Heyman voice sound like. You know what I'm saying? Al Heyman ain't never said shit in the public. Ain't never did shit. But these motherfuckers always got his name in their mouth.
And he can't do any right. You figure out one thing and then say, what if Al Heyman doesn't make this fight, fuck Al Heyman. He's a cancer boxer. We don't ever get PBC never send their fighters anywhere else. There's never any unifications. What else I hear? Blocks of big fights. Can't ever make the big fights. Anyway, whatever. It's just boring to me.
I mean, I'm done with I damn near about to quit supporting everything, but quit watching everything but PBC. But the damn Canelo came out and said he ain't fighting no Mexican fighters because he ain't gonna fight Zerto if he beat Bivol, or he said he ain't giving a Bivol a rematch if he lose to Zerto. So I'm like, man, now if Terence Crawford said if Errol Spence said Terence Crawford said we ain't fighting no black fighters, nigga. So we ain't fighting each other because we black. Motherfuckers would be having a field day with that shit. And the crazy part is you had like this Mexican commentator on the Spanish channel talk about if Terence Crawford and Errol Spence don't fight, they cowards and shit. But they ain't saying nothing about Canelo saying he ain't fighting no Mexican fighters because he don't want to fight no Mexican fighters. Like it's this type of shit that that make me really sick of boxing. You know what I'm saying? I ain't supporting none of that shit. I'm only supporting PBC and Al Heyman, nigga. Period. And I ain't gonna apologize for the shit either.
Well, I like there's just fighters on other networks and fights on other networks that I want to see, that I like and I want to support. So but it's not like I would support them over the PBC. I just support them and the PBC. I don't know. I feel like I don't need. Maybe it's a privileged perspective, but I don't have to pick sides in all of these goddamn culture conflicts and wars. I'm a fight fan when it comes right fucking down to it. And
I can't support people
that go where it goes.
Try to disparaging my group. You know what I'm saying? I can't support that. I'm like, bro. I mean, nobody should support that type of shit, to be honest. But you know what it is? I definitely ain't gonna support that type of shit. I don't know. We didn't let the shit slide for too long. That's why they getting more comfortable doing shit.
Some things break down to like, they escalate or they warrant everybody behaving a certain kind of way. Like we shouldn't all be murdering each other. Like nobody should be murdering anybody, right? But the idea that like people should interact with boxing in the same kind of way, like I don't know, it's not that serious.
Because it's people in boxing that feel that way, and they trying to cater to the audience that feels that way.
I feel like when it comes to boxing, people shouldn't be on PEDs. They shouldn't have like foreign objects in their gloves.
That's true, but we gotta accept that it's just people out here in the world have agendas. They had a whatever.
I feel like everybody should be behind that.
Some people ain't. That's the whole thing. It's like I mean, I'm with you, but that's just not the case. You know what I'm saying? Some people.
I mean, nobody's arguing for fuck. I mean, there are some people who are arguing for a separate PED league, but not that like you should have you should be zero testing in boxing today. I don't think anyone's really saying stuff like that. I don't even think anyone's arguing for like putting a foreign object in your glove either. That's fucking fucked up. George Dixon style, fucking fight to the death shit. Like, come on, man. 1888. Fuck that.
But see, I enjoy this shit because they always fall flat on their face. Like no matter how hard they try to push these stupid agendas. You know what I'm saying? And it's like I be going in on Lomachenko, not because I got a personal problem with Lomachenko. I just hate the idea of what Lomachenko represents and the agenda behind him. So I gotta expose it every chance I get because that shit is some bullshit. Like just when they took his loss off ESPN, it's just people just let that shit brush to the side. It's like I couldn't believe that shit. Like people just let that shit slide. Like these motherfuckers tried to market this dude as an undefeated fighter, bro, on a national televised fight. And then nobody said shit. Except for some YouTubers. But nobody in the media called the shit out. Or ESPN ain't suffer no type of consequences for that shit. It's like you could just do whatever bullshit you want nowadays. And people cool with that shit. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem I got with it. So I ain't being cool with that shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like shit. Somebody got to say something, nigga. Shit. I'm like, dog.
But it's just you cut your nose to spite your face. Shakur is nice as fuck. Benavidez was a goddamn monster. The other heavyweight, none of the heavyweight champs fight on that network, right? Like you're just like limiting yourself to a whole bunch of ways. Canelo dips in and out. Triple G don't fight there. I mean, you can say fuck both of those guys if you want. I guess. I guess you can say fuck everybody if you want. Like really, when it comes right down to it, but yeah, you miss out on the monsters of the world and the Xander Zayevs. I don't know. But you do get to see like Boots. I mean, it's not like you miss out on everything. There's still like great guys over there. So like, it is what it is. Let's see. Let's see if documentary does fuck it. There's always a weight too big though. Okay. All that tone that y'all want to talk about. Some fighters moving up weight doesn't increase their power. That's true. Then Canelo versus Billy Joe Saunders had an official attendance of 73,126. It's the most attended boxing event at an indoor venue in U.S. history. Excellent. I wonder if it broke any other, or did it break any revenue records? That's funny. Yes, Cowboys AT&T is massive. Yes, it seats 88,000 or something. I know it's 80,000+. Maybe it's just 80 and some hundreds, but it could be next to 90. I'm not quite sure. Let's see. Take example Wilder. He got totally wrecked in the second fight. He came back in the fight the third. Yeah, no can do to. That's what a real champ does. Yep. Salute to all the mobs out there. What's up? BA10. Big Gate in that one. Let's see. You need to work on that, Chubby. I don't know what that means. I was a huge Canelo fan, but after you duck rematch, blacklisted him. Damn, Annalie, you going in hard on this goddamn Canelo thing. Okay, I feel you.
People
Now
get fed
Canelo
up with Canelo, man.
And what'd you say, no cap?
I said people get fed up with Canelo. It's like they didn't draw this Canelo machine to the point where people it's time for backlash. You know what I'm saying? They went overboard with the Canelo celebrations. It's like
Canelo ATG.
Yeah, man, they trying to take it to that shit. Right? They just like it's overboard with how they try to force feed Canelo as this. If the fact that Marquez and Morales and all them niggas is annoyed by the shit, that's when you know it's overboard. But they got to come out and be like, Canelo ain't shit. He ain't no great fighter. When they coming out and saying that shit, you know it's bad. You know it's irritating.
Yeah. Let's see.
They just can't let
Teofimo losing, making excuses. Now he's a clown. I'm not trying to throw Tio under the bus. I feel like he's a young man. He just needs to find himself. He's behind the 8 ball though. He's got to get serious. He's got some real. He's got to really look at himself in the mirror and make some tough decisions.
The problem with Tio is, like what Floyd said, some people just can't handle the spotlight. You know what I'm saying? Tio problem is he can't handle the spotlight. He don't know when to shut up. He don't know.
I don't think that's what it is. I don't think he's dedicated to his craft. And not only that, I don't think he has the brain trust around him to even tell him that he's not dedicated enough to his craft. I think he's going to be some unrealized potential. And if he's not serious, and if he's not careful and has some urgency about changing his situation, then he may be relegated to clown. I may be right there with Toughest very soon. I'm just not there yet. I'm not saying he's a clown yet, but man, he does. He does have awfully big fucking shoes. They seem like those shoes are bigger than his feet. Like, he does have rainbow hair. It seems like he's starting to look like one, kind of. Definitely. Anyway. Triple G is too old now. He has white hair and is surprised to be excited for Triple G. And we're supposed to be excited for Triple G Canelo 3. Yeah, that's what people want us to talk about. Not just some of his hair gray. It's thinning. He's like balding and gray headed. But anyway, whatever. Yeah, dude's old. Dude's so old, got to catch a bus to the bathroom. He's old. He's older than his birthday. I mean, he's old.
Behind his own. Like, why would they even want this Triple G rematch?
Let's see. I'm a safe bet on Canelo. Yes, that is a safe bet. Just because he's not as washed as Triple G. Damn, they're going in on Canelo tonight. Yeah, that guy's a clown. Yeah, damn. That guy was a clown. Are they really like they talking about Tio in the past tense? Like his career is over with? Damn. Triple G is washed. Murata almost had him. Come on. Big Glazer killer. That's funny. Let's see. Exactly. Canelo looked like dog shit in the first 2 fights, and now we have to see another close 12-round fight. Get the fuck out of here. I don't think it'll be close to it. I think this one won't go the distance. I think Canelo crumbles Triple G with a body shot, huh? Yeah, he did not act well to the body shot done by Rada. Canelo sure did not. He weak to the body since he started aging. What he needs a hip replacement. ET did great holding your own on Fanon. Oh yeah, man, that shit. Yeah, man. I was on Fanon the other day for a few hours. That was a interesting like chop up session. Yeah, it's funny. I was gonna say, you know what? I may do an autopsy on that one because I didn't realize that Haney had, Haney got some haters. Look at Haney. Go Haney. Haney's getting haters. I
That's a
feel
good.
it.
I mean, yeah.
Say again?
Yeah, he always had haters though.
Well, he had dismissers. They had people who just like they felt like they could ignore him and all this shit, but now they can't ignore him. Now he's got haters. He's got people like he's.
It irritated me when people said if you don't fight Lomachenko, it's a duck. Like, the fuck out of here. Like, this is why I despise Lomachenko. Like, who is this guy? Why does this guy get all this credibility?
I am.
Why does he get all this political capital? Like, why is Lomachenko even relevant in to Devin Haney?
I have a debate on Thursday about just that's one of the things. That's one of the questions about Lomachenko and Haney against Knockout. And Knockout says he actually made a video about this. That if he does not fight Lomachenko, he's ducking. Well, that's one of the topics we're going to be discussing.
Lomachenko already gave him his belt. It's like that dismissed. That's like Errol Spence not fighting Keith Thurman. It's like, nigga, you duck me, nigga. I don't have to fight you. I got other shit to do. If he go up to 140 and fight the champion there, fuck Lomachenko. Like, Lomachenko's not even relevant in boxing anymore to me. That's how little I got. He got his ass beat by T.O. Cambosis whooped T.O. ass. And Devin Haney whooped Cambosis ass. It's like he got to clean up some of them losses, nigga. Like, he ain't never avenged his loss against Salido. Never avenged the loss with T.O. He gonna lose to Devin Haney any goddamn way. Like, it's like I want to see I want to see the fight just so Devin beat his ass and that hurt all the Lomachenko dick riders. He really.
So I was, of course, they were just talking about how Devin Haney could not have fought Tank, right? And so I was going through what Bill said, and they were rebutting it, and each one of them, they acted as if the things that they brought up were like reasonable deal breakers that weren't at all. It was just kind of strange, unless like you would have to concede one of two things for their things to make sense. Either Tank talks shit in social media and doesn't mean anything, or he talks shit in social media and doesn't know better. Because they kept talking about how he was like, how Haney was just like cloud chasing or promoting because he knew he was busy. And I'm like, well, Tank knew he was busy when he fucking spoke. Or maybe Tank didn't know he was busy when he spoke and Tank is just fucking dumb and just says shit. He's just ignorant and pops off at the fucking mouth.
They both was talking shit about, they both was capping.
Yeah.
But that's how you build a fight up.
Yeah, unless you just pop off at the mouth on social media and you're not talking about fighting.
You gotta pop off to build up the fight.
Yeah, I'm. Yeah, it was an interesting chop up session. They wanted a Haney fan up there. I wasn't like trying to be combative or anything, but they did want some. They wanted some blood sport. I wasn't really in the mood, to be perfectly honest. I was like kind of chilling. But yeah, their answers I feel like were less than satisfactory. But they felt like they did well. That's good. That's cool. Let's move on. Marquez is a real Mexican legend, and he exposed Canelo. Yeah, I'm watching the fucking Marquez Castillo fight right now. Actually, it's on in the background. Anyway, I didn't get 2 bags going for Tumblr. Don't worry, I'll do something sometime. I don't know what that is about. I think he's talking about speed bags.
Okay. Triple G is reacting to his body shots in the Derek Jago fight. He was. He definitely was doing that. Morales exposed Marquez. Maybe. I thought calling him the PP man is the funniest fucking thing ever. He's still known as PP man around my house. I remember Marquez told him I can't make that weight, but come down to 147 and we can do it any day. Marquez didn't back down. Morales wasn't a big deal. Like, what? Morales? Come down to 147. What the hell are you talking about? Classic dual stuff. Yeah, him drinking piss was disgusting. Yeah, exactly. Marquez would have moved Morales if they ever fought. No, I don't know about. I mean, I don't know. They were not gonna go into that one. Better be was a monster, but he wouldn't be around for more. But he won't be around for more than 2 years. Yeah. YTBC is filled with too many fanboys and people with racial agendas. That's why I don't watch many of them. And, to be honest, and this is the thing, right? Like, the world used to be ethno-states, ethnic tensions, like countries used to be mono-ethnic and shit like that. And boxing was built on ethno-warriors and ethnic warfare kind of stuff. But in this post-racial society that we're trying to build and go to, we have to learn how to enjoy the sport without fanning those kinds of, like, I feel like counterproductive conflicts, right? Like some conflict, I feel we just need to engage with one another. I feel like on a human level, and just get past a whole bunch of shit. But you're not going to necessarily do it over boxing. But I think it will be reflected in boxing as the conversation happens more and more. Because I think we can enjoy the sport. I think you can be proud of your community and represent your community without necessarily denigrating, otherizing, and vilifying another community. And yeah, I think we'll get there. Anyway, keep it pushing. That's my little fucking kumbaya thought for the moment.
Some people want to denigrate the other. That's how they identify themselves, by denigrating others, though. People have to acknowledge the truth for what it is. Like,
well, here's the thing: to be an American, right? And this has been really since they had these racial classifications. There's white and there's non-white, and then the whole non-white, there's different layers of it, with black being on the bottom, and the process to becoming white in America has always been make money, join a political party, and shit on black people. And that's true for even other black people. Right? It's like that's how you become white.
All facts.
Right? That is literally the process. It's what it was 150 years ago. It's what the process is today. Right. The issue, though, is people are starting to see less utility in these kinds of classifications and these kind of structures. It seems to be doing more harm than good, but we still have the vestiges, and they're still very much in place today. So just kind of, it is what it is. That's my socio-economic breakdown of racial classifications in American history and American present.
I always say, like, the amateurs, they wear the jerseys because they represent their country, but in the pros, they got the skin color is the jersey, nigga.
But still in the infographic, they'll tell you
like Bob Arum told it like it was. He was like, "This shit about race. We trying to make
and next to their names on the broadcasters, they'll still put nationalities, and even in box rec, they'll tell you like where they from, where they where they reside versus where they where they fight out of, kind of shit. Where they fight out of versus where they're actually from.
Right, like this. I mean, nationality's always going to be a thing in sports, but we know it's an underlying. It's different than saying I'm representing my country than I'm representing. We know what it really is, but we know when it's. You know what time it is with it when they try to use semantics. And it's always gonna be their lyric because that's the way it is in society. It's like the boxing is a reflection of the society we live in. You know what I'm saying? So until that problem is solved in society, it's gonna be there in boxing.
Marquez is a duck. He ducked the 5th fight with Pac. Okay, if Marquez is a duck, then that's the best duck. That is the way that I would duck. If I was gonna be a duck in boxing, that's the way I do it. After getting robbed in fucking 3 previous fights, knock you the fuck out in the 4th, and then go peace 2 fingers. Yeah, that's me all day. I was previously thinking Andre Ward because people were talking about how Andre Ward ducked. And I was like, you know what? If you're gonna call that dude a duck, I'd probably duck that way. Fold up the fucking crusher one time, go out at the fucking top of the game. Fuck all y'all. But no, Marquez is pretty goddamn good. Knocking out Pacquiao, that's even better. I gotta say, that's better than Christopher Cole. The only issue though is Ward never lost. So actually I still got Ward, but that one's the second one. Keep going. All right. That's about. Yeah, why would Marquez get Pacquiao a rematch when he got robbed in the 3rd fight and he knocked him out cold in the 4th? Yeah, exactly. Smoke, if you're not paid, why do you care about the revenue, i.e. how much fans are charged, the fans or seats are all that matters? That is a very cultural that is a cultural thing. In the UK, you guys care about that shit because you don't know how much the fucking fights make. In the United States, we care about how much the fight makes. We don't care about how many people show up. It's like literally just a cultural difference in between the way we do it. We don't get any money out of any sporting events or sports figures salary, but we know them all and we talk about them all. We know what max contracts are. We always talk about guys' salaries. It's just the way the United States is, and in the UK is just different. You guys track a different metric. That's why you talk about like being sold out and all this shit. Meanwhile, AJ got 90,000 people, 100,000. Fury got 100,000 people. Whatever the fuck the number is. Floyd got 13,000 people and got $72 million for it. So unless you're talking about $72 million, nobody really gives a fuck how many people showed up, because most people watch sports on TV at home anyway, especially boxing. That's pretty much why. But anyway, yeah, it's just a different cultural thing. Marquez Jack, the rematch with Chris John. Okay, whatever. Marquez is nice as fuck. Fanboys are the worst people though. I don't know. Don't respect any fighter who just won. I mean, we are all there at the beginning of our sport. Every fanboy is just like a reasonable fan in training, kind of. It's just like a stage you go through. You gotta crawl before you ball. Chris John was too small. Chris had, whatever. I'm never getting into that. Marquez been jealous. Marquez would whip Canelo. Okay, yeah. At heavyweight, right? It's the Easy bowling. Pappy got knocked the fuck out in Thailand, bro. Fuck that rematch. That's what I'm saying. Triple G looked better. Second fight, the other middleweight champs. Okay, whatever. That shit was how long ago? Yeah. That guy Terracampo was the. Okay, whatever. Face first like Richard Torres KO. That Richard Torres KO was fucking lame. I don't even know why. Anyway, yeah, Torres. I don't think he's gonna make it. Tank said it's still Canelo. Respect. We'll recognize it. Okay, whatever. Who would you rather Haney fight? A lesser guy. I would. Well, I'll save that for Thursday. Tyron Woodley was another iconic face plant. No, nobody gives a shit about that. Delusional manager mode activated. I don't know what you're referring to there. Canelo said Tank is next up. Hopefully he right. I don't know what he means by next up. Let them fight. You're not an advisor to Haney. You win fights in the ring. I don't know what you're referring to there, but I don't necessarily disagree with that, depending on what you're talking about. Lomachenko is not a money fight for Haney, if you ask me. It's just a legacy because Haney could probably make more money fighting Taylor or Catterall. Okay. Loma is overrated as fuck. Not being mean. Let's just be honest. I can't speak on that right now. You got to tune in on Thursday. Or I will speak about it after Thursday. You don't have to tune in, but I just have to save it for Thursday, and I can go in after. Yeah, I'm not going to discuss Haney versus Loma right now. Yeah, Tank disrespect is out of hand. It's been out of hand for a while. For years they were talking about, I don't know, like Tank is gonna, he might miss weight. Like, dude, what the fuck ever. Meanwhile, Benavidez fat ass, nobody ever said. Anyway, I'm not even going there. Let's keep pushing. YTBC will get you in your fucking. You'll be frustrated as fuck trying to get some semblance of like normalcy or fair play or decency out of people. The thing is, well, yeah. Anyway, I'm not even going to go into it. Who cares? Let's see. Yeah, the whole top ranker betting on Loma to beat Haney. Shakur's coming to 135. Yep. One of these days. I never focus on race. I support boxers for their ability and their entertainment value. Yeah, the idea of race, though, in boxing, right? I don't know that it's necessarily a racial thing. Like, Black and Mexican, to me, is not about race. Because I just don't see Mexicans as race. I guess that's really
what I'm saying. It's not about how you see it or how you got to see. You got to that they make it about race. Like McGregor.
What I'm saying is there's a different, like the way that I would describe what they're saying. I don't call it racial. I call it ethnic. Right. I call that an ethnic conflict, not a racial one. Just because
that's kind of sugarcoated though. Like it's like the McGregor.
No, it's not even that. It's not that. It's just that you can be Mexican and be Black. That's the problem. That's the issue with it that I have with it. Saying Black versus Mexican, it's like it's disrespectful to the different kinds of races that you can be and be Mexican.
Like the actual Mexican nationality, the races is the Mexican Americans and the Blacks. That's
exactly. But even those are, but still they're not like a race. But still, that's the nationality. Like when you're saying that they're Mexican. Here, they're just saying that they came from Mexico, not that they're a separate race of people.
Right, but they seem to have this kind of.
No, but I'm just saying that's it. All I'm saying is it doesn't like so.
Races are all coming from these people for some reason.
So, what I'm saying is this, right? So some things are racial, right? So if you get like a Black American fighter and a white American fighter. And maybe an Asian American fighter, you can get some racial things that happen, right? But if you get a Black American fighter and a Mexican fighter, it's not so much that racial things happen. It's more like ethnic things happen.
Right, but I'm saying like the McGregor and Mayweather, that's only possible because of race. The whole thing was
Yeah, well, no, that was race and ethnic, right? Like the race thing didn't really come across well because he was Irish, right?
Yeah,
so
but he's a foreigner in the American.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Americans are behind the foreigner because he's white.
Exactly. But what I'm saying is, it became more of an ethnic thing and not really a racial thing because he wasn't.
He was saying racist shit to Mayweather the press.
Right, but I'm saying he was able to get away with this shit. But the reason why it wasn't as impactful is because he's not American. So the racial shit that he was saying, bro, can I just that's just understand what I'm saying, so then you can respond to it. We can be on the same page. The reason why it was an ethnic thing and not a racial thing is because he's not an American guy. So the shit that he was saying, even though it came across as offensive, it was unclear as to whether or not he understood that it was racist, and offensive, because he just could be a foreigner.
He understood. He was trying. He did it on purpose to hype for the big fight. And you can't say he's ethnic because he's not an American. So it's all race. The only commonality is his race. So it was a racial.
No,
thing.
that's not what I mean. Okay, here's what I'm saying to you. What I'm saying to you is this. What I'm saying to you is this. Like places outside of America. Okay, hold on a second. In Ireland, they don't organize their society along racial lines.
Right.
That's what America does.
The fight didn't take place in Ireland.
No, I got it. But he grew up in Ireland. No, but you don't understand what I'm saying. He's not an American.
Right, but he understands the.
Okay, you're telling him. You're saying what he understands, but he's not from here, so there's no way for him to understand it.
He coming out with Biggie Smalls and music.
Correct.
He's not a
correct. And I also, bro. Do you think? All right. So do you think because he came out to Biggie Smalls that he understands what it's like to be black in America?
No,
of course he doesn't.
White people.
No, he doesn't even understand white people in America.
He's white.
Do you think he knows what the hillbillies are? Do you think? Let me ask you this. Do you think he knows who Hank Williams Jr. is?
No, the thing is, that's not the.
Of course not. Do you think he knows what NASCAR is?
He knows what he said. Dance boy.
No. My point is,
monkeys. He knew what.
Okay, you're not understanding what I'm saying to you.
What he was doing. That's universal.
Okay, you're not understanding what I'm saying to you. What he was doing was a bunch of ethnic shit, because the racial shit he has no reference point for. He's not part of any of that shit. He has no history for it, and he has no understanding about it.
That's because you're naive about white people.
No, you are naive. You don't understand how the difference between race and ethnicity
is worldwide. It don't matter.
It isn't. That's the entire point I'm making to you. Racism. Listen, racism is an American invention, and it's an American thing. Yes, it is.
Tell it to the people in South Africa.
Again, there's okay. Yeah, do you understand the people in South?
Talking about white people.
Okay. Do you understand that the people in South Africa, the apartheid, they got their system from America? They saw Jim Crow. What they saw the way that the black people. Let me finish, man. God damn, I'm not interrupting you. You brought up a place, South Africa. It's illustrative of what I'm talking about. South Africa got their system from America. They modeled it after us. Not only our Jim Crow law, but also our the way that we treated Native Americans, the reservation law. That's how they came up with townships and how they came up with their own racial classifications. But they got it off of us. We invented the race thing.
No, we didn't.
Other places adopted it. Some places adopted it.
They did it. They all the same people. The white people. They did it. Not we.
Okay. Do you understand that Croatians are also white and they didn't do it?
And they racist too. You got
okay. Again, they're not racist. They don't even have races.
They're not all racist, but they have just like
they don't even have racial classifications. That's what I'm telling you. The idea of race is not it's not what you think it is.
You're not. Let me finish, because you don't.
Okay, go ahead.
It doesn't matter that their country is all right. They still believe in white supremacy, nigga, because they're white. They still believe white people are better than everybody else. That's the thing about white supremacy. They still look down on black people. When the immigrants from coming to their country, they still got racist attacks against them. That's just the way it is. That's just the culture. So when McGregor came over here, he played up to that because he knew how these people are. And Vladimir Putin said it on the speech before Trump was elected. He was like, America, he said racism is a part of American culture, and we're going to use it against them. That's how he got Trump elected. And Trump came out saying all this racist shit, and that's how he got elected, because he said what they always wanted. He's saying what they were saying anyway, and he did it in the open, so they wanted to support him. So it's like people want to keep playing these games and throwing these semantics and letting shit slide. I don't give a damn. It is what it is. I know what it is already. I don't give a damn. I don't need nobody to sugarcoat it. At the same time, I'm gonna call it. I'm like, fuck y'all niggas too. So it's like that's just what it is.
Right. You do realize that what goes on in America has absolutely nothing to do with what goes on in Croatia. Just because Putin was using his understanding of it. Hold up a second. Putin was using his understanding of what goes on in America to stir up the pot in America. That's not a commentary on like white supremacy in general. That is a commentary on that is a commentary. Hold up a second. That is a commentary on democracy and how susceptible it is to outside influence. But the idea of white supremacy, first off, there are a bunch of European countries that were also being fucking put in gas chambers because they weren't white enough. Like this idea of whiteness, the idea of whiteness, hold up a second. The idea of whiteness is not even a universal idea in America. Like right now, Arabs are considered white people. Do you think that they're treated like white people in America? Of course they're not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
Some Arabs are white though. Yeah, you understand. Arab is an ethnicity. If you speak Arabic, you're Arab. Like most Arabs,
I understand it, but
they're also, you will see that
but they're also from the Caucasus Mountains, so they're seen as Caucasian.
People of the Middle East are black.
Jesus
Christ.
Christ.
Arabs you're talking about come from Turkey, Eastern.
No,
European.
I'm not talking about that at all. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about that. And that's what I'm saying. You just have it. Okay, you're all over. Okay, just so you understand. So it's working from the same set of facts. On the census, the United States Census, if you are from North Africa, the Middle or Middle East, you're also considered white because that's the Caucasus Mountains. You're considered Caucasian. If you're from North Africa or the Middle East,
the geography doesn't matter.
All of them, not just Turkey.
They came over there and colonized those areas. They not.
I understand. Like I'm just telling
white
you,
American is a real. It's not a Native American.
All I'm telling you is Arabs are considered white in America. However, they're not
white. No, white people are considered.
Okay, again, there's a process to become white in America. Just the same way that the Irish had to go through this whole thing, the same way the Germans had to go through it, the same way the Jews had to go through it. The Arabs are now going through it.
Right.
You have to come here. You have to I told you, you have to make a bunch of money. You have to join a political party and you have to shit on black people. It is the process to becoming white in America. It's always, let me finish. It's an ever expanding fucking class of people in America because of the way America works. That is not it's not a global concept. You can't go to Europe and say, hey, Arabs are white in Europe. Nobody would fucking agree with you.
You don't, because you're confused. Arab is not a race, it's an ethnicity. Some Arabs are white.
It's part of the white race in America.
No,
that's my point.
No,
yes,
not.
it is.
Listen,
like
bro.
Literally, if you look at the census,
I'll let you finish. Now let me finish because you don't know the difference between race and ethnicity.
Yeah, go ahead.
Some Arabs are white. They got white skin. They're white. The hair texture.
And I'm talking about some Arabs.
No, some
I'm
Arabs
talking about everyone from the Middle East and North Africa. All of them.
Some Latinos are white and some Latinos are black. Felix Trinidad is a black man.
Understand?
He's Puerto Rican, but he's a black man. Ricky Martin.
You're off on a tangent and you're not understanding what the group is. They're not talking about some Arab.
You've never been to the Middle East.
But you're off on a tangent already.
No, because you're not letting me finish.
Okay, you're already off on a tangent. I'm telling you, you're already incorrect and off on a tangent.
Type in black Iraqi on Google Images.
I understand that's not what the issue is, though.
But they can't come over here and say they white.
Iraq is a country. Iraq is a country, not an ethnic group.
You know, people are Arabs.
Middle East is a region, not a country.
Right, and if you speak Arab, and Arab is an ethnicity, it's not a race.
A bunch of ethnic groups.
And Arab is an ethnicity, it's not a race. If you speak Arabic,
correct.
You're Arab.
But they're saying it's. They're
saying Arab language. You're Arab.
Okay, again, so the race that they belong to, the race that they belong to in America, Arabs in America are part of the white race, but so are the Berbers, not just the Arabs. It's not just the people it's the Middle East and North Africa.
You're confusing nationality and ethnicity.
No, there is no. I'm not confusing it. I'm not talking about a nationality. You're the one talking about Iraqi.
No, I
said
a
Arab. Country.
Gave you yes, and they're Arabs.
You said Google black Iraqi.
Yeah,
who gives a fuck about that?
There's black. Those people speak Arabic. They're black and they're
Okay,
Arabs.
but speaking Arabic is not that has absolutely nothing to do. What the
Arabic, if that's your primary language, that's what an Arab is. It's like
okay. Do you understand that being Arab is an ethnic group, not just a language?
Yes, the ethnic group. That's what makes it ethnic because they common not their language.
That's part of what makes it an ethnic group. There's other factors that being an ethnic group, other than saying like if I learn
a Hispanic person, Hispanic is not a race.
Okay.
It's like
do you understand that I could learn Arabic? I would be a black person.
People are white. You realize that, right? Like Spanish people are Europeans, right?
Okay, I got you. I got Spanish people are Europeans, all of them. Yes.
Yeah. So,
but they're also mixed with North Africans.
So because they say a Hispanic person, that includes the white Spanish people and Mexicans and people that speak Spanish across the territories of the Spanish Empire.
It depends on who you're talking about. It depends on who you're talking about. That's what I'm telling you. In America, race works one way. It's not a global concept. The way that race works in America is not a global thing.
I know
racism in and of itself is not a global thing.
Yes, it is, bro.
No, it isn't. You can have ethnic discrimination, but it is not racism. Like the issue that fucking Tibet has with Bhutan is not an issue between race.
We're not talking about them. We're talking about white supremacy, bro. It's global.
Correct. Again, it has nothing to do with white supremacy either.
Yes, it does, bro.
No, it does. It has literally nothing. There's no white people involved.
Jesus Christ, bro. You extremely see, and this is why things the way they are. You know what I'm saying? People always want to pass the buck, make all these excuses.
No, you just don't understand what you're talking about. Like this is not now you're talking about I don't understand shit because you can't explain your position. Literally, the issue is not that I don't understand shit.
If Conor McGregor was black, what you're saying doesn't make sense. If Conor McGregor was black, the Mayweather fight would have never happened. If Conor McGregor was black, the Mayweather fight would have never been a big fight. It never would have been a story.
No shit.
Yes,
and if it would have been, and guess what? It would have been, and maybe it would have been bigger if Floyd Mayweather was white. Who the fuck? But they're not white, and they're not. But the guy was black. One guy was black. One guy was white, and it was big. And it was big as fuck.
Floyd Mayweather was white. He never would. He never would.
Guess what?
Floyd Mayweather was successful because they could hate him. They got a nigger to hate.
Awesome. Guess who made more? And guess who made the most money out of that fight? And guess who made the most money out of that fight?
Right.
Guess who promoted that fight? Guess who promoted the fight?
He used it against him. He used the racial hatred he monetized it.
Correct. He's the one who made the money off the fight.
Right.
So, but you guess what? Race has always been a socio-economic class here. That's what it was codified for, to make sure that there's been a permanent underclass for slaves, right? Black people were the ones consigned to this group. The only fucking thing about race that's been a whole thing is whether or not you can be socially mobile and be able to, experience the upside and leverage the upside of your labor. That is what fucking Floyd was able to do. Yeah, he's still going to be black skin, right? He's still going to have to deal with the other parts of the way that race works in America, and perhaps also like in Europe. But there's places all over the fucking world that he goes to, and all this dude is a goddamn gazillionaire celebrity. He's not experiencing like, oh yeah, like a whole bunch of racism in goddamn Africa.
Like, he's a celebrity, bro. Stop acting like celebrities are treated like a nigga is treated, a dark skinned nigga is treated like Michael Jordan.
He might be.
Stop acting like a dark skinned nigga in motherfucking Russia is going to be treated like Michael Jordan, man.
All right, again, in Russia, they have their own.
You heard the stories of Russia, the African refugees.
Russia has their own ethnic issues, but they're ethnic issues, not racial ones.
Because there's nobody there to be racist against.
Yes, there are black people there, and yes, they are, and they're ostracized for their differences, right? But it's not a racial one because they don't actually organize their society along racial lines.
That doesn't mean they don't have racist people over there who.
No, I got okay. What you don't understand is a fundamental, like you think because somebody is from a different ethnic group, then automatically that makes them a different race. That is the way that America fucking looks at shit.
I literally said ethnicity and race has nothing. Is two different things. And you just said I did.
Okay, great. So you keep acting like they are. So but you keep combining.
Look at all the racist trolls siding with you.
If they're not the same thing, than Conor McGregor, then you would understand that Conor McGregor was not employing some white supremacist thing, because you'd understand that Ireland is not part of some white supremacist power structure. If I mean, in the sense that they are part of the white power structure, is as people who've been subject to it.
Didn't have to do anything. The audience, the fans are the racists that gravitate.
I'm not talking about, bro. I'm talking about what Conor McGregor was fucking doing.
Right.
You said Conor McGregor was being racist. Yes, and I was telling you that what he's doing, what he was saying, he wasn't being
smart man. He's not naive.
Right. Regardless of being smart, has nothing to do with whether or not he's from America.
Okay, that has nothing to do with
he can be fucking smart as possible. That doesn't mean that he knows what the fuck is going on with our different fucking racial classifications and conflicts. Bro, he doesn't.
He's white, bro.
And he wouldn't.
White people don't stop being white because
just because. Okay, again, he isn't white. Irish.
Nigga, that's white, motherfucker.
Okay, it isn't white. Okay, it's only white in America. It ain't fucking in Ireland.
You can look at that man. When they look at him, they see a white.
Okay, so do you understand? Okay, so all right. That is looking at it through an American.
Anywhere on earth,
looking at it through an American lens. In Ireland, right? That's where he's from. They also have different people. They have different people. They're different ethnic groups. You can be an Irish traveler. You can be a white person too. You can be a Bangladeshi Brit. You can be all of these different ethnic groups. None of it is race.
Nationalities, not ethnicities.
None of these, no, they're not nationalities. All of the nationalities are Ireland. Ireland is the nationality. The different ethnic groups within Ireland is what I'm talking about.
Bro, and they're all white people, bro. They're
not white at all. A Bangladeshi fucking Brit is not white at all. He's like maybe like Pakistani or Indian or some shit like that.
Isn't in Ireland, nigga.
What? Bro, like go look at it. Go look at it, the Irish census.
You know what Irish people look like. It's a white person, bro. Nobody on earth is going to say Irish people aren't white, bro.
Okay, Irish people will. The Irish people themselves.
Because when you're around white people,
no, but bro, like what the fuck is like literally you're brainwashed by being fucking American.
Other groups of people, not amongst themselves.
All right, so like I was telling you, America has a completely different view about who is white and who isn't than everyone else in the world, right? In America, Irish people are white. In Ireland, they don't consider themselves to be white. That's what I'm trying to tell you about this whole fucking global thing that you're on about.
So Conor McGregor doesn't consider himself to be a white man, is what you're saying.
He considers himself to be Irish.
He would laugh in your face, bro.
No, he wouldn't. He's not even American. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? They don't have race in fucking Ireland. They have ethnic groups. Bro. Like being racist, being part, like in Britain, like literally being in Britain. Like, let me tell you something. Being like the way that they look, the way that they organize their society is by ethnic groups. The way that we organize our society is by race. Do you understand that?
Irish, you can't speak for Irish people. You're not Irish.
I'm not trying to speak for them. I'm just telling you the difference. I'm literally telling you what's on the census form. In America, the census form asks you, what race do you belong to?
I'm talking about what's reality.
Again, you're misunderstanding what it is. What I'm trying to tell you is the way that these people organize their citizenry. In America, we organize our shit by race. They ask you on a fucking government document, the way that they fit the demographics for our country is done by race. In Ireland, it is done by ethnic group. They don't have racial categories.
The fight took place in America.
I'm trying to tell you they're not. That's my point to you. That this idea about white is a fucking American racial concept. It is not an Irish ethnic one.
You going on this tangent, making this false narrative argument.
You just don't get to what the fuck is happening.
They use racism to promote.
You're just saying no. You're just saying that because the dude looks white, then he's white. That's an American fucking thing,
bro. That's a reality thing.
No, bro. That in America, that's a reality.
This is just the dumbest shit I've ever heard come out of somebody's mouth, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? We know what a white person is.
Yes, that doesn't mean that you're a race. That doesn't make it a race. Again, you can even be
okay. When the UFC fans gather around Conor McGregor, they saw him as a white pride symbol.
Do you think? Okay,
it's not an opinion. This is a fact, my dude.
Okay, so do you think? All right,
the whole idea of that fight was we got a white man that could beat this black man we hate.
Again, I understand that. Do you understand that?
The fight, my dude.
Okay, do you not understand? You just talked about Great White Hype. How they just said the guy was Irish just because he was white.
Right, because somehow Irish.
Do you see how like Lomachenko? They talk about Lomachenko being the white guy, right?
Americans believe like an Irish person is more of a regular white man.
Well, you can still be
like that.
Whatever the fuck. The whole point of it is there's a thing about being fucking the way that America sees white people is not a universal fucking concept. It's literally just an American one.
Right, but white supremacy is a concept amongst white supremacists that are all around the world.
Yeah, but what is that? We're not talking about white supremacy.
Brazil is one of the racist places on.
We're not talking about that. That's cool. White supremacy is
probably
all around
more
the world.
racist than white men.
I got it. But guess what? Some people that you would think are white are actually victims of white supremacy. That's the fucking point. This idea that you have that they're all fucking singing kumbaya and this thing about white because we can tell by the way that they look. Like I'm trying to tell you, it's a very naive view of the fucking world.
They come together against outside groups, and that's why they have.
What outside group? What are you talking about? Do you understand the balkanization?
Like they have balkanization themselves, but they come together against other groups.
Do you know what balkanization means?
You say what?
Balkanization. Do you understand what the Nazis did? Like, do you understand, like Czechoslovakia? Do you understand how many white people Nazis fucking killed because they weren't white enough?
Okay, that's a different issue.
No, that's white supremacy. Like that's the issue that we're fucking coming. Literally, that is why
you got Russians in Ukraine and Russians from Russia fight. They the same people and they ain't having a war right now.
Correct. And you know what they say?
They're more like people, bro.
And you know what he's saying? And you know what they say about them? One of the justifications is that there's Nazis among them talking about master race shit.
There are Nazis around them. That's what.
Of course.
They wear the badges on their uniform in the UK. I mean, Ukraine. Ukrainians army forces. SS shit on their fucking uniforms.
About this fallacy of white supremacy being a universally accepted concept. Not even amongst
you got Nazis in Ukraine. You got Nazis in America. You got Nazis everywhere. There's white people.
Okay. Again, you don't understand.
Every white person is a Nazi, nigga. I didn't say every white person.
You misunderstand what I'm saying. The reason why Russia is saying that they're fighting Ukraine is because Ukraine has Nazis in it.
That's true, and it's a fact.
Okay, great. Do you think Russians are white?
Yes.
Do you think Ukrainians are white?
Yes.
Okay, great. So with this whole white supremacy thing, they're still fighting over not being white enough.
Every white person is a white supremacist or a Nazi, my dude.
Correct. Again, well, that's my fucking. Again, that's what I already fucking said to you.
I never said white.
Okay, yes, you did. You literally said he's a white supremacist. I said he's Irish, and you're like, oh no, he's just white. You're like, oh no, it's global.
I said McGregor used.
That's what you've been saying this whole fucking time.
No, I didn't. I said McGregor used. They used the racial aspect because they know they have a racist fan base in MMA, and they use that to promote the fight. That's all I said, which is what they did.
No, you said he was doing it personally. You said that dude was doing it. And I was like, no, he was doing something.
He was making all these racial things, are racial comments. Everybody knows.
No, you see it as racial shit. He doesn't because he doesn't know.
He knows, man. Come on, stop.
He does. How could he? He's not from here.
It's universal amongst.
It isn't universal. It's literally an American thing.
You can go on these websites,
do you not understand? Okay,
you're being naive, bro.
Okay, no, you're being fun. Okay, how about this? Let me attack it this way. Do you think that everyone who hears the Biggie Smalls song,
he did it against?
Can I get to the question? Can I get to the fucking question before you go on another tangent? This is like really doing my head.
Shit against Khabib. He said it against Aldo.
Do you think everyone who listens to Biggie Smalls music understands the lyrics to Biggie Smalls?
What the fuck has that got to do with what we're talking about?
You keep saying he played Biggie Smalls, so he must understand.
He knows about American culture, bro.
He doesn't.
Yes, he does, bro.
No, he does. Like, what makes you think that? What makes you think he understands American culture to the point that he gets these fucking nuances? But he's saying, like, literally, he was made the most corniest fucking stereotype fucking joke ever. He's black from the waist down, and he's listening to Biggie Smalls. And you think from that he understands American culture?
Yeah, he understands racism. Yes, he's white. He's not stupid.
Okay, what you keep saying he's white, even though he's not.
Okay, you sound like an idiot right now.
No, you sound like an idiot right now. He's not even American.
Okay, that's nationality. It's not race.
Correct.
He was an American.
That's where you get the white, bro.
No,
do you not understand that white is a way that Americans view people, not how everybody views people?
All view themselves as white. That's
the American view. He's not American,
bro. So Australians don't think they're white. They think they so George Cambosis doesn't think he's a white man.
All right. So that's a perfect example. Australian. Okay, no, I got you. Okay, no, I'm trying to come a different way. I got you, bro. I got you. Australians considered Aboriginals black. Do you think Aboriginals are black people?
Yes, nigga. They got nigga hair and they got dark skin.
They don't. They don't. They actually don't. They look more Asian.
They have blonde hair, bro.
Okay, no, they don't. Like literally, they don't. They got
dark skin, they're blonde, they melanated, their hair is blonde, sure. But they got motherfucking nappy hair.
Okay, cool. All right, so do you consider? Okay, all right, cool.
If you go to the Philippines, the native people everywhere are black, nigga. If you haven't noticed,
all right.
You go to the Philippines, the natives are fucking black ass motherfuckers with afro.
So you're saying the native Maori then also in New Zealand are also black? And also, the people in South India, the native Tamil people are also black. These are all like fucking Asian people. Like this is
you know what a black person looks like.
Okay, now I know what a black person looks like. Okay.
Everybody knows what a black person looks like.
Okay, all right, I got it.
Let's stop playing these games.
Okay, they don't. That's why they got the one drop rule. What do you think Plessy Ferguson was?
Bro, we ain't talking about the one drop rule. We
okay, well, you can't tell what everybody's black, actually.
So why Jay
have laws around this shit?
J. Edgar Hoover had a drop of black blood in him. Why didn't the rule apply to him? He was the head of the FBI and a supreme racist, and he had part black.
If you could tell whether or not you're black, what do you think passing means?
Because he didn't look black.
What do you think the brown paper bag rule is?
Okay,
what do you think passing is?
That ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about.
Okay, I got you. Okay.
It's a whole different subject.
Yeah, this is a whole different subject. I got it.
Yeah.
Hey, let's move on.
Yeah, let's move on because this is getting ridiculous.
It's been ridiculous for a long time.
And like I said, what fight coming on next week?
Who is what?
I said, what fight coming on next week?
Let me see. Let's check it out. Let's see. Partial looks. It's taking a minute for it to load. Fucking hell. Let's see what we got here. It's just not loading all of a sudden. All right, let me get up my phone. My laptop is freezing up on me.
What's up, GT Smoke?
Oh, what's up, TNT? How you been, man?
Yeah, man. My man don't understand that there's no such thing as a white person or a black person. They're social constructs.
Yeah, man, I don't talk about this no more. That's semantics. Yeah, technically, white is a color, black is a color, not a person. But when I say black and I say white, you know exactly what I mean.
But what I'm saying is he's dealing with something you're not dealing with. Only in America they call people white and black. Did you know that? Okay, guess you didn't know that. Yeah, only in America, my friend.
You know what a white person is when we say white and when we say black.
No. No. What I'm saying to you, it's a social construct. It's not even a real thing. It's
that's
something
fine.
that's been made up.
I'm saying, but we know what it is.
Okay,
you know
let me ask you this question. Can a dark-skinned person be white?
No.
Oh, okay. You better go over there to Africa and ask them what they put on their paperwork when they come over here.
They might do that shit to be semantics. I done put white on a couple papers my damn self on the applications, nigga. That don't mean I'm white.
You know what? Check it out.
Okay, so what? Okay, so at what percentage?
Stop me from putting white down.
I'm hustling,
Nothing
nigga.
Stopping you. Nothing stop me from putting white down. You can put white down every time if you want to.
Right, but that'll make you white, my nigga.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So let me ask you this. So if you are, let's say you're olive complected, you have one grandparent
Okay, I'm not gonna say white. I'm gonna say Caucasians now. So we gonna say
no. You have one grand.
Now
You
you're
have
using a different term. Okay,
you have one.
I'm
You
not
have a
gonna say white,
grandparent
but
that's
I'm gonna
black.
say Caucasian.
If you have a grandparent that's black, right? Do you call yourself white if everybody else is white?
It depends, because it depends which genes are dominant in you. Because if
now it's a dominant gene, so one grandparent could overpower all those other genes and make you say that you're not white.
Sometimes you might get genes from your grandfather. Sometimes you might get them from your uncle. Like I look more like my grandfather than my own dad. You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
so this is all just based on the eye test. So passing is totally fine.
The genetics make it like Obama.
So whatever you pass for, whatever anybody says.
Obama came out of white woman pussy.
All right, so
they call him black because that's what he looks like.
Okay,
because that's what he is. He came out black. You know, Drake, he halfway. He came out mixed.
Come out black. There's no black people. There's no such thing.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. Yes, none of those people are black either.
He came out.
There is no such thing as like
he came out as an original man. He came out as
you might get some people who are like really dark brown, or maybe they get like a little bit purplish.
No,
like black people.
Real black people are really black, nigga. Let's not play.
No, they don't. They're actually there is no real black person.
There's no such thing as
like real black people are really in the fire, right? They've really been in the fire.
You ain't seen a real black person before? My grandmama was pitch black, my dude.
Yeah, no, she wasn't. No, she wasn't. No, she wasn't.
No, she wasn't.
And like literally, that's not like human beings are not pitch black.
My own grandmama, dog.
Yeah, I know because I know your grandmama was a human. I'm assuming that.
Human
beings aren't pitch black. Yes, they're just not pitch black. Not when they're like not unless they've been on fire. Not unless they've been on fire. They're not pitch black.
No. This nigga's black. It's different tones of black. It's jet black.
No, there's different tones of skin, but none of it is black. There's different tones of skin, but none of it is black.
Yeah, nigga's black.
I think you should check and look at the Fitzpatrick skin test.
Bro, it's like, black people that's black.
They've quantified all this shit.
It's people that's not
like ordinary language and shit.
It's people that's not African that's black. It's Indian people that's not black. That's blacker than most black people.
I got you, bro. Yes, black is dirt, right? Black is tar. Black is night.
The golfer BJ Singh is a Hindu. Yes, nobody's blacker than most straight here. So you can be black as and not African.
Right? Bosco. Domino. Just put a fucking a white dot on their head. They could be a domino, right?
This place in Africa, you go, motherfuckers so black you think they
nobody's is black, dude.
You crazy, bro.
Oh my goodness.
Because you got cut on you, like everybody is different. Black people, we ain't black because that's not our black is a color, not a race.
Well,
you know what I mean when I say black. That's what we call each other.
Let me help y'all a little bit. Do you know that at one time they called us niggers, right? Negro. Then they called us black. Then they called us African American.
It don't matter what it's called.
Why
you
did
know
they
what
do
I'm
that?
talking about.
No. But what I'm saying to you is you have to understand the context of the conversation. We understand what they're calling us. We're just saying that that's not true. It's not a fact. It's not a fact. So when he's saying that Lomachenko don't understand our culture, he has no clue. He ain't grown up over here. He don't know our culture.
They still racist in Ukraine, though. They understand their culture, which is hating niggas. Like, bro,
you can't be naive about dark-skinned people in Russia, right? You do know that, don't you?
Like this. It's not about dark skin. A light nigga get hated too, as long as they know what a nigga face looks like.
Here's the thing. Here's
the skin tone. They know what it looks like. We're not just skin color. We got a different face. We got a different. Our faces look different.
Some of the things. Some things are human nature, right? Some things are just like there's groups. Like let's say a bunch of people are 6 foot tall, right? If you're not part of the 6 foot tall group, right? You're either there's something wrong with you, right? You're abnormal to that fucking group. Now, if you call these two groups different races, then yeah, it's based on like genetic differences. You can tell look at them and see who's 6 feet tall and who's not 6 feet tall, but it doesn't really tell you anything about the fucking group. That's other than they look different. That's the thing about this whole thing with the race thing. Like you're doing this whole thing about like bloodlines and genes and all this shit when we all like are mixed up from different bloodlines and genes. You don't have unique genes to your fucking family. Like your family didn't exist in a vacuum. They didn't come in a vacuum.
Your DNA is
it's human DNA, what it is.
But you might have genes from somebody.
It's human DNA is what it is.
And your brother might have those genes from another ancestor It's more
Yeah,
predominant.
what you are is a modern man. You're a Homo
Right,
fucking sapien.
But you are
You
what
have
you are.
so many. You have a Denisovan,
You are
and we
what you
all
are.
have the African gene, the Denisovan gene, and the
Right, but you
Neanderthal
are
gene to a
when you're
certain extent.
born, you
You're
are
the
what you
modern
are.
man.
But when you're
Correct.
made, you are what you are.
Yeah, this other shit, all that other shit, is depends on where you're from. That tells you who you are.
No, it's
They
not.
they
Whatever
just
you
tell
are,
you.
what
Yeah, they
you
do.
are.
Like again,
You
what
don't
you
have,
are is a product of the times that you grew up in. But right now, right, we have all these trans people, right? So it used to be that all you were was either a male or female, or you had your genitals fucking mutilated, and you could be like a girl, like those
now
invisible
you
people
go
in
into
India,
left
like
Like
field
a
with
unit.
a
you
harem,
going into
right?
left field. Like, I
Right.
don't know.
Like a
But those
unit.
are those are like the three things that you can be. Now you can be all kinds of fucking things. You can have it. You can
You know
literally have
what it
both
is.
fucking. You can have both fucking both
But I'm
working
saying, at
sexual
the end of the
organs,
day,
right?
they can
You can
call it
literally
whatever
go
they
fuck
want.
yourself if you want, right? But
Right.
that's just the times that we live in. And it's the society that allows you to do shit like that.
Right.
So
But
the
what I'm
idea
saying
of
is,
male and female is now being blurred and fucking changed, right?
right.
That's
But
not
what
just you are what you are. What you are is a product of your fucking times and your fucking culture and
you're
your
not
society that you
understanding
live
what
in.
can I speak, bro? Because you off check. I'm not saying what I mean by you are what you are. It doesn't matter. The names could change with time. They can say whatever labels you want. A label doesn't change what you are. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
You are
And
what you
black
are.
is a label.
It is a label, but when I say that, whether they say colored or whether they say Negro, nigger, African, it all mean the same thing. We know
It
what we
don't
talking
mean
about
the
when
same
we hear
thing.
those
That
words.
right. So like you
But
look
it's
at
like,
those photos, like the picture on TNT's on his icon or mine.
Oh, I changed it.
Neither one of
I
those
can change it.
there's no black people on there. Like none of those
Yeah.
people are actually black. Those are just a bunch
Correct.
of brown people.
Yep. There
right.
you go.
But when we say black, we know what we're talking about. You know what I'm saying? I'm
Yeah,
not saying
you're
literally
like pitch black. Like
I'm not saying
human
all
beings
black
don't
people are
color
literally black.
themselves.
Yeah. But there are some black people who are pitch black.
Okay, so
It's
let me ask you a
different
question.
skin
What color is
tones.
your hair? What color is your hair?
Black, it's pitch black.
Okay, is your skin match your hair?
No.
Okay, so it's a social construct. They made it
Right,
up.
but when I say
The
black,
word,
I'm talking.
the
You know what
word,
people I'm
as far
talking
as
about.
using the term black, didn't come into the
Okay,
1700s.
I know that. I've already established. But when I say it just for the means of communication. You know what I'm talking about when I say that term.
Yeah, but we're just trying to say in the context of the conversation, we're trying to find what it means so we can have a good
Right,
conversation.
but we know what it is. We know what our people look like.
Because when you take somebody identity away from you, taking their nationality, their culture, their religion,
But
and
outside of
their
nationalities,
country and their
outside of
language.
labels, we are the same. A black man in motherfucking Brazil is still a black. Whatever you want to call, you don't want to call him a black man. You want to call him a Hebrew or Moor or whatever the fuck you want to call him. We know what it
I'm
is.
Moorish
We
American. Yeah, I'm
everywhere.
Moorish American. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You want to be a Moor? Hey, we Moor. You know what a Moor is? When you see
Yes, I
another
do.
Moor, he could be in motherfucking Canada. He could be in Russia. You know what
Okay,
a
you know,
I will call you a Moor.
You say what?
I will
yeah,
call you a
not,
Moor.
but yeah, that more thing is also you can't just tell by looking.
Yes, you can't tell by looking. Absolutely correct.
That's what I'm saying. Because Moor is a nationality, but you know what I mean. Black people ain't a monolithic group of people.
Well,
You
it
feel me?
really is a cultural thing, and that's a whole bunch of
Yeah,
like a
culture.
bunch of the
Absolutely.
nation,
I'm not
and
talking about the nationality.
that's the thing about
Different
ethnic
culture.
groups.
I'm talking about
Ethnic
the
groups
race.
are more tied by
We
culture,
different ethnic
and a
groups.
lot of those
Different
cultural
ethnic
ties.
groups. We got different cultures, but we're still the same race.
So ethnic
If
groups.
you're out of town, it's still
Fucking
just
hell,
black.
dude! Like
The
every
same
time I
people
running your mouth. So ethnic groups can be multicultural, and cultures can be multi-ethnic.
Yes,
and you can also have ethnic groups that are multilingual. They don't necessarily have to share one language, right? But all of those things are things that are ethnic characteristics, not necessarily racial ones.
Correct. Absolutely.
And I'm saying, besides all these ethnicities and names, we still the same race. At the end of the day,
and if you're an American, if you're not an American, you're not the same race at all. You don't even look at what the world is.
Just the reality of genetics.
It isn't the reality. It's the way that Americans look at the reality of Earth.
No, it's the reality. It's the genetic.
No, it isn't the reality. The reality of Earth is that we're all fucking human beings.
I can see a person, my same race, that's never been to America, and I can say we are the same race, and he don't even.
You
have
can
to speak
say it all you want. It doesn't make it so. That's just the way that you look at it.
Look at him and see myself.
Okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. If you look at a glass of H2O and you call it water, right? And somebody else says it is aqua.
Yeah, I was
right?
ready to say aqua. Mm-hmm.
You say, hey, you know what? No matter what you say, no matter what you think, it's water.
That's correct. It's water in.
No, it isn't. It isn't. It literally. No, that's the way you look at it. Somebody else looks at it as aqua.
Okay, he's calling it. It's the same thing.
No, it isn't the same thing. Like literally, it isn't.
Aqua, you say water. You're still talking about the exact same substance.
Right. So now, okay. So now we're talking about terms. So now, okay. So great. So now we understand.
That's the point. Okay, the term doesn't change the reality of what something is.
Awesome.
It doesn't change the reality of what something is.
All right. Cool. So now listen. Now that we've got that, you can have different terms referring to the same concept, right? Now talk about a word referring to different concepts. So now with race, the way that it is conceptualized in America, it's a social economic construct. The race that you're talking about is an actual ethnic thing when it applied worldwide. You're using the word race. That is only you're using the concept of race that only applies in America to the entire world.
I'm using the word race for lack of a better word. I never disputed nothing you said. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you did. You said the guy's white. That is a racial term. You're saying Conor McGregor is white. That is a racial term.
White.
He's not. No, he is not.
That's the term in today's
He's an Irish guy. A white guy.
Yes, he's a white man who comes from
who's a white guy? Okay, I'll tell you who's a white guy. It's very easy. Bill Clinton is a white guy.
Yes. You got plenty of Irish Americans that flight. There's never been Ireland, nigga.
All that racist shit that you say he's doing, Bill Clinton would know exactly what he's doing. He'd get 0 passes for it because everybody would know that he knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah, just like with Bill Clinton.
Everybody
said, if you don't vote for me, you ain't.
The reason
vote.
why Conor McGregor doesn't get the same thing because he looked like a buffoon, a guy that's imitating black people, which is not something a white guy would be doing.
They do it all the time. What are you talking about?
Mark
Wahlberg was a racist, got a conviction on his record for being racist. He emulated black people until he got put on.
Not like that. Exactly. Not like that.
Bunch. What are you talking about?
Again, not like that.
He went from Marky Mark to the Funky Bunch to he the
you don't have to keep giving examples. Not like that. Yes, you can emulate black people. You can, but you know how they do it? By putting on fucking blackface and doing mammy and shit. Like that. That's
called mocking. No, they're mocking black people.
Yeah, exactly. That's not what he was doing. That's not what he was doing. He was trying to co-opt the coolness.
He was swagger jacket, but it's the same
exactly.
Thing.
That's what I'm saying. He's not from here.
But just because somebody swagger jacket don't mean they like you.
I got it. That's my point. That's all my point is that he was swagger jacket. He wasn't being racist. He was being fucking swagger jacket.
And the reason why he's doing that. I'm talking about the promotion to the fight.
But the promotion was done by Floyd Mayweather, not fucking Conor. My point is that Conor wasn't doing it
in press conferences. Nigga, what are you talking about?
Again, I already said it a million times. Conor wasn't being racist because Conor doesn't know any better. He's not from here. You keep saying he's white, and so he does know better, and he's smart. He isn't fucking white. Yeah, he's not that fucking smart.
He knows his fans are racist. He knows his fans is racist, bro. Now, if Conor McGregor, if the racist fans wasn't racist, Conor McGregor wouldn't even be a superstar. He only got one title defense in the UFC.
That's fine. That has absolutely nothing to do with Conor McGregor being fucking racist.
Because of what he represented to the white racists.
Great. That has nothing to do with Conor McGregor being racist.
I didn't say he was. I didn't say Conor
you
McGregor.
did. You said he was being fucking racist. You said he knew what he was doing. You said he knew what he was doing, and you said that he was white. He's not white. He didn't know what he was doing. What he was actually doing was fucking swagger.
They both knew what they was doing with that fight. They both knew it was racially charged. If
the promotion was fucking being racist, Floyd Mayweather is the one who was doing the promotion, not Conor McGregor.
He was letting Conor McGregor say all this racist shit too.
No, Conor McGregor wasn't saying racist shit.
Yes, he was, bro. What are you talking about? He said, "Dance boy." He called them niggas monkeys.
Exactly.
He did a bunch of racist shit during that. He did it to all of them. He did it to.
It's only racist to Americans.
Anytime he can say racist shit to an opponent, he do. That's why they love him.
What?
He said racist shit to Jose Aldo. He basically said, "I'm going to enslave you, like my ancestors would have did when I came through when I ride through the horse in your favela." He said something to that effect to this dude.
What?
And then he was saying
There's no Irish enslaving people in Brazil. Like, what the fuck
exactly,
are you talking
but white people do us on that time. That's when I said white supremacy is an idea.
All right. So, at this point, I'm gonna have to call bullshit once more.
That's why Conor McGregor,
Conor
McGregor is an Irish man that went to the Vatican to have it.
So now you're telling me that Conor McGregor is saying that he's going around enslaving people. That's your latest thing.
He said that in the press conference.
Okay, all right. So let's.
Against Jose Aldo.
I remember Jose Aldo. There was no enslavement talking and fucking.
Yes, it was. Mikey Aldo was so mad and lunged at him.
It should be very
easy. Mad, so he had lunged at him.
Conor McGregor enslaving Jose Aldo.
So that's how he beat him.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Nick Diaz called him out. I mean, Jose Masvidal called him out.
I got it, bro. Like, listen, you don't have to keep running your mouth on the fucking nonsense. It's nonsensical the shit you talk about, but whatever.
Let's make excuses for these dudes.
Yeah, I got you. He's a white supremacist.
You ever been outside the United States?
Yeah.
Oh, where did you go?
Shit, I've been to Canada, Mexico, and the motherfucking the fucking Bahamas.
Oh, okay. You never been over across the Atlantic?
Nope.
Oh, okay. All right, that explains it.
Explains what?
Because if you go over there and deal with that culture over there, they don't deal with the term white and black.
That doesn't mean they're not racist, bro. Black people are persecuted in all them European countries. What are you talking about? I'm not saying every white person is a racist, but racism exists everywhere there's white people. That's a fact. Israel Adesanya grew up in New Zealand and he talked about how he was bullied because he was black. What are you talking about? He wasn't spared racism because he was in a different country overseas and he was from Africa.
So it wasn't the fact that they didn't agree with his culture.
No, they thought he was black. They called him nigger like they do us. They treated him like a worse than. He was probably treated worse because he was the only black person in the all-white place.
Okay, what he said was, when I'm done, I'm going to turn the favela into a sweatshop.
No, he said, I'm going to ride through on a horse. He said a lot of shit.
Okay, you said he's going to enslave him like our ancestors did. Bro,
yeah, he said this is a different time. Like, I come through with the McGregor crest on the thing with a horse and kill every man that's not fit to work. And some shit like that. He was talking about, he was saying all that's what he said. Go look at the press
conference. Again, I'm looking at the quote.
Because go watch the press conference.
Please show me what you're talking about. But provide a receipt. Please provide a receipt. I don't need to hear you fucking characterize it anymore.
I'm gonna find it and post the video.
Okay, please do. Please do. I'm asking you as nicely, as respectfully as I can. And please do.
Okay. All right.
I'm gonna find this shit.
Now, while saying you're gonna turn into a sweatshop is
he said if this is a different time, I will ride through on a horse to your facility and kill every man that's not fit to work. To that effect. And I'm about to pull it up.
So where is that racist at though?
He's saying I'm gonna come through and subjugate you like we did Brazil any goddamn way. Because if you know the history of Brazil, the Europeans came over there and subjugated those people. You know what I'm saying? The white people in Brazil, like the president of Brazil right now, like worse than Trump. Like he like Trump on steroids. Like people don't understand that you got to understand all the Nazis fled to and they in Brazil somewhere. You know what I'm saying? It's like got no Nazi encampments and shit there. And colonies and shit. Like people, why are we playing games with this shit, man? Like you know what I'm saying?
Okay, so hold up a second. People are saying Caucasian means an absence of color. Like, what in the fuck? And I'm supposed to know that dumb shit? Like, I don't know. Like, what in the fuck? Caucasian does not mean an absence of color. Caucasian, it means you're from a geographical area of the
South Georgia.
Yeah, it's an area of the earth. If you're Caucasian. Just so you understand that Caucasian.
Here's an article on Fox.
I just want to get through this whole thing. I just want to get to this last part. Caucasians who have color include Arabs, Pashtuns, and Berbers. Off the top of my head.
Well, here's an article on Fox Sports. They talk about Conor McGregor's racist comments, how he used to promote his fights. I'm gonna post it in the private chat.
Okay. Again, I saw again, I saw what they said was his racist comments,
No,
but it wasn't what you said that they were, and they weren't actually even racist.
No, because you didn't quote what he said.
No, I did quote what he said. I literally quote, and I'll do it again.
No, I'm gonna put it. They talking about it on Reddit when it happened.
Okay, great. Put it in the private chat. I will quote it again.
Here we go right here. I would invade his favela on horseback and kill anyone that was not fit to work. But we are in a new time. That's what he said. If Conor McGregor on People Magazine, they got a comment about what McGregor said. Conor McGregor faces backlash for racist taunt. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. And then they said what the racist taunt is.
It is. He said they talk.
Okay,
this
so that's it. I'm looking at. I'm reading your art. I'm just scrolling through your article, looking for the thing. He's a little Cholo gangster from the hood.
That's about Nate.
Cholo gangster from the hood.
Racist.
Okay, Cholo from the hood. Cholo gangster from the hood. I guess that's not white supremacist. It's definitely an ethnic slur. I'm still not getting the riding through your fucking thing on horseback. Where the fuck is that? That's nowhere in this article.
Bro, that's what he said in the press conference, bro.
Okay, literally, I asked you for this article. You're talking about some shit that you can't prove. Like you said, you already said that like 4 times. I asked you for the fucking quote.
Bro,
you have not produced it, and you keep saying it. Okay, so all right, so it's in the press conference. So he said this in a press conference, but no fucking article ever picked it up. But instead, they picked up Cholo and goddamn turn it into a sweatshop. Okay, then cool. If an article picked it up, where is it? I just didn't find it, and you can't find it.
Okay, I'm gonna find the actual video. And
okay, great. Whatever it is, video or article.
I'm about to type in exactly what he said.
Okay, cool. You don't have to you don't have to announce it, but you can if you want. Sorry that my patience is a little bit thin.
I found a Reddit thread 7 years ago where they talked about it, but they ain't got the.
Okay, when they talk about it, you gonna send me another quote that isn't him saying it?
No, but I'm saying I gotta get the press because the fight was canceled. I think this is from the first press conference. And then they had to cancel the fight. Then they had another fight. They had rescheduled it because the fight. This is a long ass time ago, so it's not. You got to find the shit. I got to go back and find out which press conference it was.
It's all good. It doesn't really matter. Whatever.
It do matter.
I no longer care.
Actually, auto thing.
I got too caught up in something I actually don't really care that much about. It's all good. I get that sometimes.
Like in that same article I sent you, they say when he's promoting this fight.
Like, listen, I'm not.
You good. I was listening to y'all when I was at work. I said I'm going to get in the house to chime in a little bit.
My point is, do you think he knows what a Cholo from the hood means?
Yes.
You do? Do you know what a Cholo from the hood means?
I don't know. I know it's a derogatory race.
Exactly. Like you think that a guy from Ireland knows what it means, but you don't even know what it means.
Yes, I know it's a disrespectful thing to say.
Yeah, you know it's disrespectful, but you don't even know what it means.
Just like when Tiger had to apologize.
Yeah, no, that's my point.
Yeah, it was. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah,
you know that you're trying to get under skin, yes. But if you call this dude, if you call it,
I didn't say he's a racist. I'm saying he uses those tactics to promote his fights to his racist fan base. He's a smart guy. He knows what time it is. I didn't say Conor McGregor himself is a racist. He might be. He might not be. But he uses that in his promotions.
Right. So if you were to say to Nick Diaz or Nate Diaz, you're a Cholo from the hood, right?
First off, I never would say that to Nate Diaz.
No, I'm saying again, if I didn't say you, when I say you, I'm speaking generally, not you specifically, no cap. But if one were to call Nate Diaz, if one were to call Nate Diaz a Cholo from the hood, they may be disrespectful, but it might also be accurate.
No, it's not. That's like a person calling me.
Yeah, that's the whole point. If
like
you don't know the Cholo,
when I try to come and check it, they call me a thug because I got on a motherfucking.
What if you are a thug? Okay, so if somebody called Suge Knight a thug from the, all right. So if somebody called Suge Knight a thug from the hood, are they being racist? Are they being accurate?
Yeah, but that's the racist part. When you calling somebody something you know they're not.
What if they are a thug from the hood?
But thing is, they're not the thug from the hood. We as a professional fighter.
Right. So nobody's a thug from the hood now.
He's not a Cholo. He's not a motherfucking.
Do you know what a Cholo is? All a Cholo is a first or second generation like Mexican. So they're like a Mexican American, and it's it's how they call themselves Cholo.
No, it's not.
Oh my God.
Indigenous or partly indigenous, a man of Latin of indigenous and partly indigenous.
Yeah, but it lives in America. It's an American term.
The American term is it's a Mexican American associated.
It's a Mexican, yes, and a Mexican American who's been here for a couple generations. A first generation, second. It's not fresh off the boat.
Gangs. It's a young man belonging to Mexican American urban subculture associated with street gangs.
No, Cholo. Before there was even such thing as street gangs, there were Cholo.
I just looked up in the dictionary.
Correct. All right, I got you.
And it says often derogatory. It's a noun. Often
correct. It is correct. It is often derogatory. And it's often, and it doesn't have to be. Just like, okay, thug is also often derogatory.
He was being derogatory, nigga. Like
I didn't say that he wasn't being derogatory. I didn't say that he wasn't being derogatory. I said that you could be accurate. You could literally call Suge Knight a thug from the hood. It could be derogatory. It could also be fucking accurate.
We talking about what he did.
Okay, again, I'm talking about the way that Cholo can be fucking derogatory and accurate and also racist.
It's like somebody calls.
Also, it could not be. Like what the
Wayne Brady a thug. It's like somebody call it like Wayne Brady.
Like they was calling Mexican a wetback. That would be the same thing.
No, that is definitely
that's a more direct slur.
That's wrong. Exactly. That is just racist.
You can say racist, disrespectful things to people without using slurs.
Very disrespectful.
Again, this isn't that fucking hard. This is not that difficult. A Cholo can literally not be a slur. It can literally just be a person, and that's fine, right?
Yeah,
a thug, right?
Like when they say Cholo, like that's when they dress up with the khakis and shit, and they make fun of them niggas.
Again, yeah, exactly. A Cholo can just be a Cholo. A Cholo is not necessarily negative. A thug is necessarily negative, but you can still be a thug for real. It just means that you're a negative fucking person, but you don't need to. But a thug is not. But a thug is not a racial thing. But if you say a thug, but if you call a black dude a thug, and he's not a thug,
he's playing it up.
Let me. I'm not
a rope for his audience.
No, I'm not. Listen, I'm just going through. Listen, exactly. If you call a black dude a thug, but he's not a thug, the way Cambosis was doing with Devin Haney. Now, what you're doing is saying some racial shit.
Right.
The question is, does George Cambosis realize that? Or is he just parroting fucking language because he's really Australian?
No, he realized it because he was doing it to promote the fight. That's what they do.
I got it. The question is, to what extent does he understand what the fuck the racial divide is in America?
He understands.
I know you just think he does for whatever reason.
He told Devin Haney to his face, he's like, "I'm just doing this to promote the fight." He told Devin Haney that, and it's on video.
I understand that it's on video. The question, his understanding is not on video. Him just saying it is on video. The question is his understanding.
He doesn't live under a rock, my nigga. He understands what he. Like.
Okay, I got it. You keep saying he understands it. Meanwhile, there's no evidence that he understands it. You just think that he absorbs it.
Whatever.
Whiteness.
Whatever, man. Whatever. We all know what it is.
Okay, no cap. No cap. Say that's my message, and I'm sticking to it. Oh man. Okay. Wow.
I'm about to get the fuck off here, man. I'm tired of fucking running Cambosis. I don't give a shit. Yeah. What the fuck time is it? 3:50.
Oh, you in the West Coast?
Right now, yeah.
It's almost 4 a.m. Me too.
It's 7 o'clock over here where I'm at. Well, 6:50 on the East Coast.
Somebody go get some damn breakfast. Shit.
Yeah, I picked some up on my way in.
Man.
Yes, sir.
The fuck is this?
Yes, sir. Hey, GT Smoke, did we ever finish out the conversation about the duck word?
About which one? Oh, duck? You said duck word? Yeah. I'm not sure.
I know we said something about greater than and less than. I know we got to that part.
Yeah.
The other thing was like
I think it was.
found out
I think
some.
this whole thing was centered around Tank.
Yes, it
Whether or
was.
not
Well, that
Tank
was
was
one part.
Devin.
Yeah.
I feel like, I mean, we were trying to define terms, but I think the sub context or the greater context, the broader context was the Tank fight, Tank Devin
Yeah,
Haney.
Tank fight, and then we did Canelo, and we found out a lot of the situations he's had didn't meet the duck qualifications. You turned me on that one. Oh, the other thing I want to throw in there, if you outprice yourself, I think you're ducking. I like that concept. You know, like what Keith Thurman said, he needed 10,000 to fight. Somebody it was, he didn't want that fight. It was what was it, Boots?
Well, I mean, the thing is, it's always the issue for me when it comes to duck. It's always you can't confirm it until the guy fights somebody. So he has to actually not fight the other guy and fight somebody. So like asking for something, pricing yourself out of a fight doesn't necessarily make you a duck if you get that price from somebody else.
But if you don't, then that will put you in a duck class.
Yeah, like if you were like, oh yeah, like if you fought somebody, I don't know, like it's a hard one to put. Like,
well,
okay,
let's
take Caleb Plant versus Canelo, right? Caleb Plant was like, I don't like my purse. I need $10 million to fight Canelo. Correct. Now, Caleb Plant probably won't get $10 million to fight somebody else.
Correct.
Right? So, and he's probably never earned $10 million fighting anybody other than Canelo, right? In his whole life. So this would be the hugest payday by a lot. But he is fighting Canelo, and he is a champion. And it is for undisputed. So maybe his market rate, the market rate for the fight is different than his normal market rate. So him asking for 10 million maybe isn't pricing himself out, even though it's way more than he could get for fighting anybody else and more than he got ever in his life.
Then so what did he do after that then?
He still hasn't fought. He's still spending.
So
he got the money. No, he got the money. That's what happened. Like he sat out. Like, yeah, they paid him.
Oh, okay. All right.
But people were howling, right? They were like, oh, 10 million. Why are you getting 10 million? Yada, yada, yada. Because, he understood his value in this situation and he got his 10 million bucks.
Who did Keith Thurman ask 10 million for the fight?
They said Bud, and then he said that's not true. And then they said for Boots, and I'm not sure if that's true or not.
Okay. All right. I kept hearing a few guys kept mentioning that situation. I was like, well, did he duck him or outprice himself so he didn't have to fight him? But now in Keith Thurman's case, if he did put the price on Boots at 10 million and then fought Mario Barrios, I might have put him in the duck category in that case. What you think about that?
I'm sorry. What did I think about? What was it? What did I think about that?
I don't know the time frame. Right, you might help me out with that one. Was the $10 million actually offered to Keith Thurman to fight Boots, or he made a suggestion that he needed 10,000 to fight him?
The word on the curb, as they say, is that he's just has a $10 million price tag out. Okay. But I haven't heard anybody confirm that. They said that about him and Bud, and he denied it.
Okay.
He said he didn't ask for $10 million.
Okay. Well, we need more evidence on that then. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't like to just give nobody the duck term.
Yeah, I don't know. Like the pricing yourself out is it's kind of a weird concept. I don't know. It can be a way to do it, but I feel like that one is just hard because I feel like there's a difference between ducking a guy and avoiding a guy. And you may be pricing yourself out as a way to avoid a guy.
But that's a synonym. Duck and
not really. I think that there's necessary and sufficient conditions for avoiding that are separate and apart from
ducking?
ducking. Yeah, because I feel like to avoid a person, you can fight a guy that is of equal either of either stakes or difficulty, but you would rather fight one than the other, right?
But
So like
that's not avoiding though.
no, I'm saying that is avoiding. That's not ducking him. You're not ducking him, but you are avoiding him. Like let's say,
Oh, okay.
let's say, okay. So here's the thing. So, Wilder versus Fury rematch, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, Wilder was like, they offered me more money to fight AJ, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he's trying to get the Fury fight. The reason why you could say that he's avoiding AJ, but you can't say he's ducking AJ because he's trying to fight Fury, right? So Fury is at least as hard to fight, if not harder.
Correct.
So you can't really say you're ducking AJ to fight fucking Tyson Fury, but you can say he's avoiding AJ.
But he was under contract. He had
well, but they were offering him another contract. Right? They were offering him another contract. He could have gone, whatever. But I'm just saying that you could avoid a guy. Like I feel like avoiding is a different thing than ducking altogether.
Okay. I need to put that in the equation then. Okay. All right. We can go with that. Okay. Okay.
Right? Like you could be like I'll fight AJ when they're ready to give me 50-50. That's not ducking AJ. You might feel like you're pricing yourself out. You could definitely say it's avoiding him, right? Like you're not going to fight him until this other point. It's not that you're not fighting. Like you could say that like Spence avoided Bud. He didn't duck him. He's just like, I'm going to do this other shit first.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay. Would you say that Thurman avoided or ducked EJ?
I think you could say he avoided him. It's hard to say he ducked him because, he was fighting fucking Manny Pacquiao and shit, and not fighting at all. Like he was first not fighting, and then he was fighting, guys who have done more in this fucking sport at that point. And Thurman and I'm sorry, and Porter and fucking Garcia, and then Pacquiao. Like, nah, you can't really say he ducked him. You can say he avoided him totally, but duck him, no, not really.
So ducking would be the ultimate, then avoiding would be like the second tier.
Yeah, because you're still fighting top guys and all that other shit. You're just not fighting that one guy.
All right, that makes sense to me now. I'm glad you cleared that up for me because I was confused about that one. I was thought they was like synonyms, but actually that's a good breakdown on that. I like that. Definitely like that one.
Yeah, like you can say that people can say that, Floyd avoided Margarito. But he fucking fought Oscar De La Hoya, so it's kind of hard to say he ducked fucking Margarito to fight Oscar De La Hoya. Like, come on, man.
Right. That was a bigger fight, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. How did you felt about that? The guy, well, he was talking a whole lot. The white dude, he was, I don't know, I think he turned his leaf a little bit. He was talking about how he thought that Bud was going to beat EJ, but then he kind of came around a little bit. And then they got to the Keith Thurman talk, but I don't know. He kind of opened up a little bit. He kind of like changed his mind. You know what I'm talking about? You was talking to him earlier today.
What?
The guy you was talking to earlier today that was really a Bud fan, like we not all, but well, I like Bud too. I just got EJ beating him by a slight edge. Mm-hmm. But y'all was having a conversation earlier today, and the guy he kept on saying something about that the way Bud fight EJ didn't have a chance or something like that.
Oh,
you know what I'm talking about?
I mean, we had another one. I mean, there was like people have Bud stopping Earl.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see that at all. I got to go in 12. Maybe a split or maybe a draw. I don't know. But I think they too classy of a fight for them to. They're gonna be too cautious to get knocked out. If anybody gonna get beat down, it's probably gonna be Bud. I don't know. That's my personal opinion, but I think Bud can last the 12 rounds. I think he'll last 12 rounds. He ain't gonna stand toe to toe with him though. I do know that.
Mm-hmm. They're gonna go toe to toe, definitely.
They gonna go toe to toe?
Definitely, of course.
Wow.
Of course they are.
Man.
You know, what's his ass? Bud likes to fight and is a counterpuncher, which means they like to get the last shot. And Errol likes to get the first and the last shot, and they both like to impose their will on the other fighter. Of course, they're going to be. Yeah, of course they're going to exchange. Of course, they're going to be fireworks. Their temperament says it. Their styles say it. Their techniques say it. Like, yeah.
Okay, I think it'll happen. You think it's gonna be? You think the whole fight gonna be like that?
Yeah, I mean, Bud says he's stepping to him. And I don't think it's a bad idea. I think Errol Spence is probably not as good going backwards as he is going forward. I don't think it's a bad strategy to try to get Errol to back up. But in order to do that, you're going to have to exchange, right?
Yeah, you got to apply some pressure, ain't you? Okay.
You got to let that leather fly.
That's a fact.
Else you fucked in the game, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. You know,
well, I'm hoping they announce that fight this weekend, man. I really do. I hope they do. EJ sent Errol sent a text out saying he ready to fight. What did he say? He said he can't wait till something about the fight. You see that quote Errol put out? Did you read that one?
No. He's putting out posts. I mean, I'm not trying to. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Something about his fight time or something like that. I saw that earlier. I need to go back and find that. Let me see if I can find it. Come on, get down here, screen. Not now. Oh, it won't let me do it. I gotta get my iPad. Oh shit! No, I can pull it from the TV. All right. So how you been? Ben supposed to come out there and see you. He ain't been out there yet. Ben Israel. I know he said he was coming to see you. Ben Israel.
Oh, I haven't. Yeah, no.
He said I'm coming out there to holler at my man Smoke.
Yeah, when you know, I'm here. You jump on, say what's up when he's around.
No, he said he was coming out there to visit you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he's been out here yet. I have no idea.
Oh, okay. Okay.
As far as I know, no. But
let me get this Earl quote.
Yeah, the duck thing. I have I'm having a debate on that on Thursday.
Oh yeah? On who channel?
Knockout.
Knockout? Oh, you going back over there?
Yeah, I'm debating Knockout himself.
Okay. What time that's gonna start? You know?
5:30 Central.
Okay, that will be.
No, sorry, not 5:30 Central. Sorry, 7:30 Central, 5:30 my time. Yes, 5:30.
That'll be 7:30 Central. That'll be 8:30 my time. All right, that'll be
8:30 your time.
Yeah. That'll work. Okay, I'll tune in. I caught the last part of that one, man. I thought you beat the dude for real though.
That was. I mean, that's easy work. Everyone knows what the hell that was.
And then the judges, he was like, "Well, just because you gave somebody
come on, man. The judges weren't listening. They weren't doing the thing. It was it was actually like literally nobody has gone in. Everyone says that I won that fight. It was easy, dude. It was like to me that wasn't like it was a close one, so it could have gone either way, kind of thing. It was just like he was talking a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah, he was. He wasn't really addressing the issue.
And the people that I was talking to they weren't really either paying attention or like versed enough to in argumentation or even like breaking down fights. So it was kind of a little bit of a shit show on the judging, but I thought it was like kind of entertaining and kind of educational still. It's just the judging was just kind of weird.
Yeah, the judging was really weird. Yes, definitely that.
But I felt like it was a pretty good opportunity to talk about two really good fighters. So on that hint, and I thought it had its moments where it was entertaining. It's just, And then once you got to listening to the judges, I was like totally disappointed. Like, oh, you're not even listening to what we're talking about.
Did he say he said that Boots' father, because he trained him to do that, made him better than Bud?
Yeah. Like, it was the weirdest thing. Like,
that was crazy.
Yeah, like I was like, man, okay. Even though I would grant you that he was a better, like let me just be charitable. Like, maybe you can help me out. I'll be charitable and say he is a better teacher than BMAC, than Bomac.
Right.
I don't know that he's a better teacher than Bomac. There's no evidence he's a better teacher than Bomac.
None.
But let me just grant you that thing out of the thin air. That he is.
That was crazy.
How does that make Boots a better fucking switch hitter?
I'm still thinking about. I'm like, that's crazy.
Yeah, I didn't get where.
And then on top of that, he said, Bud was more of a natural at it.
He's more intuitive, and it was just like, oh, he's not a real one. Literally, his thing, the questions, like, were they justified in saying that he's a real one and not a real? It was just odd. That particular question was a little bit odd, but his rationale for why Boots was better didn't have anything to do with the guy being better. Whether or not Bud was a real switch hitter had nothing to do with him being a real switch hitter. And what was the last one? Who had more skills? Also had nothing to do. Like, his answer had nothing to do with the questions ever. And it was kind of like, oh, okay. You guys are talking about how this is close? How he won?
Fanboy. It was fanboyish.
Yeah.
To say the least, it was fanboyish. It was.
Let me just dip with the that was a kind of a spirited conversation we had with No Cap. Let's see what the chat had to say, if anything, about it. Let me just catch up before we go on. What's up?
The chat closed. Oh, it's back open?
Oh, the chat's been open.
Smoke.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, what channel is your next debate gonna be on?
Knockout.
What I don't know what channel that is. What's Knockout? It's just Knockout.
Knockout Boxing, Knockout TV 86 or Knockout 86 TV.
Okay, I got it. Fanon had you on the back foot though. That's the first time I ever seen you on the back foot.
That's what?
I said Fanon had you on the back foot. That's the first time I ever seen you on the back foot since I've been aware of your existence.
Oh no, I wasn't there to debate. I wasn't even debating there. I was just chilling and having a conversation with him. Like, they went into the full on debate mode. I was just like, hey, explain this. Like, I was at Fanon's for a couple of hours, and like because they couldn't answer simple questions, they try to undermine my credibility. But I was just there having fun, that kind of thing. So it's kind of like, it's pretty interesting. Is it like for me? It's an interesting experience for me because of how long I followed that channel, and that was like kind of the first time I spoke to him, and it was like kind of a weird, like there was a bunch of Bush League tactics. Like, have you seen the movie Rounders? Have you seen that movie?
Yeah.
John Malkovich, he played this character KGB, and the guy was like eating Oreos, and that was his tell. He could tell when the guy like was either bluffing or had a hand because the way he interacted with the Oreos. Like, so I caught my man's tell. Like, it was like kind of a thing where I'm like, oh man, that was it's kind of funny. I can now go through like straight up. I will chew Fanon up in a fucking debate now. I understand. Wow, I didn't realize. I thought he was better at it. I'll put it that way. I thought he was better. I was just like, I wasn't even there to debate, and it was like kind of easy. Like, you were like, you're on the back foot. I was on no foot. Actually, I wasn't even trying to win anything. I didn't even have a perspective.
Hey, I guess it'd be interesting to hear y'all niggas talk. I really don't care.
Yeah,
But, it'd be cool, I guess.
it was kind of funny. Like he tried, it became this thing to win. So I went on there. I was in the chat, and he said something about the way Haney's, like one of Haney's posts, like the last thing was that. When he said he's gonna send it back, he said, "See, I knew you didn't want you asking him back. Show me you didn't want me to have in the first place." Fanon took some exceptions, took offense to that, and he was just like, "Well, you told him to take it back, and now you're acting like them taking it back is a problem." And anyway, he was just like had this huge reaction to it, and I was like, it's not that big a deal. You're being kind of petty, right?" So I went on there to talk to him about his reaction to Haney. Right, and so he explained it somewhat, but really, what was exposed was he has a bias against Haney, like because of he feels like it's a pattern of behavior, and that's just what I was like, just sort of pointing out, right? Like the way that you were responding to this thing seems to be a little bit over the top and like specific, right? So anyway, yeah, that's what that. And then he just wanted to have a Haney fan on the panel.
Well, out of the horse's mouth, from what he said himself, he likes Devin Haney, but he doesn't like Devin Haney fans.
Yeah, well, anyway, so he said he liked me, like straight out the fucking bat. But I've been on Fanon's thing for a while, right? But he just didn't know. That's my first time chopping up with a guy that I've been like in his chat for like 5 years, and we've had conversations in chat, but not like face-to-face kind of thing. So that was just kind of like that was what I was off of. I was on that fucking vibe, just like, oh, okay, I'm on Fanon shit, let's chop it up. But so he was on a different tip. But his and my reaction was just about his reaction to Devin Haney. But then he wanted to chop up the whole Tank ducking thing, and so that became a different kind of conversation. But then it was like a 1v5 in that one. Like it was not just yeah, it was. Then it was Fanon. It was like 3 or 4 other people. Knockout jumped on at one point. Well, but even still, I didn't have it like I didn't have it like they were just talking about why they thought Bill wasn't like he was full of shit when he was saying what he was saying, and some of the stuff they said made sense to a degree, and some of it didn't. Like some of it was just like most of it came down to it would be like even Devin Haney was going to have to take a shitty deal, which okay, Devin like Bill never said that Devin Haney wouldn't take a shitty deal, and the other part of it was it would be like maybe cost prohibitive for them to just like vacate the belts. Maybe it is. Really, he didn't even say it's cost prohibitive. He just said it was expensive. So like his pushback was either Devin Haney would have to take a huge cut, or it was expensive for him to drop the titles. He didn't ever say that he couldn't petition or Devin Haney wouldn't drop the belts.
Left that out.
Right. So he was just talking about but anyway, it was a little bit like over the I wasn't into the optics or the rhetoric of it. So in the rhetoric and the optics of it, they were sort of dogpiling, and I sort of let it go on. Like there was a bunch of gish galloping. Like there was a whole Fanon would monologue and interrupt, and I wouldn't like push back on it because I just wasn't there for that. Right. And then the chat was on there. They were like saying that the chat was like, oh, I'm a disruptive force. I go to panels and try to disrupt the whole thing. So it's kind of like it was getting blood sporty, but I wasn't there for the blood sport. I was just like, this is one of my channels. I'm just going to cook up, like if I can chop it up with the guy I've been trying to chop it up with. But it was kind of an ego stroke. I was like, you are pulling out all these stops for little old me. And then also I can go to the channels and everybody knows who the fuck I am. They know what I
don't little old smoke.
They understand, man. They know who you is, man. My quality is known in wherever I go. Before I get there, they understand who the fuck they dealing with. And I was like, I was in that realm. They were like trying to like win arguments and all this shit. I was like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, they trying to put you on their strap, man. They want a notch on their belt.
Yeah, I mean it is. I mean, cool. You feel like you got your chin on it. Like I felt like I made the point, right? Like if you feel like the guy wasn't free, then and I gave him the point. Like I was just like either Tank is a clout chaser like his generation, and they just like say weird shit on fucking social media that they have no plans on backing up, or he's just ignorant about what's going on. Right? It's either one of those two things. Or
I can see that. I can see that.
right? Or he's a duck.
Because he did make a statement. He did,
Well,
and that's my
I
dog.
mean, I think the case was already made. He's just ignorant of what was going on as far as the rematch and all that.
Right,
Yeah.
but they wouldn't concede any of it. But they wouldn't concede any of it, right? So that's what the issue was. So I was just like asking them questions about their standards, right? So yeah, he could just be a dumbass popping off at the fucking mouth, not knowing what the fuck is going on. Yeah,
Well, that was a
that's
bit
cool.
harsh, calling him a dumbass.
Yeah. Well, what I mean by dumbass, I mean an ignoramus.
All right, okay, I got you.
I mean, he didn't even take the time to figure
right.
out whether or not the guy was fucking free when everybody is talking about that's one of the main things that you need to do in order to fucking have the fight happen next. If the guy's fucking free.
He was asked a question by the press, though. Might have
Say again?
He was asked a question by the press, right?
I don't know what kind of question would prompt that answer.
Well, Tank responded to something that Devin said, and I guess it gets.
Yeah, I got it. I'm just saying I don't know what question Brian Custer would say. But what the reason it seemed like what Tank was responding to was Devin's provocations, right? That's really what he was responding to, not a question that Brian Custer asked.
Oh, okay. Okay. So I got the debate, and the debate going to be on. What's the debate going to be on again? What you say? What you're debating this week? Thursday. The topic.
The topic is Loma versus Haney. Did Loma duck Haney by taking the franchise? Is Haney ducking Loma? If Haney moves up without fighting Loma, is he ducking Loma? And who wins the fight?
Oh, and you're taking what side? I'm sure you're taking Haney's side, right?
Yeah, taking Haney.
So, are you promoting the event? Smoke? What time? What place?
It's not. No, it's not. It's on Knockouts. You know, Knockouts doing a debate series over there, the Thursday night debate. It's he and I, Haney versus Loma.
I got you.
He and I are debating Haney versus Loma. Yeah.
Well, this got a little bit more bite than the last one.
Yeah. You know, I got the times mixed up. Like, really, I was like drunk and stoned and shit when he did. Like, I thought it was because I thought it was at 7:30 my time, so I was just like chilling the fuck out, enjoying the sunset and all that stuff. Then he's like, "Oh, it's now." I'm like, "Oh, fuck, dude, I haven't finished my anyway." But this time I got it right. I feel like I'm good now.
Yeah, go there, knock that boots off, my guy.
Let's see.
Knock that boots off.
Let me scroll up to that debate, that other conversation, and see what the chat was talking about. That's not true. What the fuck? What are we talking about? Obama's father's a Hamite. His mother's a Caucasian. A Hamite.
See,
what in
that's
fuck?
That's the Israelite stuff there, man. That's Israelite talking right there.
Okay, what your father's bloodline?
They taking that from the Bible. You know what I mean?
Your father's bloodline. Okay, it's what your father's bloodline. Okay, whatever. Yeah.
It's a crazy question with that one because according to the Bible, you know, Moses and the 3 sons got on the boat and their wives, and they all got off, but then everybody broke up in family groups. Okay, all right, I got you.
I don't know, like how did and how do you argue against incest? If you were to take that story,
how you do that? They all got the same father. I don't get it, but anyway, I don't get into that conversation with people because you know, I think they can't look past go.
Debating religion is a fool's errand, but continue.
I don't think that. No, I mean, I feel like debate amongst
People of understanding. Yeah.
Are people who
one
are
track
searching
mind,
for
they're gonna
truth?
get it.
Well,
Yeah.
I feel like if you're searching for truth, right? And that's
Correct.
what I like. Generally, when I debate, that's what I'm doing. I'm not like trying to win a rhetorical battle, like just have like the best thing. Like it can devolve into that thing, but that's not really what that's not really my thing. I am actually like trying to get to the truth or the facts of a matter kind of thing. But this Thursday, I might have to just try to win some rhetoric things because I realized, I realized that approach might, while I feel like it what is it? It stands the test of time. I don't know that it is the best for the moment, right? So maybe.
Well, in this setting, fighting fire with fire is going to work because if you try to just,
I mean, it could very well be that there's no way that I can win these debates, right?
Yeah.
No matter what I said or did.
Well, in their eyes, I mean, I'm sized up accordingly, but I'm not going.
Yeah, I mean, I understand, and I understand. I'm going into an environment where it literally doesn't matter, like what I say or do. They were just,
well, you're going to be like a battle rapper, they never.
Yeah, I think I feel like I'm a polarizing figure.
You are.
That people like to, like now people are not. I didn't realize that people are having like a parasocial relationship with me, and like they feel as though they're interacting with me by like talking shit and like trying to take me down pegs or whatever.
Well, you got the name, get the smoke. Come on now, cut it out.
Yeah, but my thing's about smoking weed. Like it's not even about like what people think it's about. But anyway, it's all good.
You know what they thinking, right? You got all the smoke.
Yeah, exactly. It's all good. I do like a debate. I don't mind a debate. I just like I don't know. It is what it is. Let's see. Oh, the same bloodline of Esau. I'm not really into this whole power of the blood and blood quantums and all this shit. And also, it's like a little bit, and it's also
stuff, man.
It's also like tangential to the conversation we're having about like how the concept of race, how it's been applied in America, how it is an American invention, and how it's evolved over time. Anyway, the bloodline.
Yeah, I think originally it was like a Aryan Hindu invention. Originally, that got applied.
The idea, okay, so like literally the idea of the concept of race, like the word race used to be meaning of like of a kind of like things, right? But it used to be like a race of bishops or a race of bakers or a race of soldiers. It was just like a bunch of people that were the same thing. It didn't have anything to do with your ethnic or your biology or anything like that. It was more about your occupation, like a race of bus drivers, kind of shit, right?
Well, forget the term being used, but rather
but that was the term. That's the term. So the concept
of the matter of discriminating against people who have darker skin that originated.
So even that thing wasn't even a thing, right? So the way that racism had nothing to do with darker skinned people. Originally it had to do with English people and Irish people, like the way that it's a social economic thing.
What are you talking about? What do you're not making sense.
Okay, cool. So I'll let you. So all right. Wow, this is gonna be the historical fucking thing. All right, so I'll give you the brief thing about America and the Jamestown, specifically the Jamestown Rebellion, right? In Virginia. There was and there was a bunch of labor uprisings before this one, but this one was particularly successful, where the African slaves, the Native American slaves, and the Irish slaves all banded together with some English landed gentry, right? That didn't have their needs met at one of these enclaves, right? They had there was the Congress of Burgess. I'm not gonna go into this fucking in a bunch of detail, but there was a bunch of English guys who felt like they didn't get their piece of the pie, and so they led this rebellion that was comprised of those disgruntled English people, like a landed gentry, and the African slaves, Native American slaves, and Irish slaves. And it was a very successful rebellion. They burned down Jamestown. They almost killed the governor. the issue was that the English guy, the rich guy who was leading the whole fucking thing, got dysentery, shot himself to death, and so the rebellion was leaderless, and the way that they resolved the rebellion was they went to at that point was the Irish people and said, we're, if you break ranks, then what we'll do is at the end of your servitude, we'll give you land, we'll give you money, and give you and you can have slaves yourself, right?
Wow.
So they broke up the rebellion that way, and they started making white and non-white racial classes then, but it was only white and non-white. After that, and they justified that by the Christian, by being Christians, right? They said as long as you're a Christian, that's what it's going to do. It had absolutely nothing to do with any kind of racial lines or color lines because it didn't really fucking exist. The Native Americans and Africans weren't Christians, right? But after a while, the colonization got so big and the slave trade got so huge that the church got involved and said, we need to start converting these people. And so they needed a new justification beyond the religious one in order to enslave these people, right? The Africans were particularly vulnerable and were a really good choice to begin with because we were already farmers, right? The Africans have been cultivating crops for fucking forever. They could come here.
Yep.
They didn't speak the language. They had no fucking ties to it. The Native Americans, because they did speak the language, they could just fucking disappear into the fucking landscape and join other fucking indigenous groups. And so they were a bad choice. They at that point they had the white people who had already they had already been absorbed into the larger power structure as long as they did the work first, right? So they had a path to being no longer slaves. They had to create this idea for the permanent underclass. They needed slaves to work. And so they did this whole thing about genetic inferiority. They did the scientific basis of race.
No, stop right there. Because at first it was religious. It was based on religion.
I already said that.
No.
He didn't go into detail, but he mentioned it.
For the landowners. I said it was religion for slavery. That was justification. There was no scientific basis for that.
I already said that. You just popped off the stream when I was talking about it.
Okay, then why would you say it was based in science when it wasn't?
I said originally it was religion, but then the church decided that they wanted to convert all of the slaves, and so they needed a new justification because they couldn't just enslave their Christian brothers. So they came up with a new justification, and that was genetic inferiority. And then from there, the scientific basis for it became. And that's where the idea of scientific race was born. But that was hundreds of years later.
I know the majority of what you're talking about, but some details I didn't know. But go ahead, continue.
Cool. Right. So you don't really hear about anybody calling themselves white until the end. Right. So the Bacon's Rebellion, that rebellion I referenced, was like 1670s. Something like that. So by like 1690, by 1690, you started hearing the first idea about white people, right? But before that, people were either English or Irish or Negro or whatever, like Pawnee or whatever fucking indigenous group they belonged to. There were different ethnic groups.
Correct.
But what I was saying is about the way that they treated the people, the idea of the concept behind it about the discrimination was England versus Ireland. It was the way that the English treated the Irish. They thought that they were literally inferior to them and a different group of people. And they used that justification in order to enslave the Irish. That's how the Irish got here in chains, right? But then the Irish got here and followed the thing. And then they got absorbed into the largest thing. But that whole idea of like inferiority thing, it wasn't even based along racial lines or even color lines. It was English doing it to Irish. That was the inception of this whole thing. Long before there was the religious justification or the scientific justification. It was just a cultural thing.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, that's not necessarily an American invention. That was invented long before that, as far as racial lines going back to India. That's what I was trying to say. But I understand.
So what I'm talking about is the idea of race, right? And the idea of racism. It is an American invention, but it is American invention when it was an English colony.
No,
right?
that's
It predates
not
America.
factually correct. That's not correct.
What I'm saying to you is like what you're talking about is some color line shit. I am not. That has absolutely nothing to do with race. Race was already that concept was already put in place long before. Like the concept of race had nothing to do with the Indian shit that you're talking about.
Okay, so let's define what you mean by race. This concept you're talking about in this context.
I said what it was. Like it used to be in the English language, race. It used to be all right. So if you go back to the early like Greek concept of it, they thought like people of different races had to do with the thickness of your blood, right? So it was the racial categories had to do with blood thickness, nothing to do with like how you looked or different kinds of things like that. It was literally like blood thickness shit. But then by the time you get to like Shakespeare times in England, right, you had the idea of race being a term used for people who had like the same profession, like a race of bakers or a race of soldiers, a race of bishops, that kind of shit. But in that time, in the Shakespearean time, you had the English subjugation of the Irish. And so the English were enslaving a bunch of Irish and sending them to the fucking New World. When the Irish got to the New World, they banded together with the Native Americans and the African slaves and kept rebelling, right? And during those rebellions, like I said, one was specifically successful where they decided that they're going to create this new racial categories, white versus non-white, and they're going to give material and cultural capital to this newly created group called white, and they're going to give oppression to the non-white. And that is the concept of race that is invented in America, and that's the concept that we actually operating under right now.
Okay,
that it has
so
nothing to do with India.
Wait. Are you saying that discrimination based on skin color was invented by America? Are you saying that?
No, I'm saying that the idea of racial classifications is a social economic thing, and it's an American invention. It has absolutely nothing to do with skin color. The skin color thing is a later justification.
Why are you acting like that's something only America invented when that existed in Rome? And like I said, it existed in India before that. So
Rome
I don't
did
know.
not have racial classifications. Rome didn't have racial classifications, and India
They
didn't.
had a class. When you're saying racial, like you used it in the context, you're saying that a race of people. So you can have a race of slaves and a race of non-slaves, correct?
Okay, again, I was talking about the English using of the word.
Okay,
England used it that way, not Rome. Rome did not use it this way.
Context in general.
Yeah, I gave you the context. Like I said, in Greece, like Greece predates Rome. The way they use race was different blood thicknesses. It had nothing to do with the way you look at all.
You're all over the place.
No, you just don't understand what I'm giving you a timeline. The Greek civilization predates the Roman one.
You're telling me that this bases on socioeconomic. So I'm saying you're
correct.
Saying
the American invention, the American race, the way that we understand race, is an American invention. It's a social economic class. It has nothing to do with religion or fucking the biology. Those were later justifications. It was always a social economic class.
I mean, I can't really disagree. I guess you could go that route. Yeah, I guess.
I mean, that is that is literally the fact. That is the fact of the matter. There's a timeline for it.
But I think that neglecting the color basis as it evolved is, doing a disservice. That's all I would say.
No, I mean, that is the justification that came later. Like that's what I'm trying to tell you. It's like
I know all that already. That's why I'm like you're pretty much regurgitating what I already know. So that's why I'm like, where you going with it?
I mean, I don't know where you're going with it. You're tied into India. Like it has nothing to do with like what I'm saying is like really straightforward. You want to connect it to this other shit that is not connected to.
I guess my whole argument is that discrimination based on skin color is not a new invention, and I think
it is not. It is not.
Okay.
No,
that
like the otherization, right? No, that's not. That's not what racism. That's not what racism is.
And I think that's where we got mixed up, in the terms we were using.
Yeah, no, like that's what I'm saying. Ethnic discrimination, and that's what the point that I was trying to have a conversation with No Cap earlier. Like the idea of race and ethnics, racial category, racial classifications, and ethnic classifications are really different things. Racial classifications are fucking social constructs. Ethnic classifications are different things. That's where you get into like same language groups, maybe same religion. It has nothing to do with like these social economic groupings. It's a different kind of. There's different groupings, right? They could be socioeconomic, but not necessarily. Whereas race has always been that. It's always been the thing about like it's literally an American invention, and we imported it, we exported. Well, it's not just we, but like it was an American invention, but before America, the United States of America existed. So it's literally an English invention in America.
Yeah. Redenbach, I think that's his name. He came up with that concept. Redenbach.
Yeah, I mean, it was William Berkeley, right? The first guy to come up with the racial classification.
Yeah, Berkeley, and then I think Redenbach. I gotta look it up, but I'll have it for you next time.
Yeah, it's
Berkeley. I got the whole article on it.
Berkeley was a guy who came up with the compromise and like, okay, like you guys, we won't like leave our Christian brothers in with the heathens. We'll give you some we'll give you some capital here. We'll give you some social some social power. That way, basically, it was a ruling class control mechanism to control the labor force. That's actually what racism is. That's what these racial categories were created for. And that's what they're still used for today.
No, that's the part we disagree on.
Okay.
Well, let him speak his piece.
Okay. You could say we disagree, but you just said no without saying what the disagreement is.
Yeah, let him go ahead.
That is based on color more so than anything else now. It's not necessarily control of the labor force. It's based on skin color at this point.
Okay, so all right. The labor force, right? By talking about the labor force, do you know who's still in 2022, who is the most vulnerable in the labor force, who is the lowest paid?
Black women, I believe it is.
Right, black people, black men and black people. Like it is.
No. Black women specifically. Black women.
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they're black women or black men. They're black people. Like I said, racial group. I didn't say what gender they are, what sex they are. What racial group they are.
Go ahead, Smoke. Go ahead.
Right. So like I was talking about, like the idea that it being a social construct for black people to be for the black people to be slaves, i.e., the permanent underclass, the workers, right? From when it was from its inception in 1676, 1678 to 2022, it has always been the same thing. That the answer to my question has always been fucking black people.
Okay, so it's based on skin color.
No, it's based on, the idea is not based on skin color. The idea of who's black and who isn't black. There's a skin color aspect to it, but no, that's not based on skin color. No, it's based on.
We're just dancing around the issue at this point, Smoke. Okay.
No, I got it. So what you're saying is the methodology behind race. I'm talking about why it exists. It doesn't exist to tell you about skin color, the difference between people's skin colors. It exists as a social economic construct.
Okay, so it's just an accident that the darker skinned people are at the bottom of the socioeconomic class. It just happened like that.
No, I literally said that it was constructed that way for a reason.
And what reason was that?
To control the labor force. Like I said, we've already chewed this bubble gum.
Okay, so basically you're saying that black people are still slaves?
Okay. Black people have always been at the bottom of the labor force. That's what it was created for in the first place, and it still is.
Slavery considered a labor force?
Of course. Okay. Everybody who works is...
So black people are still slaves. We were never free. All right.
Okay. No, you're under. Are you trying to have a real conversation? Or are you trolling right now? Because I'm a little bit on the fence about like whether or not you're being for real or.
I don't know where you're going with this.
Yeah, I don't know where you're going. Like, I don't know if
answer.
you're being for real. Like, even if you don't know where I'm going, are you being genuine or are you being disingenuous? Because I'm having a sincere conversation.
I guess you could say I'm being slightly disingenuous because what it is that it's a mechanism to keep control of society. Necessarily.
Well, they already have control of society. It is a ruling class mechanism. Like, listen, this is a ruling class mechanism. People who already are in control of society in order to control the labor force.
But then why isn't everybody treated that way?
As soon as why isn't what? Why isn't everybody
why
what?
why isn't the Asian man or the Arabic man treated the same way as the black man? I don't get it, Smoke. What do you mean?
Right, because I already described to you the original. In its inception is about white and not white.
Yeah, let me help y'all.
So is the Asian man considered white, Smoke?
Do you think the Asian man is considered white, Phantom? Like, I'm not quite sure where you're going with your question. Like,
I'm just asking.
What makes you? Like, why do you? I'm asking you, why do you ask that question?
Okay, because you said it's the difference between white and non be treated the same as the black man, Smoke.
Okay, so the racial category white was created, and the racial category non-white was created. White was given material, cultural and actual currency and actual material currency, right? Cultural currency and material capital, right? In order to be part of the ruling class, right? That's what the ruling class did. They said, okay, we're going to make this group, we're going to expand our group, and we're going to call this group white. And what white is going to do is we're going to give each other some benefits, and we're going to rain shit down on the people who aren't white. Between the people who aren't white, at the bottom of that group, we're going to have black. The reason why we're going to have those people at the bottom of that group is because they are the most vulnerable. They can't fucking rebel. There's not very many of them. They don't speak the fucking language. And they make excellent fucking workers because they can actually do the labor that none of these other people can do anyway. So since its inception, it's been a social economic thing about white and non-white.
But I'm talking about the evolution. I'm trying to bring it to modern.
I'm telling you about the evolution. I'm talking about the institution and the way it still works today.
You're just babbling.
I got it. I got it.
Let's put it in context.
I found the article.
Let's put it in context. Is the Asian man considered white in this country? That's what I'm asking you.
Okay, what makes you think? Okay, so again, if you look at the rate, if you look at the United States Census, I know, I got it. I know you want bumper sticker answers to really complex issues, so I'm trying to give you the bumper sticker answer as much as I can. If you look at the United States Census, they tell you which races are. You won't find Asian. You will see white. You'll see Asian, you'll see black, you see Pacific Islander. So the idea, like, I'm not quite sure, like, you grew up in America. I'm pretty sure you've done a census form before. You understand what the races are in America. That white and Asian are two different fucking categories. I don't know why you're asking me this. It seems like it's really a conversation into the absurd.
Are they treated the same as the non-white black people, Smoke?
Okay, why do you think that? Okay, do you think that it is easier to divide and conquer for control, or do you think it's easier if everybody's treated the same?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Okay, so all right, cool. So, like I said, racism, racial classifications are a tool for control. They're a control mechanism for the ruling class in order to divide the labor force, so they don't actually have to give us what the fuck we want. Like, okay, so I don't even know why I say we, because I'm not even part of the labor force. But anyway, but I'll give it to you this way: as long as you can keep your workers divided about shit like fucking race, right? You won't actually ask for ownership in the company. America is a capitalist system, You see the rich, you see the wealth gap. People are not asking for like, you know, they're not asking for more autonomy at work. They're not asking to like, you know, contribute in the upside of their labor. No. Instead, we're talking about white, black, and trans shit. These are tools in order to divide us so that you don't ask for better shit.
That has nothing to do with what I asked. But I
Okay,
understand
that has
that's
everything to do with what I asked. That has everything to do with what you asked. Why are they
you're
treated
all
better?
over the place. Smoke.
No,
You're,
you
like I
okay?
say,
I'll bring it down for you. I'll bring it down for you as basically as I can.
But
As
you-
basically as
the
I can.
argument that you just
The
made,
reason why they don't
you
treat
made your
everybody the
argument.
same is because if they treated everybody the same, then they would have to give up their own power, and they don't want to do that.
But
That's why everybody's not treated the same.
Smoke, wouldn't the Asian man make for a better case to be mistreated the most because he's got a lower population, he's got no chance of rebelling, he can be easily exploited? Why aren't they exploited like the blacks are, Smoke?
They were exploited like the blacks were, but again, you don't
Now,
understand. Like I
not
said,
now.
you're talking. Okay, you're toggling in between. You're toggling in between concepts. Firstly, like I said, black people were supposed to be on the bottom. They still are. So the idea that somebody else would be on top would be right in line with the plan. So I still don't understand your question. The system is designed for black people to be on the bottom.
Why aren't we both at the bottom? That's my question.
Because everybody can't be at the bottom. That because if
No, it's
everybody's at
not
the bottom,
everybody.
okay, listen. If
You
you
got
have
other
too many
racial
people at the
groups too, Smoke.
again, if you don't have a path for those other people to not be at the bottom, then they band together and rebel and fuck the system up. They don't want to have any more rebellions. So what they do is they fucking tell you, hey, you know what? You can bootstrap. They tell everybody they can bootstrap. Meanwhile, they've gamed the system so a group of people actually cannot bootstrap like anybody else. So when it comes to Asians, right, the way that Asians bootstrap specifically, why do Asians like have a better run at it when they come to America? Because to get to America, they already have fucking money. That's firstly. There's not broke ass fucking immigrants from Asia
That's not
coming to
always true.
America. Okay, yes,
Not
that
always
is always true because you have
No,
to
it's
fucking
not.
have the money. You have to have the money
Yeah,
to
no,
get
it's
here.
not.
First off, you have to have the money to. Okay, what you're saying right now is
Sometimes they get sponsors
okay.
to come over
Again,
here.
you can't have
Cambodians,
okay. Again,
Vietnamese, Laotians. They don't have a lot of money, Smoke.
Okay, again, the Laotians, the Vietnamese, the Chinese, all to a person have those people who come over are better resources or better resourced, better capitalized than than most black people in America.
No,
All
they're
of
not.
them.
Those people
Yes, they
come
are.
over here dirt poor.
They come
Yes,
over
they
here
are.
and they start their
Some of them
businesses
come
right
over here
away.
poor as fuck,
You seen
Smoke.
it.
Again, correct. You know why? Do you even know what the bond is to get here for those people?
Like I said, they get
$450,000. $450,000. Do you think
no,
that
no, no,
you
no,
can?
no, no. Smoke,
Do
Smoke.
you think?
They
Do
come
you think?
over and get sponsored by the government in a lot of cases, Smoke.
Okay,
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
again, no, you're not. You're trying to tell me something that isn't true. Yeah, it may be true for like 3 people, but we were talking about
No.
immigration. We were talking about the amount of people that immigrate to the United States and the amount of Asian people who amount to that immigrate to the United States. What you're talking about is tantamount to a nothing burger. I'm talking about how people fucking get here and are actually goddamn successful here. But one of the things that you pointed out is the case that they get sponsored by families here and businesses here. That is one way that they get here. But those people who come here to get the sponsorship, those people generally have a bunch of marketable skills. They are already educated.
No, they work as day laborers and sometimes prostitutes.
Okay, and now you're saying so now you're saying that
Nothing new on day labor now.
Okay, now you're saying that the significant part of Asian immigration has to do with unskilled labor, which the actual numbers just don't bear out.
This has been the case for a couple of decades.
No, it literally is not the case. It literally just is not the case. Like, if you want to talk about unskilled labor, what you're talking about.
We can argue, but you gotta let me get this off because now that's changing because you do have
no. Like what you're saying is not true. I'm just saying like what you're saying isn't true.
For the last few decades,
it's not true ever. It's never been, bro. It's not true.
Smoke. We did not have all the industry we had 30, 40
Oh
years
my
ago.
God, dude. Okay, now it's an industry.
We did
Okay.
not have a tech industry 30,
All right.
40
So do you
years
understand?
ago.
Do you not? Do you understand
They
that
came
the
over as an
industry that we
unskilled labor force,
okay,
Smoke.
the industry that we had that brought up the Asian immigration phantom is about it's about a bunch of engineers. They're highly educated, highly skilled labor. They're not coming over here stealing day jobs from fucking Mexicans. That's
Yes,
who's doing
they are,
it.
Smoke.
No, they're not.
A lot of them
The people.
are.
All right, so
We're talking about the upper echelon of immigration, Smoke.
Anyway,
Not
so
every
the people.
Asian is a fucking
I got you.
engineer,
So,
Smoke. A lot of these
I got
motherfuckers
you.
are poor.
All right.
And
Anyway,
they work in
I
restaurants
got you.
and they get
You
treated
just
like
said,
shit by the owners, Smoke.
you literally just said all the
Your
industry in the
experience is
last
not
2
everybody
decades.
else's experience, Smoke.
Okay.
That's why I'm like, what are you
Hey,
talking
Phantom.
about?
Hey, Phantom. You
Do
keep
you
saying
know,
my
do you
name.
know they
You
bring
keep saying my
women
name,
over here
but it's just
and just
weird what
keep
you're talking
them
about.
as
Like
sex
what
slaves
you're
for like
saying
10
is
years
fucking
and then
dumb.
just throw
Are
them
you
away?
trying to tell me
Like, come on,
that every
Smoke. What are you
okay?
talking
So
about?
all right, what are you talking about? How many restaurants do you
No,
think
because
there
you're
are in the
acting
United?
like every Asian person that
I'm
comes over
acting
here
like
is a
no. I'm
genius,
acting like
an
no. You're
engineer,
acting like
and
oh
a
no.
skilled labor. No, that's not the case, Smoke. A lot
Okay.
of these
Again.
people come over here poor and they get exploited by people who are already here and who know the game, Smoke.
Yes. That's what happened to Mexicans.
No, that's what happens to Asians too, Smoke.
Are you
What are you
wait a minute.
talking
Hold up
about?
a second. Are you talking about the fucking sex workers? That's not
No,
that's
I'm
not a
talking
significant
about
portion of fucking
I'm
human
talking about
trafficking.
people
You're talking about human
from their
trafficking.
no, Smoke.
That's
I'm
not
talking
You
about
talking about the
immigration.
people
sweatshops
from
back
their
in the
That's not
20s.
countries
immigration,
who
dude.
are
Like what
already
the fuck are you talking
established
about?
here, who get these people over here
Okay,
to work for
all right.
them,
Hold
and
up
they
a second.
exploit
All right,
them,
all right,
Smoke.
all
Not
right.
every Asian person is an engineer and a doctor, Smoke. That's not the fucking case.
Okay. Again, like I said, nobody said that it was every immigrant. I didn't say anything about every single person. I said
No, you said all of them have
no,
money.
I didn't.
They all
I did
come
it,
over
and
here with that money. They're all
now I
capitalized.
appreciate it
They
if
all
you
got
stop
bread.
speaking while I'm
And I'm
speaking.
telling you, Smoke,
You're not hearing me.
that's
You're
not
not
it.
listening. You can't hear me.
When you
And really, I
start
don't even
babbling,
think
I
that
gotta
you're
do
equipped.
this
I
shit.
don't even think you're equipped to really have this conversation. I don't think you have the temperament for it. I don't even think you're thinking actually at this point. I literally said most of the immigrants that come over here, you're talking about most of them are fucking day laborers coming. We have an influx of day laborers coming from Asia. That's not where we get our day laborers from. We get most of our day laborers when it comes to immigration from fucking Mexico and the Central American countries. And most of the day laborers that happen in America are actually black people with less than a high school diploma. So the Mexicans are replacing the black people for the unskilled labor jobs. They're not being threatened by a bunch of fucking influx of Asians. It's fucking dumb.
Hey, it just went over your head, but that's cool. We can move on. But
No,
what
it
I was
didn't go.
saying
It
is
didn't
that
go over my head. It's dumb. What you're saying is dumb.
it went
It's
over
like
your head.
literally fucking stupid.
That's not.
No,
what's
it's like
happening.
stupid. Just because
But
some
what I'm
Asians,
saying,
just
what I'm
because some
saying is,
Asians come and work in restaurants, that's not a significant part of Asian fucking immigration to the United States.
what you said earlier is one of the more accurate depictions of how the society.
According to you, like because you
Hold
understand.
on, hold on, because I'm trying to give you your flowers.
I
That
don't need for you to
come
give me
over
my
here,
flowers.
you get your money,
We just talk about what we agree on. Like,
listen,
go
Smoke.
ahead.
Listen.
Go ahead.
Okay, you get over here as a non-white, you get your bread and you shit on black people. That's how the
Well, you join
society
it and you join a political party. You have to do that.
Yeah, that's another caveat to the situation. But yeah, I totally agree with that, and that's how society functions. Now, let me ask you this: how can that change, Smoke?
Oh,
That shit ain't about to change.
it can change any number
Peace,
of ways.
y'all. Can y'all hear me now?
Well, firstly, you
Yeah, I
can
can
just
hear
get rid of racial classifications
Okay,
because the
cool.
shit is fucking. They've outlived their utility, right? I mean, I think they are outliving their utility. I don't think that you can just keep pitting the workforce against each other and like we won't notice that.
Hey,
there's
peace, y'all.
people.
Hey, excuse me, Smoke. Excuse me, Smoke. Y'all, both of y'all right and y'all wrong. Those Asians been over here since the 1800s. Under most of them was opium addicts and stuff like that. Where they enslaved them via opium and stuff like that, and they kept them that way. A lot of them.
We covered that part. We just talking about today. We just talking about today's.
So in today's time, what I hopped on for is like a lot of those. Like I seen somebody in the chat talking about how you think they own the gas station stuff. A lot of those people come over here because I got some Asians. Not they Punjabi Indians. I call them all Asians though. But I got some Indians I work with at the studio every day. One motherfucker daddy owned 35 stores. And the cousins and everybody work for his ass. They be bucking on working for him because a lot of niggas hustling in the streets and do other kind of shit. Take their little money, save up their money, open up clubs and shit. But everybody that come over here, like folk think that it's a misconception that when those people come here, they can go to the government and get a grant and open a business and shit like that. That ain't true. You know what I'm saying? And then for as black people, which I was just talking about a few seconds ago, most black folk was shitting on being a super. You know what I'm saying? Coming up being a super was frowned upon. You know what I'm saying? So now when you talk about today's time, when you got other people such as Mexicans taking on those super jobs and they succeeding in life, that's because we gave up that skill. And hence the reason most of our technical schools got closed down everywhere. We don't have tech schools no more. What word we used to use back in our day, smoking, we used to go to because we didn't go to college.
There's Sequoia, the career college. Like you get
career college. Most of those schools, they've been shut down. Yeah,
trade school.
Because we shitted on those jobs. We didn't want to learn how to cut the wood and build a house and fix the plumbing and shit. You got, you know what I'm saying? You got called a janitor or a nigga, a mop bucket pusher and stuff like that. And folks didn't understand that those jobs, they didn't understand what the future was gonna be. You know what I'm saying?
I just want to just jump into this whole thing. And Q, I'm gonna be real fast. I'm gonna let you jump. It's sort of anecdotal story. An Indian guy, his family, like one of the biggest landowners here in the Bay, got prosecuted actually and convicted for federal charges for human trafficking because he was bringing a bunch of Indians around here to do manual labor and all this shit. He had businesses all over the fucking city in several cities, and he was importing basically fucking Indian slaves, and he got busted for that shit. But that is not like how immigration, that I'm just saying, yeah, that still fucking happens. A whole bunch of human trafficking and like violations of the labor code still happens all throughout the United States. But like the majority of the fucking immigration out of Asia isn't that kind of shit. Those things get like headlines, like nail salons and like sex work and all this shit. But for the most part, they're not importing your fucking gardener from Asia.
Those are the people who get caught.
Right. The gardener from Asia, he just happened to take the gardener job that most black Americans, white Americans, Mexican Americans, Chinese Americans, and the rest of you Americans would not take. So that immigrant came over here and he took that motherfucker.
Well,
and not only did he take it, he turned it into a business and got a grant for the shit.
Well, I think shit like that is something that they'll like to make up and do, and put out there in front of people. But I think we all could, if like, that's why I agree with Smoke on a lot of things, because a lot of this shit is like historical and it got a timeline to it, as far as like the war, us becoming free, and then not only the ideology of what they thought about us, they actually put the system in place, so on top of they already didn't like you, they put a system in place to keep you down so you would never, be able to get to certain places. And they brought in other nationalities and races to replace us for jobs that not black people didn't want, white people didn't want. And they hold up. No, you can say nobody wanted them, but it ain't like, look at the Asians owning gas stations. Okay, it wasn't like Asians came over here and like, man, we gonna do this gas station shit. Who put in their head to do the gas station shit and let them get the loan?
They the top leaders in oil, so they already had that idea.
Hold up, they came over here and they was able to get these loans in green
false,
cards.
Bro. That's false, bro. They don't get loans like that. They already come over here with that idea and a business plan. You can't just go get a loan like that, dog. That is false information.
And that's their and that's their plan or whatever to do, whatever they did. And and they plan easily got interrupted when the motherfucking government didn't want to fuck with them like that, and they got replaced with the Middle Eastern motherfuckers. Because once it was Asian, then it was Middle Eastern, like you got your Aki spots and shit like that. They easily got replaced.
So what about the
Asians
Africans
got
that
their
got
own
gas
shit.
stations? Because I know a bunch of Africans, South Africans, East. I would say
Bruh, because
West
they know
Africans got a bunch of
the
gas stations.
game.
I can
Because
come on here
they
one day. I can
bro,
take a
because
bunch
they
of
know,
pictures and go do a slideshow.
bro, because they
I
know the
live in
game.
Atlanta.
Because
I
they
live in
know the
Atlanta.
game, bro. Listen to me. I'm not telling you only one nationality do it, but it's you can see it with your own eyes that who does it more than the next. When you were younger,
I
you
got
seen like
a research
like
for you, young brother.
exactly. All right. So when we
I
was
got some
younger,
research for you, young brother.
for
So,
sure.
and that's
I got some
what
research
people
for
don't
you,
really
young brother.
understand. Like, so people don't get that this entire thing is literally. We talk about it, and the way that we talk about it, it seems to be obvious, but they don't make the connection that this is really just about the
Systematic,
labor
bro.
force. This is just about the labor. That it's like who controls what.
No,
Like
Yeah,
who
it's the
gets the
money.
money.
Yeah, the money train. Yeah, that money
It's
train.
all about who gets the money.
it's about
All this has
people
never
Yeah,
been
trying
about.
to use
yeah.
other
Like
people
man.
to how you organize
Old
their
people
group
told me that a
against
long
other
time
groups.
ago. Smoke when I
That's what
was
it
young,
boils
like it
down to.
to save your feelings, to get out your feelings about how the world go. Just watch the money. Follow that money. And if you see
Yeah.
if it don't intrigue you so much to like people, he's a billionaire or he poor. You know what I'm saying?
They didn't give a fuck. Like the guys were enslaving other white people. They didn't give a fuck about race and all that shit. All they cared about was who got
the
what.
money.
Right,
Yeah.
and once that got interrupted, we're like, okay, guys who are more like us, or the people who are more like us, that's who we're gonna let in on the fucking game, and that's all it is.
Wait a minute, Smoke. So
I think a
are you
lot of
telling me
stuff
no?
Smoke
Wait,
is
can I get this
and
off real quick?
mentally
DJ
people
Song,
they
can I
don't
get this off
express
real
it, but
quick?
I think
Can you hear what I'm saying? Because every time you come on
not
the
money
panel,
is
you can never hear
they
me.
want people to move spiritually.
That shit.
You know
And
what I'm
that's why
saying? And a
every
lot of
time
folk
you
don't
come
move
on
like
here,
that.
I
They
just
move
go on
according
mute
to, you
because
know
you
what
can
I'm
never
saying,
hear
how the
me.
world
You
move.
can
They ain't
fix
moving
somebody connection. You see how I'm
to the
talking
drum
and
with no
talking at the
spirit. You
same
know what I'm
time?
saying?
It's
These
because
folk
yes,
po
I
over
can
here.
hear you.
They too rich over there. Nah, they sharks. They fucking, you know what I'm saying, killer whales. That's how they wake up every day. You know what I'm saying? And if you gonna be part of the game, you gotta, I ain't saying you got to become a shark, you know what I'm saying? But you got to understand the method of a shark. You know, a billionaire, like people want billionaires to be righteous and moving like Jesus and shit like that. But a billionaire just moved like a billionaire. That's how he became a billionaire. You know what I'm saying? If you moving like a poor person, what the Bible say, Smoke? A person who loves sleep, loves poverty. You know what I'm saying? So that shit some real shit. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people operate like that. You know what I'm saying? They wake up in the morning and handle their business. They go to sleep, you know, and then when you look at a
I
person
think
who's
the
not from
scripture,
here, they look at us. They look at us as the way to do the shit. So if people talk about how rap music took over the world, well, they think that's how you make the money. And then when folk come here and they say, well, shit, if I don't own the oil, if I don't own an oil company, I can do the next best thing on the gas station. You know what I'm saying? They move like a person who's getting money.
Yeah, that's it. Like, it's just like this entire thing about, all I'm just saying is the entire thing about race is about who is going to be at the bottom and who's going to be at the top of this fucking machine that makes money.
Let me ask all four of y'all then. Let me ask all
Hold
four
on,
of y'all. So
go
do
ahead.
you think do y'all think black people are selected to be millionaires, or the black people that become millionaires are the ones who work to become millionaires? I'm asking. So it's selected or work?
I think that there is a process to become white that doesn't have anything to do with what you look like, which is why you get these guys that would get called like, Uncle Tom and all this other stuff. Or you could get the black white supremacist, right? Or Michael Jordans or Barack Obamas or Clarence Thomases, because there's a process to become white. Like I said, you make money, you join a fucking political party, and you shit on black people. That is how you become white in America. Period. It has nothing to do with what you look like.
Man, I'm gonna be
I think
honest,
there's
bro.
still a component to how you look, Smoke. But yeah, I guess you can make that argument. Yeah.
That is people become part of.
Let me give y'all where this idea came from. This guy called
I'm pretty
Johan.
sure Smoke
hold
didn't
up,
get
hold up,
invited
hold up.
to
Let me
all
answer
the
the
parties.
hold up. Let
Smoke.
me
You
answer
got
the
invited to some of them, but definitely not all of them. Smoke.
man. Let me answer the question, bro. No, because I'm gonna be honest, bro. I know plenty. I ain't gonna say millionaires, but just because you famous, because we named off a lot of famous motherfuckers. Smoke he living pretty nice, pretty decent. You know what I mean? So when we just talking about Black people getting money and being successful and doing that, bro, you don't gotta do all that extra shit, bro. If you got focus and you got a goal, you can achieve the goal if the goal has something to do with getting money. Like that shit ain't hard. You don't gotta fucking sacrifice a motherfucker and do all that other shit. You do have to make sacrifices, but
In a sense, I got you.
you still got to put the context to it, bro. I don't fucking think that every Black person that got money had to do something to get this shit. Like, you know what I mean?
No.
Like how people
Right.
thinking,
No,
like,
that's
bro,
why.
that shit, it don't
That's why I
like.
put the word selected out there too. You know what I'm saying in the question. You know what I'm saying? Because some folks
Yeah,
feel like
but that's
you
the
got to
thing.
be selected or elected to become a certain type to have a certain status or whatever.
You gotta have a
this whole
certain
thing is
mind
about
state.
the whole thing is just about group averages, right? Like, it's not about an individual's experience. Like I'm a Black man in America. My individual experience is vastly different than a lot of Black men in America because, my fucking social and economic position. And I was the one I was born into. Like I had generational wealth. My parents had wealth. My grandparents had wealth. Like that's not
Education.
really the way that Black people in America like typically get down, right? So you have your group averages. And that's when we're talking about, when you say Black people, we're talking about a group of people, not every single Black person.
Right. And then unlike
So let me ask you this,
Smoke,
Smoke.
did you
Let me
lean
ask you
onto
this.
your family wealth? Because I didn't. I stepped away and started my own. But a lot of folks say I still had it carved out for me
Yeah,
because of who
exactly.
my
Because
folks were.
and you still have the option, right? You step away from it because you can, right?
Right. That's real shit. That's real shit, bro. That's
So do
real
you
shit.
think that Black people in this country were intentionally
I did
targeted to
I
be
stepped away from it because I'm like,
less
I don't want to be like my
economically
dad or
capable than
my
other people in the
granddad. You know
country?
what I'm saying?
Yes,
I'm
nigga.
gonna do my own thing.
We wasn't
That's a
even
fact.
whole people, bro. We were 3/5 of a
3/5
fucking
of a man.
person.
Correct.
Like, come
Yeah.
on,
But
cuz.
that
Like, what we
was
That's
talking
what's
again
about?
wrote
my
in the
political.
in
But
the
that's my
Constitution. They
political.
changed it.
Like what you have
Yeah,
to
but
understand, like all that lynching shit, all that was like competition for jobs.
Right.
Like guys didn't want to compete. Like, you gotta get
Oh, Smoke! No, stop, Smoke! Stop it!
Kick that
Because
shit, Smoke. Talk about it. That's real shit.
hey man, listen, you're gonna learn today. You're gonna learn today. I don't know what you thought, but today, your notions are gonna get challenged. So here's what happened. So here's like really what. So here's what happened. They ended fucking slavery, and then we busted off the fucking plantation and started getting, we started occupying the halls of power.
Coming to the cities.
We started, opening up in businesses. We started doing all this stuff, having all of this fucking
shit.
economic prosperity, and
Nah,
then
not
fucking,
really. It
It
took a
did
long
though.
time. It took a long time. Like
no,
hold up.
it
I'm
almost
gonna
Came out
just
of
say
immediate.
slavery running,
What's
y'all.
your
We came
long
out of
time?
slavery
30
running.
years?
hold up. I'm gonna
No,
just say this. Hold up. I'm gonna just say
Tulsa,
this.
Oklahoma. You don't
Because
remember
no,
that?
hold up, bro. That's way
We listening.
after.
We
Hold
listening.
up.
just
That's
We
finish.
way
listening.
after.
Just let it
Sean,
go
they
because
can't
he's
they
already
can't just
interrupted
keep
me
All
three
right,
going
let
times.
me
over
say it.
people,
Let me say
nigga.
it. Let
Like,
me say
come
it. Let
on,
me say it. Let me say it. That's way after the war. After you became free. People don't remember after that war, bro. It was 10, 20 years that Black people were living in fucking like concentration camps from the armies because it
Nah, that
was
one concentration
hold
camp.
up,
I know what you're talking about, but
nigga,
they
nah,
weren't concentration
hold
camp.
up, let me finish.
Yeah,
Bro, hold up,
I'm
let
gonna
me
go after you, but I know what
no,
you're
no,
talking about.
I
They
just want to
weren't.
finish my point.
hold
You
up, let
interrupted me
me
to say this
finish,
stuff.
my
But
nigga.
Yeah, go ahead. It's cool. It's all good. You got it.
Bro, it was millions of Black people that didn't have nowhere to fucking go, that didn't know where they was gonna live. They just got kicked off the fucking plantation where they was living at, bro.
That's
Oh
true.
no.
That is true.
So,
But
bro,
that's not
it's
what
hell, bro.
the issue is.
Nigga, I got no
That's not
fucking
what I'm
about.
talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. The period,
Yeah,
but
you
after.
talking about after, but
No.
you skipping,
Oh, you
We're
talking
talking about
about
the
after
same
the
period.
Civil
But
War?
hold on a second.
He talking about after the Civil War. Y'all talking about two different things.
Hold up a second. Hold up. We're talking about the same period of time, just not the same people. Just because there were black people in the halls of power doesn't mean that there weren't millions in these fucking impoverished camps. I'm just saying that the period right after slavery, the period of Reconstruction, was about 10 years. And during that 10 years, there was unprecedented fucking prosperity amongst black people. It wasn't every single black person. Millions were still fucked up, like you were just saying. But there was still, that's when we got senators and fucking all these other shit that we never had before.
Black Wall Street.
Right? That's when we started owning our own businesses. During the period of Reconstruction is when we started flexing our muscle. But then because of the competition, the white people didn't like the competition. And they started curbing that shit back and saying, hey, these people are having too much freedom too fast. It's fucking up our thing. And that's when they started doing the Jim Crow shit. And they ended the fucking period of Reconstruction and started instituting Jim Crow shit.
White supremacy.
Right? But all of it was about competition in the marketplace. Like when they started lynching people, it was because of the prosperity that this newly freed black people were experiencing. And it went on mass. It came to a head in World War I, when all those guys went to the fucking war and black people filled the factory jobs. So when they came back, they didn't have jobs for them, so they started fucking making black people leave. And lynching was one of the chief fucking reasons of doing that.
All right, now
can you talk about the Irish and the paddy wagon?
Oh, let me say what I said uninterrupted, because Smoke say what he say. It's cool, yeah, sure. And that's right. But like you was talking about the people that was prospering, it's way more people that wasn't. And now, and at that time, y'all got to understand this when they came up with the KKK and the idea of what people call motherfucking projects, building projects to put these black people that had nowhere to go.
Well, those projects for white people first, though. They were for white people first.
Let me say it uninterrupted.
They was for single white people.
Okay, let me say it uninterrupted, bro. Now, yeah, they did have it, and then you also had the Great Migration. That's when they started coming up with that shit too, because you had these black people moving to those places that Smoke
from the country towns, coming to the city for those better jobs. Right, you're right.
And all those 5 cities, or those cities where they had the Great Migrations, that's where you can find the biggest projects.
Hey, bro, let me say this and then you can finish. Let me say this and then you can finish. Bro, I can't finish. In Atlanta, they had the first projects, and it was built called Techwood Homes. You could Google that shit, and that was the first place when those folks left from the war. As far as the projects, they was going to that place, and that's by Georgia Tech. Go ahead.
Yeah, but the Great Migration is black people leaving from the South, going to the West. Where Smoke reside, the West, or going up to the North. Like places like Detroit, St. Louis, Cleveland, Ohio, exactly, Baltimore,
New York. That's how Harlem got done.
Okay. In fact, now follow. And now if you look at all of them, and this go back to what Smoke's saying when we talking about the racism and actually the status of it. Look at all and look at the governments in all them places right now. Look at Detroit and the black people. Look at Chicago and the black people. Look at fucking Ohio. Look all them Cincinnati, Cleveland, Baltimore. That shit fucked up because that's where a gross of black people went to go try to prosper and do all that shit. But now you actually see another Great Migration. People are moving back south. You see people moving to Texas. You see them moving to Florida, Atlanta, and all that shit like that. Now we in a time where history moving again, and people finding elsewhere to try to get this economic growth or try to get their money. But
you do know they broke up the black family, right?
You gotta do some Georgia history, man. Black people, you gotta do some Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina history, man. Some black folk been prospering for years, man. And
I'm not talking about black people not prospering, bro. That's what we not talking about.
I'm talking about as a unit. I'm talking about as a unit.
Racism. We talking about.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying as a unit and combating racism at the same time.
If we're talking about racism,
you know what I'm saying? So
if I could chime in
real
quick,
like we ain't.
I'm talking about the classes of racism. Like when we talking about black people being at the bottom, it's a system. It's not just
I think so too.
you black on like you and it's like this.
Right, I think
It
so
ain't
too.
just it's just not like that, bro. It's a
I
system
think so
behind
too.
it.
I think it's a system too.
It's a beginning and an end.
The way that
It's a plan.
okay, so here's the thing. So the way that America practices capitalism requires a permanent underclass, right? It requires people who will just trade their fucking time and their labor for pennies, for basically their own sustenance. It requires a group of people to do it. The way that it's baked into the system is that it'll be black people. That is that permanent underclass. They always get the shit jobs that are always fucking scrambling and trying to, that only will trade their entire life and labor for their food and shelter, basically.
Talk about
They
it.
won't ever get educated.
Y'all
Their
saying
food
the
won't
same
get
shit
educated.
though. This is a good ass conversation. Y'all saying the same shit though. Yeah. Yeah. Like, but I still think like it because we a lot of us don't understand it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, a group of people can't, but a group of people can't go to.
Don't like you, Smoke, and sometimes niggas are just gonna have to come to terms with that at some point.
I don't care whether or not you like me based on some immutable characteristic. You can like me because I'm tall, short, medium, right-handed, like women. I don't give a fuck if you like me or don't like me. That's immaterial to me. What I'm talking about is the idea that we're being the way that we're controlling human beings, right? Because this is the society I live in. To me, I would like, if we're going to live in a democratic society, I would like for also the workplace to be democratic, because most people spend most of their time at work and have zero say at that shit. So the idea that we live in democracy, but you actually live in a goddamn dictatorship for most of your goddamn life because you're at work and you get no say is kind of bullshit. But the other part of that thing is that you don't, let me finish. Let me just finish my last point, and I'm gonna go on mute. The other part of that thing is that the laborers don't get to enjoy any of the profits. So if you go down, you don't actually have any safety net because you don't get any percentage of the car that's being sold that you helped to make, or the house is being painted, or whatever when it gets like whatever the fuck it is, you don't get to enjoy the upside of your labor. So all of these people are basically, they're at the whim of the ruling class. That's the issue. And instead of fixing that issue, we focus on shit like race, like whether or not somebody likes you or doesn't like you because of the color of your skin. I don't give a fuck about that, for real.
Right. And so Smoke, let me say something to that. Like at my dinner table, how my kids, I tell my kids to approach the workforce is like, I don't give a damn if you go to Walmart, try to see if you can own.
Hey, DJ, you keep talking about Phantom is talking, and I can't hear what he's saying.
Oh, okay. I need to go to something. I know somebody else was talking while I was talking. My bad, family.
Yeah, your mic is almighty. What's going?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to another device because I can't even hear him at all.
They're not. Okay.
Yeah. This happens every time he comes on the panel. He can't hear me. But I was gonna say, Smoke, you taking human beings out of the equation. In order to be treated fairly, somebody has to like you. Okay, or otherwise you have to use fear and violence to get them to treat you fairly. That's just the way humans fucking work. So for you to say that doesn't matter, it does fucking matter. Because if you have a boss who likes an employee, they're probably gonna get treated better than the employee that he doesn't like, right or wrong.
Right. So what you're talking about is like interpersonal relationships, which I'm actually not talking about. I'm talking about systemic fucking the way that the labor is interacting with its own work, right? With the things that it produces, right? So that's and also I'm talking about autonomy as a citizen of your country. Like at a certain point, like people don't understand that the capitalists are dictating so much of your reality, to the point that they think that racism is some biological fucking thing and some human imperative. That's not what's happening.
Capitalism is a mirage, Smoke. That's the fantasy they sell niggas to.
I mean, capitalism. Here's the thing: like all of our system, whether or not capitalism is real or a mirage, what our system is a conglomerate. It's an amalgamation. It's an amalgamation of a bunch of different things. It's somewhat capitalist. It's somewhat socialist. It's somewhat.
It's very simple. At the base core of it, it's a society of European grifters, Smoke. That's all it is.
I mean,
you can
all right.
extrapolate from that what you want. but
Okay.
these people came over here as scripters.
I don't necessarily disagree. I don't necessarily disagree with that thing. I'm just saying, like, in the way to fix it isn't to let necessarily not be European. It could be to not be a grifter, right? But I do think that there's a level of non-grift that happens. I just don't think that there's an equitable sharing of the profits, right, of the pie. So there's an unequal distribution of what everybody is producing. And that's all I'm talking about. Like, if you, and that has literally been why, that's why they came up with race in the first place, and it's why it's continued to be perpetuated. Like, instead of dealing with that shit, they're dealing with all the peripheral stuff, and it's never going to work.
I don't necessarily disagree, but unequal distribution, grifting, like I said, Smoke. It's
no, I mean, I got you.
I got you.
Well, I mean, grift can be a lot of things. I feel like grift has this connotation of you promise something that you don't deliver, right? And I think that there's a level of things, there's a level of delivery on promises that America has that I don't know that you can necessarily follow the grift.
Like what, Smoke? What is it?
I said, well, wow, right. So I do think that there's a bunch of innovation that comes out. I do think that America produces a lot of not only our thoughts but our products that make life, that improve the quality of life and make people's lives generally better. I feel like in the sciences we have any number of breakthroughs, right? In medicine we don't have very good general practitioners, right? But specialized medicine, we like lead the world in it, right? It's not that we're just out here grifting. We actually do contribute to.
Let me tell you where the grift comes in at. Let me tell you where it comes in at. Do you have to pay for all that?
Do we have to? I mean, everybody has to pay for it on a certain level. Depends on what you mean.
Okay, grift.
I mean, everything is like, all right. So there's a right. So the idea of labor and work, right? So if you find a piece of wood on the beach and you make, let's say, a hairbrush out of the shit, right? You didn't create the labor, right? You didn't create the fucking driftwood, but you use some labor to make a brush. And now you're going to try to interact with the market some way to get some other need you made, right? So it's the labor thing that I'm so much more so interested in versus like the idea of grift, right? Like, I think grift is a choice. I don't know that the system inherently... Like, I get what you're saying. Like I don't know if the system needs to be grift in it. And also, but just to be honest, just to put a fine tune on it, I'm literally just talking about like macro policies, not the way, like, whether or not your personal interactions with other human beings. That's like a different thing altogether. I'm just talking about the paradigm, the system itself.
Yeah, I would still say it's grifting game, but let me ask you this then. Since Black people are the ones specifically being targeted by this system, what can be done to make it more equitable for Black people specifically?
Oh, fuck. Wow. All right. So what kind of restorative justice that would begin to undo the years that's been done? All right. So, right. Or in other words, what would reparations look like? Wow, specifically for Black people, it would have to be an education piece and a significant outlay of capital. Yeah, there would have to be a significant outlay of capital and education in order to normalize them in places that they haven't been, right? I think there's 4 Black CEOs of Fortune 500 companies. Right, and and all 4 of them went to like Ivy League schools and prep schools and all that shit. So like yeah, you have to give people the resources in order to be in the right state of mind to study, and then you also have to give them the right lessons for them to learn. Yeah, that's that's the heart of it. Like what a program of reparation would look like. Any number of ways. You can get into the weeds and all that shit, but yeah, how it goes, it definitely is an education and outlay.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but I had a much more simpler plan. I would say 25 trillion, give black people the entire southeastern seaboard minus maybe Florida, and own laws, own president, like a country within a country. You think that'd be equitable? You think that'd be fair?
No, I think that is a step in the wrong direction, actually.
Why would that be the case?
Because creating mono-ethnic enclaves within the United States, I think ultimately
No, that's not what I mean, Smoke. I mean black people in charge. You can still have whites, Asians, everybody can still live there. What I'm saying is that black people, that's their land. You know what I'm saying? Like we have our own laws, our own president, our own constitution.
There is a right. So the idea that you can have your own laws, like there's a such thing as black laws, right? Like that whole idea is like you still have to be in line with the Constitution.
We're living in white laws right now, Smoke. So yeah, why not?
Right. So that's the issue, right? So the issue is how do you make the Constitution not be black or white? Not how do you make a black one because there's a white one?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's why niggas.
No, but what I'm saying to you is that your solution is to create two different ones instead of making the one that exists.
No,
actually live up to its ideal.
Separation. That's what I mean. Separation. That's more so what.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I understand that you're talking about being a black separatist on a land that isn't necessarily ours.
No, not necessarily a black separatist. We still be part of the continental United States.
Well, you're literally saying separate. Like you're saying separate, but not separatist. Like you can't have a
separate country within a country. That's what I mean.
Correct. That's black separatist. That's literally what it is.
Yeah, I call it what it is. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I don't know why you're pushing back on it. Like,
so how else would black people be able to get a fair shake in this country when you know they're never not going to get a fair shake?
I think that there's a bunch of ways that you could get a fair shake and not go an enclave. And in my experience, a black person can trample your rights just as readily or easily as a white person. Just because you have a black enclave with laws doesn't mean you're going to get rid of fucking corruption and shit.
Every successful black town or city I've seen has been a separate enclave where it was majority black. So that's what I'm saying. That would probably make more sense, right? You know, if we're going on past
it doesn't make more sense. Like, okay, so if you're saying that America has always been fucked up, and you're giving me what you think is a solution to it being fucked up, but that solution is basically a reaction to it being fucked up, then no, you're not actually fixing anything.
So, but you just said reparations would include money and education. Well,
yes.
There are black people in this country who have money, who are educated. What has changed?
Yes. Right, because you're trying to change a group average, not an individual circumstance. Individuals have money and education, but you're trying to affect a group average.
So, but that group average has been intentionally, that's what I'm saying, Smoke. If the system is intentionally targeting those group of people to lower that group average, then how do you ask me?
Right. So you ask me. So you ask me
into the system in order to do that, Smoke.
Again, I already said this a million times. That's why I feel like you're not really like the light bulb isn't going off. The reason why we have this racism in the first place is because they're trying to keep the labor costs down. The ruling class wants to not have you participate in the upside of your labor. They want to just trade your labor for a few cents and then reap all the profits themselves. As long as you have that, you are going to have this inequality. Just systematically. In this system, we have black people at the bottom. So how do you get black people off the bottom? First off, you have to stop this fucking system from the way it is. You have to get more autonomy.
You just said that's the way the system operates. So how do you stop it?
I got it. I keep telling you. I literally said it. I'll say it one more time. You can have worker co-ops so that you have more autonomy in your workplace. You can also have profit share at your job. So when so you're not just getting a salary, you're also getting you also get to participate in the upside of your labor. You're not just
every company functions like that, Smoke.
I understand. You asked me how to fix it. I'm telling you how to fix it. I know they don't function that way. I'm telling you how to fix it. This is how you fix it for everyone, and then how you address black people specifically because they've been specifically targeted and left behind on purpose. Then you do this education and outlay. But this is what is needed for the entire thing.
You can't just educate people and give them money, but it don't significantly change the system. They're still going to just go in and then exploit some other. There's still going to need to be a people to be exploited. That's the way this system works. It requires
you're basically just talking about profit share. That fixes.
Well, you have to fix the underclass. You have to fix the need for the underclass.
And profit sharing fixes the need for the underclass.
Correct.
So if we got universal basic income, that fixes the need for an underclass.
No,
correct?
that is just giving the underclass a pay raise. Just because you have 2 pairs of shoes doesn't mean that you're now not fucking part of the underclass.
Well, that's kind of the same thing. You're gonna be working and getting a slightly little bigger crumb. I don't get it.
No, you are now, first off, you have say in your job, and then also you get to participate. So when you go down, you also get to be for all intents and purposes, we can get into like what a capitalist is, because you're not actually using your capital to make capital, but you are at least able to enjoy the profits of your labor and not just exchange your labor for an hourly salary.
Okay, let's attack that. When you say enjoy the profits of your labor, what does that look like?
Oh wow. It can look any number of ways. Yeah, it can look any number of ways. I don't know what do you mean?
Give me one.
Okay, so right now, right? So let's say you are an actor, right? Or a music person, right? You're paid in royalties. So you make a song, you get the song published, it goes out all over the place, and then whenever it gets played, you get X amount of dollars. So you don't have to continue to fucking make songs unless that one song doesn't fucking pop, right? But that song is the thing that generates the income, right? It's your labor. You get to enjoy the profits of your labor. You're not just being paid. Versus if you came in to a job, made the same song, and they paid you, $20 an hour to make the song, gave you 2 weeks kind of shit. You might get paid a lot for that song, but you're not going to get paid for the life of that song and however much money that song makes.
Okay, so basically,
it's one example.
This idealistic bullshit. I can never.
It's not even idealistic. No, I'll tell you how the system works right now. That's not idealistic. That's the way the system works right now.
Let's put it in modern context, Smoke. So basically,
this is modern context. It's literally happening right now.
Wait, Smoke. Basically, a 401k and or pension.
Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Okay, a 401k is one way to interact with it, because then that you have an asset that appreciates. Yes, that's one way to do it. And depending on the 401k, you can lessen your tax burden and all that other shit, right? So you can, like, depending on it, sure, that is one way to do it.
Yep.
But that's it. But that's how you invest. But that's how you invest the money after the fact, right? That's not necessarily share. Like, that's not necessarily a profit sharing with if the goods or the services of your corporation.
Okay, so basically, you're saying that CEOs need to take a smaller cut and divvy up their cut to the employees, basically, because it's
not just the CEOs; it's the capitalized partners, right? Like all right. So you have the owners of a business, and then you have the laborers. The owners of the business should also be the laborers. If you got the owners of the business being the laborers, then you don't have this underclass any longer.
Yeah, like that show Hidden Boss or whatever it's called.
I'll tell you, the modern version of it actually is the NBA. The players are also owners.
How would that work in the modern world everywhere?
Bro, do you think that the NBA is the modern world? Like, what are you talking about right now?
I'm saying everywhere. That model would work everywhere.
Okay, so not every job, not every corporation has the same compensation schedule. But you can. All you asked me was, how do you also, as a laborer, enjoy the profits of your labor? That's how.
Taking vacation time.
So every employee needs to have ownership in the company, basically.
That's correct. Not only just ownership, but also a say so.
That's a socialist mentality, ain't it? That's socialism, ain't it, Smoke?
Yeah, pretty much.
To a certain extent, but I mean, we already have socialism here. Like that, it is like worker co-ops is a form of socialism, but so is public school.
But if you work for me,
so is workers comp. Like workers comp is
I'm
socialism.
gonna dictate that shit. If you come in this building, in this house, and work in this studio, anywhere doing anything, I'm gonna dictate what you working on.
Yeah, exactly.
I wouldn't allow you to do. I wouldn't allow you to do that. I mean, you know what I'm saying. Even if we saying whatever the money that's coming in, we're gonna break bread on that money. It's gonna be a split down the middle. That could be up for the money go, but how the ship runs.
No, you can dictate it, right? But let's say, all the workers, right? It took all those workers to make that one track. So when the track is out there making money, all the workers that went into making that track should get a piece of that track. They don't have to get tons of it.
Unless it's a contract in place that says you work for hire. Like,
but that's what I'm saying. As soon as you get into those work for hire situations, that is where the inequality, the inequities in the system come up. Because now you have to have because now you need a totally different system in order to take care of those people. Because
let's take it away. Let's take it out of music. Let's look at design, right? Or architect, right? A person that designed a train station or a certain type of annex for a roadway or whatever. They only get paid for that little salary for the year. So you think they should get paid taxes off everybody who got properties down that road that they designed?
Right. So roads, like things for like government work, right? Because governments don't really own anything like that. Right. It's not like the workers can own the roads. So you'd have to have a different sort of system of compensation for for government work. Because they're not really producing a government or good or service, they're making sure like the trains run on time and shit like that, and there's not potholes in the roads and stuff. Like, yeah, you wouldn't get. Yeah, because the government is not owned by anybody.
The person who owned that lot, who say, "I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna paint these walls."
Right. So the people who actually do the painting of the walls should actually be owners. They should be able to enjoy the profit of that company. Right. So let's say that that the company that does your walls turns in a profit of whatever it is, some percentage of that should be allocated toward the laborers. Past their salary. Right.
I guess. But you need to create more labor in order to do that. I don't know if there's enough.
No, you don't.
Jobs?
No, it isn't. All you're doing is splitting a pie that already exists. All you're doing is closing the wealth gap.
Okay, so how would you do that for state
material that the person had to buy?
Jobs, like, how does this apply across the strata? You see what I'm saying?
But how would it apply? It depends on which part of the strata that you're talking about. Like I was saying,
let me put it in context. Katie Hobbs, who's running in Arizona, right? She had a black staffer years ago. The staffer was getting paid less than the white counterpart. She got sued, had to pay the black staffer millions of dollars, right? So in a situation like that, how would your system apply to fix that issue?
To a system of government employees working? I think I already addressed that it'd have to be a different thing because those are government salaries.
Okay, give me a different thing.
What do you mean?
How do you?
It would be different. No, I'm saying no. You're not understanding. It would be
how
different.
Do you prevent? No. Let me put it in context of what I'm speaking of. How do you prevent certain people of a certain race in this idealistic system you have from still getting less of the pie than other racial groups who are doing the same thing?
Like it would be illegal, right? The same way it is now, right?
Okay, and it doesn't stop it now, does it, Smoke?
Right, because there's not alternatives to it. I'm telling you, you have to do an alternative. You're trying to parse out a thing that I've gave an entire fucking comprehensive thing to. Like you have to
those people got to have a certain mindset. They got our people got to develop a mindset. A certain mindset. You got to know those people who you talking about. They may not be as creative as us. You know what I'm saying? So when we build it, they're gonna attach themselves to it and do it too. Like I always tell the person, it's not a white store, a Mexican store, a black store. It's a store. You know what I'm saying? So that they understand that concept. It's a store. It ain't white music, black music, Mexican music. It's music. So you know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers will do that shit. You know, you can't really stop a person from seeing the hustle and attaching them and you know what I'm saying, doing either doing the same hustle you doing or turning your hustle into something bigger than what you thought it could ever be.
Yeah, like this idea that you're going to like stamp out every kind of injustice through some sort of statute. No, I'm not. I don't think you can like legislate morality. That takes.
Okay, fair enough.
Let me. I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm not done. The idea that how DJ Black was just talking about, it takes a consciousness, a cognitive reorganization. You have to think differently so that you understand what your own worth is, right? Beyond that thing. So that you aren't like, if you're at a government job, you understand that your rights are what they are. So if somebody tramples on your rights, you have some recourse. That's how, you know, a functioning society, like, you know, it happens. Like yes, you have an ideal. There'll people who will transgress, and then there'll be consequences for that, and then there'll be remuneration for the victims, right? Go ahead.
We already have that, and that doesn't stop the mistreatment. So that's why I was saying when there was segregation, Black people were more successful being segregated than they were being integrated.
Right, but you're saying you're acting as though you're acting as though if you get a plot of land that you're going to end injustice.
Let me finish, because you had a situation where you were forced to create your own, and you were forced to deal with your own. Now that you've integrated into somebody else's system, you've been totally marginalized, undermined, persecuted, prosecuted, because that's the way their system works.
Okay, do you think that only white people, just straight up. I'm gonna just say it straight.
In the era of
yeah. It's like it doesn't. Like, you can have your rights trampled by anybody of any color. This idea that because you have some separate Black land, that all of a sudden you're gonna get rid of man's injustice to man. That's not what we're going for. Like, all you can do is create a system. Yes, there'll be people who transcribe, who don't live up to the system's ideals, who downright flaunt the fucking statutes. But you have systems in place to deal with those people. That's not like, you don't go like, oh yeah, well, you have those systems in place, and since it didn't fix all the injustice in the world, that means that system is worthless. That's not what the system is for. It's to make sure that we have some kind of like roadmap so that we understand where we're trying to get to. Right. And it's not just one statute. And like we were saying, with like DJ Black was saying, you have to think differently. You can't just put a law down and say, because the law is there, now people will start behaving a certain way. You have to do an entire, like you have to think different. You know, you
got to think. Wait, like I put it like this: most creators had their stuff stuck in their cabinets, in their file cabinet, on their mantelpiece, because they're afraid of biters. You know what I'm saying? They know people out there going, you know what I'm saying, going to attack. You know, somebody going to be a lot more clever with your idea. You know what I'm saying? Somebody going, you know, have a bigger army to produce that idea. You know what I'm saying? And so a lot of creators, they hold back. You know, especially us, you know.
The very first thing in order to get rid of what you're talking about, Phantom, like for real, is that you have to understand the fallacy of race. You have to understand that race is an illusion. It doesn't actually exist. It's an idea that has run its course. It was always kind of nefarious. It was to serve.
What you think about depression and anxiety?
Yeah, it was meant to serve a small group of people and cause a whole bunch of misery to a bunch of for everybody that wasn't part of that group, right? So to understanding that and dismantling that as a way of looking at society will be a gigantic step in the kind of racial discrimination that we face. But you're still going to get favoritism. You're still going to get cultural and ethnic discrimination right after that. But if you can deal with the racial stuff first, then you can get to the underlying, like, you know, the fallacies and the psychology, right, that needs to be unraveled
so that people can think differently and experience life differently, experience one another differently. But you have to get rid of that shit first. These are like systems that need to be deconstructed, not like enforced and then go off into your room, like enforced along these lines that we shouldn't even be looking at each other through in the first place.
I don't disagree with that notion, but I would also say that you got to understand that was a unifying factor for a certain group of people to unite around. These people look different than us, so let's persecute them and we'll act like we're buddy. But now that system is falling apart, and now you're seeing the old way of Europeans doing these things, hating each other, wanting to kill each other, fighting amongst each other, because hating black people isn't as popular as it used to be.
Well, so different ethnic groups, right? So you had Irishmen, you had Scotsmen, you had Englishmen, but in that same vein, you also had amongst the so-called black people, you had Tutsi and Fula and Mandinka. You had all these other different ethnic groups, right? And instead of honoring and cherishing those whatever sameness and differences existed, they just lumped them all into one group called black. Meanwhile, you don't have to do anything to be lumped into the black group. They lump you there themselves. But there's a process to becoming white. Right? And this is all about like the American thing. This is all I'm saying is like we need to dismantle this whole race shit. Like trying to reinforce this shit by having our own little piece and thing. Like, no. What you're actually doing is reinforcing a really fucked up system in the first place.
I mean, you can look at it that way, but I just think that being able to determine your own self-determination would be a more equitable way of dealing with the situation than trying to change everything and saying, "Oh, profit sharing, police are no longer
the question is,
you're no longer going to get redlined out of living in certain areas. Your house values are going to be treated fairly now, instead of when you masquerade a white person in your stance and your house value goes up $200,000. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think just having profit sharing in a company is going to change that. Maybe it will. Who knows?
No. What I'm saying, again, you keep asking for these things and then acting like it's a silver bullet for something else that you didn't ask me about. Like if you're asking me how to fix racism, that is a different thing about how do you deal with people who are going to try to game the system economically, no matter what. Like this whole thing about
I said, how do we make the system more equitable for black people? You said profit sharing. Okay,
that's how you make it. That's how you make it more equitable for everyone. But right?
No, I said very specifically, Smoke. Since black
I understand that. I understand that. I understand that.
More equitable for them.
And you said right. The profit sharing piece was for everyone because you have to fix a certain part of this thing about everyone. The whole idea about the way capitalism works and that permanent underclass needs to be fixed, and that thing needs to be fixed for everybody. But how you address black people specifically, I said, was through cash and education. Right, that's not how it's saying. The cash, like the profit sharing, was not how you fix the black people thing specifically. That's how you fix the capitalism's need for fucking the way the capitalism is fucking practiced in America. That's all I'm trying to fix in that with the profit sharing.
Everyone,
correct,
specifically black.
Okay, do you not understand? Did you not understand the thing specifically for black people was money and education? That was the thing specifically for black people, but money and education won't be enough because you also have to fix because you also have to fix the idea, the way that capitalism is practiced in America. You can't just give them money and education because they'll still need to be an underclass.
I think we're going in circles now, Smoke. But okay, well, let's get back to boxing.
I was just trying to tell you how you make sure black people are never the underclass. The way you make sure that black people are never underclass, you get rid of the underclass, and you also help the black people who've been unfairly put in the underclass. That's how you do it.
Okay, that's okay. And I guess the ways of going about doing that, we can differ on, but yeah, I guess that makes sense.
I don't know. Capitalism. It's about your bloodline, Smoke, not race. Bloodlines are for people who are into like the power of the blood. Like I don't like listen. I don't think that your family has any sort of monopoly on nobility or righteousness or normalcy than anyone else. Like, who cares? Like, it's nice if your family is that way, but I don't think a bloodline makes you that. Like, I don't think because your dad was cool that you're going to be cool. You might be a fucking ass. There's no power in your fucking who the hell your dad was, other than the power that the society gives you, your family, right? There's no inherent power in blood. Like, anywho.
Hey, Smoke, so you saying basically us having our own land and be able to catch up to what they initially did when they came over here, they took over the land and then they was able to empower themselves by having land. You don't think us as a culture should have our own land like that?
I don't know that the issue of what America needs to fix is fixed by mono-ethnic enclaves with their own laws, with a patchwork of fucking laws. Like,
that's not what I said, Smoke. But yeah,
I didn't say that's what you said. That's what TNT was. He just asked me. He just asked
that's
me.
not what I said. I'll go in more detail after you're done.
Again, it's what TNT just asked.
I'll explain it for you, TNT, after he's done. Go ahead, go Smoke.
Again, you're not explaining anything. He asked me a question about should we have our own place.
I'm just gonna explain what I need to explain after you're done. So finish.
Explain what? What do you think is happening right now, Phantom?
Just finish what you was gonna say.
I don't understand. Why do you think that you need to re-explain what you said earlier?
Because I think he's asking along the lines of what I was talking about. Is that correct, TNT?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay, cool.
Okay, exactly. So go ahead, finish, Smoke.
Right. So what am I missing? If you're not talking about a mono-ethnic enclave, what are you talking about?
Oh, so you were addressing what I was saying. So
no, I thought he was asking me something different. So if he's asking me,
I'm going to interrupt you because I want to explain in detail exactly what I mean. Go ahead, Smoke.
I don't know. Again, like I said, if you're not talking about a mono-ethnic enclave, what are you talking about?
Dude, are you done?
If you're not talking about a mono-ethnic enclave, what are you talking about?
I'm asking you, are you done?
Again, I asked you 4 times. I already asked you like a 5th time.
I want to explain to TNT what specifically what I mean when I said what I said. So are you done?
Okay.
Let him go, Smoke.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to answer your question, but apparently your question has to do with his question. But maybe do you understand this question? Maybe you do understand this question, and you just need to make me understand this question. I don't know.
I'm not saying, are you done, Smoke? Because
maybe not. Now I'm talking to TNT. Maybe I'm not.
I'm done. Let him respond, Smoke. Let him respond. Go ahead, Phantom.
Respond to what?
Smoke, just respond to TNT question. I'll go after you. Go ahead.
I'm trying to. I'm trying. So now I need to understand. Like, TNT, actually, what is your question?
My question is, you don't think we need land to basically build our economic system up? So I'm basically saying that's how the Caucasian got ahead of us. I'm thinking we should have the same kind of advantages they had by having our own land and able to build our own communities up so we can take part in the capitalism as opposed to trying to reconstruct it. We can be a part of it, but we so far behind in the game with the breaking up of the family, with the prison system, and with the educational system. I think we better off just basically building our own up, because if you look around the United States, everybody got their own culture and their own little pockets, except for us.
All right, so do you think that integration is better than segregation? Just as a general thing.
I think it's segregation right now.
No, I'm just asking, but what do you think is better? Not what do you think happens, it is, but I'm just saying, like, which would you prefer? Which do you think is a better way to be?
I say separation for us would be better for us to be separated.
No, I'm just saying segregation, period. Not just for us, just period. Just as a concept, not us, just the idea. Integration, segregation.
I'm gonna say separate. I'm gonna say separation. You said
You like
segregation?
segregation.
Yeah,
You think segregation is a better way for human beings to interact than
I'm
to
saying
integrate?
separation, but you want to use the word segregation? Okay. As I
Yes.
said, separate.
What do you think? What do you think that what is the difference in your mind in
In my
separation between
mind is
separation and segregation?
okay. In my mind, I'm just saying we will have ability to build our community so we could be effective in this capitalist system. Because everybody got it except for us. Chinatown, Germantown, Italian town, Greek town. Where is the dark-skinned people town at?
So, all right. So, do you
Compton.
think? All right. So, do you think in Chinatown that they're going by Chinese laws?
No. I'm saying we're in their system, but they do have Chinatown, and in Chinatown,
Right. But do
the
you think
people
that
there
Chinatown?
support
But
themselves,
Chinatown. But Chinatown is still owned by like American banks. It's not like owned by Chinese banks.
But it's ran by the Chinese, though, right?
They're ran by Chinese people, but they're American.
Right. I'm not saying we have nothing like that.
Okay, so you're saying like there's no neighbor. So so you're saying so. Are you? I think I might be misunderstanding what you mean.
Okay, if I
In a
can
place like
chime
in a
in
place like so
without
in like Los Angeles, right? So in LA, you have a Koreatown, you have Little Armenia, you have like Little Thailand, you'll have like West Hollywood, right? And all of those little enclaves are like they have these subcultures where people may own the majority of either the businesses or the homes, right? So
Correct.
like in West Hollywood, is probably gay people, right? Or Koreatown is probably a bunch of Korean people. But those are like sort of enclaves or like, you know, like I guess like sort of like ethnic neighborhoods kind of stuff. Is that what you mean? Like black people should have a black neighborhood where we own either the majority of houses or businesses. So I think you still get those places actually in Maryland. There's far a few. Oakland used to be that way, but gentrification happens. I mean, LA still has South Central, but who owns South?
Can I chime in on this real quick? What I was speaking of earlier, as far as having our own land base with our own laws and our own self-determination. Originally, this country, as you would call it, was just 13 colonies, and you had white people who spread all the land, and they created laws, move out there and build up this land, make it what it is.
Hey, Phantom,
And
you're
I'm
breaking up,
saying,
Phantom.
okay,
You're breaking up. Let me make sure.
Yeah, he's breaking up bad. You're breaking up.
You might have to log out and come back, Phantom. I'm not sure.
I don't know if he logged. I don't know if H is still around. You might want to just get to a better place. You might just want to get to a better place. Yeah, you might want to just get to a better place, maybe get a better connection. My nation, right? Nation is a my nation is a different thing.
We had that
okay,
going on.
I got a few bars. I don't know how it's gonna last, but
you're good. You're good. Yeah, you sound good. You sound good now.
For now, it's okay. It's gonna cut out eventually, but what I was saying is that the right to some self-determination.
Yeah, but that's what everybody says.
Like the Homestead Act, they incentivized white people to come to areas and build things up. Why can't black people have that same thing where they have their own land with their own self-determination and their own laws to govern themselves?
Right. So the thing that you guys are talking about, I think you're I think you're a couple of economies living in the past, right? Like the idea back in the Homesteader Act, Civil Rights, all that said, that's when we were living in an agrarian society where a land where you got married, you had a pile of fucking kids to work the land and all that shit. We're not really living like we've already had the industrialization has already happened. We've already done post-industrialization, and now we're living in an information society. And in an information society, like building up a plot of land is what for what?
To build our community.
I
We're doing
mean,
our school.
right,
I
but
mean,
but communities are now not in physical places anymore. Like we are in a part of a boxing community. We're not in the same place at all. Like the idea of
that's a fact.
community is
That's the point. That's the point of the conversation. Yeah, we trying to
like
catch
the
up.
idea of like that you're going to do some ethnic based neighborhood where everybody owns like the businesses and the homes. I think that does actually exist for Black people still today. It just doesn't. It's just disproportionate for other people. But really, the issue isn't that to me. Really, the issue is generational wealth. Is the thing where Black people are lagging way
They got a
behind,
big
right?
jump on us. They got 400 years of not paying. Yeah.
Well, not only that, but that home ownership that you're getting at, and the the value of your house and all that shit. It's just that they've devalued all those things to the point where, like, going back to the Homestead Act to catch up. I don't know if you will. Maybe you need assets. It's more about assets in general.
That would be part of the reparations. You know
But
what I
you
mean?
do need a home. But you do need an economic center and an economic base.
Yeah, we had banks.
It's not.
We had banks back in the day. They took them from us, right?
Yeah, no. I mean, there was all kind of Black Wall Street all over the place.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. What'd you say, Smoke?
No, I was just agreeing with you. There's Black Wall Streets all over the place.
Yeah, absolutely.
We had one here.
We had one in Philly. We had one, I think, in Oklahoma.
Yep, that was the one that got burned. You know, that's a famous one that got burned.
Oh my goodness, that was terrible what they did down there, man.
But yeah, we had one, a big one, a famous one is here in San Francisco.
Yeah, man. They did a number on the Smoke. They really did a number on us.
Well, they're doing a number on everybody, but yeah, but we definitely got the crappiest end of the stick that you could possibly get. And Chris Rock had a joke, and this is sort of telling. Where he asked like a group of white people if they would trade places with him. They're like, nah.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
He's like, he's rich, and he's rich, right?
Hey, Smoke, let me go back to this for you real quick. When we were talking about this, I never got a chance to get it off. I went back and I looked up this one, right? This was Johann Friedrich Blumenbach, 1752 to 1840, German anthropologist. And
right. That was one of the first like scientific, the scientific basis for race. Yeah.
Yeah. So in 1779, just in case the people listening in the chat, I'll just read it real quick. The Caucasian or white race. Oh man, hold on. I just went past it. Hold on, I gotta back it up real quick. I didn't put it on pause. Hold on. I just want to get a breakdown on this real fast. Is that it? Yeah, that's it right there. All right, okay. The Caucasians or white race. That's at the top. Then it goes Mongolian or yellow race, East and Central Africa.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. The 5 different racial classifications.
Or brown. Yeah, so he came up with this construct of putting color to the racism, and it's been and black is at the bottom, of course, white is at the top, and this is where this whole theory about white and black comes from. It just doesn't really exist. So you're right about that. I totally agree with you.
Yeah, that was the scientific justification for race. That's what it came up with, right? And the whole taxonomy crowd, and then eugenics followed right after.
Yep, you're absolutely right. Yep, absolutely. Yeah. So yeah, Dag, I want to hear his question. I guess he won't be able to get on. Okay.
No, I mean it's like listen, man. Like so, I've done my time. Like I'm in Oakland, right? So my parents were Panthers. In NOI. Okay. Right. Like that's how I was struck and raised. But the idea. I'm just not a separatist. I'm not like that. I feel like there was a time and place of it was. I feel like it was a better argument in like the 70s and the 80s than it is in 2022.
That's where it was prevalent at. That's what he's talking about. Yeah.
No, it's actually even from before then. It's actually from like Marcus Garvey and shit. Like it's even before then. It's really like Martin Delaney and the whole like Liberia crowd, the whole like Back to Africa. Yeah. And it just then it started, but it was at that point. All of the world was segregated along these lines. Like damn near every country was like mono-ethnic. Right? But we don't really have that. Like America is like super multi-ethnic. Like not every country is like that. But
there's far fewer just straight mono-ethnic ones, right? Like Japan, the Koreas are still that way. China's still that way. Like Greece to a certain extent, and like Saudi, the Arabias. But like there's just been a lot of just like human migration and moving around. And so I don't know. I think the idea is a little bit outmoded that like separation would
But
be.
you still have separation, Smoke.
No, I know we do.
If you go to the north,
I know we do.
in Iowa, there's no hardly black people in Iowa.
I know we do, but that separation didn't fix the issue, right? So I don't think more separation would be the answer.
No. Well, I'm not saying that is the answer. I'm just saying it's a little bit more to it than that. But I'm just saying those are people who are doing well, not having none of our people around. So they rely on themselves. They got better schools, better hospitals, and they don't have the police beating them down. Where we do.
Right, but we're gonna have that regardless because that
you trying to say we can't get along together?
No, I'm trying to tell you that that it's part of it. And in America has a society that's predicated on making sure that we are part of the fucking underclass. Until we fix that part of it, it won't fucking matter if we have our own neighborhoods.
You don't think that would help? If we had our own schools, our own neighborhoods, and toward
our own schools and our own neighborhoods. No.
Own hospitals, own banks.
No, not unless you're gonna have your own country. Not unless you're gonna have your own industry.
Exactly. That's why I said we should do that. But I got a quick question.
Hold up a second. You just jumped.
Could I ask you a question?
Yes, you can. But
okay, real quick. This is a real quick question. Okay, let's say there was a plan that came up and scientifically done and all that. That okay, we can do this, this, and this, and this, and this will make the society 90% more equitable for black people specifically. And white people in the power structure said we don't want to do that. What do you do at that point?
Since we live in a democracy, you have to build consensus and you have to win in the marketplace of ideas. Like that is what it takes. Like we are 13% of the population. It's probably going to take more partners. It will probably have to benefit more people than just black people. Like you're gonna have to get more people involved, like that care, right? That's what the issue is when it comes to getting black shit passed. We have a congressional black caucus, which is a form of black separatism, right? Like if you want to talk about how black separatism as a concept, where it's born and how it's expressed today, we can do that. But the idea that you're going to create a black business, like. Maybe not. Like I think that we possibly could. We have created black businesses. Just because it is a black business doesn't mean it's gonna stick around. Like I don't know. It is what it is. I don't think black business. I think black industry is a little bit bigger than like what goes on.
My questions a lot.
And no, I'm actually talking about TNT. Like you literally, I was talking about TNT's thing. Your question is about what do you do about black people not being able to implement a plan that would only affect them. And in America, right, we're 13% of the population. We need to get more partners involved.
Okay, wait. Because that 13% I don't believe anyway. But what the situation is now with the reparations
case. What percentage do you think is the case?
I would say plus or minus. No. It could be anywhere upwards of 20%. I don't.
Okay, cool. So even if we're 20% of the population,
it can't be exactly accurate.
Right. So what I'm saying to you is, even if it was 20%, you'd still have to get some percentage of that 80% to get it over the line.
I agree with that, but now you have Asian people. You have Asian people saying they're entitled to reparations. You have Mexican people saying they're entitled to reparations. So what do you do in that situation?
Right. That's how you have to build these coalitions. You have to understand. You have to then educate those people and talk about what their problems are. Do they need reparations or don't they? Do they are just feeling some kind of way because they feel like black people are entitled? You start the dialogues. That's how you build coalitions.
Or if black people could just get the reparations on their own and they don't need those fucking people, that's cool.
How do you get reparations? If you could get reparations on your own, then your question is moot.
Okay, exactly. So stop trying to
What
act
do you
like
say? What do you mean exactly? Like literally, you asked me a question about how you do something, but you're talking about like do it on your own. If you did it on your own, then there would be no reparations. That's not
You
what
said we
reparations.
need. You
What do you
said
think
we need
reparations
those
is?
people. I said no.
Okay,
That's not
again,
necessarily the case.
okay, Phantom. I don't think that we have the same definition for reparations. What reparations is for the aggrieved party to get some remuneration for their aggrieved status.
Yes,
Right?
and you have Asians who say they've been aggrieved. You have Mexicans now saying
Great,
they've been aggrieved.
and they might be right. I don't understand what the problem is.
But this is specifically for Black people.
Great. So if it's specifically for Black people, what does it matter that they're aggrieved?
Exactly. So why are they trying to latch themselves onto what we got
Who
going
says
on?
that they're latching themselves onto our thing?
That's
Maybe
exactly
they also need
what they're
reparations. Okay. Hold on a second. Just
they
because
said, they're
Black
basically
people,
saying,
hold up a second. Hold up a
people
second.
are getting
Hold
something,
up a second.
I want it too. That's
Okay,
what they're
great.
saying.
Awesome. But the issue is, right? The thing that we're talking about reparations for is reparations for slavery, which was enacted along racial lines that didn't have anything to do with Mexicans or Asians.
Yeah, they say they've been enslaved now, Smoke. That's the argument they're making.
Great. And to the extent that those people have, fine. Add them to it. Because they might be right. Because they might be right.
Well, if they're not necessary, why?
Okay, again, what do you mean necessary? Reparations is necessary for the healing of the
If
nation.
they're not necessary for our cause, why?
Okay, but they are necessary. You're not understanding. They are necessary.
How so?
Because it's not getting passed in your scenario. The bill won't get passed without their participation.
That's what representatives is for, Smoke.
Okay, again, you asked if you can't get it passed, how do you get it passed?
No. That's not what I asked previously.
That's literally what you, bro. Okay, so maybe you want to restate your fucking hypothetical.
It was two different things that I said.
I know. Maybe you want to restate.
I said one. I said if there was a plan that would make society more equitable, specifically for Black people, we could do this, and this. Okay. And the white power structure said, no, we don't want things equitable for you specifically. What do you do at that point? And that's where you went off on that.
Right, correct. You build coalitions within that structure. That's the same thing we're doing today. The same thing we've always done.
Okay, that wasn't my reparations conversation though. But if that's your solution, okay, cool. I'm not saying you're wrong. Yeah, I can't really say you're wrong, but because it's hypothetical. But as far as the reparations conversation, why do these people need to attach themselves to a movement that has nothing to do with them? You see what I'm saying?
Because it does have everything to do with them. Do you understand that they will be paying the reparations?
That comes out of the taxpayers. So
correct. So correct. They are taxpayers, right?
Yeah.
So they will be paying for it. They will have to sign off on it. You are going to have to convince them to be on board.
No, that's what representatives are for.
No, that representatives are there to enact it.
Yeah, so we don't live in a democracy. We live in a representative republic.
Right. Okay, I got it. So do you think that it is only up to the representative to do something? Or do you think that, but like you and I talking about politics also puts the representative, like for me, I write my representatives and I lobby my representatives, right? So I understand that for you to get your voice heard, you need to go out there to it. The representative is just going to do what he does.
Yeah, exactly. And Black people are making noise for reparations, yet you have all these other groups who are trying to attach themselves to it. Why not just support it instead of trying to get the same thing that you're not entitled to?
Because they may fucking deserve it too. Like, we're not the only people who've been fucked by America.
Okay, but this is specifically for Black people in their case.
Awesome. Great. And?
So what's the need for those groups to attach themselves to it?
Because they've also been aggrieved. Do you not get that?
Why don't they have their own case then?
Because there is no own. It is their own case. I don't understand what you don't understand. Okay, so here's the thing. So everybody's been. Okay, so everybody's been.
If you're gonna give those niggas something, that's basically what you say as well.
Why wouldn't they? And I'm not sure. Like, why would you give some? Okay, so why do you think Black people should get something and the other aggrieved party shouldn't?
Because fuck them. They weren't aggrieved in this case.
Okay, right. But they are aggrieved. So you understand that the government. Okay, so hold up a second. Hold up a second. Okay, so you're trying to tell me that the Asians and Mexicans don't have a beef with the United States of America?
They could, yeah.
Okay, great. So if they have a beef and they're asking to be paid, since this other group who also has a beef getting paid, you have a problem with that. Why?
I don't have a problem with them going with their own direction with that, but trying to attach yourself to another group's case.
Okay.
No,
bro,
because
they are the group that has to pay for
people. I didn't wait a minute, Smoke. I didn't see black people running around when the Japanese got interned saying, "Give me some of that too," because we were interned. No, they got their compensation for what happened. But now, when black people are entitled to something, oh shit, hell no, those niggas can't get none without us getting some. Right or wrong?
Okay, again, I get that you're lumping this whole thing into a they. Okay, so I don't know that you're talking about Japanese people who need to be on board, because maybe the Japanese people, since they got their reparations, they would be on board. Maybe the Jewish people, since they got reparations, they would be on board. But maybe Mexicans who haven't got reparations and maybe aren't really educated on why we're asking for reparations, they may need to be convinced and lobbied. But then they also have their own grievances, so maybe we can all come together and get some restorative justice. I don't understand why at every single fucking stage of this, it has to be Lord of the Flies and us versus them.
If we lived in a society where that were possible, Smoke, your idealistic perspective would be
okay. Do you not understand that we get reparations already?
What you're talking about would be fucking perfect, but we don't live in that kind of world.
We literally live in that world. That's literally how our government works. I'm not saying anything about Okay, so let me ask you this: are you aware that people are getting reparations right now in America?
Who?
Yes.
Okay. You are aware of that. All right, cool. So,
I'm not aware of it, but enlighten me.
Right. Black people in America are getting reparations right now. They're getting it. Right. They're getting it based on the taxes of cannabis in Chicago. It's a handful of people. It's a start. It's a start of a program. They've been doing it. I think it's been going on for like a year, maybe two.
Mm-hmm.
But from the sale of cannabis, they're giving, I believe, like 14 different families reparations for slavery.
14.
Yeah.
And your point? What's the point?
My point is that you build within your own communities and you get coalitions, and then it becomes a broader movement. It doesn't take just black people doing that. It took everyone invested in that community to pass that pass that ordinance and to get those checks out to those people.
But who are the people who stated their case, Smoke?
I mean, what does it matter? I don't understand. What is your point?
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Literally, can you just make your point? Like, do you think that, like when it comes to reparations, nobody will give a fuck about black people but black people? And we won't get it because we can't, because black people like you don't give a fuck about anybody else's problem.
No, that's why we have representative government, Smoke. That's why.
What do you think a representative government means?
That they're the ones we need to convince, not all these other groups.
That's not what a representative government means. A representative government means that they're supposed to represent what you want.
Because they pass legislation, Smoke. That's why.
That's what they. Okay. Representative government means